Chapter 1266. Fang Yuan heard Ying Wuxia shout, "Lead soul into dream," and was shocked. Lead soul into dream was a dream path immortal killer move. It was extremely powerful and rarely seen in the world. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, Ying Wuxia's lead soul into dream made Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord fall asleep and fall into a dream realm, unable to extricate himself. Fang Yuan was even hit by this move during the Battle of Etian Mountain. If not for Providence's backup plan, he would have died on the spot. In the current environment, Dream Path Immortal Gu were extremely rare, not to mention Dream Path killer moves. One move to dominate the world, against lead soul into dream, Gu immortals basically had no way to counter or defend themselves. Fang Yuan was no exception. Even though he had Unravel Dream, he also had the Sovereign Immortal Body. In the face of lead soul into dreams, even if one were to sink into the dream for an instant, there was a chance that they would fail and die in the ever-changing battlefield. Fang Yuan immediately flew up and retreated. In the process of retreating, a wave of suspicion surged in his heart. Back then, Ying Wuxia's lead soul into dream was so powerful because he had many immortal Gu and the amplification of the 11th extreme physique. Right now, how many immortal Gu did Ying Wuxia have to form lead soul into dream? Fang Yuan did not know the exact number, but Fang Yuan was clear that Ying Wuxia's strength path immortal zombie body would definitely lower the power of this move by countless levels. Fang Yuan quickly pulled away from Ying Wuxia and the rest, but he still did not get dragged into the dream realm. Is Ying Wuxia just trying to trick me? This thought had just appeared in Fang Yuan's mind when the scene in front of him changed. In the 500 years of his previous life, southern border, Qingmao Mountain had already been destroyed by Ningbing's self-detonation. Fang Yuan joined a caravan and became a guard, earning Yuan stone while cultivating. The caravan was in a certain valley when suddenly 2 groups of people charged out. Kill? Protect the goods. The caravan was shocked, shouts of battle shook the valley. One side was the demonic path bandits, the other side was the caravan transporting the goods. The young Fang Yuan was mixed in the caravan. He gritted his teeth and showed panic on his face. This is a dream. I'm in a dream. The confusion from entering the dream realm quickly dissipated. After Fang Yuan understood, he immediately prepared to activate Unravel Dream. But at this moment he inexplicably escaped from the dream and returned to reality. The sword flood dragon was still in the world wall. What's going on? Just as Fang Yuan had this doubt, his vision changed again. He found himself being pulled into a dream again. The dream continued from the previous scene. In the mountain valley, the righteous and demonic sides were locked in a stalemate. Strange, there shouldn't be bandits living here. The young master of the caravan looked down from above and felt puzzled. The manager of the caravan beside him, who was presiding over the defense, echoed, "Yes, this is an old trade route. I don't know where this group of bandits came from. It's very strange." The young master snorted, "The strongest demonic Gu masters here are only rank 2. Our defense is impregnable, we are not afraid of them." Young master is right. I guarantee these bandits will not be able to return. The caravan manager laughed sinisterly. Right at this time, a rumbling sound came from above their heads. The young master and the caravan manager looked up. With this look, everyone in the caravan turned pale with fright. They saw countless boulders rolling down from the top of the mountain valley. The caravan was at the base of the mountain wall, the boulders were rolling down. The attack was not inferior to a rank 2 Gu master's attack. Above the mountain wall, there were countless figures stacked on top of each other. These were all mortals, but because of their meticulous planning and correct tactics, they could display the battle strength of a rank 2 Gu master. Quick retreat. The young master's face turned pale. It's too late. The caravan manager cried out miserably. Countless boulders fell on the caravan Gu master's heads. The caravan suffered heavy casualties, and the demonic side's morale rose. Damn it. Fang Yuan shook his head, leaving the dream realm again. This is indeed lead soul into dream, but its power is not complete. It can let me enter the dream realm from time to time, but it cannot make me immersed in it. But it is enough to pose a huge threat to me. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Ying Wuxia and the rest looked around vigilantly, but after waiting for a while, they still did not see Fang Yuan appear, and there were no attacks coming. He retreated? He Lulan asked in disbelief. Bai Ningbing did not speak. She looked at Ying Wuxia. Ying Wuxia sighed, "Sigh. Such a pity." After the Battle of Etian Mountain, Ying Wuxia had secretly rebuilt the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. In Eastern Sea, Ying Wuxia had helped He Lulan tie Bai Yunxing and the rest to add immortal Gu. He naturally had more gains. but until now he had only barely formed the killer move Lead Soul into Dream. Originally, Wuxia had planned to use Lead Soul into Dream when Fang Yuan activated his trump card. But Fang Yuan did not make a move. As long as Fang Yuan tried to activate his trump card, he would need a long time to prepare. Wuxia would have the chance to make a move. If Fang Yuan was hit by Lead Soul into Dream and fell into a dream realm, even if it was only for an instant, the Immortal Killer move's activation would fail. The stronger the Immortal Killer move, the greater the damage the Gu Immortal would suffer if the activation failed. Undeniably, if Fang Yuan fell into a dream realm while activating that trump card, the activation would fail and he would suffer heavy injuries. Wuxia explained in detail by Ning Bing He Lulan, and the rest felt it was a pity. However, in that situation, Wuxia had no choice but to make a move. If he did not make a move, Fang Yuan's attack would succeed, it would cause a qualitative change, the battle would be tilted to one side, and Wuxia and the rest would die here. Wuxia's judgment towards the situation was very sharp and accurate. Now it seems that Fang Yuan will not attack for the time being. Let's go. Lead Soul into Dream is not complete, its effect will weaken as time passes. Wuxia ordered. The 5 immortals continued their journey. But not long after, Fang Yuan attacked again. After a while, the dream realm's interference towards him became smaller and smaller. Fang Yuan was not willing to let Wuxia and the rest escape from under his nose. He immediately chased after them. Tai Bai Yunxing was still unconscious. The 4 immortals were entangled by Fang Yuan. It was already difficult for them to move through the regional wall. With Fang Yuan's interference, it became even more difficult for them to move forward. Be careful. A familiar voice came from behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have time to react. He only heard a loud sound as stone fragments fell from above, smashing onto Fang Yuan's head. Uncle Big Beard, you saved my life, thank you. Fang Yuan saw Uncle Big Beard not far away. He immediately reacted. Earlier he was almost hit by a falling boulder. Thankfully, Uncle Big Beard moved and destroyed the boulder, saving his life. Lad, don't fight, protect yourself, Uncle Big Beard said. Right at this time, at the center of the caravan, the steward's scream could be heard. Someone come, protect young master. Unknowingly, 2 rank 3 demonic path Gu masters had already barged into the center, attacking the caravan's owner, the young master who had once humiliated Fang Yuan. The young master was in dire straits, danger was everywhere, the righteous path Gu masters were on tenterhooks. You stay here, I'll go support you, the bearded uncle said and hurried off. Dream realms attacked again and again. Fang Yuan did not have a good time either. The dream realm's attack greatly affected his performance. He could only display 20 to 30% of his battle strength. But in terms of battle situation, it was even more disadvantageous to Wuxia and the rest. From the battle, they could clearly feel that Fang Yuan was getting less and less affected by the dream realm. Meanwhile, Wuxia and the rest had yet to leave the regional wall. You guys leave, I will deal with him. At the crucial moment, Xianxia stood up. Immortal Killer move, Earth-Sealing Border. A horrifying cracking sound came from all over his body, and there were cracks all over his body from the inside out. At the same time, with him as the center, the surrounding hundreds of li of space underwent a mystical change, becoming one, separated from the surrounding space. Fang Yuan wanted to retreat, but the dream realm attacked at the crucial moment, causing him to lose the chance and get trapped within the range of the killer move. Fang Yuan breathed out dragon breath. The sword-light dragon breath had not even flown 5 to 6 steps before it vanished. Chapter 1267. You are courting death. Dragon eyes stared at Xianxia. Fang Yuan was slightly angry. Xianxia raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan, shouting, Master, leave quickly. Leave quickly. Xianxia, I will remember your loyalty. Wuxia took a deep look at Xianxia before turning around and leaving. He led the other 2 immortals and quickly retreated. Because Fang Yuan was desperately entangled by Xianxia, this time, Wuxia and the others successfully walked out of the Licorice regional wall and officially entered Northern Plains. The moment they stepped into the grassland, Wuxia immediately called out Tai Bai Yunxing from his immortal aperture. The latter had already woken up from unconsciousness, but his injuries were still very severe and his life was still in danger. Combining the power of the 4 immortals, they immediately activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel and instantly disappeared. In the dream realm, the battle was already over. The demonic path bandits who launched the sneak attack had all lost their lives, none survived. The caravan was not much better off. There were heavy casualties. Corpses were everywhere in the valley and blood flowed everywhere. Uncle Big Beard, pull yourself together. Quickly wake up. The young Fang Yuan was lying beside the big bearded Gu master, looking at the terrifying injuries on his body with a panicked expression. "Someone come quickly, someone come and save him," Fang Yuan shouted with a hoarse voice. But no one came. Fang Yuan quickly ran to the young master. "Young master, Uncle Big Beard was injured to save you, he is about to die, quickly save him." "He can't be saved, the injuries are not the main point is that he was hit by that poison goo, we can't save him." The young master shook his head and smiled bitterly. "No, you have a way. Aren't you also hit by the same poison goo?" Fang Yuan said. The young master's expression sank. "You want me to waste my precious goo worm for an outsider? Do you know this healing goo worm can only be used a limited number of times?" "But Uncle Big Beard was injured to save you, young master," Fang Yuan argued. "Even if he doesn't save me, I have the guards that my father has secretly arranged for me to protect myself." The young master sneered, waving his hand at Fang Yuan. "Get lost, how can my healing goo be used on a small fry like you?" Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and glared at the young master. He clenched his fists and stood still. "Do you want to die?" The young man's face was filled with anger. "Fang Yuan." At this time the bearded Gu master woke up and called out softly. Fang Yuan shuddered. He quickly turned around and ran to the bearded man. "Bearded uncle, you're awake." Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. "Don't go against the young master. The one who will suffer is you. Don't force it. How can such a precious healing goo be used on small fry like us?" The bearded man said this and laughed at himself. "But, uncle, your injuries?" Fang Yuan was very sad, choking with sobs. Plop. With a soft sound, Xianxia knelt on the ground powerlessly. He looked at the sword dragon floating in front of him and laughed. "I succeeded. Master and the rest successfully retreated, ha. Shadow sect is undefeated, long live spectral soul." Fang Yuan stretched out his dragon claw and crushed him. Releasing the dragon claw, stone fragments and fragments scattered on the ground. How could one distinguish Xianxia's original appearance? "Die then die, what are you shouting for?" Fang Yuan sneered and picked up the most crucial piece from the pile of stones. Then he flew out of the Licorice regional wall and returned to Northern Plains. He threw the crucial stone on the ground. Immediately, the immortal aperture inside started to absorb Northern Plains heaven and earth chi and started to form the immortal aperture, forming a blessed land. Fang Yuan did not wait. Instead he activated the immortal killer move Chi Luck sensation and searched for the location of Wuxia and the rest. With this investigation, Fang Yuan immediately found that Wuxia and the rest were already very far away from him. Did he use that ancient battle formation from before? But what does that matter? You will all die in my hands sooner or later. But this location seems to be inside Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Fang Yuan returned to his human form and frowned slightly. He was naturally familiar with the location of Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow Giant City was buried there, but no one had found it yet. It was not strange for Wuxia and the rest to investigate after entering it. Southern Border Zombie Alliance has already been destroyed, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters is being attacked, while Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has been hiding in Earth Trench without being discovered. It seems that Wuxia and the rest will rise again. This was inevitable. There were cultivation resources in Dark Flow Giant City, as well as various immortal goo that were originally in the hands of Northern Plains immortal zombies. But Xianxia was already dead and they were all injured. In the following battles, even if they were in Northern Plains and not inside the regional wall, Fang Yuan would still have the advantage. Xianxia's immortal aperture had already formed. Fang Yuan entered and found that he could not subdue the land spirit. He was only an Earth Path Master and not a Grandmaster. He could not annex the rank 7 blessed land, he could only give up for now. In the dream, hearing that there was a type of herb that could alleviate the poison in Gu Master Big Beard, the young Fang Yuan chose to secretly leave the group and climb the mountain walls at night, picking the herbs that grew there. The mountain winds were cold, his limbs felt cold. The mountain walls were steep, if he fell down carelessly he would die a horrible death. I must pick the herb and heal Uncle Big Beard. He saved my life, how can I not repay this debt? Persevere, Fang Yuan, don't be afraid, huff huff. Breathing roughly, Fang Yuan stretched out his hand with difficulty. After some effort he finally found a herb. At daybreak, he carried a basket full of herbs, his clothes were tattered as he returned to the camp in a sorry state. Alright, this dream realm is finally over. Fang Yuan woke up from the dream. At this point he had finally gotten rid of the dream realm's entanglement, he had completely recovered. This dream realm was not without benefits. The number of dream path goo materials inside was beyond Fang Yuan's imagination. In the final scene, Fang Yuan was carrying a basket full of herbs. They were all dream path goo materials. If I was dreaming, I would not have such huge gains. Don't tell me, Wuxia's lead soul into dream, although it can be used to attack, is actually a killer move for picking dream path goo materials? Fang Yuan flew as he guessed. Without the dream realm's disturbance, he started to chase after Wuxia again. Even if Wuxia escaped to the ends of the world, Fang Yuan was going to kill this threat while it was still in its infancy. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Fairy Lian Yun, don't activate Love Immortal Goo anymore. You have already paid the price, you can no longer make a sound. If you activate it so frequently, who knows what kind of price you will have to pay next time? Xianxia urged. Zhao Lianyun shook her head, her gaze was firm. Earlier, in the dangerous battle with Zhao Denyo, Love Immortal Goo had displayed its power. But this time, Love Immortal Goo did not devour immortal essence. Instead, it took something from Zhao Lianyun as the price. That thing was Zhao Lianyun's voice. After the intense battle, Zhao Lianyun could no longer make any sound. Even if she was a mute, she could not make any sounds. Hong Yun is still waiting for me to save him. I cannot watch from the sidelines and wait here. So what if there is no sound? I can continue to communicate with you through goo worms, it is no big deal. It's no big deal. Zhao Lianyun transmitted to Shi Zhengyi. Shi Zhengyi sighed, he could not persuade her any further, he could only let Zhao Lianyun do what she wanted. But this time, no matter how Zhao Lianyun called out, Love Immortal Goo did not move, there were no signs of activation. Zhao Lianyun had no choice but to leave the 12th peak with Shi Zhengyi. Once they left this range, Zhao Lianyun was sent to another peak separated from Shi Zhengyi. Different from before, there were sounds of intense battle coming from this peak. Who is fighting here? It should be one of Yu Yizi, Bu Zhenzi or Mu Linglan. Zhao Lianyun was surprised and happy, she quickly ran up the mountain. She climbed all the way and soon she reached the palace at the peak. The smell of blood assaulted her nose. In the Crimson Palace, a beautiful young Goo Immortal was engaged in a fierce battle with a Snowy Mountain Goo Immortal. It was Refinement Path Goo Immortal Yu Yizi. Yu Yizi, hold on, I am here to support you. Zhao Lianyun transmitted. Yu Yizi was overjoyed, she quickly replied, be careful, this is a true Blood Path Demonic Immortal. Chapter 1268. Blood Path Goo Immortal. Because of Blood Sea Ancestor and other historical reasons, as well as the characteristics of Blood Path, all Blood Path cultivators in the 5 regions were judged as demonic path members. Previously, when Chu sect and Baizu tribe formed an alliance to deal with the Huangjin tribes, Chu Du's side could have attracted a strong ally. Unfortunately, this person cultivated Blood Path. Chu Du immediately rejected him without any hesitation. That was because Chu Du wanted to establish a righteous path force. Once he got involved with Blood Path, he would be classified as demonic path, Chu Du's efforts would go to waste. But Snowy Mountain Blessed Land did not have such concerns. Because Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the gathering place of Northern Plains demonic path Goo Immortals. It was not a clan or a sect. Be it a clan or a sect, they all had the characteristics of nurturing members, they all had mortal members. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only a union of benefits. After Zhao Lianyun left the 12th snowy peak, he arrived at the 10th snowy peak. The one guarding this place was a demonic path Goo Immortal. His name was Zhao Pu, he wore hemp clothes and cloth shoes, he was bald and had an ordinary face, he was neither tall nor short. He stood at the center of the hall, while Yue Yizi retreated until he reached the edge of the hall. The latter was bathed in blood, his injuries were terrifying. When Zhao Lianyun saw her companion, she almost couldn't recognize him. Yue Yizi was a delicate youth with a beautiful appearance, but at this moment he looked like he had just rolled around in a sea of blood and was fished out of it by someone. This Goo Immortal's other abilities are ordinary, but he has a very powerful Blood Path Immortal Killer move. When it is activated, blood will splatter all over his body, then it will turn into a torrent of blood that shoots out. Once the torrent of blood touches the skin, it will be a hit. After that, blood will flow non-stop, and as time passes, the bleeding situation will worsen. You must be careful. Yue Yizi had been fighting bitterly, he quickly warned Zhao Lianyun upon seeing him. I got it. Rest up first, I will deal with him. Zhao Lianyun stepped forward. Good, another one came to die. Zhao Pu stood in place, unmoving, his arms crossed over his chest. He laughed viciously, revealing his ghastly, sharp teeth. Instantly, a devilish, murderous aura surged out. Immortal Killer move, Life-Locking Silver Chain. Zhao Lianyun had been brewing for a long time. At this moment, A large number of goo worm auras surged in her body. As her immortal essence was expended, a silver light membrane covered her entire body. Voila! A series of sounds of chains colliding rang out from the silver membrane. Then 6 long chains shot out from the silver light film. The 6 chains shone with a bright silver light and were extremely agile. They flew around Zhao Linyun's body in circles, forming a solid defense. Zhao Linyun had gone through a lot of special training. Not long ago he had fought a death battle with Zhao Dainiu. It was as if he had been reborn. Every move he made during the battle had a decisive and murderous aura. He was no longer the young and inexperienced boy he used to be. The 10th Peak Lord, Blood Path Demonic Immortal Zhao Pu, watched as Zhao Linyun activated his killer move, but did not stop him. It was as if he did not care and allowed Zhao Linyun to do as he pleased. Zhao Linyun saw this and immediately activated another immortal killer move. Meteor Rain. Another batch of immortal essence was expended. Above Zhao Linyun's head at the high ceiling of the hall, a deep blue color suddenly appeared. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless meteors shot out from this deep blue color raining down from the sky. It was like a huge army shooting arrows at the same time. It was a spectacular sight. These meteors were very small, they were like countless hidden weapons. Once they were shot out, they had a grand momentum and rained down like a storm. There was no way to avoid them. If Zhao Pu did not move, he would be turned into a sieve by these tiny meteors. He did not dare to be careless. Suddenly, a huge blood cloud appeared above his head. It was like a huge umbrella that protected Zhao Pu. The meteors were completely blocked by the blood cloud. The blood cloud shrunk at a visible rate. Zhao Pu gritted his teeth and stepped on the ground. His body turned into a red line as he shot towards Zhao Linyun. Zhao Linyun's mind shook. He subconsciously took a step back. Meanwhile, the silver chains around her had already moved before her. One of them shot towards Zhao Pu like a dragon. Zhao Pu quickly dodged. He moved away from this direction and chose another direction. But almost at the same time, another silver chain shot towards him. Zhao Pu had no choice but to retreat and choose another direction. After doing this several times, Zhao Pu was surprised to find that these silver chains could attack on their own. They could be said to be a combination of offense and defense. Not only were individual chains very agile, they could even coordinate with each other. Little girl, your defensive killer move is not bad. Zhao Pu's attacks were useless. He did not try anymore. He retreated some distance and used his methods again to replenish the thinning blood cloud above his head. This was only natural. Zhao Linyun had many immortal killer moves. These methods were specially chosen by Spirit Affinity House and even Celestial Court for Zhao Linyun. They were especially suitable for beginners like Zhao Linyun. Not only were the killer moves easy to control, even if they failed, the backlash would not be huge, and most importantly, the killer moves themselves were very outstanding. Above his head, the meteors were still falling down. Zhao Pu continued to replenish the blood cloud above his head. Yuezi was hiding at the side, healing himself. Zhao Linyun did not reply. She silently continued to prepare her third immortal killer move. But she was most familiar with the first 2 killer moves, Meteor Rain and Life-Locking Silver Chain. This third move was slightly more complicated than the first 2. During normal training, Zhao Linyun only needed to spend some effort to activate it. But in actual combat, she found that it took much more effort. Although she had the protection of Life-Locking Silver Chain now, and the environment was relatively safe, similar to training, her mental state was very different. She had tried many times and ended up making mistakes. Another immortal killer move? Don't you know that immortal killer moves cannot be used casually? The more you use them, the higher the chance of your weakness being exposed. Let me teach you how to fight. Zhao Pu laughed sinisterly, pouncing forward again. But this time when he was halfway there, his mouth was wide open. A huge explosion suddenly burst out, and Zhao Linyun immediately felt the blood in her body shake violently. In Zhao Linyun's phantom aperture, a small portion of the goo worms that had just flown up were disrupted and fell down again. Among them, many mortal goo were lost. Zhao Pu was a blood path demonic immortal, but he had a sound path method. Zhao Linyun was caught off guard. Even Yuezi's healing was disrupted. Like this, Zhao Pu surrounded Zhao Linyun and attacked. Life-Locking Silver Chain protected Zhao Linyun's safety. But Zhao Linyun did not succeed in activating her third immortal killer move. She was disrupted by Zhao Pu in all sorts of ways. Zhao Linyun was filled with helplessness. She thought, this opponent is like Yuezi said, his other methods are ordinary. He cannot break my life-locking silver chain. But he is very difficult to deal with. He has all sorts of methods. My killer moves have failed time and time again. No, I need to persevere. Zhao Linyun was determined. She continued to try activating her immortal killer move. Maybe because she had been disrupted too many times and failed too many times, her willpower was tempered and her conviction was firm. Finally, at one point, her eyes shined with a piercing light. Next, Zhao Lianyun stretched out her right hand, she opened her mouth and spat out a stream of fire from her right palm. The fire stopped in Zhao Lianyun's palm. It was a fireball at first, floating above her right palm. Next, Zhao Lianyun continued to spit out fire. The fire in her palm started to expand. Strangely, this fire did not expand as a whole, it expanded to the left and right. Soon, Zhao Lianyun had a fire rod in her hand. The fire rod stopped expanding after it reached the length of a grown man's arm. The flames on the rod were burning brightly, but now they started to recede. After a few breaths, the lingering tongues of flame all converged, and the flames condensed into something that looked like a rod made of copper. Zhao Lianyun closed her mouth, she suddenly opened it and shouted sharply, "Zha!" Chapter 1269. The fire rod was hit by the golden light, but it completely absorbed the golden light into the rod. The golden light quickly moved around the fire rod, before stopping at one end of the rod, gradually turning into a sharp spear tip. At this point, the fire rod had completely turned into a red-gold short spear. Immortal Killer Move Golden Sun Spear, activated successfully. Your death is here. Zhao Lianyun let out a breath of turbid air, her face filled with excitement. Her right hand tightly gripped Golden Sun Spear as she slowly raised her arm, aiming at Zhao Pu. She was in high spirits and her morale was high. Zhao Pu had a solemn expression as he stared at the Golden Sun Spear in Zhao Lianyun's hands, praising, "This spear is amazing, its temperature and radiance are both reserved. Once it explodes, it will definitely cause terrifying damage." But at this point, he suddenly changed the topic, and his face revealed a smile as if he had succeeded in his scheme. He continued to speak to Zhao Lianyun, "Don't you feel that there is something wrong with you now?" Only then did Zhao Lianyun feel something warm and salty flowing down the side of her lips. She stretched out her left hand and wiped it lightly, discovering that it was actually blood. Unknowingly, she had started to bleed. "This is..." Zhao Lianyun's pupils shrunk to pin size, her body shuddered. "This is my killer move, blood overflow." Zhao Pu laughed heartily. "Impossible? You clearly..." Zhao Lianyun was just speaking when a large amount of blood flowed out of her mouth, her white teeth were dyed red. "Haha, you want to ask why I don't have any signs of activating the Immortal Killer Move? Actually, I have already activated it, I just changed the method." Zhao Pu laughed. "Don't tell me this is the rumored split move method?" Yue Yizi's eyes opened wide as he blurted out. Zhao Pu glanced at him. "Kid, you are quite knowledgeable. Gu worm nurturing, using, and refining, these three aspects were broad and profound. In terms of Gu refinement, there were all kinds of Gu refinement methods. In terms of using Gu, it was naturally the same. When it came to Immortal Killer Moves, there were many extraordinary methods and techniques. For example, Blazing Heaven Demonis combo. She could use 2 or more kinds of Fire Path Immortal Killer Moves consecutively to achieve even stronger effects. Another example was Fang Yuan's mastery of changing moves. The myriad self of the enslavement and power style was able to summon a large number of strength path phantoms to fight. But after changing moves, Fang Yuan had myriad self's first move, strength path giant palm imprint. This move itself was based on the myriad self. However, it could achieve some offensive effects that the myriad self could not achieve. But now, Zhao Pu was using a method of deconstruction. If he directly used Blood Path Immortal Killer Move, Blood Flow Exhaustion, the vigilant Zhao Lianyun would discover it and destroy it in advance or evade it. However, Zhao Pu had split this move into several parts and used them one after another during the fight. When all of these parts were used, they would be able to achieve the power of blood drain. The benefits of doing so were obvious. There was no iconic scene, so people would unknowingly fall into the trap, and it was impossible to guard against it. Damn it. So he had been concealing himself, he had been faking it on the surface, he attacked repeatedly but did not break my life-locking silver chain's defense, but in truth, he was secretly scheming and achieved his goal. After a while, Zhao Lianyun found that not only was blood flowing out of his mouth and nose, blood was also flowing out of his ears. His eyes were also filled with a faint blood-red color. This caused Zhao Lianyun's vision to become blurry. Zhao Lianyun's heart was pounding, she could not help but think of Yue Yizi's appearance. I was still hit in the end. If this continues, won't I end up like Yue Yizi? So crafty. Zhao Lianyun's mind was in turmoil, he threw the golden sun spear in his hand at Zhao Pu. But Zhao Pu was already prepared, he was very vigilant against the flame spear in Zhao Lianyun's hand, The moment Zhao Lianyun shrugged, he had already started to move. The Golden Sun Spear did not have the ability to lock onto the enemy, but its speed was extremely fast. It brushed past Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu was shocked. The Golden Sun Spear pierced through the hall, directly shooting into the air outside the hall, before exploding with a loud sound. Boundless heat waves spread in all directions, fiercely attacking. The dazzling golden light and the scorching flames instantly formed a small sun-like sphere. But soon this sun sphere disappeared. Such power if it really hit me. Zhao Pu was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately they were already hit. Sigh. Yue Yizi sighed to himself. He walked to Zhao Lianyun's side and started to fight alongside her. Zhao Lianyun was somewhat dejected. Her morale was low. She still had too little battle experience. Her mental state was easily affected. This immortal killer move Golden Sun Spear was originally a rare advantage for her, but now she had almost wasted it. Your injuries. Zhao Lianyun worriedly looked at her companion. Yue Yizi's injuries did not show any signs of improvement. Zhao Pu laughed. You think I let you rest and heal because I purposely let you go? As long as you are hit by this move, unless I personally heal you, ordinary methods are useless. You have tried it yourself, what effect did it have? But I am still a kind person. I will allow you two to surrender, as long as you kneel and beg for mercy, and hand over the immortal goo. I will take you two as slaves and spare your lives. Don't even think about it. Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth, interrupting Zhao Pu's recruitment. Zhao Pu was unaffected. She laughed loudly. The battle is already decided. Do you still not understand the situation? A wise man submits to circumstances. You guys are still young. If you die, everything will be over. If you live, there will still be hope. Yue Yizi sneered. I indeed cannot heal my injuries, I can only let more blood flow. But I did not leave empty-handed. I have already deduced clearly, as long as I kill you, our injuries will heal on their own. Zhao Pu's expression changed slightly. He sized up Yue Yizi again. Lad, I have a whole new level of respect for you now. Yue Yizi was an extremely talented refinement path Gu Immortal. His attainment in refinement path was very deep. Even rank 7 Gu Immortals often discussed Gu refinement with him, and even asked him for guidance. Yue Yizi was not only skilled in Gu refinement, he was also good at deducing Gu recipes. Refinement path and wisdom path were two paths that were close. They could coordinate with each other. Yue Yizi deduced the truth from the wounds on his body and Zhao Pu's various performances. We must kill him before our blood runs dry. If he doesn't die, we will. Yue Yizi transmitted to Zhao Lianyun with a heavy tone. The two of them were indeed forced into a dead end. Only by fearlessly killing their way back and killing their enemies could they obtain the right to survive. Do it. Zhao Lianyun shouted in a low voice. She was even more efficient. Arrogant and conceited fellows, I will let you taste my true strength. Zhao Pu laughed loudly, valiantly pouncing forward, fighting 1 against 2. Both sides fought in the hall, exchanging blows. For a moment they were evenly matched. Life-locking silver chains continued to shoot out. Zhao Pu had a blood cloud above his head and a blood cloud below his feet. After dodging 3 chains, he aimed at the other 3 silver chains and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the silver chains, immediately turning them into a pool of dirty blood. 8 refinement gates. 3rd gate, hand gate, open. Yue Yizi took the chance to pounce, his palms slapping towards Zhao Pu from afar. Immediately, 2 dainty palm shadows struck Zhao Pu's back at an extremely fast speed. Zhao Pu gave a muffled groan, blood spurting out of his back, covering his injuries. A trace of astonishment flashed past his face, thinking, strange, why did this lad's attack power increase by so much? Yue Yizi might be a refinement path Gu Immortal, but his battle strength was also extraordinary. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to make targeted changes. Especially his immortal killer move 8 refinement gates, it could be modified according to the actual situation, adding some targeted restraining power. Chapter 1270. If someone risked their life, their threat would naturally increase. In contrast, Blood Path demonic immortal Zhao Pu did not want to risk his life. As long as he could stall for time, he could obtain victory. So for a moment, Zhao Pu was being suppressed by Zhao Lianyun and Yue Yizi. However, Zhao Pu's battle experience was not something the Central Continent immortals could compare to. He was extremely slippery, twisting and turning. Zhao Lianyun and Yue Yizi were unable to take him down. As time passed, the situation tilted in Zhao Pu's favor. Yue Yizi was the first to weaken. He was hit much earlier than Zhao Lianyun, he received more injuries, and finally fainted from excessive blood loss. Your companion might have died from excessive blood loss. You will be next. You don't have much time left. Why aren't you attacking? Zhao Pu smiled. Zhao Lianyun was extremely annoyed. She knew that Zhao Pu was purposely provoking her to disturb her mental state, but she could not calm herself down. She became more and more restless. Her eyes kept bleeding, her vision was blurry and filled with blood. More terrifyingly, not only was she bleeding from her orifices, her entire body was leaking blood from her pores. Damn it, damn it. Intense dizziness kept coming. Zhao Lianyun was already unable to stand steadily, her body was swaying. Finally, Zhao Pu attacked from afar, sending Zhao Lianyun flying. After landing on the ground, she rolled 3 times before stopping. Damn it. Zhao Lianyun used her hands to support herself. She wanted to get up, but because of excessive blood loss, she had no strength left in her body. She was extremely weak. She couldn't even push herself up from the ground. Everything is over. Zhao Pu crossed her arms, slowly walking in front of Zhao Lianyun. He looked down at her. Blood. It kept flowing out from Zhao Lianyun's body. Soon, a pool of blood formed around her. Zhao Lianyun was lying in a pool of blood. She was completely covered in blood and even her eyes were bleeding. There were also tears in his eyes. Is it going to end? Here it is. Blood. I'm not afraid at all this time, Hong Yun. A scene from the past appeared in Zhao Lianyun's mind. And that was during the imperial court battle. Zhao Lianyun had lost his father's protection, and he didn't want to become a political bargaining chip and sacrifice himself to marry the Wei family's young master, so he could only rely on Ma Hongyun for the time being. During a battle, Zhao Lianyun was unfortunately shot in the thigh by a stray arrow. Blood flowed like a fountain. I'm going to die. It hurts. I'm going to die. Zhao Lianyun lay on the carriage. Howling, tears welled up in his eyes. Stop arguing, Miss Xiaoyun, you won't die. It's just a small wound. Ma Hongyun skillfully bandaged her wound while comforting her. Blood, so much blood. Don't you know I'm scared of blood? I've never been so badly injured before. Zhao Lianyun sighed. How can you be so delicate? It's normal for people of northern plains to be injured. Most of the time, scars represent glory and merit. Ma Hongyun said. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes. Do you even know how to comfort people? Sai, why am I so unlucky? Ha ha ha. Ma Hongyun laughed loudly. He used the wrong strength in his hand. Zhao Lianyun cried in pain. It hurts. Be gentler. Also, what are you laughing at? I'm already so badly injured, but you seem to be happy. Ma Hongyun quickly waved his hand. But he continued to laugh. I'm not happy, I just feel that Miss Xiaoyun is really cute. Normally, she acts like an elder, making people respect her. The current Miss Yun makes me feel like a younger sister who is even younger than me. You are quite arrogant. Zhao Lianyun was about to explode when Ma Hongyun suddenly placed his hand on her forehead. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. For some reason she felt warmth in her heart. Ma Hongyun continued, there is no fever. This is a good thing. Miss Xiaoyun, you can't be so delicate. Just a few injuries. There is nothing wrong with losing some blood. If you shout like this again, people will laugh at you. The memory ended here. Laugh at me? The current me. I won't let you laugh at me anymore. In order to save you, I really lost all my blood. Thinking about it, it is really strange that I was willing to die for someone. So, even if I die, I am willing to do so. Thoughts flashed in Zhao Lianyun's mind. Die. Zhao Pu shouted. He raised his palm and stabbed it down like a knife. A fatal blow. If this strike were to land, it would be able to easily pierce through Zhao Lianyun's head like piercing through tofu. But at this moment, Zhao Lianyun's body suddenly let out a strong light. The light was so dazzling that Zhao Pu could not help but close her eyes and retreat. Why is there such a strong light? Impossible. This aura is so strong. Zhao Pu could not help but scream. In the light, his whole body could not move. Soon he was like snow melting under the scorching sun, completely destroyed. At the crucial moment, Love Gu showed its might again, directly killing Zhao Pu. Northern plains, deep in earth trench. In Wuxia, where do you think you can hide? Fang Yuan's sword dragon form roared in earth trench, his voice reverberated in the surroundings, filled with killing intent. Using Qi Luck sensation, Fang Yuan moved quickly and finally arrived at the depths of earth trench. In the shadows, a giant city slowly rose up. Ing Wuxia was standing on top of the giant city. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ing Wuxia spoke, his gaze was calm and his tone plain. Sure Nu is dead with just the 4 of you in this mortal goo house? Fang Yuan sneered. Although Dark Flow Giant City was huge and looked grand, it was only a mortal goo house and not an immortal goo house. It was not easy to form an immortal goo house. Even if Shadow Sect had many immortal goo, they could not casually raise Dark Flow Giant City into an immortal goo house. If there was an immortal goo house, Fang Yuan would feel a lot of wariness, because the power of an immortal goo house increased with the amount of immortal essence. Fang Yuan had once used Giant Sun's immortal essence to manipulate graceful chaotic dual stage, which shone brilliantly during the Battle of Etian Mountain. But Dark Flow Giant City was only a mortal goo house. It was not a threat to Fang Yuan. Then what if I join in? A second figure appeared on top of Dark Flow Giant City. This person was only a rank 6 goo immortal, but was an old acquaintance of Fang Yuan. It was the spy that Shadow Sect placed in Xianxia Sect, Refinement Path Goo Immortal 6th Hair. Fang Yuan's gaze sank slightly. Fang Yuan did not care about 6th Hair's battle strength. But 6th Hair and Fang Yuan were both members of Xianxia Sect. They were restricted by the Information Path Alliance Agreement. This made it very inconvenient for Fang Yuan to deal with 6th Hair. If he was careless, he would be punished by the Information Path Alliance Agreement and be heavily injured. However, Fang Yuan had expected 6th Hair's appearance. Kill? Fang Yuan swung his dragon tail and pounced forward. Dark Flow Giant City retreated rapidly. At the same time, a battlefield killer move rose up and a large number of Yiksha octopuses surrounded them. Your identity is enough to make Fang Yuan hesitate in taking action. Stall for time. After a while we can use omnidirectional travel again. Wuxia patted 6th Hair's shoulder. Lord, go and rest, I will handle this. 6th Hair said to Wuxia. Wuxia nodded, got off the city wall, and disappeared into Dark Flow Giant City. This was a massacre. Even though there were more Yiksha octopuses, they were not Fang Yuan's match. The ancient sword dragon created a storm of blood in the encirclement, rampaging in the battlefield, sweeping everything in its path. Even though Dark Flow Giant City was in sight, Fang Yuan did not dare to recklessly use Sword Light Dragon Breath. It would be bad if he killed 6th Hair. He would suffer instead. Wuxia and the rest might counterattack and he might die here. Even though Wuxia and the rest were at a disadvantage, Fang Yuan was not blindly optimistic. He knew he had the advantage, but it was not enough to suppress them. Especially by Bing who could transform into Bai Xiang, and Wuxia who had lead soul into Dream. Even though the former only had rank 6 cultivation level, and the latter's lead soul into Dream was only half-baked. Information Path, when can I not be restricted by this path? Fang Yuan was vexed. Information Path was the pain in his heart. Fang Yuan had tried to work hard, but he lacked some fortuitous encounters. He could not resolve this problem. Chapter 1271. When Fang Yuan killed a wave of Yiksha octopuses, a wave of wall-climbing demonic apes appeared. These apes were ferocious beasts of Earth Trench. They were not inferior to the Yiksha octopuses. After killing this wave of wall-climbing demonic apes, Fang Yuan was attacked by a large group of red flame snakes. These beast groups are likely controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. For example, the Yiksha octopuses are likely the rank 7 immortal zombie dragon commander Yicha. The other Zombie Alliance branches in the other regions are all attacked. Only Northern Plains side is protected by Earth Trench. Not just these desolate beasts. With Lolan's performance earlier, there might be immortal goo as well. This way the battle strength of Wuxia and the rest will need to be reconsidered. However, immortal killer moves cannot be grasped in the short term. With just immortal goo, there is the disadvantage of conflicting Dao marks. Fang Yuan analyzed the information as he fought. Right at this time, a large group of desolate beast horses charged towards Fang Yuan. These horses were very peculiar. They had a pair of goat horns on their heads, their bodies were covered in burning charcoal, they breathed out thick smoke from their noses, their tails and hooves were covered in dark red flames. Dream Path Desolate Beast, Nightmare Demonic Colt. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before realizing. At this time there are Nightmare Demonic Colts, and there are so many of them. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Nightmare Demonic Colts were Dream Path Desolate Beasts. They were very common in the 500 years of his previous life. But now they were extremely rare. Fang Yuan had thought that they had not formed yet. Times were changing, people were changing, the world was also changing. Many goo materials. They were all extinct, causing Strength Path, Chi Path and other paths to decline. Similarly, there were also many new goo materials being created. Dream Path. Paths that were popular in the 500 years of his previous life. Right now, goo immortals were researching them. Even though there were some results, they were very small, they could be said to not have any foundation. After 500 years, Many dream path goo materials started to appear. Nightmare demonic colts were one of them. Thus, Fang Yuan had always thought that nightmare demonic colts did not exist at this time. To think that the nightmare demonic colts before him would make him realize that his estimation was completely wrong. Well done. This bunch of nightmare demon colts. I must have it. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. What did a dream path desolate beast mean? It meant a large number of dream path goo materials. Why had Fang Yuan worked so hard to delve into his dreams? It was to collect dream path goo materials. If he had these nightmare demonic colts, Fang Yuan could use them to refine large numbers of dream path mortal goo, or even dream path immortal goo. He was exploring Southern Border's giant dream realm. Why was unravel dream not enough? Every time he used it, he had to be meticulous in his calculations? To put it bluntly, wasn't it because he did not have enough dream path mortal goo? Just Fang Yuan alone. The efficiency of refining dream path mortal goo was too low. These nightmare devil colts are all mine. Fang Yuan used his methods to capture these nightmare demonic colts. After transforming into the ancient sword serpent, his speed was extremely fast. He moved and pierced through the nightmare demon colt group. No horse could stop him. Fang Yuan tried to knock out the nightmare demon colts and capture them alive in the sovereign immortal aperture to raise them. But on the shadow sect's side, they were clearly prepared. They had set up methods on the nightmare demon colts. Fang Yuan tried hard, but he found that he could not capture these nightmare demon colts alive. At most, he could kill them and take their corpses. But even so, Fang Yuan had great gains. After slaughtering this group of nightmare demon colts, Fang Yuan slaughtered a few more desolate beast groups. There were extraordinary ancient desolate beasts among them. Fang Yuan's battle strength was already at the top of rank 7s, be it the desolate beast groups or the battlefield killer moves, they did not pose any real threat to Fang Yuan. Dark Flow Giant City could not control an endless number of desolate beasts. A moment later, Fang Yuan killed all the beasts. He spent some effort to break the battlefield killer move and destroy half of Dark Flow Giant City. But he still spent a lot of time. Wuxia and the rest had already retreated. Sixth Hair stayed behind. Just like Xianxia, someone had to stay behind to restrain Fang Yuan. But even though Sixth Hair's cultivation level could not compare to Xianxia, he had a huge advantage. He fearlessly looked at Fang Yuan. Do you dare to kill me? What use is there in killing you? After I kill Wuxia, I will make you fall into despair and pain. Fang Yuan snickered. His dragon body rose and flew out of Earth Trench. Sixth Hair was left behind with an ashen expression, as well as the tragic Dark Flow Broken City. Northern Plains was vast and vast. Even with omnidirectional travel, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was at the extreme northwest of Northern Plains. Omnidirectional travel could not be activated for long. While Wuxia was rushing to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Fang Yuan caught up to them again. Let's see who can help you this time. The ancient sword serpent approached. Led soul into dream. Wuxia used an immortal killer move again. Fang Yuan was hit again. This time, the dream realm was unexpectedly deep. He had to use Unravel Dream to break out of the dream realm and return to reality. What's going on? Fang Yuan immediately sensed something amiss. This accident was somewhat out of his expectations, causing him to suffer a small loss. Wuxia smiled. I sacrificed all those nightmare demonic colts earlier. Do you think this batch of Dream Path immortal materials is so easy to obtain? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't chase after them. If you continue, even with the upper extreme heavenly eagle, you will die. What a crafty fellow. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Regardless of Wuxia's intentions, whether it was a provocation or a provocation, Fang Yuan decided to give up on the chase for now. The dream realm was troubling him at all times. He had to pass all of the dream realms to be free of worries. Undeniably, lead soul into dream was quite a detestable move. Even if Fang Yuan had Unravel Dream, he could not touch it in one go. He had to pass all of the dream realms. He entered the dream again. Southern Border, early morning. The damp dew and the mountain fog that was as thick as gray clouds made people feel depressed. The caravan did not move forward. In this thick fog and in the mountains, it was easy for problems to occur. The young Fang Yuan was sitting on a simple bed. The bearded Gu master was lying on the bed. He was close to death. He was on the verge of death. Fang Yuan, thank you for your herbs. The bearded Gu master said weakly. Fang Yuan felt terrible internally. He sobbed, Uncle Bearded, you will recover. The bearded Gu master shook his head. How can I not know about my injuries? Don't cry, rascal. Crying is useless to us. I was once as young as you. I had the same dream as you. Unfortunately, my aptitude was too low. I ended up like this. This world is too big. We are too small. When I was young, I wanted to become a person of indomitable spirit, like those legendary figures of the righteous path. When I was young, I felt that becoming a clan leader was not bad. When I was young, I felt it was great to become a clan elder. When I was middle-aged, I was exiled by the clan. I found that as long as I could support myself and raise my goo worms, I would be satisfied. Do you know what I want now? Fang Yuan sobbed. What do you want? I just want a quiet house to lie down quietly and reminisce about my past until death comes. The bearded goo master had a self-deprecating expression. Then should I leave? Fang Yuan was at a loss of what to do. Go. Let me be alone, I don't want others to see my pathetic appearance when I die. The bearded goo master said. Fang Yuan slowly stood up, hesitating as he walked to the door. At this time, the bearded goo master spoke again. You must have read The Legends of Ren Zhu. There is a section about a lowly person walking out of the ordinary abyss. We are all lowly people, we all want to walk out of the ordinary abyss. Sigh, you must persevere, Fang Yuan. Live on, persevere. It is a pity that my goo were destroyed in the battle. This is my advice to you, my only gift. Us lowly people have no use crying, no one will listen to us even if we shout, we can only persevere. Persevere until you achieve greatness, leaving the ordinary. Or welcome death. Chapter 1272. We finally won. After a while, Zhao Lianyun climbed up from the pool of blood with difficulty. Her injuries were severe, her vision was turning black. But fortunately, Zhao Pu was dead, thus the blood drain immortal killer move on Zhao Lianyun and Yue Yizi was undone. If it could not be undone, Zhao Lianyun and Yue Yizi would die together with Zhao Pu. Huff huff. On the other side, Yue Yizi was breathing heavily, leaning against the wall as he stood up. When he saw Zhao Lianyun, this young Gu immortal was stunned, his expression changed. Lian Fairy Lianyun, your face, no, your body? Yue Yizi stared with wide eyes, stuttering, not knowing how to express himself. Zhao Lianyun was puzzled, thinking, what happened to me? She quickly looked down at herself, the first thing she saw was her hands. A pair of old, bony hands. Zhao Lianyun's heart skipped a beat, and then she realized that she had unknowingly turned into an old woman. Her back was bent, her body was covered in wrinkles, her eyes were blurry and her hair was white. How can this be? Zhao Lianyun was shocked. She grabbed a handful of her hair and easily broke a handful of white hairs in her hand. His originally strong and powerful hair roots had now lost all their strength and became extremely loose. Yue Yizi said, I'm afraid it is the effect of love. Love expended your lifespan to burst out with such power and kill Zhao Pu. Is that so? Zhao Lianyun was dazed, her expression was bewildered. Anyone who was in the prime of their youth would become old. All of a sudden, he became a doddering old man, and his mind would be greatly shaken. That's right. Yue Yizi nodded. He quickly consoled, but don't worry. As long as you use lifespan goo, you will be able to regain your youthful body. Ordinary goo immortals might not be able to get lifespan goo, but you are different, you are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, the sect will definitely give you lifespan goo as support. Zhao Lianyun did not speak. She had complex emotions in her heart. There was shock, disappointment, and disbelief. Some were at a loss. She was an otherworldly demon, but even before her transmigration she had never experienced such a state of aging. After a moment of silence, Zhao Lianyun finally recovered. I want to continue forward. It doesn't matter if I'm old and clumsy. Hong Yun is still waiting for me. Through the window, Zhao Lianyun gazed at the first snowy peak in the distance. Her gaze became firm once again. You can't continue. Yue Yizi was shocked. He quickly walked over to Zhao Lianyun's side and grabbed her arm. Love immortal goo is powerful. But it wasn't stable. Perhaps next time, it will still devour your lifespan. This way you will truly die. Yue Yizi advised. Even if I die, so what? The old granny Zhao Lianyun looked at the young goo immortal Yue Yizi. He smiled faintly. Her smile was not beautiful at all, but Yue Yizi was stunned. Then Zhao Lianyun gently pulled back his arm. She clearly did not use much strength. However, Yue Yizi felt as if an invisible force was attacking his heart. He involuntarily let go of his arm. Then he quietly stood on the spot. He looked at Zhao Lianyun's hunched back, walking out of the hall with heavy old steps. This scene was very ordinary, but Yue Yizi felt a strong sense of shock. He even subconsciously held his breath. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun's aged figure was deeply engraved in his heart. What kind of spirit is this? For the love of her heart, she is willing to sacrifice herself, not fearing death and destruction. Zhao Lianyun, without you I would have definitely died in Zhao Pu's hands. Never mind, let me follow you. At most, I will return my life to you. Yu Yizi was not old, his blood was boiling. After making up his mind, he quickly followed Zhao Lianyun's footsteps, following her closely. There was not much immortal essence left in the phantom aperture. Zhao Lianyun was worried that recklessly summoning love immortal goo would directly consume her remaining lifespan. Thus she chose to walk down the snowy peak. Thus, under the effect of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation, Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi separated, and she went to a snowy peak alone. There was still a hall on the peak, it had a quiet atmosphere. There was an intense battle here. Zhao Lianyun slowly walked into the hall, and soon found that the hall was in ruins. There were traces of an intense battle everywhere. "It's you, Fairy Lianyun?" A voice suddenly entered Zhao Lianyun's ears. Zhao Lianyun was slightly stunned, but soon recognized that this was the voice of that water path gu immortal, Mu Ling Lan. "This is the 8th peak of snowy mountain blessed land. I had an intense battle with the peak lord, Xiao Fei Fei, and now we are both heavily injured. Now let's hide and recuperate as much as we can. You need to be careful, don't fall for her trap. She has an immortal killer move that can cause people to continuously lose their memories." The moment he said that, a mystical light flew out and hit Zhao Lianyun's forehead. "Oh no!" Mu Ling Lan quickly shouted, "Every time you forget, the relevant memories will appear in your mind. Use immortal goo to defend, don't use any immortal killer moves, that will be even more dangerous. Once you forget the immortal killer move's memories, you will suffer from the backlash of the immortal killer move. Persevere, wait for me to heal, I will have the strength to fight." Zhao Lianyun quickly agreed. She hid in a corner and activated her immortal goo to protect herself, waiting for the killer move to activate. Damn it! Zhao Lianyun felt uneasy. She knew her own situation, she had just become a goo immortal not long ago. Most of her battle experience came from the special training period. If she lost her memories during this period, it would be an extremely huge loss to her. Memories started to surface in her mind. Northern Plains. Ma tribe was defeated and surrendered to He tribe. To think that we could still be alive, Lady Xiao Yun. Ma Hong Yun carried Zhao Lianyun and spun around on the spot. "Ah! Put me down, you idiot! You big idiot!" Zhao Lianyun shouted. "Inside Imperial Court blessed land. You are really lucky, you can actually become Chang tribe's son-in-law." "Ah!" Zhao Lianyun patted Ma Hong Yun's shoulder. Ma Hong Yun chuckled, scratching his head. "Lady Xiao Yun, don't worry. You have helped me so much, I will not mistreat you." Zhao Lianyun acknowledged loudly and nodded. "Then I will rely on you from now on." She felt strange inwardly. Why do I feel a sense of loss and bitterness? Inside 88-point Jinyang Tower. You are actually an otherworldly demon. You are actually hiding beside Ma Hong Yun. Ehe, you really have guts, you really have guts. But it is a pity that you met me. Giant suns will reveal thick killing intent. Zhao Lianyun felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He screamed inwardly, "Damn it, there is such a thing? A transmigrator is an otherworldly demon? This world is too much of a scam. It's over, I am dead this time. I'm actually going to die here?" But at the next moment, Ma Hong Yun stepped forward. He stood in front of Zhao Lianyun. He opened his arms, protecting Zhao Lianyun behind him. "Kid, you want to protect an otherworldly demon?" Giant Suns will raised his voice, his expression turning cold. "What otherworldly demon? I don't know what otherworldly demon, I only know that she is Lady Xiao Yun. Without her help, I might have already been beaten to death." Ma Hong Yun defended Zhao Lianyun with all his might. Zhao Lianyun's pupils shrunk, he looked at Ma Hong Yun in a daze. Even against Giant Sun's will. Even this fellow can step forward bravely? Why? I am obviously an otherworldly demon, I am not a person of this world. You idiot, you will die. Protecting me will offend Giant Sun's will. That is your ancestor, you idiot. Even He Lolan's gaze towards Zhao Lianyun was filled with killing intent. "No. Lady Xiao Yun is innocent, you cannot harm her." Ma Hong Yun insisted on his opinion. He wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Lianyun. But Giant Sun ignored Ma Hong Yun, and directly attacked Zhao Lianyun. "No." Ma Hong Yun saw that the situation was bad. He shouted, in a moment of desperation he stretched out his arms and hugged Zhao Lianyun. At this moment, time seemed to have become extremely long. Zhao Lianyun shrunk into Ma Hong Yun's embrace, her heart started to beat wildly. An unprecedented sense of security and warmth filled her heart. Along with it there was also a sense of panic. This panic was not the emotion of her life hanging by a thread, but a wondrous feeling that came from the bottom of her heart. Zhao Lianyun found that at this moment, she had fallen hopelessly in love with the idiot Ma Hongyun. In this world, there were men who would look at the starry sky for her, cheer with her towards the valley, heal her injuries and offer flowers for her. But, who would give up their lives for her? In this world, even Giant Sun Immortal rejected an otherworldly demon, who would be foolish enough to protect her. Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun. Pieces of memories appeared in Zhao Lianyun's mind. Then they disappeared one by one. No, don't. Zhao Lianyun's face was covered in tears as she screamed in agony. Xiao Feifei's voice could be heard. After being hit by my immortal killer move, your most precious memories will be lost. Do you feel pain? Don't worry, the more you forget, the more relaxed you become, you might even laugh. The memories disappeared, a smile appeared on Zhao Lianyun's face. Don't laugh. This is Xiao Feifei's famous sinister killer move in Northern Plains. It can kill people while they are laughing. The longer you laugh, the easier it is for you to die. Mu Linglan quickly transmitted his voice to warn. But Zhao Lianyun seemed to be in a daze, her smile was growing wider and wider. Damn it. Mu Linglan knew he had to make a move. It was fine if he did not make a move, but the moment he made a move, it was an earth-shattering killer move. You actually... Xiao Feifei's position was exposed when he attacked Zhao Lianyun. He was caught off guard and suffered a fatal blow, dying on the spot. Fairy Lianyun, you need to persevere. Mu Linglan quickly rushed over and saved Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun's smile was still on her face, but her mind had regained clarity. 2 streams of turbid tears flowed down from her eyes. Her vision was blurry, her hair was white, she was extremely old, she could only use goo worms to replace her vocal cords. What should I do? I have almost forgotten everything about him. I've even forgotten what he looked like. I only remember his name. I only remember, I love him. Chapter 1273. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the #1 snowy peak. Again. Lady Wanshou approached Ma Hongyun step by step, holding a lightning ball in her hand. Go ahead. Ma Hongyun rolled his eyes indifferently. Lady Wanshou snorted coldly, the lightning ball in her hand flew out and fused into Ma Hongyun's chest. Crackle crackle crackle. Lightning coiled around Ma Hongyun's body, he gritted his teeth, actually maintaining his consciousness amidst the rampaging lightning. The lightning lasted for a while before ending. Ma Hongyun did not faint, he was covered in sweat and his face was flushed red. Failed again. Lady Wanshou stared in disbelief. How can this be? Something is not right. She had failed countless times in lightning refinement of Ma Hongyun. Although the success rate of refining a rank 8 immortal goo was minuscule, it was too unreasonable to keep getting stuck at this point. Lady Wanshou felt like vomiting blood. Especially when she saw that Ma Hongyun had already reached rank 5 peak stage, and because of the repeated lightning refinement failures, there were many lightning path Dao marks on his body. If Ma Hongyun cultivated lightning path, these Dao marks would no doubt be of great help to him. I say, aren't you tired of doing this all the time? Why don't you change to another method? I'm already sick of it. Ma Hongyun knew he was going to die, he was very relaxed and teased Lady Wanshou. Lady Wanshou's eyes shined with a cold light. Ma Hongyun felt an intense pain when this cold light shone on him, assaulting his body and mind. He no longer had the satisfaction from before. He raised his head and screamed, his body twitching non-stop. Lady Wanshou was silent, she listened to Ma Hongyun's screams, her eyes shining with a cold light. Ma Hongyun screamed until his throat was hoarse. Finally, his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Lady Wanshou snorted coldly, the cold light in her eyes faded as she showed a pondering expression. Zhao Lianyun's condition is not good anymore. The number of times love immortal goo can unleash its power has become limited. However, Lady Wanshou seems to have noticed it. South Desolation Immortal, who was far away in Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, knew the situation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land like the back of his hand. At this moment he was also a little restless. The Central Continent Goo Immortals had not appeared yet. What were they planning? Capturing Love Immortal Goo was Ancestor Giant Sun's plan back then. Now, it is time for us descendants to bring it to a perfect conclusion. Black Extremity, get ready to go. The South Desolation Immortal sent his order to the Longevity Heaven through a channel of information. Within the Longevity Heaven, the 8 extremities were still controlling Calamity Luck Altar to attack 5 Elements Grandmaster. Hearing the order, 2 rank 7 Goo Immortals came out. They were Black Extremity and Flood Extremity. Everyone will be going now. Black Extremity called out. Go early and come back early. Heaven Extremity did not dare to be distracted. Without the two rank 7 Gu Immortals, they were helpless against 5 Elements Grandmaster. They could only maintain the current situation and wait for Flood Extremity and Black Extremity to return. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Everything is going according to plan. This way, Love Immortal Gu and Ma Hongyun will return to Longevity Heaven. Central Continent Gu Immortals, if you don't make a move now, it will be too late. South Desolation Immortal was muttering in his mind. Rumble. A loud sound echoed. The whole of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace shook intensely. It was actually forced to reveal its true form. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. So everything was your doing. Destroy this Heavenly Palace, take revenge for our comrades. In front of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, 2 immortal Gu houses appeared. One was filled with the cries of hundreds of birds. It was extremely lively. It was Canary Pavilion. The other was filled with raging winds. It was a tall building. It was wind-sweeping building. Even though the 2 immortal Gu houses had imposing auras, they were both damaged. Evidently, the Central Continent Gu Immortals had paid a huge price to escape from the spaceless tunnel. They finally appeared. South Desolation Immortal snorted coldly. He quickly controlled Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace to defend. Central Continent's 2 immortal Gu houses attacked Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace from the front and back. Even though Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was inside Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, he had no intention of attacking. He had been sitting here for countless years. He only had the strength to attack once. It was to repay someone's kindness. At this moment, even though Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was being attacked, he was sitting at the center of the hall with his eyes closed. He was unmoved. Soon, a layer of sweat appeared on South Desolation Immortal's forehead. Although Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was strong, it had a huge weakness. It had to stay here and could not move freely. Once it moved, even if it was just a millimeter of distance, it would destroy the 300,000 years of hard work it had put in here. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace had spent 300,000 years to spread its influence over Black Heaven and White Heaven above Northern Plains. Once it moved, it would break. Black Heaven and White Heaven would no longer be affected. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was like a huge protective umbrella, firmly protecting Northern Plains. This was arranged by Giant Sun Immortal for the sake of his descendants. How could South Desolation Immortal destroy Ancestor Giant Sun's efforts just because he was attacked? He could only choose to resist. Central Continent's side came prepared. Their attacks burst out and actually suppressed Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Yao Huang, come and control this immortal Gu house. Help me fight the enemy. South Desolation Immortal said. The Medicine Sovereign hurriedly replied and lent a helping hand. With a second-rank 8 Gu Immortal controlling the immortal Gu house, there was an immediate effect. The battle situation stabilized. South Desolation Immortal had a puzzled expression. Strange, why did the Central Continent Gu Immortals' attack suddenly fall? Also, they seem to have met with an accident in the spaceless tunnel. What I am most concerned about is, there are clearly 3 immortal Gu houses, but where did the strongest Edgelink camp go? Did it get destroyed in the spaceless tunnel? But at the next moment, South Desolation Immortal's eyes opened wide as he received the latest information. So Edgelink camp actually appeared in the sky above Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Longevity Heaven had already infiltrated Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Thus South Desolation Immortal knew the situation inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land like the back of his hand. Boom. Another loud sound, followed by intense tremors that spread rapidly. The 12 snowy peaks of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land were shaking intensely. Immortal Gu House Edgelink Camp's power was huge because this Immortal Gu House had 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. One was Wei Lingyang, the other was Bai Chen Tian. Meanwhile, Myriad Tidal Dragon was controlling Wind-Sweeping Building, taking care of Canary Pavilion and Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Edgelink Camp was very powerful. Even in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, it resisted the power of the fate-reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation, firmly hovering in the sky like a nail. We are saved. Reinforcements are finally here. Why is there only one Edgelink camp? Where are the other 2? The 5 Central Continent Gu Immortals who were scattered on the snowy peaks looked up, their morale surging when they saw Edgelink camp. Edgelink camp also discovered these 5 Gu Immortals, especially Zhao Lianyun who had Love Immortal Gu. Wei Lingyang and Bai Chen Tian naturally wanted to save their companions. However, the fate-reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation was not just for show. Edgelink camp wanted to dive down, but it was obstructed by a strong formless force. The Super Gu formation here is not simple. It actually uses Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River is actually an old ancestor Shuehu's hands. But this goo formation is built on snowy mountain blessed land. The blessed land is the foundation of the goo formation. If we cannot deal with the goo formation, we can directly destroy snowy mountain blessed land and destroy its foundation. That way this goo formation will collapse on its own. Wei Lingyang and Bai Qin Tian discussed for a while before deciding on their battle plan. Bam bam bam, Edge Link camp burst forth with a fierce offensive. The giant horn silhouettes were unceasing, constantly bombarding various parts of snowy mountain blessed land, causing extremely violent tremors. Snowy mountain blessed land welcomed an apocalyptic scene. Avalanches occurred on the snowy peaks, huge ravines appeared on the ground, countless birds and beasts fled in panic. Husband. Lady Wan Shou stood beside old ancestor Shui Hu, temporarily putting down the goo refinement with a worried expression. Wife, if this immortal goo house is allowed to work, snowy mountain blessed land will be destroyed sooner or later. By then, this refinement path formation will also be destroyed. Don't worry, what can a mere immortal goo house do to me? I will teach these meddlesome central continent goo immortals a lesson. Old ancestor Shui Hu laughed heartily, boldly charging towards Edge Link camp. Both sides fought intensely in the sky. Chapter 1274. Old ancestor Shui Hu displayed the battle strength of the number 1 rank 8s in northern plains. His might was vast and shook heaven and earth. His aura was boundless, shocking even gods and frightening ghosts. Old ancestor Shui Hu is truly worthy of being the number 1 person in northern plains. Bai Qin Tian lost his temper. An expert's attack was extraordinary. Bai Qin Tian and old ancestor Shui Hu had just fought for a while, but he knew he was not Shui Hu's match. Edge Link camp continued to shake. Under old ancestor Shui Hu's tyrannical attacks, it seemed to be unable to bear the burden. It is a pity that old ancestor Shui Hu is alone, while we have 2 rank 8 goo immortals. Wei Lingyang sneered, saying to Bai Qin Tian, I will leave this to you. Bai Qin Tian transmitted, don't worry, I can hold on. If anything goes wrong, I will call you back. Wei Lingyang used a method to secretly fly out of Edge Link camp. He could not resist the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation alone, but the formation was using most of its strength to protect the foundation of snowy mountain blessed land, so Wei Lingyang's pressure was greatly reduced. He was confident he could go to all the snowy peaks with his own methods. Because he was a Rule Path goo immortal. Rule Path had a huge advantage in this aspect. Even though old ancestor Shui Hu was stronger than Wei Lingyang, he was inferior in this aspect. But Wei Lingyang had only flown half the way when he was discovered by old ancestor Shui Hu's powerful investigative killer move. Where are you going? Old ancestor Shui Hu shouted angrily, waving his hand. Immediately, a boundless blizzard started to blow, heaven and earth changed color, all living beings went silent, directly engulfing Wei Lingyang. Wei Lingyang's plan was thwarted, but he was not discouraged. He continued to change directions, trying to break through old ancestor Shui Hu's obstruction, cooperating with Bai Qin Tian to split up and attack. Lady Wan Shou's body was covered in cold sweat. She did not have the mood to refine goo now. She was paying attention to this crucial battle. If old ancestor Shui Hu won, everything would be fine. Even if it was not, they would be safe. If old ancestor Shui Hu lost, everything would be over, all their efforts would be for naught. Even though old ancestor Shui Hu had great battle strength, Wei Lingyang and Bai Qin Tian were rank 8 goo immortals, they had an immortal goo house Edge Link camp. In contrast, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation was of limited help to rank 8 goo immortals like old ancestor Shui Hu. Wei Lingyang wanted to split his forces for a surprise attack, but this undoubtedly took up a lot of old ancestor Shui Hu's energy, making it hard for the latter to display his full strength. If we allow one of the rank 8 goo immortals to attack the snowy peak, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lady Wan Shou had a worried expression. At this moment, the snowy mountain blessed land had reached a critical juncture of life and death. Lady Wan Shou, I have a way to resolve your current crisis. Right at this time, a message was transmitted to Lady Wan Shou's immortal aperture. This is? Lady Wan Shou was shocked. Because the goo worm that transmitted the message was the one that Lady Wan Shou had kept in her immortal aperture and had never used before. Many years ago, when Lady Wan Shou had just become an immortal. In the cave. So Senior is already here. Junior will leave now. I don't dare to disturb Senior from obtaining this true inheritance. Lady Wan Shou felt a surge of aura from this mysterious goo immortal and her heart jumped. But who knew that this mysterious goo immortal would say, Young lady, you are a goo immortal at such a young age, you also know your limits and know when to advance and when to retreat, very good. But I cannot obtain this true inheritance, I do not have the qualifications. I am willing to give this true inheritance to you, but after you inherit it, you need to let me browse through its contents. At the same time you will owe me a favor. In the future, if something happens, you will need to help someone who can use this information path Gu worm to transmit information. Lady Wanshou thought about it for a moment before agreeing. She actually had no other choice. Because if she did not agree with just her cultivation level, she might not be able to leave alive. Rather than that, she might as well take a gamble. Great. Come, let's set an alliance agreement. The mysterious Gu Immortal laughed heartily while stroking his beard. This scene of the past rapidly flashed in Lady Wanshou's mind. She immediately responded, "May I ask if you also want fortune rivaling heaven, Immortal Gu?" That Gu worm quickly transmitted, "Haha, it seems that Lady Wanshou is very sincere towards old ancestor Xianxia. Don't worry, we have no ill intentions towards you, we only need Lady Wanshou to refine a Gu material. If you can do this, we will help you and your husband to repel these strong enemies of Central Continent. Then invite the esteemed guest in." Lady Wanshou thought about it before nodding. A moment later, a group of 4 Gu immortals appeared in front of Lady Wanshou. They were Wuxia and the others. Lulan Tai by Yunxing. Lady Wanshou immediately recognized 2 of them. There was no helping it, 88-point Jianghu Tower had collapsed. The culprits were being chased everywhere. Lulan and Tai by Yunxing had become famous, along with Fang Yuan. Right now, seeing these 2 culprits, Lady Wanshou was very surprised. After all, some time ago the huge superforce He tribe had taken the blame for Lulan. They were besieged by the Huangjin tribes and were eventually annexed by Baizu tribe. As for Bai Ningbing and Wuxia, Lady Wanshou naturally did not recognize them. But what made her even more surprised was that these 4 Gu immortals were clearly led by the weakest strength path immortal zombie, Wuxia. "I wonder how esteemed guests can help us husband and wife repel the enemy?" Lady Wanshou asked. Wuxia laughed heartily, speaking with composure. "Lady Wanshou, I know that the alliance agreement with you back then has already been removed by old ancestor Xianxua's help. But we have no ill intentions, we have a common enemy, that is these Central Continent Gu immortals, we are excellent allies. At this moment you let us in, it shows that you still remember your old relationship, you understand the danger of this situation. But as long as you help us refine an immortal material, everything will be resolved." "What immortal material? Give it to me." Lady Wanshou spread out her hands. But Wuxia shook his head, smiling bitterly. "This immortal material is in your immortal aperture. Oh. It is the purple gold rock that old ancestor Xianxia obtained from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance graveyard." Wuxia answered. Lady Wanshou's pupils shrunk, letting out bright light as she took out an immortal material. "It is this." The 4 immortals looked at it. This rock was palm-sized, it was shining with purple gold and had a stone texture. Wuxia heaved a long sigh. "Sigh, it is this rock. So you are members of Shadow Sect." Lady Wanshou exposed the identities of Wuxia and the others. Wuxia was not surprised, he nodded and admitted, "Fairy, you have good eyes, please help." Lady Wanshou nodded. This way, she and these Shadow Sect Gu immortals were indeed enemies of Central Continent's Gu immortals. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Moreover, Lady Wanshou took a quick glance at the battle in the sky, before turning her gaze to the purple gold rock in her hand. "What kind of immortal material is this? I can't recognize it. After obtaining it, I have asked for guidance several times but no one knows. I won't hide it from you, I have already tried to refine this purple gold rock, but I failed every time." Wuxia laughed heartily, his tone carrying some arrogance. "That is because this is a special method of my Shadow Sect. Lady Wanshou, you don't know the correct steps and methods, I will teach you one by one, you just have to follow the instructions and you can successfully refine it." An ancient sword dragon rode on the clouds, finally arriving at Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. From the outside world, one could not see the scene inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Thus, even though there were battles of life and death in the Blessed Land in the outside world, it was a peaceful scene. They actually entered Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Strange. Fang Yuan could not help but hesitate. He knew that in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, old ancestor Xianxia had already turned Snowy Mountain Blessed Land into a dangerous place. Wuxia and the others actually barged in? Was this real or an illusion? Could it be like that time in Eastern Sea, when Wuxia and the others arranged a method in the Gu formation, creating an illusion and deceiving Fang Yuan's Qi Luck sensation again? If it was real, the implications were too many. Fang Yuan hesitated. Although he had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, it was not wise to barge in rashly like this. he decided not to show himself and observe first. Chapter 1275. Xuehu, take this. Wei Lingyang shouted, pointing at old ancestor Xuehu with his right hand. Immediately, a majestic beam of light shot towards old ancestor Xuehu. Old ancestor Xuehu snorted lightly, he raised his hand and a huge ice wall appeared, blocking the beam of light easily. Following that, old ancestor Xuehu opened his mouth and breathed out. Balls of cold air flew towards Wei Lingyang like flying axes. Wei Lingyang's expression changed. These flying axes were very troublesome. He had already suffered from them and most importantly he did not have any methods to counter them. Without a choice, Wei Lingyang could only fly into the Immortal Gu House Edge Link camp and use its powerful defensive ability to protect himself. Bam bam bam. With a series of soft sounds, the flying axes followed Wei Lingyang, landing on Edge Link camp one after another. Edge Link camp shook intensely, large amounts of icy air spread out, many of the mortal goo that formed the Immortal Gu House were frozen to death. Quick, repair the Immortal Gu House. Someone is injured, heal him. Activate the Immortal Gu House, use offense as defense. The Gu Immortals inside the Immortal Gu House were in chaos. Wei Lingyang breathed roughly, his right hand had unknowingly turned into a lump of ice. When did I get hit? Even Wei Lingyang was shocked at the injury on his right hand. Old ancestor Xuehu had countless methods, they were either powerful or sinister, they were hard to defend against. Wei Lingyang was unknowingly hit by old ancestor Xuehu's move, he suffered a loss. Wei Lingyang tried several methods, but the injury on his right hand showed no signs of improvement. This injury is so troublesome. Bai Qin Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. It's no big deal, my right hand is only temporarily sealed. I am more worried about Myriad Tidal Dragon. Even though he controls 2 Immortal Gu houses and has the help of most of the Central Continent Gu Immortals, he is facing Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace and Longevity Heaven. We need to save Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, then regroup with Myriad Tidal Dragon and retreat to Central Continent. Wei Lingyang's eyes flickered. Central Continent's Gu Immortals naturally came prepared, even though there was an accident in the spaceless tunnel earlier, Central Continent's foundation was still strong enough. After these Central Continent Gu Immortals reacted, they faced it head-on and successfully escaped. But the current situation was very disadvantageous to Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Dealing with the Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was already very difficult. Now that they had split into 2 as the decision-maker, Wei Lingyang was under a lot of pressure. Rumble. Thunderous explosions resounded endlessly, the Immortal Gu House Edge Link camp shook continuously, it was forced to retreat. Central Continent's 2 Rank 8 Gu Immortals were elites among Rank 8s. To be able to become members of the Celestial Court, they were naturally very powerful. But Northern Plains had the strongest battle strength in the 5 regions. Old ancestor Xuehu was publicly recognized as the strongest Rank 8s in Northern Plains. At this moment he exploded with a stormy attack. Ever since Central Continent fought with old ancestor Xuehu, they had never gained the upper hand. We can't go on like this. Heal your injuries here and control the Immortal Gu House to control the situation. I will go outside to distract old ancestor Xuehu. Bai Qin Tian gritted his teeth. Be careful. Wei Lingyang knew that his injuries had not recovered yet, he reminded Bai Qin Tian. Bai Qin Tian flew out of Edge Link camp, he quickly used an immortal killer move, turning into a green rainbow that resembled a long bridge in the sky, directly pouncing towards the snowy peak below. Bai Qin Providence was destroying the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Once this formation was destroyed, Immortal Gu House Edge Link camp would not be obstructed, it could directly enter and save Zhao Lianyun or maybe Ma Hongyun. Old ancestor Xuehu was strong, but he could not stop Edge Link camp's rampage. Don't even think about it. Old ancestor Xuehu had already seen through Central Continent's tactic. He activated an immortal killer move, countless hailstones fell from the sky. These hailstones were huge, they were like mounds of earth. Bang, bang, bang. They fell down and the hailstones immediately turned into snow monsters. These snow monsters had desolate beast-level battle strength, there were even ancient desolate beast snow monsters among them. They stood on the snowy peak, raising their heads and roaring. Old ancestor Xuehu suddenly breathed in deeply, 2 streams of deep blue frost air that were almost black came out of his nostrils. The cold air dissipated, and immediately a strong blizzard blew in the air. The snow monsters were like fish in water in the blizzard, they could even use the blizzard to fly. But Bai Qin Tian was greatly restricted. Amazing. Old ancestor Xuehu knows that he cannot use battlefield killer moves in the Gu formation, he actually dismantled his signature battlefield killer move. His ice and snow path attainment level has probably reached Great Grandmaster level. Seeing this, be it by Qin Tian or Wei Lingyang, they were both shaken. At Great Grandmaster level, all sorts of killer moves could be dismantled and used freely. Their understanding of paths was already close to Dao. But what if I join in? Wei Lingyang sneered. At the next moment he also charged out of Edge Link camp, entering the Gu formation. The injury on his right hand had already healed. Evidently, he had high attainment in the healing aspect. Old Ancestor Shui, whose expression changed slightly. He was facing 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals and an Immortal Gu house at the same time. He was in a difficult situation. He seemed to be losing control of the battle. After all, he could not destroy the Immortal Gu house for now. The 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals were experts, and most importantly, Old Ancestor Shui, who had to protect this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals could not destroy this formation, but rank 8 Gu Immortals were different. By Qin Tian and Wei Lingyang attacked the enemy's weakness, they gradually turned the situation around. They had the initiative. Inside the Immortal Gu house, Edge Link camp, there were a group of rank 7 Gu Immortals. They did not seek to make any mistakes. They were like a tortoise shell, Old Ancestor Shui who could not kill them easily. Bam bam bam. From time to time, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation shook and buzzed. This was because a small portion of Bai Qin Tian's and Wei Lingyang's attacks had escaped Old Ancestor Shui, whose obstruction, and landed on snowy mountain-blessed land. This is great. Come on, masters and fellow immortals of the Middle Continent. Zhao Yinyun and the rest did not need to take risks now. They stood on the snowy peaks and watched with excitement. Looking up at the sky with them were the surviving snowy mountain peak lords. Their faces were shrouded in a layer of worry. This is the power of a rank 8 Gu Immortal. It is truly heaven-shaking and earth-shaking. It is truly terrifying. Because of this formation, the aftermath of the battle between rank 8s did not spread, otherwise, we would have all died. Lord Shui, who might have strong battle strength, but Central Continent scoundrels are extremely crafty. At this rate, the Gu formation will be destroyed by them sooner or later. Meanwhile, on the first snowy peak of Snowy Mountain, the refinement of the purple gold rock had reached the final stage. To think that enshrouding fragrance could actually dissolve the purple gold rock. Lady Wanshou felt like her horizons had been broadened. Enshrouding fragrance was also an immortal material. Using immortal materials to refine immortal materials was a rare method. Moreover, Lady Wanshou found that the essence of this method was actually food path. Food path was very rare. No wonder Lady Wanshou could not do anything to this purple gold rock. The last layer of rock melted away, and a glaring purple light immediately soared into the sky, forcing people to close their eyes. Lady Wanshou narrowed her eyes into slits and could barely make out a figure in the purple light. This figure was small, only the size of an adult's thumb. There were 2 thin purple wings on his back. Miniman? Lady Wanshou was slightly stunned, recognizing this figure's race. Bathed in the purple light, the Miniman slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were also a glassy purple, and they were exceptionally deep. As he opened his eyes, a powerful aura leaked out. Rank 8 Gu Immortal. At once, this aura caused the intense battle in the sky of Snowy Mountain blessed land to slow down. Why is another rank 8 Gu Immortal here? And it is Northern Plains aura. Bai Qin Tian and Wei Lingyang looked at each other, feeling that something was amiss. Greetings to Lord Purple. Wuxia had already led the Gu Immortals behind him, respectfully greeting this rank 8 Miniman Gu Immortal. Only Bai Ningbing was an exception. She was still standing straight. Chapter 1276. The Miniman Gu Immortal pondered for a moment before activating an immortal killer move, shouting, "Expand, expand, expand." Thereupon, his body started to expand. Soon he was no different from a normal person. Moreover, the wings on his back also retracted. From his appearance, he looked no different from a normal human. At this point, the Gu Immortals present finally saw the true appearance of this mysterious rank 8 Gu Immortal. He was an old man with an ordinary appearance. He even gave off a somewhat sloppy feeling. The only distinguishing feature was his purple hair. It was messy and fluffy like a beggar. Tai Bai Yunqing's face was covered in tears. He knelt down on both knees. His body was shaking from excitement as he shouted, "Master! So it is you. I remember that I had once given you a time path true inheritance." The rank 8 Gu Immortal smiled, revealing a mouthful of incomplete yellow teeth. Even though my sex plan succeeded, there were many accidents. The current situation is like this. To stall for time, Wuxia went forward and transmitted many thoughts to the purple-haired old man. In a moment, the purple-haired old man understood everything. It is a pity that Providence won by a small margin. But we have not lost all hope yet. Wuxia, you did well, it has been hard on you. And Tai Bai Yunxing, get up. Now, while I am still conscious, let's join hands with Xianxia and make these Central Continent Gu immortals stay. The situation was urgent. The purple-haired old man immediately realized that the battle between the rank 8 Gu immortals was the crucial point. He did not hesitate, his body turned into a purple light that shot into the sky. At the next moment, he was in the sky, standing beside old ancestor Xianxia. May I know your name? Old ancestor Xianxia was not surprised. Lady Wanshou had already used Gu worms to transmit the situation of Shadow Sex Group's appearance to him. With a mysterious helper, old ancestor Xianxia was excited. I have many names, but... The purple-haired old man revealed a deep smile. Xianxia, you can call me Zishan Makoto. Immediately, old ancestor Xianxia and Zishan Makoto worked together to deal with the two Central Continent rank 8s in Edgelink camp. Zishan Makoto's strength was extremely shocking. Although the number of times he attacked was limited, every time he did, it had the effect of adding the finishing touch. Any ordinary rank 8 would be able to turn the situation around for old ancestor Xianxia. Not to mention the addition of the unfathomable Zishan Makoto. Even though Wei Lingyang and Bai Qin Tian gritted their teeth and fought bitterly, they could not stop the situation from tilting towards northern plains. After a dozen rounds, the two of them were actually forced to retreat to Edgelink camp, unable to resist the combined attacks of old ancestor Xianxia and Zishan Makoto. The peak leaders raised their arms and cheered upon seeing this. With no Central Continent Gu immortals attacking the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation, the result of this battle was clear. In contrast, Zhao Lianyun and the other 4 Gu immortals who were trapped in snowy mountain-blessed land were deathly pale. Such a drastic change in the battle situation caused their hopes of survival to become extremely slim. What should they do? Outside snowy mountain-blessed land, an ancient sword dragon was hidden in the clouds. Shadow Sect is actually related to Snowy Mountain. Then why did Qin Baisheng and Feng Jioge fight in Luopa Valley earlier? Why did they not ask Snowy Mountain for help? Maybe this relationship is not as close as I thought. Qi Lux Sensation told Fang Yuan that Wuxia and the rest were inside Snowy Mountain blessed land. They were not far away. Fang Yuan's pursuit was obstructed. He was unwilling to give up. He continued to wander around, looking for new opportunities. At a certain place 1,000 li away, 2 Gu immortals descended from the sky. They were none other than the Celestial Longevity Plane's Black Extremity and Flood Extremity. This is the place. Black Extremity said as he activated his Gu worm, causing a huge commotion. The small slope in front of them started to shine with a dazzling light. Flood Extremity realized at once. So you have already set up a Gu formation here. Do I need to control the Gu formation now? Black Extremity shook his head. Let's enter the formation first. He took a step forward and entered the Gu formation. Flood Extremity followed closely behind. Once they entered the Gu formation, Flood Extremity's expression changed. He exclaimed, "This Gu formation has a grand aura as expected of someone like Black Extremity who set it up personally. Once it is activated, it will have shocking power." But, towards the end, Flood Extremity's tone became hesitant. But what? Black Extremity looked at him with interest. Flood Extremity replied solemnly, "But from what I can tell, this formation seems to be incomplete. It seems to be a lake. Before this, there should have been a sea connected to it." Black Extremity heard this and raised his brows, clapping as he praised, "As expected of a water path quasi-great grandmaster, you are already half a step into the realm of comprehending new things by analogy." That's right. This Gu formation is only a subformation. There is a main formation that resonates with it. Then where is the main formation? Flood Extremity frowned. Before Black Extremity answered, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He realized, I get it. That main formation is Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Indeed. Black Extremity laughed loudly. I received orders earlier to approach Lady Wanshou as Sun Ming Lu. Eventually, I created the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation to irrigate Reverse Flow River. Even though old ancestor Xianxia, who is the #1 expert in northern plains, he does not know formation path, he did not see through my secret method. Right now, as long as I activate this subformation, I can destroy the main formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and bring Reverse Flow River here. Once the Gu formation collapses within the surrounding 10,000 li of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Everyone and everything will be swept away by reverse flow river, they will all be brought here. Black Extremity spoke confidently, showing excitement in his eyes. Flood Extremity was shocked. But if we do that, wouldn't we be sending those 4 rank 8 great experts here as well? Black Extremity shook his head. Reverse flow river is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it is extraordinary, it has an unimaginable amount of Dao marks. As long as they fall into the river, even rank 8 great experts cannot use any goo worms. In The Legends of Renzu, Renzu did not use any goo worms in reverse flow river. Then won't we be able to do anything to them? Flood Extremity was excited. But Black Extremity shook his head. We are outside reverse flow river, but any attacks we use on it will be reflected back. The so-called reverse flow river has the word reverse in its name, it naturally deserves its name. Flood Extremity was confused. If that is the case, how can we save Ma Hongyun and capture Zhao Linyun? Black Extremity raised his head and laughed. You forgot something, this reverse flow river is still affected by my fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. When the main formation collapses and reverse flow river forms, it will flow towards us. By then, the people in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land will be arranged by me like Ma Hongyun and Zhao Linyun, they will be at the front of reverse flow river. Lady Wanshou and the rest will be at the back. Central Continent's Gu Immortals will be at the back, those rank 8 Gu Immortals will be at the back. Amazing. Flood Extremity's eyes shined brightly, he clapped. This way Ma Hongyun and Zhao Linyun will definitely struggle to escape from Lady Wanshou and the rest. They will move forward and widen the distance between them and the Gu Immortals behind them. As long as they stay at the front, we will be able to approach them and capture them alive. But Flood Extremity frowned. If Ma Hongyun and Zhao Linyun cannot hold on, they will end up like Renzu, they will be washed away by reverse flow river. If that is the case, they will fall behind the other Gu Immortals, wouldn't that ruin our plan? Black Extremity smiled bitterly. This is indeed the biggest flaw in our plan. But thankfully, reverse flow river has nothing to do with cultivation level or stamina, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Linyun have an advantage. But this is still too risky. Flood Extremity was not satisfied with this answer. Black Extremity shrugged. Then what do you want a rank 7 Gu Immortal like me to do? This is already the best method. After all, we are not targeting 1 or 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals, we are targeting Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and Central Continent's Gu Immortal experts. There are rank 8 great experts involved, and from the looks of it, there are 4 of them. Flood Extremity was silent, he nodded helplessly. This was indeed the limit of their abilities. Honestly speaking, it was not easy for Black Extremity to do this. Don't worry. We are just a part of it, don't forget, Lord Southern Desolate has already awakened, he definitely has other plans. We just need to focus on our own matters. Black Extremity patted Flood Extremity's shoulder, consoling him. Chapter 1277. Bam bam bam. Giant horn's silhouette shot around in the sky, creating a storm of attacks. Around old ancestor Xuehu, frost energy overflowed, surging blue frost flooded Edge Link camp layer by layer. The 2 Central Continent rank 8s in Edge Link camp gritted their teeth and endured, while the other Gu Immortals behind them were busy repairing the immortal Gu houses. They were sweating profusely and had panicked expressions. Beside old ancestor Xuehu, Zishan Makoto's body was emitting a dazzling purple light, illuminating the whole of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Central Continent's side attacked Snowy Mountain, while Zishan Makoto was in charge of defending this blessed land. This blessed land was the foundation of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. As long as they defended it, Central Continent would definitely fail. What do we do now? Bai Chen Tian's face showed some panic. At this rate, not only will we not be able to save Zhao Linyun and Ma Hongyun, we might even lose this immortal Gu house and ourselves. As the leader of this operation, Wei Ling Yang's expression was extremely grim. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous to Central Continent's side. It could even be said that there was no hope at all. According to the Central Continent Gu Immortals battle plan, they were supposed to split into 2 groups. One group would restrain Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, while the other group would save Ma Hongyun and Zhao Linyun before regrouping with the first group and retreating from Northern Plains. But now, Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands group could barely protect themselves, while the other group was counting on them to save them. This was Northern Plains, not Central Continent. 3 rank 8s, 3 immortal Gu houses and many Gu Immortals, but they were still alone. Of course, this was also because the Northern Plains Gu Immortals came prepared. Central Continent did not know of Giant Sun Immortals' plan back then. Central Continent's heavy attack had a high chance of success according to the sneak attack plan. But as the situation developed, the sneak attack turned into a forceful attack, and with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arrangements, Central Continent's Gu Immortals fell into such a passive state, they were in grave danger. Wei Ling Yang's mind raced rapidly. After a while, he gritted his teeth as if using all his strength, he ordered, "Retreat! Forget about Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun." With the appearance of Zishan Makoto, this was beyond the capabilities of Wei Ling Yang and the rest. If it continued to drag on, Zhongzhou State would suffer a greater loss. Wei Ling Yang decided to retreat immediately, returning to Black Heaven and meeting up with the other two Immortal Gu houses before escaping back to Central Continent. If Edge Link Camp wanted to leave, Old Ancestor Xuehu and Zishan Makoto could not stop them even if they worked together. After all, they did not have Immortal Gu houses, they could not stop Edge Link Camp's rampage. But, just as Edge Link Camp was about to charge out of this Gu formation, a change occurred. The entire snowy mountain-blessed land shook violently. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. What happened? The blessed land seems to be collapsing. Zhao Lianyun and the others, as well as the other surviving peak leaders, were all extremely shocked. Rumble. Amidst the violent muffled sounds, the snowy peaks began to collapse. What's going on? Old Ancestor Xuehu also showed shock on his face. The entire formation is collapsing on its own. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with brilliance as he suddenly changed his words. No. This formation. Before he finished speaking, the Gu Immortals present heard the sound of surging water. In the next moment, surging waves seemed to appear out of thin air, sweeping in all directions. It was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Reverse Flow River. Oh no, wife. Everything happened too quickly. Old Ancestor Xuehu wanted to rush back to the first snowy peak, but halfway there, he was submerged by Reverse Flow River. In Reverse Flow River, all Gu worms could not be activated. Old Ancestor Xuehu could not help himself, he was immediately swept away by the river. He was the strongest person here, but even so, there was no need to mention the others. Immortal Gu House Edge Link Camp directly disintegrated in the river, the Central Continent Gu Immortals were swept away like dumplings. Zhao Lianyun and the rest, the other peak lords of snowy mountain-blessed land, Lady Wanshou, Wuxia, and Ma Hongyun were all swept into Reverse Flow River. Snowy mountain-blessed land had completely collapsed, only a trace of its frame was left, the winds of assimilation started to form. It's here. Far away, Black Extremity's forehead was bulging with veins, he was controlling the subformation with all his might. He was the culprit behind Snowy Mountain's sudden change. Meanwhile, on the side, Flood Extremity dutifully protected him. Moreover, at the final moment, Flood Extremity even needed to exert himself, using water path methods to collect Reverse Flow River. What? Fang Yuan felt his vision brightening as a huge wave drowned him. Once the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement mother formation crumbled, all the people and objects within 10,000 li of snowy mountain-blessed land would be engulfed by Reverse Flow River. Fang Yuan was within this range, he would not be spared. In the surging river, Fang Yuan's head popped out. This is Reverse Flow River? He was knowledgeable. After the shock, he immediately recognized the origin of this river. Snowy mountain-blessed land has Reverse Flow River? No wonder my ancient sword serpent transformation was mysteriously dispelled. This was natural. Inside Reverse Flow River, Gu worms could not be used. Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation was an immortal killer move, it needed Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu to activate. Thus, once Fang Yuan was swept in, all Gu worms stopped being used, he returned to his original appearance. Thankfully I am good at swimming. Fang Yuan moved his limbs as he swam with ease. In front of him, on the vast river, there were many living beings swimming. There were large numbers of wild beasts, trees, flowers, and even rocks. Reverse Flow River's currents were turbulent, there were rocks and trees in the water, they were rampaging and causing chaos in the river. Fang Yuan's heart sank. In this situation he could not use Gu worms, his battle strength fell to rock bottom, he could only rely on his body's defensive strength. Right at this time Fang Yuan heard a strange sound. He quickly turned around and saw that under the rapid currents, a huge metal tree, the trunk of which was as large as an elephant, was sweeping towards him. Danger. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he wanted to dodge. But in the turbulent Reverse Flow River, he could not control himself, his speed fell by many times, the metal tree slammed into his waist. Fang Yuan was knocked deep into the river. Next, he frantically swung his limbs, his head emerging from the river. Huff huff huff. He breathed heavily, breathing in fresh air, he quickly inspected his body, checking his injuries. He was taken aback by the inspection. because he had no injuries. There were only some bruises on his waist. But soon the bruises on his body also disappeared. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He suddenly realized, right? My body is not ordinary, it is the sovereign immortal body. In Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan could not use any goo worms, he could only rely on his body. But Chapter 1278. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain ended, Fang Yuan had tested this body's foundation on the road. He ran on foot, he was agile and fast like a galloping horse. With a light jump he could reach 10 feet. After jumping from 580 feet and landing on his head, he would feel a numbness in his scalp and a slight dizziness. After 2 to 3 breaths of time, these symptoms would disappear. And he had great strength. He had great endurance. Even after running for 15 minutes, he did not feel any fatigue. His 5 senses were also very strong, his dynamic vision was simply too amazing. His vision was very wide. Within 10,000 steps he could see everything clearly. After the strenuous exercise, his heartbeat quickly calmed down. Every beat of his heart was heavy and powerful. His thinking speed was far beyond mortals. Even under the light of wisdom he could hold on for a long time. Even Gu immortals could not reach this level with just their physical bodies alone. Not just a metal tree, even if a metal mountain crashed into him, Fang Yuan would still be alive and kicking. This was the quality of the sovereign immortal body. It had nothing to do with goo worms, it had to do with the Tao marks on his body. In this reverse flow river I cannot use goo worms. Others cannot either. But my sovereign immortal body is strong enough. The Tao marks on my body are also extraordinary. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became. In Wuxia, he swung his limbs and swam forward like a swordfish. The entire reverse flow river was extremely turbulent, but overall, it was being guided by the subformation, flowing in the direction of black extremity and flood extremity. A multicolored tiger was crawling on a piece of driftwood with its front limbs. Fang Yuan swam towards the tiger. The tiger was unmoved. But Fang Yuan breathed roughly, he lay on the driftwood and rested for a while. This piece of driftwood could not bear the weight of a man and a tiger, it started to sink. The tiger was anxious, it opened its mouth and wanted to bite Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, he stretched out his arms, pressing on the tiger's head with one hand while clenching his fist with the other. He punched the tiger to death. Thankfully there are no desolate beasts here. There are only ordinary wild beasts. Even the supreme immortal physique was not enough against wild beasts. The snowy mountain-blessed land naturally did not lack desolate beasts. But in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo and activate the formation to defend against enemies, snowy mountain-blessed land had already modified it. Goo immortals who had desolate beasts kept them in their immortal apertures. Otherwise, wouldn't it be stupid to let enemies kill them for no reason? Fang Yuan swam in the reverse flow river trying to find Wuxia. The great snow mountain-blessed land collapsed, and the reverse flow river surged out. Therefore, Fang Yuan did not know that Zisha Makoto had awakened. In his heart, his imaginary enemy was still old ancestor Xuehu. Based on his initial estimation, he felt that Wuxia had some connection with the great snow mountain, but it was not a close one. If not, why didn't old ancestor Xuehu help him in the battle of Yitian Mountain? There was nothing wrong with Fang Yuan's analysis and reasoning. However, he lacked information path methods and had too little information. In this situation, even if I encounter old ancestor Xuehu, I can protect myself. Because I cannot use goo worms in reverse flow river, it is a special environment. Since Wuxia is related to old ancestor Xuehu, if I miss this chance, they will grow stronger under old ancestor Xuehu's protection. If I miss this chance, I will never be able to kill Wuxia's group again. With such a thought, Fang Yuan rested for a while before setting off again. Next he saw Bai Qintian. A Central Continent Rank 8 Goo Immortal. Fang Yuan was shocked. What happened? A Rank 8 Goo Immortal, not old ancestor Xuehu, but a Central Continent Goo Immortal. Bai Qintian was in a sorry state, he was lying on the shell of a giant tortoise, he was covered in injuries. These injuries were not from the collision in reverse flow river, they were from the battle earlier. He was a Rank 8 Goo Immortal, his Tao marks conflicted, once he got injured it was hard to heal. But in the battle he was at a disadvantage, how could he have time to heal himself? Thus, after the main formation broke, he was swept away by reverse flow river, he could not use goo worms, his injuries were delayed. But thankfully he met a floating tortoise in the river. Using this tortoise, Bai Qintian finally had a chance to recover. Fang Yuan found Bai Qintian also found Fang Yuan. But Bai Qintian did not know Fang Yuan. because Fang Yuan's current appearance was the sovereign immortal body. As for his original appearance, the celestial court exposed it. It was widely spread in the 5 regions. Even though Bai Qin Tian did not know Fang Yuan, he frowned. He was very wary. Because Fang Yuan's aura showed that he was a Northern Plains Gu immortal. This was because of the sovereign immortal body. After passing through the regional walls, Fang Yuan's aura could change freely in the 5 regions. Wherever he went, he would be the Gu immortal of that region. He could blend in perfectly. Who is this person? Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's peak lords do not have someone like him. But he might have been recruited by old ancestor Xuehu. Bai Qin Tian stood up from the tortoise's back. He looked at Fang Yuan, observing his every move. In Reverse Flow River, even though Bai Qin Tian had rank 8 cultivation level, he could not use his Gu worms. His battle strength was limited. Fang Yuan looked at him warily. He did not get too close. Even though Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, if he thought that he was an expert in Reverse Flow River because of this, he would be a fool. Reverse Flow River could not use Gu worms, but his body was unaffected. His Dao marks could be used. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was very strong because of the Dao marks on it. Similarly, if a Gu master used Black Boar Gu and gained the strength of a boar, the corresponding strength path Dao marks would be engraved on this Gu master's body. If this Gu master fell into Reverse Flow River, he could not use Gu worms, but he could still use his body to unleash the strength of a boar. If it were other Gu immortals, how could they not use Gu worms like the Black Boar Gu to carve Dao marks on their bodies during their long cultivation journey? Of course, that was for sure. No one was a fool. The advantage of these Dao marks was obvious. Fang Yuan had the advantage of his body. Other Gu immortals had it too, just to varying degrees. For rank 8 Gu immortals, they had deep foundations. Fang Yuan did not want to fight Bai Qin Tian now. You are a Central Continent Gu immortal? Even though I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal, I have enmity with old ancestor Xuehu. I saw him refining a rank 8 immortal Gu. I did not want him to succeed, so I hid outside the Blessed Land to see if there was a chance to destroy it. Are you his Gu refinement assistant? Fang Yuan probed with each sentence. Bai Qin Tian's frown eased a little. He replied, Old ancestor Xuehu is also my enemy. Not long ago, I fought with him in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. To think that something unexpected happened. My injuries were caused by old ancestor Xuehu. Both sides conversed and exchanged some information. Fang Yuan realized now that so many things had happened in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. But Bai Qin Tian's words were ambiguous. Fang Yuan did not get much information. They did not trust each other yet. Of course. It was just a simple conversation. It was hard to tell what was in a person's heart. Especially in this environment where Gu worms could not be used, both sides were on high alert. Fang Yuan knew that he could not get more information from Bai Qin Tian. He chose to leave. He moved away from that wild tortoise. Even when they were conversing, he did not get close, while Bai Qin Tian did not invite Fang Yuan to rest on the tortoise's back. Bai Qin Tian saw that Fang Yuan was leaving. His expression eased up. But right at this time, a small accident happened. Crack. A soft sound. A fist-sized object was pushed by the river, hitting Fang Yuan's face. This small object was soft like a jellyfish. It stuck to Fang Yuan's forehead. What the hell is this? Fang Yuan was stunned. He wanted to pull it away. But at this time he heard Bai Qin Tian's voice. Be gentle, don't break it. Chapter 1279. Fang Yuan held this jellyfish-like immortal Gu in his hands, inspecting it carefully. At the next moment his eyes shined. This was an immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan did not know what rank it was. Because in this Reverse Flow River, no Gu worms could be used. These Gu worms that fell into Reverse Flow River were like fossils, sealing themselves, not letting a trace of their aura leak out. This caused Fang Yuan to not care about this jellyfish-like immortal Gu earlier. Only when Bai Qin Tian reminded him did Fang Yuan realize. If it were outside, without this Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan would be able to tell from far away that this immortal Gu was an immortal Gu, and what rank it was. As for what the immortal Gu was, that would depend on the Gu immortal's knowledge. This immortal Gu seems to be Affection Gu? Fang Yuan's knowledge was broadened. After observing for a while, he guessed this Gu's origin. Wisdom Path had 3 elements: thought, will, and emotion. Since there was Love Immortal Gu, there was Affection Immortal Gu too. Fang Yuan's guess was right. Bai Qin Tian was anxious. Affection Gu was very important to Central Continent Gu immortals. What? Because this immortal Gu was temporarily added to the Immortal Gu House Edge Link Camp. Along with it, many other mortal Gu were added. This Affection Immortal Gu, along with many mortal Gu, gave Edge Link Camp a new ability, it could track the location of love immortal goo. Even if love immortal goo was in an immortal aperture, there was no problem. Precisely so, Edge Link Camp could track it to snowy mountain blessed land. Otherwise, back in the spaceless tunnel, when love immortal goo used its power and transported Zhao Lianyun, Yu Yizi, Shizhengyi, Buzhenzi and Mu Linglan, who knew where they went? After adding affection immortal goo and other goo worms, Edge Link Camp could sense love immortal goo's location and track it to snowy mountain blessed land. But afterwards, because of fighting against the two rank 8 great experts, Old Ancestor Xuehu and Zishan Makoto, Edge Link Camp was under immense pressure and was heavily damaged. And before this, after a long and arduous journey and the collapse of the seamless tunnel, Edge Link Camp itself wasn't complete. Thus, when Flood Extremity and Black Extremity activated the goo formation and detonated the main formation, causing Reverse Flow River to flow away, Edge Link Camp was already in a terrible state. This way, the entire Immortal Goo House collapsed. The goo worms that formed the Immortal Goo House, be they mortal or immortal, were swept away by the river water. If they were in the outside world, these Immortal Goo and Mortal Goo could follow the Goo Immortal's will and fly into the Goo Immortal's embrace. But in Reverse Flow River, these goo worms were restricted by this special environment. They were forced to seal themselves and hibernate. No matter how he called them, they were like dead creatures. Affection Goo was one of the countless goo worms left behind after the Immortal Goo House disintegrated. To be precise, he was a very lucky one. Because most of the goo worms would be smashed by the waves in the process of drifting with the current, or crushed by the rocks or giant trees that were constantly crashing into the river. Goo worms were very fragile. Reverse Flow River became a graveyard for goo worms. Of course, there were differences in the hardness of goo worms. Most goo worms could be crushed with a pinch. But there were also jade-like, rock-like goo worms that were as hard as jade. And this affection goo was special. Its body was very soft. Even if it was hit, it could survive. Evidently, this was the reason why it was able to survive in Reverse Flow River. But in Fang Yuan's hands, it was not in a good state. Its jellyfish-like body was damaged. There was a huge wound that took up a quarter of affection goo's body. It was quite terrifying. Bai Qiantian's eyes were sharp. Seeing that Fang Yuan wanted to remove this jellyfish-like affection goo, he quickly reminded him. After reminding him, he felt some regret. If he did not remind him, Fang Yuan might just abandon it. But now, Fang Yuan's eyes were shining brightly. It was obvious he had discovered the truth. Bai Qiantian suppressed the uneasiness in his heart as he cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. Friend, this goo belongs to Central Continent. Why don't we form a good relationship and give this immortal goo to me? Is that possible? Fang Yuan squinted. I can consider your suggestion. But what goo is this? I need to know. Bai Qiantian answered, this is affection goo, a wisdom path goo worm. Wisdom path goo immortals were few in number. Bai Qiantian emphasized affection goo because he felt that Fang Yuan was not a wisdom path goo immortal. Affection goo itself was of little value to most goo immortals. It was tasteless but a waste to abandon. What? Goo immortals needed wills as helpers. Be it sect gatherings or jewel yellow skies, all will goo were widely used. But for this he only needed some mortal level will goo. There was no need to pay a huge price to raise affection immortal goo. After all, they were not wisdom path goo immortals, their Dao marks conflicted. When they used immortal goo of other paths, the effect would be lower. At the same time, just raising affection immortal goo could not create any immortal killer moves. Unless they needed affection immortal goo to create immortal killer moves of other paths, or if it had a special effect, goo immortals would not want this immortal goo. Not all immortal goo were popular. Goo immortals had their own paths, immortal goo also had their own paths. Goo immortals had rank 6, 7 and 8, immortal goo were the same. For goo immortals, only suitable immortal goo had value to them. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, goo immortals often held trading fairs to exchange immortal goo. But Bai Qiantian could not imagine that Fang Yuan was the most special one among all the goo immortals in the world. Firstly, his wisdom path attainment level was Grandmaster. If he was not a wisdom path goo immortal, what else could he be? Secondly, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict. He could cultivate any path. Finally, Fang Yuan had been worried about this earlier. He felt that even though he had wisdom path attainment and methods, he lacked wisdom path immortal goo. Thus, to Fang Yuan, this affection immortal goo was very important. Thus, he kept affection immortal goo in his pocket. In this reverse flow river, he could not open his immortal aperture's entrance, he could only carry it with him. Bai Qiantian saw this and his expression sank. His tone became even more anxious. Friend, put down that immortal goo, we are not enemies, we can make a deal and take what we need. Chapter 1280. If possible, Fang Yuan wanted to use affection immortal goo to exchange for other immortal goo that were more suitable for him. But in reverse flow river, transactions could not be carried out. Because goo worms could not be used, information path methods could not be used to restrict them from transacting peacefully. Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for other immortal goo, but Bai Qin Tian had no immortal goo. Because goo worms were hibernating in reverse flow river, other than the ones in the immortal aperture, even the immortal goo inside the goo immortal's body would not respond to any calls. Thus, Bai Qin Tian did not have any bargaining chips. Bai Qin Tian knew of Fang Yuan's concerns, but was he going to give up on this chance and wait for the future? Who knew what would happen in the future? After Black Extremity's interference, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was gone, Central Continent's Edge Link Camp was gone too. If Central Continent fought again, they would be at an even greater disadvantage. Central Continent's goo immortals could not even protect themselves. After leaving Reverse Flow River, would they not escape? Thus, they had no chance to transact with Fang Yuan. If they could not transact now, what about in the future? Fang Yuan was a Northern Plains goo immortal, while Bai Qin Tian was a Central Continent goo immortal. They were not from the same place. Even with jewel yellow skies, Central Continent could not control Fang Yuan's situation. What if he transacted with someone else in advance? What if he raised the price and demanded an exorbitant price? There were worse situations. Bai Qin Tian was a person who had to think about losing before winning. Seeing that he could not get the immortal goo from Fang Yuan, his killing intent surged. I am a rank 8 goo immortal. Even if I cannot use my Dao marks here with just my Dao mark foundation, how can I lose to a Northern Plains rank 7? With such a thought, Bai Qin Tian jumped into the river and swam towards Fang Yuan. At this moment his ill intent was clear. Fang Yuan snickered internally. He attacked Bai Qin Tian instead of retreating. Bai Qin Tian saw this and was overjoyed. He thought, these Northern Plains goo immortals sound good, they are battle-hungry by nature. To put it bluntly, they are brainless. The river flowed rapidly, but both sides had extraordinary bodies. They soon encountered each other in the middle. Bang bang bang. Fang Yuan raised his fist and punched Bai Qin Tian thrice. Bai Qin Tian was a wood path goo immortal. He had deep breathing and precise vision. He blocked the 3 punches. He was shocked. This person looks so young, but how can he be so strong? Does he specialize in strength path? He felt the arm that he used to block the attack go numb. But while he was shocked, Bai Qin Tian did not forget to counterattack with his other hand. Both sides exchanged blows, fists and palms collided, and soon it developed into a close combat. Fang Yuan's entire body was a weapon. Head strikes, knee strikes, elbow strikes, all sorts of attacks were displayed one by one. At first, Bai Qin Tian was at a disadvantage, but very quickly he was not any weaker than Fang Yuan. This was because he had a strong foundation and excellent fighting ability. His basic skills were very solid. It was just that after becoming a goo immortal, he rarely had the chance to use them. Now that he was in battle, these close combat abilities were coming back to life. As for Fang Yuan, because he became a goo immortal much earlier than Bai Qin Tian many years ago, he was a mortal goo master roaming southern border and northern plains. He was very familiar with close combat. The two fought in the river at times. They popped their heads out and breathed in the air. They stopped fighting for now. The current of the reverse flow river was very rapid. In fact, most of their stamina was spent on swimming. They didn't use much of it to fight. And when they fought, the environment was very complex. Because from time to time, some huge trees or wild beasts would float by, forcing them to retreat. After dozens of rounds, they were breathing heavily. They knew they could not do anything to the other. This rank 8 goo immortal has a strong foundation indeed. I was wondering if I could kill a rank 8 in reverse flow river, but it seems that I was thinking too much. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Bai Qin Tian was filled with shock. How can this be? How could this man be on par with me? I had once used grass immortal goo to increase my strength. I also used the immortal killer move wood armor to carve Dao marks on my body, allowing me to have a strong defense. I even turned my heart into a wood heart. My blood has turned green, giving me a strong recovery ability. Ignoring these immortal killer moves and immortal goo, I am a rank 8 goo immortal. I have passed countless calamities and tribulations. I definitely have more Dao marks than a rank 7. But why is it that I can only fight to a draw with this person? Bai Qin Tian stared at Fang Yuan. He looked at him like he was looking at a monster. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan did not have as many Dao marks as rank 8 Bai Qin Tian, but the truth was, his Dao mark accumulation surpassed many rank 7 goo immortals. Even though he had just become a rank 7 goo immortal not long ago. The only thing that could match Bai Qin Tian was the sovereign immortal body. The sovereign immortal body was not an ordinary human body, it was created from goo worms. Be it by Qin Tian or Wei Ling Yang, they were created from humans. But Fang Yuan's body was created from goo worms. Thus, why was Fang Yuan a complete otherworldly demon? This was one of the reasons. The sovereign immortal body allowed Fang Yuan to make up for the difference in Dao marks between him and Bai Qin Tian. He fought to a draw with Bai Qin Tian. Fang Yuan decided to retreat. Even though he did not lose out, his original intention was to get rid of the huge threat that was Wuxia. Earlier, when he fought with Bai Qin Tian, he wanted to test his strength, to see if he could kill this rank 8 Gu immortal. But reality told Fang Yuan that he was thinking too much. Since he could not deal with Bai Qin Tian, Fang Yuan had to stop. He did not want to waste time with Bai Qin Tian, he had not achieved his goal yet. Fang Yuan wanted to leave, but Bai Qin Tian did not allow it. Even though Bai Qin Tian could not deal with Fang Yuan, Affection Immortal Gu was still with Fang Yuan. Even if I cannot win, I need to stall him. If I meet my companions later, we can attack him together. All in all, I cannot let him escape. Damn him. Fang Yuan soon frowned. He wanted to retreat, but Bai Qin Tian's stamina and speed did not lose to him. Fang Yuan wanted to leave, but Bai Qin Tian kept blocking him or harassing him. This affected Fang Yuan's plan greatly. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Obstructed by the wild beast corpses, Fang Yuan's speed fell slightly. Bai Qin Tian used this chance to attack again. Fang Yuan turned around to fight him. Both sides fought in reverse flow river. Seeing that it was a draw again at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan reached into his pocket and took out Affection Immortal Gu, raising it in front of him. Bai Qin Tian was about to punch Fang Yuan's abdomen. If this hit, Fang Yuan's aura would be in chaos, he would have to swim to the surface and breathe in fresh air. This was one of the key points in water battles. But Fang Yuan took out Affection Immortal Gu, blocking Bai Qin Tian's fist. Bai Qin Tian was shocked, he quickly retracted his fist, exposing a flaw. Fang Yuan snickered internally. Using this flaw, he attacked fiercely. Bai Qin Tian lost the initiative, he could only defend and counterattack. But Fang Yuan suddenly raised Affection Immortal Gu in front of him. Bai Qin Tian was wary, he exposed a huge flaw again. With these two flaws, Fang Yuan established his advantage, he kicked Bai Qin Tian's abdomen. Bai Qin Tian was kicked, he opened his mouth and breathed out a string of bubbles. His aura was not as long as Fang Yuan's, he changed his strategy, he wanted to escape to the surface of the river. But Fang Yuan would not let him do that, he stretched out his hands like pincers, attacking from both sides, trying to trap Bai Qin Tian in the river. Bai Qin Tian suddenly twisted his waist, doing an extremely difficult escape maneuver. His whole body was like a swimming fish, bursting out with strength, causing Fang Yuan's left and right hands to miss. This response, even Fang Yuan could not help but praise it in his heart. Even though Bai Qin Tian was a Central Continent Gu immortal, his rank 8 foundation had no weaknesses. In terms of water battles, he was slightly superior to Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan had lived in Eastern Sea for 500 years in his previous life. Chapter 1281. Fang Yuan's hands missed, he quickly raised his arms and grabbed with both his hands. His left hand missed, but his right hand grabbed onto Bai Qin Tian's leg. Bai Qin Tian's retreat was obstructed, his other leg shot out like a dragon, attacking Fang Yuan's temple quickly and fiercely. This attack was powerful, if it hit, Fang Yuan would feel dizzy, Bai Qin Tian would not be able to escape. But at this moment, Fang Yuan took out Affection Immortal Gu and raised it in front of him. Bai Qin Tian was so depressed he wanted to curse and his legs stopped. Fang Yuan managed to gain some time to react, he suddenly moved his head backwards, his body flipped in the water. Originally he was like Bai Qin Tian, his head was above his feet. But now he grabbed Bai Qin Tian's leg, his head was above his feet. Bai Qin Tian saw this and his heart sank, he knew that the situation was bad. This was because Fang Yuan had one hand on his leg, while the other was holding Affection Immortal Gu, he could not attack. But at this moment in this situation Fang Yuan had two legs that he could use. In contrast, Bai Qin Tian's leg was grabbed by Fang Yuan, he could only use his other leg to attack. Bai Qin Tian was shocked, his empty leg moved in a different direction, like a butterfly, it was extremely agile as it kicked continuously. In Fang Yuan's eyes, a series of leg shadows were formed. But Fang Yuan was not afraid, he waved his legs and created leg shadows as well. The two fought in the river, their strength collided, creating whirlpools in the water. Every time their legs clashed, there would be muffled bangs in the river. Bai Qin Tian only had one leg, how could he match Fang Yuan's two legs? During the fight he was kicked by Fang Yuan frequently. Bai Qintian focused on defense. He felt very annoyed. I am a great rank 8 Gu Immortal to think that I ended up like this. Rascal. As long as I get out of the river and recover, I will teach you a lesson. He waved his arms rapidly, dragging Fang Yuan's body along as he swam towards the surface of the river. However, in the next moment, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. He blocked Bai Qintian's kick with one leg, while his other leg aimed at a certain vital spot and kicked. Oh! Bai Qintian was kicked in the crotch by Fang Yuan. In an instant, his entire face stiffened, his eyes widened, and he almost spat out the last bit of air he had left in his mouth. Bai Qintian was indeed a rank 8 great expert. His endurance was far beyond ordinary people. He forcefully acknowledged him as his master. At the same time, he waved his arms, wanting to swim up and get his head out of the river. Bang! Fang Yuan's kick landed again. Bai Qintian's body trembled. This time he could not hold it in anymore and spat out a string of bubbles. Bang bang bang. Fang Yuan took advantage of the moment when his opponent revealed a huge opening. Bai Qintian's face was red, his eyes were bloodshot. He did not want to swim up anymore. He turned around and wanted to fight Fang Yuan to the death. Who wants to fight you to the death? Fang Yuan let go and kicked Bai Qintian away. At the same time he felt the opposite force and pulled away from Bai Qintian. Bai Qintian broke free. He was stunned for a moment before he gave up on Fang Yuan and struggled towards the surface of the river. Fang Yuan turned around and took the chance to leave Bai Qintian, successfully escaping. Bai Qintian's head came out of the water. He opened his mouth and breathed heavily. The pain in his crotch continued to come. The intense pain continued to attack his nerves, making his head feel a little dizzy. This damned guy. If I get a chance, I will skin you alive and grind your bones to dust. Bai Qintian looked at the river from afar as Fang Yuan swam quickly. The distance between them was increasing, but he could not reach him. After Fang Yuan successfully got away from Bai Qintian, he slowed down and started to recover his stamina. He felt numbness in his feet. Bai Qintian's crotch was not easy to kick. With Fang Yuan's immortal body strength, even though he was the one kicking others, his feet felt numb. Evidently, Bai Qintian had taken care of his crotch's defense. He had many wood-path down marks. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan did not fight Bai Qintian. He knew that with Bai Qintian's methods, even if he killed him, he would be heavily injured by Bai Qintian's retaliation. He might even die together with him. Fang Yuan was not willing to do that. He did not need to fight a rank 8 Gu Immortal to the death. After all, he had the sovereign immortal body. He had a bright future. Moreover, his target this time was Wuxia. If he died together with Bai Qintian, wouldn't Wuxia laugh his head off? Even if Bai Qintian died and Fang Yuan lived, Fang Yuan would be heavily injured. He would lose the ability to kill Wuxia. Of course, there was another important point. That was, even if he killed Bai Qintian, Fang Yuan would not gain anything. He could not open his immortal aperture here. Bai Qintian's corpse was a burden. Fang Yuan could not bring the corpse around. Even if he did, what would he do if he met Wuxia? Even if he did not meet Wuxia, what would he do if he met those Central Continent Gu Immortals? A rank 7 Gu Immortal killing a rank 8 was indeed an incredible feat and supreme glory. But this glory in Fang Yuan's eyes was less than a fart. He continued to swim forward, searching for Wuxia. Wuxia, is that you? Wuxia heard this voice and turned around, showing joy on his face. Come closer, I will pull you up. He quickly replied. A moment later, Tai Bai Yunxing was pulled onto a huge lotus leaf by Wuxia. This is the leaf of the monarch lotus. It can float on the water. To think that your luck is so good. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed. Wuxia smiled, thinking, I have connect luck with that Fang Yuan. How can my luck be bad? But very quickly, the smile on his face vanished and was replaced by a worried expression. He looked at the river ahead. Reverse flow river is in a strange situation now. We cannot leave. The urgent matter now is to meet up with Lord Zishan Makoto. We might even be able to get Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, as well as kill that ancient sword dragon that is chasing us. Mentioning Zishan Makoto, Tai Bai Yunxing had a look of reverence on his face. He nodded. Right, let's meet up with Master first. Zishan Makoto sneezed loudly. He had a bitter expression as he sighed. Sigh, to think that I would be in such dire straits when I just woke up. Sigh, I am old, my body cannot take it anymore. Just a little bit of cold wind and water will cause me to catch a cold. And under his but was old ancestor Shuehu's shoulder. Old ancestor Shuehu was moving his limbs, looking around, trying to find something in reverse flow river. Hearing Zishan Makoto's words, he snorted coldly. You are clearly enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Why are you complaining? Don't you have a pair of wings? Why don't you fly out of reverse flow river? Zishan Makoto had already returned to his original form. Like Fang Yuan, who had turned back into a human from an ancient sword dragon, Zishan Makoto was a mini-man rank 8 Gu Immortal. His transformation was only an immortal method. Now that he was in reverse flow river, he had to turn back into a mini-man. Precisely so, he could sit on old ancestor Xuehu's shoulder. You think I don't want to fly away? But this reverse flow river is being pulled by a huge force. It is very chaotic, I cannot leave the river. He who set up the Gu formation for you? Zishan Makoto asked. Old ancestor Xuehu's expression was grim. Sun Ming Lu. Zishan Makoto nodded. It should be him. This is out of my expectations. Old ancestor Xuehu said. He is actually a member of Longevity Heaven. Old ancestor Xuehu was astute and decisive at this moment. It was not hard to guess Sun Ming Lu's faction. Because Central Continent's Gu Immortals were all framed, in the whole of Northern Plains, who had the ability to do such a thing, who had the guts to deal with old ancestor Xuehu. Other than Longevity Heaven there was no one else. Zishan Makoto nodded. Longevity Heaven made a move, they are definitely after Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun is definitely not far behind. They are definitely ahead. I need to find my wife first. Old ancestor Xuehu said. Zishan Makoto patted his shoulder. Then we should swim ahead. Lady Wanshou was beside Ma Hongyun at that time. After being swept away by reverse flow river, she is likely to be near Ma Hongyun. The fate-reversing sacrificial refinement subformation was shining with a dazzling platinum light. The light shot into the sky, it was like a huge pillar that could not be concealed. At this moment, Black Extremity was at the center of the Gu formation, controlling the Gu formation to guide reverse flow river. Meanwhile, Flood Extremity was outside the Gu formation, guarding against any uninvited guests that were attracted by the light pillar. Chapter 1282. Amazing, this Gu formation can actually control reverse flow river. Flood Extremity looked at the pillar of light, praising sincerely. But Black Extremity shook his head. This is not control. I only set up the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. It is like digging a river and letting reverse flow river flow in it. But we dug the river, we can influence the direction of reverse flow river's flow. After we take in this reverse flow river, Longevity Heaven will have another secluded domain of heaven and earth. Flood Extremity looked towards the future. Black Extremity instructed again. When we take in reverse flow river, the subformation will definitely be broken. You need to pay attention to the timing and direction. Open your immortal aperture's entrance and let reverse flow river flow in. You are a water path Gu Immortal, you have an advantage in this mission. Flood Extremity felt troubled. What if reverse flow river changes course? Is there really no Gu worm in this world that can control reverse flow river? Black Extremity frowned slightly. There is indeed none. But that is not entirely true, or rather there is another possibility. What do you mean? You should know about the legends of Renzu. It states, Renzu sighed as long as he had that immortal Gu, he could conquer reverse flow river. You are talking about immortal Gu perseverance? Impossible, perseverance immortal Gu has never appeared before. In my opinion, that story is only telling us to persevere in our cultivation. We cannot give up easily. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 4, Section 26, recorded. Renzu's woman, boundless forest Samsara, was trapped in ordinary abyss. She became friends with a mini-man who brought boundless forest Samsara to look at his home, City Well. After looking at City Well, boundless forest Samsara looked at the sky. I understand. Boundless forest Samsara looked above her head. She was trapped in ordinary abyss, she was like the mini-man living at the bottom of the well. The mini-man looked at the sky depicted by the well, it was like boundless forest Samsara looking at the sky depicted by ordinary abyss. I have decided I will work hard to leave this abyss and reunite with my father. Boundless forest Samsara clenched her fists, making up her mind. The mini-man was very happy. Good. I also wanted to leave the ordinary abyss and see a bigger and vaster world. I saw a lot of trees in the abyss. We can cut them down and make ladders. Then we can climb out step by step. Boundless forest Samsara was surprised. She looked at the mini-man strangely. Mini-man, don't you have a pair of wings? Why can't we just fly away? The little man smiled bitterly and said, Human, don't be fooled by my pair of wings. They are weak and powerless and can only carry my body slowly for a short distance. When I first left the city, I had to climb a ladder to get out. So that's the case. Boundless forest Samsara realized. In the following days, she and the little man chopped down trees and built ladders. Trees fell one by one, wisdom Gu flew out. Boundless Forest Samsara was shocked. Wisdom Gu, why are you here? Wisdom is hidden in the ordinary, of course I can be here. Wisdom Gu replied. Next, Wisdom Gu said, you are very smart, you know how to use the achievements of your predecessors to help you break away from mediocrity. But if you want to get out of ordinary abyss, each of you will need to build your own ladder and complete the entire process alone. Otherwise you will not be able to leave. Boundless Forest Samsara quickly nodded. Oh Wisdom Gu, thank you for your reminder, we will take note. She and the mini-man built their own ladders. The ladders got taller and taller. Soon, Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder surpassed the mini-man's. The mini-man's ladder was short and small, the distance between each bar was also short. In comparison, Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder was long and tall. Boundless Forest Samsara teased the mini-man. Oh mini-man, the ladder that I spent half a day to build is equivalent to half a month of your effort. If you do this, when will you be able to build a tall ladder that you can use to walk out of ordinary abyss? The mini-man said helplessly, I have no choice. I have already used all my strength, but I spent half a day to carry the wooden strips. You can carry a bundle of them with just one hand. I spent so much effort to cut down a small tree, but you can cut it down in 2 or 3 moves. I have already used all my strength, this is the best I can do. Boundless Forest Samsara nodded. It is a pity that we can only build our own ladders. The mini-man said, that's right, we can leave ordinary abyss and rely on the achievements of our predecessors, but we can only rely on ourselves. Let's continue to work hard. Boundless Forest Samsara and the mini-man continued to cut down trees to make ladders. The trees fell one by one, Strength Gu flew out from them. Boundless Forest Samsara was shocked. Oh Strength Gu, why are you here? Strength is hidden in the ordinary, of course I am here. Strength Gu replied. Boundless Forest Samsara thought about it and asked, oh Strength Gu, what can you give me? Like Wisdom Gu. Strength Gu said, I have nothing to give you. But I can give you even greater strength as long as you give me your youth. Boundless Forest Samsara fell into hesitation. Strength Gu said, with your current strength, when can you build a ladder that is tall enough to walk out of ordinary abyss? Boundless Forest Samsara thought about it. It will take a long time, 20 to 30 years. Strength Gu said, that's right, by then you will no longer be young, you will be middle-aged. Rather than that, why don't you give me your youth? Even though you will be middle-aged, you will only need a few years to build your ladder. Boundless Forest Samsara thought about it and nodded. You are right, Strength Gu, I will listen to you. Thus, Boundless Forest Samsara obtained Strength Gu, her speed of building ladders became faster, she could cut down more trees at once. A year later she built the ladder to a very high place. She walked at the top of the ladder and looked down. She saw that the trees were very small, the grass was green, she was very happy. So when I stand at a high place, the things that were huge usually become very small. It is like when I looked at City Well. She looked at the mini-man's ladder, it was very short, it was not even 1/100th of her ladder, she pouted. Boundless Forest Samsara walked down the ladder and said to the mini-man, why is your ladder so small, look at how tall it is. The mini-man looked at her ladder with admiration but also helplessness. I am so envious of you, your own strength surpasses mine, now you have Strength Gu to help you. It is a pity that I do not have any helpers, I can only rely on myself. I have already tried my best. Other than resting and eating, I spend all my time building my ladder, but I cannot compare to you. Boundless Forest Samsara nodded, of course. Another year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara built her ladder even higher. She stood at the top and looked down. The trees had become as small as grass. She couldn't even see things that were smaller than trees clearly. She looked at the mini-man's ladder, even though it was taller than trees, it was not even 1,000th of Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder. Boundless Forest Samsara walked down the ladder and smiled at the mini-man. Mini-man, oh mini-man, don't waste your effort. Your strength is too small, even if you spend your entire life, you will not be able to build such a ladder. You might as well use this time to enjoy life. Actually, you are already very outstanding, you are more knowledgeable than those mini-man compatriots, you have already walked out of the marketplace. You might as well enjoy life. The mini-man thought about it seriously before shaking his head. But I am not satisfied with being ordinary. When I am not satisfied with being ordinary is like an abyss to me, I want to walk out of it. Even if I do not succeed, I want to work hard. Because if I do not work hard, I will feel like I am not happy. Thus, the mini-man continued to build his ladder. The 3rd year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara built her ladder very high again. She stood at the top and looked down. She could only see patches of clouds and fog, obscuring her vision. She wanted to see the mini-man's ladder, she barely managed to see it, but found that his ladder was not even 1/10,000th of hers. Boundless forest samsara sighed, she felt lonely. The wind blew and her body shuddered, she felt cold again. So standing at the top, not only is it lonely, it is also cold. Boundless forest samsara walked down the ladder, telling the mini-man about this feeling. The mini-man shook his head. My ladder is not high enough, I don't know what you feel like. Boundless forest samsara felt very bored. She continued to build her ladder, but she spent less and less time every day. Strength Gu asked her occasionally, "Oh human, why are you not building your ladder?" Boundless forest samsara replied, "The ladder is too high, it is too cold, I need to rest and warm up my body." A year passed like this. Boundless forest samsara felt very bored. She continued to build her ladder, but she spent less and less time working hard every day. Strength Gu would occasionally ask her, "Oh human, why don't you go and build your ladder?" Boundless forest samsara replied, "The ladder is too high, every time I look down I feel a little afraid. I need to rest and calm my heart." Another year passed. Boundless forest samsara became even lazier. Strength Gu asked her, "Look at the mini-man beside you, he is always building his ladder, he has never slacked off, he is giving it his all. If you continue to be so lazy he will surpass you one day." Boundless forest samsara smiled, "How can that be? My one day is equivalent to his 1 month of hard work. How can I be surpassed by him?" Year after year, day after day. Finally, one day the mini-man found Boundless forest samsara who was resting under a tree. He said to her, "Oh my friend, my ladder has reached the edge of the abyss, I can leave tomorrow, I can leave ordinary abyss." Boundless forest samsara laughed loudly, "Oh mini-man, don't lie to me, this is too laughable." The mini-man shook his head, saying seriously, "There is only a small difference between greatness and laughability. Now I am no longer laughable, I have become great, I can leave this ordinary abyss. If you don't believe me, watch me climb out." Thus, the mini-man started to climb his ladder. Boundless forest samsara was shocked to see that the mini-man's ladder had reached the edge of the abyss, he was really climbing it, he was about to leave ordinary abyss. Boundless forest samsara shouted, "Oh mini-man, don't you feel cold?" The mini-man said, "Yes, but I need to build a ladder to climb out." Boundless forest samsara shouted again, "Oh mini-man, don't you feel lonely?" The mini-man said, "Yes, but I need to build a ladder to climb out." Boundless forest samsara shouted again, "Oh mini-man, don't you feel afraid?" The mini-man said, "Yes, but I need to build a ladder to climb out." After the mini-man said this, his body suddenly shined with a dazzling light. Soon the light turned into a goo worm. "My name is Perseverance, oh mini-man, thank you for nurturing me." Perseverance Gu thanked the mini-man. The mini-man smiled, "That's great, even though I have no strength, I have perseverance." The mini-man said as he climbed out of ordinary abyss, stepping into the outside world. He first saw a person. That was Renzu. The time in ordinary abyss was not the same as the outside world. Renzu looked at the mini-man and sighed, "This is Perseverance Gu? It is a pity, if I had it back then I would have conquered Reverse Flow River." Chapter 1283. Flood Extremity thought that Perseverance Gu was a goo worm created in the legends of Renzu. But Black Extremity shook his head. Perseverance Immortal Gu is not a fictional goo worm. In fact, it existed in the past. Flood Extremity was shocked. "How come I don't know about it? This is something I accidentally obtained when I was roaming in northern plains." The person who refined Perseverance Immortal Gu was the famous Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He was the one who entered the door of life and death and brought Reverse Flow River into the world. He should be the first owner of Reverse Flow River. Black Extremity said. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Is that so? But why is Reverse Flow River in old ancestor Xuehu's hands now? Flood Extremity asked. Black Extremity shook his head. I don't know what is going on. Right at this time there was a soft sound. Inside the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement subformation, some mortal goo exploded. The pillar of light that the subformation emitted also shrunk by 10%. This sudden change interrupted their conversation. Flood Extremity became nervous. A portion of the goo formation is destroyed, aren't you going to repair it? Black Extremity shook his head. This is within my expectations. Even the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement subformation cannot withstand the power of Reverse Flow River, it will be destroyed. And this formation has a flaw. Once it is activated, it cannot be repaired, unless the entire goo formation is stopped. Flood Extremity frowned. The Reverse Flow River hasn't been drawn here yet. What should we do? Black Extremity smiled. Don't worry, I created this formation, how could I not expect this? In fact, there are benefits to the Gu formation being destroyed. Flood Extremity was even more confused. There are benefits to the Gu formation being destroyed? Every time a portion of the Gu formation is destroyed, the influence on reverse flow river will be reduced by 10%. The latter part of reverse flow river will not be affected, it will return to normal. That way, the reverse flow river will be able to display its power and wash away the people and objects behind it, Black Extremity explained. Amazing. Flood Extremity clapped his hands in praise, his eyes shining. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun have been arranged to be at the forefront. This way they will be the last to be eliminated. Black Extremity nodded, that is correct. In the reverse river. Lord Bai Qin Tian. The three Central Continent Gu Immortals greeted Bai Qin Tian. Bai Qin Tian nodded. Currently there were already 5 people beside him. Including these 3 people and himself, there were 9 people. Did you see Ma Hongyun or Zhao Lianyun? The Gu Immortals shook their heads. Have you seen this person before? Bai Qin Tian described Fang Yuan's appearance and clothing to the Gu Immortals. The Central Continent Gu Immortals looked at each other, one of them suddenly said, I think I saw him before but I did not stop him. At that time, I hid behind the driftwood so he didn't notice me and just swam forward. Bai Qin Tian nodded. My lord, this person is not in our intelligence. Is he a friend or foe? Someone asked. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were confused, because Bai Qin Tian was a Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal, he would not ask about a Rank 7 Gu Immortal for no reason. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan's cultivation was not outstanding. Especially among the Central Continent Gu Immortals, most of them had Rank 7 cultivation level. But Bai Qin Tian's next words made the Central Continent Gu Immortals' hearts shake. He is a strong enemy. If you meet him, you must be extra careful. Because in terms of physical strength, I can only fight him to a draw. The Central Continent Gu Immortals nodded, they had solemn expressions. What do we do now? Someone asked. We have the numbers now, we will swim up, if we can kill the enemy in reverse flow river, that would be for the best. Bai Qin Tian said this as killing intent surged in his heart. This was indeed a rather correct strategy. For the Central Continent Gu Immortals, if they fought, they were not old ancestor Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto's match. Now that he had lost the Immortal Gu House Edge Link Camp, he was no match for these two. The change in reverse flow river gave the Central Continent Gu Immortals a great opportunity. Bai Qin Tian felt that as long as they could grasp this opportunity, they might be able to kill the enemy in reverse flow river and turn the tables. What's going on? Right at this time, a certain water path Gu Immortal among the Central Continent Gu Immortals sensed the change in the water flow. Next, these Central Continent Gu Immortals saw that the reverse flow river water around them had calmed down from its turbulent state. Finally, the river surface slowly flowed with ripples. Large numbers of rocks, wood, and beast corpses were swept away by the silent river water. The speed was 5 times faster than the turbulent river water earlier. How can this be? Some Central Continent Gu Immortals were caught off guard, they were swept away by the river water. In the blink of an eye, they were 200 to 300 steps away from Bai Qin Tian and the rest. Bai Qin Tian was the first to react. Quick, swim up, we cannot stop for even a moment. Reverse flow river has returned to normal, if we stop now we will be swept away by the river. He shouted. Hearing Bai Qin Tian's reminder, the other Central Continent Gu Immortals reacted. They quickly swam forward. So difficult. The river water is flowing slowly, but it is several times more difficult than the turbulent waves earlier. These wood and beast corpses are annoying, they are interfering with our progress. The Central Continent Gu Immortals soon found that it was much more difficult to swim in this normal reverse flow. So what? The higher we are in reverse flow river, the more difficult it is to swim. Persevere. We do not need to swim upstream, we only need to wait for enemies to kill them. If we kill a rank 8 Gu Immortal we can turn the tables. Bai Qin Tian raised the morale. The Central Continent Gu Immortals responded. This way reverse flow river is our chance. Lord Bai Qin Tian, look ahead, the river water is still turbulent. Bai Qin Tian heard this and found something amiss. He frowned immediately. This was bad news. Swimming in the seemingly calm reverse flow river was much more tiring than swimming in the turbulent water. At this rate, as time passes, when Central Continent's Gu Immortals encounter the enemies that were washed down by reverse flow river, they would be exhausted, they would be a bunch of exhausted soldiers. Quick! We need to swim to the front into the turbulent water. Bai Qin Tian had a solemn expression as he gave the correct order. The Central Continent Gu Immortals received the order and increased their speed. Fang Yuan swam in the current. He kept searching for Wuxia's figure, but he could not find him. The river water was turbulent, huge waves were created from time to time. As the waves churned, the corpses of the wild beasts and countless rocks and trees in the river would be tossed up. The situation on the river was very complicated. Most importantly, the river was very wide. Fang Yuan could not patrol from a high vantage point. No matter how good his eyesight was, his vision was limited. However, he found many Gu Immortals. Among them were Central Continent Gu Immortals, as well as Northern Plains Snowy Mountain Blessed Land Peak Lords. But Fang Yuan avoided them all. He did not deal with them. Dealing with these people would only waste his time. He would not gain anything. This river is too wide. I might have already surpassed Wuxia when I swam earlier. I am now upstream of him. This is possible. But Fang Yuan did not give up, because there was a high chance that Wuxia was still upstream. He swam with all his strength. He was like a fish, agilely moving forward in the complicated water. The sovereign immortal body gave him excellent eyesight, stamina, and recovery speed on par with rank 8 Gu Immortals, and most importantly, he had trained his swimming ability to an instinctive level. All of this allowed him to surpass many Gu Immortals. In contrast, because Bai Qintian had to gather the Central Continent Gu Immortals, he had to search the same river segment. He was at the back. A leopard raccoon moved through the water, pouncing towards Zhao Lianyun. The leopard raccoon was smaller than a leopard, but it could swim. Thus, even though it was swept away by reverse flow river, it managed to survive. Go away. Mu Linglan slapped with one palm, killing the leopard raccoon. His other hand grabbed onto Zhao Lianyun's arm. Zhao Lianyun was only a phantom aperture false immortal. Her foundation was weak. She had almost no Dao marks. Without Gu worms, she was as weak as a normal person. Thankfully, when she was swept into reverse flow river, the rank 7 water path Gu immortal Mu Linglan was beside her. Because of Mu Linglan's protection, Zhao Lianyun managed to survive until now. Mu Linglan's water path Dao marks actually allowed him to breathe freely in water. At the same time, his water skills were outstanding as well. He protected Zhao Lianyun along the way. Not only did he avoid danger time and time again, he even brought her forward. Look, there's a mound ahead. After Mu Linglan repelled the leopard raccoon, his eyes shined as he saw a mound floating on the river surface. This mound is made of soil. No wonder it can float on the water and not sink. Let's rest there. Mu Linglan dragged Zhao Lianyun as he climbed the mound with difficulty. Zhao Lianyun was extremely tired. She was on the verge of death. Once she reached the shore, she collapsed on the mound, not moving, not wanting to get up. Mu Linglan was also extremely tired. He breathed roughly. Wait, there's someone on the mound. Mu Linglan suddenly stood up, his gaze turned ruthless. Don't be agitated, don't be agitated. A figure walked out of the forest on the mound. Mu Linglan saw this person and was stunned. Zhao Lianyun was even more stunned. Because the person who appeared in front of them was Ma Hongyun. The immortals were all in a sorry state, but Ma Hongyun's clothes were clean and tidy. He was still chewing on a fruit in his hand. You are Ma Hongyun? Mu Linglan exclaimed. Ma Hongyun took a step back. Are you here to capture me? Zhao Lianyun mustered her remaining strength. She stood up shakily. She looked at Ma Hongyun. Her throat was moving, but she could not speak. Before using love, she had used Gu worms to speak, but now in reverse flow river, she could not use any Gu worms. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun finally saw the person she had yearned for day and night. She was extremely excited. She took a step forward. But at the next moment, she hesitated. What did she look like now? She knew clearly. She was no longer young. She was an old woman. Her hair was white, her wrinkles were deep, and she was as thin as a stick. Could Ma Hongyun still recognize her in this appearance? Could she still use this appearance to meet her lover and let him see her like this? Zhao Lianyun suddenly lost all her courage. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Ma Hongyun's eyes. While Zhao Lianyun was hesitating, she suddenly heard Ma Hongyun's exclamation, You are Lady Xiao Yun. Zhao Lianyun's body shook. She raised her head and saw Ma Hongyun throwing away the fruit in his hand. He ran towards her excitedly. Lady Xiao Yun, Lady Xiao Yun. I missed you so much. Ma Hongyun shouted loudly. Mu Linglan saw this. He was deeply moved. He explained, Fairy Lianyun rushed over from Central Continent to save you. She ended up like this. Lady Xiao Yun. Ma Hongyun ran to Zhao Lianyun, grabbing Zhao Lianyun's hand. He also choked with sobs, unable to speak for a moment. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun only felt. Immense happiness filled her heart. All the sacrifices she made earlier were worth it. Chapter 1284. Boom. A dull sound came from the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement subformation. Flood Extremity was no longer surprised. He took a glance before shifting his gaze. In just a while, the goo formation's light beam had shrunk by 50%. This goo formation is quite interesting. At this time, a strange voice entered Flood Extremity's ears. Who is it? Flood Extremity was shocked. His goo immortal aura burst out. He was about to use a powerful method. Lad, don't be nervous, don't move. That strange voice said calmly. At that moment, Flood Extremity could not move. He felt like he had fallen into an icy cave. This person was unimaginably strong. He was a Grand Rank 7 Goo Immortal, one of the 8 extremities of Longevity Heaven, but he could not react at all. He was easily suppressed by the other party. You are my master's descendant. As long as you do not attack me, I will not eat you. That voice said again. Next, Flood Extremity saw a huge beast the size of a hill. It slowly appeared in front of him. This was a 4-legged monster with purple fur. It looked like a ferret. The purple fur on its body was glossy and smooth, and its eyes shone like amethyst. The most eye-catching part was its tail. This was not a ferret's tail, it was a dog's tail. A ferret with a dog's tail? Flood Extremity was momentarily stunned, because he thought of a certain existence. As expected, at the next moment, the information path goo worm in his immortal aperture transmitted information to South Desolation Immortal. He could not leave now. This huge beast was the helper he invited to deal with anyone who dared to obstruct Longevity Heaven. You are the dogtail life-extending ferret? Ancestor Giant Sun's mount? Flood Extremity stammered. The huge beast nodded. It grinned as it said in dissatisfaction, Don't call me Mount, I have a name too. I am Mao Lichio. Just call me Grandpa Mao. Mao. Grandpa Mao. On the other side, Black Extremity was also tongue-tied. He was still in shock. Alright, let's stop this goo formation. Let's go to Reverse Flow River and take away Ma Hong Yun and AI. Mao Lichio waved its claw. Immediately, intense winds blew as the aura of countless goo worms burst out, forming into an immortal killer move. The fate-reversing sacrificial subformation that the Black Extremity had painstakingly set up collapsed and turned into a pile of ruins. The Black Extremity's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Don't be like this. You're disturbing Grandpa Mao's sweet dreams. Is it fun? Hurry up and finish this. Grandpa Mao wants to go back to the cave to sleep. The huge sable Mao Lichio said, then exhaled. This aura spread out rapidly, binding up Flood Extremity and Flood Extremity in an instant. The giant marten's 4 limbs lightly stomped on the ground, and its heavy body that was as large as a mountain lightly flew into the sky. Beside it, Flood Extremity and Black Extremity were being dragged along by an invisible aura as they followed the giant marten towards the Reverse Flow River. What's going on? Reverse Flow River suddenly changed, affecting all the goo immortals inside the river. After a huge change, the entire Reverse Flow River calmed down. The river surface flowed slowly with faint ripples. Reverse Flow River has returned to normal? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He felt that it was much more difficult now. A vast amount of junk could not move forward on their own. They were washed away by Reverse Flow River. At once, many goo immortals chose to go downstream with these undead creatures, leaving Reverse Flow River. This was the only way to leave Reverse Flow River. The situation is not good. Fang Yuan did not see Wuxia and the rest. He continued to move forward. In the sky, Bai Qin Tian and the other Central Continent goo immortals looked down at Reverse Flow River. These people originally wanted to go against the current, but the second half of the Reverse Flow River gradually returned to normal as the child formation was damaged. Bai Qin Tian saw that this was not working. He could still hold on, but the other goo immortals were expended. They chose to go downstream and leave Reverse Flow River, going upstream from the sky. However, this way they would become outsiders, and any methods they used against the Reverse Flow River would be returned to them. Bai Qin Tian soon found Fang Yuan, who was in Reverse Flow River. We can forget about our previous enmity, as long as you hand over affection immortal goo. Bai Qin Tian sent an ultimatum to Fang Yuan. This is the rank 7 goo immortal who fought Lord Bai Qin Tian to a draw? How does he cultivate? The other Central Continent goo immortals looked at Fang Yuan with curious gazes. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, ignoring Bai Qin Tian. Someone among the Central Continent goo immortals shouted, Audacious! You dare to disrespect Lord Bai Qin Tian. Bai Qin Tian snorted coldly. You think I can't do anything to you if you hide in Reverse Flow River? Before I'm washed down, you should worry about yourself. After all, this is not Central Continent. Fang Yuan replied without fear. Bai Chen Tian's thoughts were exposed, his expression turned colder, he gave up on Fang Yuan and continued to move upstream. Fang Yuan's matter was a small matter. The most important thing was Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun. Because the dog-tail life-extending ferret destroyed the subformation, the complicated situation on the river became clear. The irrelevant items were washed away, only a few groups of Gu immortals were left on the river. At the front were Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun and Mu Linglan. The second group were old ancestor Shui Hu, Zishan Makoto and Lady Wan Shou. The third group was the Central Continent Rank 8 Gu immortal Wei Lingyang, as well as some Central Continent Gu immortals. The fourth group was Wuxia and the rest, as well as some Snowy Peak lords. The fifth group was Fang Yuan. When he was swept into Reverse Flow River, he was too far from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. He was at the back of the river. Even though he was swimming upstream, the others were also working hard. Speaking of which, the situation was quite interesting. Quick, swim forward. Mu Linglan looked at old ancestor Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto, who were not far away. His heart was in his throat. The floating mound earlier had already been washed away. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun could only swim forward to avoid being caught by old ancestor Shui Hu again. The second group was old ancestor Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto. In order to catch Ma Hongyun again, they chased after him. The third group was Wei Lingyang. He did not want to give up. As long as he held back old ancestor Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun would have a chance to swim downstream. They would be able to resolve this crisis. Wuxia and the Snowy Mountain Demonic Path Gu immortals had the same idea as Wei Lingyang. Even though they were at the back, they had a chance. Look, the one behind us. He Lulan suddenly reminded. Wuxia turned around and saw Fang Yuan. His heart jumped. He actually chased us all the way here. Right now, the river surface was calm, there was no debris, they could see very clearly. Thus, Wuxia immediately found Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not know about Zishan Makoto yet. Even though he could see old ancestor Shui Hu from his angle. But Zishan Makoto was a small person, he was thumb-sized, he was sitting on old ancestor Shui Hu's shoulder, he could not be seen clearly. Fang Yuan did not know what happened in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Even though he met Bai Chen Tian, he only knew that a battle of rank 8s had happened in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Why would Bai Chen Tian tell him which side had the advantage? Thus, Fang Yuan had always thought that as long as he got rid of Wuxia and the rest, he would be able to resolve the threat of Shadow Sect. Thus, when he saw Wuxia, his eyes shined with a bright light, he swam towards Wuxia even faster. He is our enemy? A Snowy Mountain Peak Lord looked at Fang Yuan and sneered, "Come, let's kill him together." Outside, Gu immortal methods can be used, the situation is complicated. But in the Reverse Flow River, he's alone. Once he said this, the other Gu immortals became restless. Wuxia could not help but feel moved. If he could kill Fang Yuan now, it would be a good chance to obtain the Sovereign Immortal Body. But, the Sovereign Immortal Body is not so easy to deal with. It is more appropriate to meet up with Lord Z. After all, my main body is still trapped in the dream realm. Wuxia thought about it, he decided to look at the bigger picture. Follow me, we will meet up with Lord Snowy Mountain first. He is not the main point, our biggest enemy is the Central Continent Gu immortals. Wuxia did not expose Fang Yuan's background, he successfully diverted the attention of the Snowy Mountain Gu immortals. That's right, let's meet up with Ancestor first. The Snowy Mountain Peak Lords could not go with the flow now. Because a rank 8 Central Continent Gu immortal was already in the sky. Once they left Reverse Flow River, they would face the rank 8 Gu immortals methods, they could only stay in Reverse Flow River for now. But soon they found that staying in Reverse Flow River was not easy. In this special environment, if they could not move forward, they would be washed away by the river. Back then, Rinzhu had failed in Reverse Flow River. At the final moment of success, his efforts had failed. Nobody felt that they could achieve the same feat as Rinzhu. But in the current situation, every group of Gu immortals had their own reasons to stay in Reverse Flow River. Ma Hongyun, you cannot escape. Old Ancestor Snowy Mountain's gaze was cold. Lady Wan Shou snickered. Quick, let's go. They are catching up. Ma Hongyun and Mu Linglan moved to the left and right, supporting Zhao Lianyun. Fairy Lianyun, hold on. We are about to catch up. Wei Ling shouted. Wuxia was behind them, waiting for an opportunity. At the same time he was having a headache over Fang Yuan, he had to move faster and delay Fang Yuan. Wuxia. Fang Yuan was already getting closer to Wuxia. Soon, someone could not hold on anymore. The first was a Snowy Mountain Peak Lord. He was almost out of stamina, his face was pale as he swam with the flow. Fang Yuan took the initiative to avoid him. Now was not the time to fight. If he stopped moving, he would be dragged down. Even if he got rid of his opponent, he would fall behind. Be careful. In the sky, Bai Qintian shouted. We finally caught up to you. You mice. Old ancestor Shui, who had already swum behind Zhao Lianyun and the rest. Zhao Lianyun knew that he had no more stamina. If he continued, he would only be a burden to Ma Hongyun. Chapter 1285. Mu Ling Lan. Behind old ancestor Shui, who Wei Ling shouted angrily. Mu Ling Lan had already made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and moved faster than Zhao Lianyun, pushing the frail Zhao Lianyun into Ma Hongyun's arms. Live well. Saying this, he turned around and hugged old ancestor Shuihu's waist. Old ancestor Shuihu struggled, but he could not move forward. He was washed away by the reverse flow river. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's crisis was resolved for now. Quick, leave. Ma Hongyun held on to Zhao Lianyun, his heart was pounding. Damn you. Old ancestor Shuihu hated Mu Ling Lan to the core. He kicked Mu Ling Lan's chest with his knees. His Dao marks naturally surpassed Mu Ling Lan by countless times. Mu Ling Lan was only rank 7, how could he be his match? Soon, his bones broke, he spat out mouthfuls of blood, dyeing the surrounding river red. After more than 10 breaths of time, Mu Ling Lan could not hold on any longer, he stopped breathing and died. Seeing their comrade die in front of them, the Central Continent Gu Immortals were furious. Mu Ling Lan, Central Continent will remember your sacrifice, the Celestial Court will remember it. Wei Ling shouted as he pounced towards old ancestor Shuihu. Old ancestor Shuihu was entangled by Mu Ling Lan. He had already fallen to the third group. He was immediately attacked by the furious Central Continent Gu Immortals. Shuihu. Lady Wanshou was worried about her husband's safety. She rushed back to help him. Both sides fought and flowed downstream. They soon collided with Wuxia and the rest in the fourth group. At this moment, a large number of Gu Immortals were fighting in the river. The scene was very chaotic. Bai Qintian and the rest were dumbfounded as they watched from the sky. They were grand Gu Immortals, but now they had lost all their poise. They were fighting in the water like mortals fighting each other. But it was too late for Bai Qintian to interfere now. Soon, blood dyed the surroundings red. Many Gu Immortal corpses flowed downstream. Wuxia. Fang Yuan joined the battle. He had finally arrived. Where is my lord? Wuxia finally found old ancestor Shuihu in the chaotic battle and asked loudly. Still upstream. Old ancestor Shuihu answered. As it turned out, while old ancestor Shuihu and Mu Ling Lan were entangled, Zishan Makoto went upstream alone, planning to capture Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun alive. Precisely so, old ancestor Shuihu was willing to fight with the Central Continent Gu Immortals. This was his plan to obstruct the enemy. Having received the answer, Wuxia whistled and led He Lulan and the others away from the battle, rushing toward Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan roared, Wuxia, where are you going? Wuxia sighed and shouted, where is Tai Bai Yunxing? You guys go. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately responded. With an expression that said he was unafraid of death, he pounced on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was blocked. Wuxia, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing managed to escape. Bam bam bam. Fang Yuan's attacks were heavy and powerful. Soon Tai Bai Yunxing's bones and tendons were broken. But Tai Bai Yunxing was already determined to die. He tightly clung onto Fang Yuan and hugged him tightly, even using his teeth to bite and headbutt. Fang Yuan could not break free at this moment. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, Old Bai, do you still remember Imperial Court blessed land? Tai Bai Yunxing was stunned. He exposed a flaw. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with ruthlessness. His 2 fingers pierced Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes mercilessly. Tai Bai Yunxing was heavily injured. Large amounts of blood flowed out of his eye sockets. Fang Yuan used this opportunity to attack again. Tai Bai Yunxing finally stopped moving. He was motionless. He was dead. Fang Yuan shook off Tai Bai Yunxing's corpse as he continued to swim, chasing after Wuxia. At this moment, old ancestor Shuihu and Wei Ling Yang's chaotic battle was also split up. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. Bai Qintian looked at reverse flow river. He could see the situation clearly. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were still at the front. They were the first group. Zishan Makoto was second. Wuxia and the rest were third. Fang Yuan was fourth. Old ancestor Shuihu and Lady Wanshou were fifth. Wei Ling Yang and the rest of the Central Continent Gu Immortals were sixth. Bai Qintian was anxious. Central Continent's side was already in a disadvantageous position. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were in the first group. There was no second Mu Ling Lan to protect them. The second group's Zishan Makoto was the enemy, while Wuxia and the rest were vicious members of Shadow Sect. The fifth group was Old Ancestor Xuehu and Lady Wanshou. There was no need to mention them. Without a choice, Bai Qin Tian could only target Fang Yuan. Friend. You only need to protect the lives of the two people at the front, you will obtain the friendship of Central Continent, and even the Celestial Court. Just tell me, what immortal goo or cultivation resources do you want? My huge Central Continent can satisfy you. As long as you protect Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. This again? Fang Yuan heard this and sighed internally. He thought of Imperial Court Blessed Land. In Imperial Court Blessed Land he was facing a choice. If he could help Ma Hongyun, it would be very beneficial to him. The current situation was similar to the Royal Court Blessed Land. But Fang Yuan did not say anything, he only swam upwards. Right now he wanted to get rid of Wuxia and the rest. Who cares about Ma Hongyun? Get lost. But what followed was a long stalemate. The further up Reverse Flow River went, the harder it was to move. Stamina and Dao Mark Foundation were secondary, the most important thing was the test of one's willpower. Lady Xiaoyun, we need to persevere. I believe that there will definitely be a chance. Ma Hongyun continued to speak, encouraging Zhao Lianyun in his arms. The river water was cold, but in Ma Hongyun's arms, Zhao Lianyun felt an incomparable warmth. This warmth gave her great motivation, she could still grit her teeth and persevere. Following behind them was Zishan Makoto. Ma Hongyun. Zhao Lianyun. As long as I capture you, I can suppress Old Ancestor Xuehu. At that time, I'll let him deal with Southern Border's giant dream realm. Purple Mountain True Monarch's mind was racing. Protect Lord Purple. Wuxia was worried. Wife, wake up. Old Ancestor Xuehu's side had a problem. Lady Wanshou had fainted. She was heavily injured in the chaotic battle, she lasted for a while before fainting. Old Ancestor Xuehu panicked internally. He gritted his teeth and stopped paddling, hugging Lady Wanshou as he allowed himself to be washed away by Reverse Flow River. Wei Lingyang and the rest allowed him to leave, they wanted one less strong competitor. Old Ancestor Xuehu quickly left Reverse Flow River, using Gu Immortal methods, he stabilized Lady Wanshou's condition. Bai Qin Tian became nervous, he could not deal with Old Ancestor Xuehu alone. The other Central Continent Gu Immortals around him could not interfere in the battle of rank 8s without Immortal Gu houses. I'll kill you first. Old Ancestor Xuehu carefully placed the unconscious Lady Wanshou into his immortal aperture. Next he charged towards Bai Qin Tian. He was the #1 demonic path person in Northern Plains, he was ruthless, how could he give up on this chance to beat up a fallen enemy? At most I will die. Bai Qin Tian was determined to die, he did not dodge. But when the two rank 8s were about to fight, they sensed a powerful aura. The mountainous dog-tailed Violet Marten finally arrived at the Reverse Flow Riverside with Flood Extremity and Black Extremity. Chapter 1286. Outside Reverse Flow River. Old Ancestor Xuehu wanted to fight Bai Qin Tian, but at this time the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Qiu, appeared. Why is this ferret here? Doesn't it stay in a cave all year round? Old Ancestor Xuehu was shocked. This ferret had a huge origin, it was Giant Sun Immortal's mount in the past. Giant Sun Immortal subdued it in his later years, his motive was obvious, it was to find a way to extend his lifespan. This dog-tail life-extending ferret had a huge amount of Dao marks, it was very mystical. As it grew older, its dog tail would shorten along with its lifespan. Once its lifespan was near its end, its tail would vanish. Thus, whenever it felt that its lifespan was near its end, it would devour an immemorial desolate hound. After devouring it, the dog-tail life-extending ferret would obtain the immemorial desolate hound's lifespan, it would grow a dog tail and continue living. Precisely so, Giant Sun Immortal died, while the dog-tail life-extending ferret survived until now. This giant ferret was blessed by Giant Sun Immortal, it gained intelligence and knew how to use goo worms, even immortal killer moves. It was an immemorial desolate beast, it had intelligence and could use immortal goo to unleash all sorts of methods, its strength was unfathomable. Even Old Ancestor Xuehu was wary of it. Old Ancestor Xuehu wanted to deal with Bai Qin Tian, but now that the dog-tail life-extending ferret appeared, he gave up on this plan. To think that Mao Li Qiu saved me. Bai Qin Tian let out a breath of air, he relaxed slightly. He also knew about the dog-tail life-extending ferret. Because this immemorial desolate beast was too famous. Like Central Continent's Wukong, and that evil dragon Di Zongxing, they were special existences, their battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. Old Ancestor Xuehu's gaze focused on the two longevity heaven goo immortals beside the dog-tail life-extending ferret. Old ancestor Shui, whose gaze was focused on black extremity. He chuckled coldly. As expected, Sun Minglu, you are a member of Longevity Heaven. To think that Longevity Heaven has already started to target me. He had already guessed this before, and now that he saw the black extremity in person, his guesses were confirmed. Black extremity bowed towards old ancestor Shui Hu. Old ancestor Shui Hu, we meet again. I am Black Extremity, one of the 8 extremities of Longevity Heaven. My name, Sun Minglu, is merely an alias. I used to travel around northern plains. Old ancestor Shui Hu sneered, but did not show any signs of attacking. That was because the dog-tailed life-extending ferret was by the black extremity's side. It was not that old ancestor Shui Hu was afraid of Mao Li Chiu, but he knew that the crux of the matter was not on the 3 of them, but on Reverse Flow River. Before the situation in the Reverse Flow River was settled, it was not a good time to make a move and let a third party take advantage of the situation. After greeting old ancestor Shui Hu, Black Extremity stared at Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun in the river. Grandpa Mao, the 2 people in front are our targets. The Black Extremity reminded the dog-tailed life-extending Martin. Bai Qin Tian frowned. Old ancestor Shui Hu's sneer became even colder. But Mao Li Chiu did not care as it curled its lips. Its huge beast face showed a very human expression. No rush. Let's wait for them to decide the victor. We are outside Reverse Flow River. Even though we can use goo worms, we cannot attack it. Any immortal method will be reflected on us by Reverse Flow River. Why would I seek trouble for myself? Although every strike of the Reverse Flow River would reduce a portion of the river's water, the Reverse Flow River was not as powerful as before. But with such a large river, how many years and months would it take to dry it up? Grandpa Mao won't do such a thankless thing. Saying so, it paused before continuing. Don't worry, these people will not last long. The further upstream Reverse Flow River goes, the more willpower is tested. They are swimming in Reverse Flow River now. Any thoughts of persevering in their minds will be reflected by Reverse Flow River. Any determination will waver and be washed away by Reverse Flow River. The 3 rank 8 existences were wary of each other. They did not attack. Outside the river, the Gu Immortals were all looking at Reverse Flow River. In the river, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were still in first place. Purple Mountain True Monarch was in the second position, very close to Ma and Zhao. Wuxia by Ningbing and He Lulan were third. Next was Fang Yuan. The 5th was originally old ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou, but earlier old ancestor Shui Hu gave up on the competition to save the unconscious Lady Wan Shou. He came to Reverse Flow River. Thus, the 5th was Celestial Quartz Rank 8 Rule Path Gu Immortal Wei Ling Yang, as well as several Central Continent Gu Immortals. Zishan Makoto moved his limbs. He even flapped the thin wings on his back from time to time. Ma and Zhao were already very close to him. I need to persevere. If I capture these 2, I will be able to suppress old ancestor Shui Hu and deal with Central Continent. Zishan Makoto's eyes were filled with determination. Reverse Flow River continued to reflect on the will in his mind. He shook his head, trying to get rid of the hesitation in his heart. 90,000 years ago, Providence attacked. I had to make many deductions before I found the final hope of survival. I sealed myself and turned into a purple gold rock. But I was still framed by Providence and often fell into a state of insanity and amnesia. These last 100,000 years, I woke up many times and experienced many dangers. With the help of Shadow Sect, I managed to escape and survive. Right now, even though my main body successfully refined the sovereign immortal aperture, it was snatched away by others. My main body fell into a dream realm again. He is in a precarious situation. The huge Shadow Sect has already been wiped out. The situation does not allow me to fail. I need to persevere until I capture Ma and Zhao. We are about to succeed. Zishan Makoto's dual sources shined. He was already very close to Ma and Zhao. Oh no, Zishan Makoto is going to capture Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were shocked. Old ancestor Shui Hu, Wuxia, and the rest had joyful expressions. What do we do? Flood Extremity shouted. Nothing. Mao Li Chiu rolled its eyes, unless they come out. But at this time, Zishan Makoto suddenly screamed as he hugged his head, struggling with a pained expression. What is going on? What happened? The immortals were bewildered. He actually acted up at this time. Damn it. Wuxia cursed the heavens in his heart. At the crucial moment, Zishan Makoto fell into a state of insanity. He swam down rapidly. Thankfully, Wuxia was already following Zishan Makoto, to prevent him from falling into insanity. He immediately caught Zishan Makoto, the group of 4 continued to swim upwards. This way Ma and Zhao escaped danger. They were still in first place. Zishan Makoto fell down. He was in second place with Wuxia and the rest. Third was Fang Yuan. Fourth was the Central Continent Gu Immortals led by Wei Lingyang. Lord Wei Lingyang, it is all up to you. Bai Qin Tian was overjoyed. The Central Continent Gu Immortals also started to cheer. Something happened to Zishan Makoto. This was great news to Central Continent. Especially those Gu Immortals who did not know Fang Yuan's true strength. They felt that only Central Continent rank 8 Wei Lingyang was left in Reverse Flow River. Even though Wei Lingyang was in last place, he could still win. Wei Lingyang gritted his teeth. The difficulty of swimming was getting higher, and more importantly, Reverse Flow River was affecting his every thought. Any thought of swimming upwards and persevering would be affected by Reverse Flow River. Many thoughts were washed away, but there was one thought that seemed to have taken root in Wei Lingyang's heart. I need to persevere. Because I am Central Continent's only hope. If I can capture Ma Hongyun and save Zhao Lianyun, we will have a chance to return in victory. I cannot fail. Central Continent's glory, Celestial Court's glory, I cannot lose it because of me. Wei Lingyang swam forward as usual. He was very stable. The Central Continent Gu Immortals around him also followed behind him. This group of Gu Immortals was the largest force in Reverse Flow River. They were very eye-catching. Even the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mali Chiu, said, "Oh? It seems that Central Continent has a huge advantage. Celestial Court's influence is still as long as ever. This cannot happen. Ma Hongyun is a Northern Plains person." Bai Qin Tian frowned. He looked at Mao Li Chiu, then at old ancestor Shui Hu had a cold expression. He started to worry. Even if Wei Lingyang defeats his competitors and captures Ma and Zhao, what will happen after he leaves Reverse Flow River? Bai Qin Tian thought about it but could not think of a way to escape. He could only continue to watch. Time passed by minutes and seconds. The situation in Reverse Flow River did not change. Ma Zhao was still first. Wuxia and the rest were second. Fang Yuan was in the third place. And Wei Lingyang and the other Central Continent Gu Immortals were fourth. The order of the 4 groups of Gu Immortals did not change, but the distance between them had shrunk. These people are actually able to persevere. Strange, how can there be such heroes among humans? The dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, mumbled. As expected, the great era is coming. Every time a great era that can create a venerable, large numbers of geniuses will emerge like a geyser. Bai Qin Tian's eyes shined with bright light. He assessed the Gu Immortals on Central Continent's side, memorizing their appearances. These people had strong wills. If they grew up, they would become pillars of their respective ancient sects. Persevere. The sect has entrusted the task of protecting Fairy Lianyun to me. I will not give up. I will never give up. Bu Jinzi frowned. It is like Gu refinement. No matter how difficult the process is or how unpredictable the results are, as long as I persevere, there will be gains. Yu Yizi encouraged himself internally. Shi Jingyi had a furious expression. Lord Mu Linglan sacrificed himself to protect Fairy Lianyun. How can I retreat? Do your best. Shi Jingyi. For love and justice you cannot retreat. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He stared at Wuxia. Looking at their close relationship, that rank 8 Gu Immortal who went crazy is likely a member of Shadow Sect. I need to kill them all. This Reverse Flow River is the best chance for me to get rid of this threat. Chapter 1287. Reverse Flow River flowed quietly. The higher they went, the calmer the river was. But in the minds of the people who were swimming, Reverse Flow River was flowing in, creating huge waves that would repel any thoughts of swimming upstream. Destruction was not scary, but thoughts and spirits were destroyed. Back then Renzu also lost in Reverse Flow River. Now these Gu Immortals were going to repeat Renzu's mistake. Damn it, I can't hold on anymore. At the next moment, Yuizi reached his limit. He could not move forward anymore. He was quickly washed away by Reverse Flow River. Next was the second Central Continent Gu Immortal. The third, Shi Jingyi, was exhausted. He fainted and was washed away by Reverse Flow River. Bu Zhenzi was very unwilling, but he could only watch as he floated away. Bai Qin Tian and the rest had ugly expressions as the Central Continent Gu Immortals got eliminated. Not long after, the Central Continent side that had the advantage in numbers only had rank 8 Gu Immortal Wei Lingyang left. To be able to reach rank 8, his willpower was truly shocking. Wei Lingyang displayed the foundation of a rank 8 expert. As for those Gu Immortals who were washed away, Bai Qin Tian gathered them one by one. They were not obstructed by old ancestor Shui Hu or the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu. Why are our Gu immortals washed away, but these useless people are still in the river? Some central continent Gu immortals could not stand Wuxia, Fang Yuan and the rest. Mere rank 6, their willpower is truly shocking. But we have all been washed away, they will be here soon. A central continent Gu immortal who had just been washed out of reverse flow river said. However, before Fang Yuan or Wuxia ran out of strength, they saw something happening to Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun, who was swimming with all his might, suddenly choked on some water. He was almost washed away. Be careful. Even Bai Qintian could not help but call out. Wuxia was overjoyed, but at the next moment, Ma Hongyun regained his composure and continued to swim. It was a false alarm. It's that girl, her willpower is quite shocking. Mao Liqiu saw through the details. It turned out that at the crucial moment, Zhao Lianyun had actually helped Ma Hongyun, allowing him to stabilize again. As a matter of fact, when the reverse flow river returned to normal, it didn't pose much of a challenge to one's stamina. This was especially true when one reached the upper reaches. The river water became slower and shallower, but the counteracting force against one's willpower and thoughts became stronger and stronger. Hongyun, we can't be separated again. Do you know how much I've experienced, how much I've suffered, and how much I've lost in order to be with you again? Zhao Lianyun was speechless. At this moment she did not have the strength to speak. Her aged body had already burst forth with a power that even Zhao Lianyun himself found hard to believe. Zhao Lianyun had forgotten about her physical strength and her old age. She just wanted to be with Ma Hongyun. Even if he swam with all his might, he did not even have the time to look at the person beside him. Even if he couldn't speak, even if he was in danger. Even if the result is tragic, I will try my best to persevere. Every minute and every second, as long as I'm with him, shoulder to shoulder, no matter what we do, no matter what the situation is, I feel blessed. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun continued to swim forward. Although their speed was very slow, the situation had stabilized. It was a false alarm. Bai Qintian and the other central continent Gu immortals, as well as Flood Extremity and Black Extremity, were all shocked. Old Ancestor Shui, who snorted coldly, he could not conceal his disappointment. Reverse flow river, which was the focus of all the immortals, every time the situation changed, the Gu immortals who were watching from the outside would be affected. Even if there were rank 8 Gu immortals among them. Even rank 6 and rank 7 Gu immortals were experts among the same cultivation level, they were elites of their regions. Even an immortal zombie body feels tired? Wuxia smiled bitterly. On his head, Zishan Makoto was pulling Wuxia's hair, he was screaming and playing around, crying and laughing at times. I am only a split soul of my main body, I have not been in this world for long. But from the moment I appeared in this world, I knew the responsibility I had to bear. Now Lord Z has gone crazy again. If I leave him alone, he might choke to death in the river. I am the only hope of Shadow Sect. Even if I die of exhaustion here, I cannot give up. Only by capturing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun will I have a bargaining chip to stall for time until Lord Z regains consciousness. His responsibilities made Wuxia persevere. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, her chest was heaving up and down. She even laughed lightly, her face was twisted, her eyes were shining with fervor. Spectacular. This is spectacular. In the reverse flow river, I experienced something I had never experienced before. This is the path that Renzu walked on back then. Interesting, this is too interesting. Even if I fail, this trip is not in vain. Even if I lose my life, it is worth it. He Lulan, however, had a furious expression. How can I stop here? Mother, I have not taken revenge for you yet. I have not killed that man with my own hands. Roar. Hang in there for me. He Lulan's body was shaking, she was bursting with unimaginable determination. However, as time passed, someone finally could not hold on anymore. Is this the end of my excitement? I still have great enmity, not? Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were exhausted and were washed out. However, there was no need to worry about their safety. Old Ancestor Shui who was already waiting outside the river. Thus, there were only 6 people left in the reverse flow river. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were first. Wuxia and the insane Zishan Makoto were second. Fang Yuan was third. Wei Lingyang was fourth. There is still hope. Now, old Ancestor Shui who placed all his hopes on Wuxia. As long as Wuxia captured Ma and Zhao Lianyun, old Ancestor Shui whose side would have the initiative and control central continents by Qin Tian and the rest, as well as Longevity Heaven's dogtail life-extending ferret. However, if Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were washed out, everyone would have a chance. At that time, a chaotic battle would erupt. and it would be unclear who would win. Not only did it depend on their strength, it also depended on their luck. Lord Wei Lingyang, it is up to you now. Bai Qin Tian thought to himself. He clenched his fists, they were filled with sweat. The dog-tail life-extending ferret snickered. A pair of huge eyes stared at the surface of the river. No one knew what it was thinking. Ah! The glory of our great celestial court. A moment later, Wei Lingyang screamed at the sky. He was unwilling, but he reached his limit. He was washed away by reverse flow river. Central Continent's Gu immortals gasped in shock. Someone shouted in disbelief, "How can this be? Lord Wei Lingyang is a Grand Rank 8 Gu immortal, how can he lose to these people?" Upstream of reverse flow river has nothing to do with cultivation level, it depends on one's own willpower. Someone explained. Central Continent's Gu immortals were silent. Didn't this mean that the Grand Rank 8 Celestial Court's Gu immortal Wei Lingyang's willpower could not compare to these people? Bai Qin Tian spoke slowly. Don't forget, earlier Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were resting on a mound made of soil. According to the information, they even had wild fruits to eat. When reverse flow river flowed, they were already at the front, while the Gu immortals behind them had to fight for a long time. Their stamina and willpower would be expended in this process. Central Continent's Gu immortals realized. That's right. Even though Lord Wei Lingyang lost, if we start from the same starting point, he will definitely be the final victor. Because of Bai Qin Tian's words, Central Continent's Gu immortals' morale stabilized. Bai Qin Tian was expressionless, but his heart was heavy. What should we do now? Bai Qin Tian was hesitant. As far as Central Continent was concerned, they were already at a huge disadvantage. The safer choice was to retreat and preserve their strength. Or they could go to Black Heaven and see if they could meet up with Myriad Tidal Dragon. With the help of the Immortal Gu House, they might be able to retaliate. The third choice was to stay here and fight with old ancestor Xuehu and the dog-tail life-extending ferret for Ma and Zhao. Let's wait for Wei Lingyang to return before discussing this. This was a huge matter. Bai Qin Tian could not make the decision. After all, he was not the leader, Wei Lingyang was the leader. However, while they were waiting, something happened in the reverse flow river again. Am unresigned. Wuxia raised his head and shouted, but soon he was submerged by reverse flow river and washed away. It is finally over. Wuxia die. Fang Yuan screamed internally. He had been waiting for this moment. He and Wuxia collided violently. Both sides fought in the water, but they stopped moving forward. But this way, Fang Yuan and Wuxia, as well as Zishan Makoto, were unavoidably washed away by reverse flow river. The sovereign immortal body against the strength path immortal zombie. Without a doubt, Wuxia was at an absolute disadvantage. He was instantly beaten by Fang Yuan's punches and kicks. His bones and tendons were broken. But immortal zombies were living dead. They only had one weakness, the brain. Even the heart was not a weakness. Fang Yuan had been an immortal zombie for a period of time. He naturally knew the crux of this. But Wuxia protected his brain. No matter how Fang Yuan destroyed the other parts of his body, he chose to protect his brain. Undoubtedly, this was a smart choice. Because if he delayed, Fang Yuan would be dragged out of reverse flow river, then it would be time for Wuxia to counterattack. Don't forget, there was still He Lulan, Bai Ningbing and old ancestor Xuehu. Among everyone present, only Fang Yuan was completely alone. This was a race against time. Fang Yuan wanted to kill Wuxia and Zishan Makoto before they left reverse flow river. Meanwhile, Wuxia was trying his best to stall for time. Chapter 1288. The main reason was, fighting in the water greatly affected Fang Yuan's attack continuity. Because he needed to swim to the surface of the river to breathe. In this aspect, Fang Yuan could not compare to the dead Mu Linglan. The latter was a water path Gu immortal. He had special water path Dao marks on him that allowed him to breathe underwater. In contrast, immortal zombies did not need to breathe. Because immortal zombies were dead people to begin with. Fang Yuan's attacks did not work. He suddenly changed his target to Zishan Makoto, who was in Wuxia's arms. Wuxia was worried about Zishan Makoto's safety. He quickly tried to save him. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his target, his fingers stabbing towards Wuxia's eyes. This move was vicious and ruthless. As long as he stabbed, Fang Yuan would be able to stab into Wuxia's head and take his life. Wuxia's heart shook. He could not defend in time. He felt despair. But right at this time a change occurred. Zishan Makoto suddenly came out, charging towards Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan had the initiative. He naturally had the strength to defend. He grabbed Zishan Makoto. At the same time, he tried to clench his fist and crush Zishan Makoto to death. But even though Zishan Makoto was a wisdom path Gu immortal, His wisdom path Dao marks were deep and unfathomable. Fang Yuan felt like he was grabbing a slippery eel. He actually managed to squeeze Zishan Makoto away. Zishan Makoto escaped from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. His body was extremely agile. He swam in the water, his wings increased his agility. Fang Yuan's following attacks missed. Then Zishan Makoto flew to Wuxia's side, grabbed his collar, and swam with all his might, unexpectedly shaking off Fang Yuan in an instant. Wuxia was both surprised and overjoyed. He looked at Zishan Makoto and saw that his eyes were clear and bright. He immediately knew that at this critical moment of life and death, Zishan Makoto had regained his senses. Awesome! Wuxia's heart leaped with joy. Now that Zishan Makoto had woken up, the two of them could completely regroup and capture Ma and Zhao alive. Let's go! Zishan Makoto carried Wuxia and quickly left along the river. His body was small but he possessed enormous power. Lord Z. Realization dawned on Wuxia at once. Indeed, very soon, Zishan Makoto once again descended into a state of insanity. Sigh. Wuxia sighed deeply. He now knew why Zishan Makoto had retreated. Because he was in an unstable state. Because of Zishan Makoto's interference, Fang Yuan could not get rid of Wuxia. Moreover, he had fallen for a long distance. He was very far away from Ma and Zhao. Old Ancestor Shui who had an unhappy expression. With Wuxia and Zishan Makoto's retreat, only 3 people were left in Reverse Flow River. They were Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun and Fang Yuan. Who is this person? He is a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. He actually foiled my plans? Old Ancestor Shui who showed deep killing intent towards Fang Yuan. He Lulan was already standing beside Old Ancestor Shui who, hearing his question, she had a thought. Fang Yuan and Wuxia clearly had deep hatred. He had to answer now. He Lulan had already become a member of Shadow Sect. At this moment, she could not expose Fang Yuan's true identity. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had another identity. She answered, he is Lu Guanyi. Lu Guanyi? The demonic path Gu Immortal who killed Yi Lui Kun Xing and cultivated ancient sword dragon transformation? Old Ancestor Shui who was stunned before reacting. He knew about Lu Guanyi. Even though he was refining Gu in snowy mountain blessed land, he had been paying attention to Northern Plains situation. Because the rank 8 Gu Immortals of Northern Plains were the obstacles to him refining fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. As for Lu Guanyi and Chu Du, Old Ancestor Shui who did not care about them. But to think that a certain minor character who he did not care about would spoil his plans today at this moment. Ha, luck is on our side after all. The dog-tail life-extending ferret laughed loudly, its laughter reverberated in the surroundings. Bai Qin Tian and Wei Ling Yang had already gathered. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were waiting. It seemed that they chose to stay and wait for a chance. Old Ancestor Shui Hu He Lulan and Bai Ning Bing stood together. All 3 sides were together, waiting for Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun to be eliminated. Fairy Lianyun, Ma Hongyun, you can come out now. Even if our Central Continent Gu Immortals sacrifice our lives, we will protect you. Wei Ling Yang said loudly. Laughable. Central Continent fellows actually want to snatch people from me? The dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, glared at them feeling very displeased. Black Extremity was worried that Mao Li Chiu's ferocity would scare Ma Hongyun. He quickly tried to salvage the situation. Ma Hongyun, you obtained fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu's recognition. You have Giant Sun's bloodline. You are a member of Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven is the source of our bloodline, Ancestor Giant Sun's Grotto Heaven. We're here to take you home. Old Ancestor Shui who snorted coldly, threatening Fang Yuan. Lu Guanyi, if you can capture Ma and Zhao, I will allow you to become the 3rd Peak Lord of Snowy Mountain. I Shui Hu am a man of my words, you can rest assured. If you succeed with my support, your future path of cultivation will be smooth. Hearing his words, the other Gu Immortals started to pay attention to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lost the chance to killing Wuxia. There was no other way. He had already tried his best. But the foundation of a rank 8, the advantage of a strength path Immortal Zombie in Reverse Flow River, and most importantly, Zishan Makoto's momentary clarity, all of these pushed him towards the abyss of failure. I failed? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. The situation was very dangerous for him. Among the 3 rank 8s outside the river, only Old Ancestor Shui who could rely on. But Old Ancestor Shui who had people from Shadow Sect beside him. If I leave Reverse Flow River, these 3 rank 8s can attack me. My speed cannot match Huifeng Zi, even with myriad self and familiar face, there is little hope of escaping from these 3 rank 8s. Fang Yuan was clear about his own strength. However, if I can capture Ma and Zhao, they will be the best bargaining chips. Central Continent and Longevity Heaven will be willing to trade for them, not to mention old ancestor Shui who, I might even be able to use him to eliminate Shadow Sect. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. He swam up with all his might towards the two of them. Ma and Zhao saw Fang Yuan's movement. They were the only ones left in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's malicious intent was clear. Ma and Zhao could only grit their teeth and continue swimming forward. Persevere. I barely escaped from Snowy Mountain. I do not want to be captured again. And Lady Xiao Yun, she became like this because of me. I need to save her. Thus, I need to persevere. Ma Hongyun, you can do it, keep it up. Ma Hongyun gritted his teeth, swimming forward with all his might. Even though he was extremely tired, he had great motivation in his heart. Fang Yuan's speed was faster than Ma and Zhao. But earlier when he fought with Wuxia, he was pushed back by Reverse Flow River for a long time. Thus, Ma and Zhao were safe unless something happened to them and they could not hold on anymore. Time gradually flowed by, and this peculiar competition had finally reached its final juncture. Outside the river, a large number of Gu immortals watched the three's actions. At this time, Zhao Lianyun's expression changed. While she was swimming, her feet suddenly touched the ground. Next, she subconsciously stepped on the ground and stood up from Reverse Flow River. Her head and shoulders were above the water. This change made her and Ma Hongyun happy and surprised. How can this be? Flood Extremity was shocked. The dog-tail life-extending ferret yawned. Don't be so surprised. The upstream of Reverse Flow River gets shallower and shallower. Haven't you read The Legends of Rinzhu? Back then, Rinzhu wanted to walk out of Reverse Flow River, but he failed at the final step. So that's it. Mao Liqiu said loudly. The Central Continent Gu immortals also realized. Unknowingly, they are already at the upstream. Guys, look. They're only 100 steps away from the end of the upper reaches. Could it be that Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun can break the record and do something that even the Rinzhu couldn't do? Could it be that they can walk out of the Reverse Flow River? Not necessarily. Back then, Rinzhu started from the downstream. Ma and Zhao gained a lot of advantages. Even so, it is a grand feat. That's right, their willpower is truly shocking. The Gu immortals discussed this topic intensely. Even Mao Liqiu winked. This means that this Ma Hongyun is really not bad. He can actually get out of Reverse Flow River. Flood Extremity and Black Extremity looked at each other. The former said proudly, as expected of the person chosen by fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was still moving his limbs, trying to swim upstream, while Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were already walking in Reverse Flow River. Almost all of the Gu immortals were looking at Ma and Zhao. The immortals wanted to know if these two could break the human record, in a sense, surpass Rinzhu and walk out of Reverse Flow River from the upstream. Step by step. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun held on to each other. They were shakily moving forward. They were extremely tired, they were numb, but they persisted. With every step, their bodies would shake like willow branches in the wind. If they fell down at the next moment, nobody would be surprised. But in this state, they continued to move forward. This scene shook the immortals' hearts. What kind of willpower is this? Is this the power of love? The two of them supported each other. They went through thick and thin together. Regardless of the result, I am filled with admiration towards these two. The commotion outside the river gradually stopped. As Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun reached the end of the upstream, the immortals held their breaths. Chapter 1289. Am I going to fail? Fang Yuan was still swimming. Seeing this, his heart felt heavy. No, as long as it is not the last moment, I will still have a chance. I cannot give up. The last step. Bai Qin Tian shouted. The immortals did not even breathe loudly. All of them became nervous. Their eyes widened. They wanted to witness this grand moment. Grandpa Mao, get ready. When Ma Hongyun comes out, we will snatch him. Black Extremity transmitted, reminding the dog-tail life-extending ferret. But the latter transmitted, no need to snatch. Grandpa Mao, what do you mean? Black Extremity was anxious. At this time, Ma Hongyun pulled Zhao Lianyun's hand, finally taking the last step. His left foot was still in the Reverse Flow River, and the water couldn't even cover his left foot. His right foot was already in the air, about to step out of the river. At this time, no one could stop Ma Hongyun, unless Zhao Lianyun went crazy, or Ma Hongyun himself gave up. But neither of those things happened. Ma Hongyun took a step. Splat. A soft sound, water splashed. He stepped into the water. Why is there water? Ma Hongyun dazed. Zhao Lianyun was also dazed. They could clearly see that the moment Ma Hongyun took the last step, the water level of the reverse current river had risen a little. So Ma Hongyun was still in reverse flow river. Why is this happening? Ma Hongyun did not believe it. Gritting his teeth, he took the second step. At this time the same thing happened again. Reverse flow river rose a little again. He was still in the river. The immortals were in an uproar. Why was reverse flow river like this? Isn't this a little too shameless? Ah! Mao Liqiu suddenly laughed deafeningly. This is too fun, too fun. Look at your expressions, haha, this is really interesting, haha. The immortal's expressions changed. Black extremity combined Mao Liqiu's words. He immediately understood. Mao Liqiu already knew that Ma Hongyun could not step out of reverse flow river. That was why it was so calm and did not try to snatch him. Grandpa Mao, what is going on? Flood extremity became impatient, asking curiously. Haha, you bunch of fools, look at yourselves. Mao Liqiu laughed until its claws slapped the ground, creating loud bangs. It was extremely happy. This is what the reverse flow river looks like. There is an upstream and a downstream, but it is impossible to forcefully walk out of the upstream from the downstream. There was no end to the reverse flow river. With every step you take in the upper reaches, it will overtake you. During the immemorial antiquity era, Renzu wanted to save his eldest son, but that was fate Gu. It dictates the life and death of all living beings. How could a dead person have a second life? This goes against the great Tao of heaven and earth. Thus Wisdom Gu did not tell Renzu about this mystical ability of reverse flow river. Haha, this is so fun. I didn't expect to encounter such a fun thing this time. At the end, Mao Liqiu started laughing maniacally again. It even rolled around on the ground, holding its belly in laughter. The immortal's expressions completely changed. This was a primordial secret. This was the first time the Gu immortals present had heard of it. This means, according to the legends, wasn't Wisdom Gu the one who harmed Renzu? Renzu failed at the final step, but the truth is there will never be a final step. Because reverse flow river itself has no end. This is a scheme. This is Wisdom Gu's trap. Wait, if that is the case, wouldn't Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun be trapped in reverse flow river forever? Someone said, reminding everyone of the situation. The immortals quickly looked at reverse flow river. But this time they did not pay attention to Ma and Zhao. Instead they looked at Fang Yuan, who was not far behind them. Fang Yuan. He did not give up. The result of his perseverance was a huge turning point. This Lu Guanyi did not get swept away. He is still persevering. He is not far from Ma and Zhao. This means with his speed, won't he be able to catch Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun soon? Lu Guanyi has great battle strength. The battle earlier proved it. In the reverse flow river, he fought Lord Bai Qin Tian to a draw. The other Gu immortals were all eliminated. Only Fang Yuan, Ma Hongyun, and Zhao Lianyun were left. Now, even if the Gu immortals outside the river wanted to regroup and swim upstream, they did not have the time. Most importantly, they were all eliminated. Their thoughts of swimming upstream were destroyed. They could not muster up the courage to swim in reverse flow river for the time being. Oh no, the only hope now is that Lu Guanyi runs out of energy? Bai Qin Tian thought of this as cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He suddenly reminded Ma and Zhao, walk slowly, don't be anxious, as long as you keep moving forward, you can stay in reverse flow river. Bai Qin Tian had fought with Fang Yuan before. He was very clear about Fang Yuan's shocking battle strength in reverse flow river. This could be seen from his injuries after leaving reverse flow river. He had Zishan Makoto's help, and was an immortal zombie. He was only a step away from death. Thus, with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's loyalty to Central Continent, they had to avoid interacting with Fang Yuan. They had to stall for time until Fang Yuan could not hold on anymore. This was Central Continent's only chance of victory. But Fang Yuan was still the same. He was not fast, but compared to Ma and Zhao, who were as slow as turtles, he was extremely fast. Not long after he landed on the ground, he was less than 100 steps away from Ma and Zhao. Old Ancestor Shui who suddenly spoke. Good Lu Guanyi, capture Ma and Zhao. If you have any requests you can tell me. You are wanted by Lu tribe and Yi Lui tribe, but as long as you hand these two to me, I will be your ally. From now on, whoever dares to deal with you will be dealing with me. Wei Lingyang was shocked. He also spoke. Lu Guanyi, we are Central Continent's 10 great sects and members of Celestial Court. If you can protect Ma and Zhao, even if you go to Central Continent, we have ways to modify your immortal aperture and let you adapt to Central Continent's heaven and earth chi. You will become a true Central Continent Gu immortal. If you make a huge contribution, Central Continent will not mistreat you. Old Ancestor Shui who will give you several times or even 10 times the reward. Lu Guanyi, even though you do not have the Huang Jin bloodline, as long as you make up for your mistakes and protect Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, hand them over to Longevity Heaven. My Longevity Heaven can make an exception and take you in as an external supreme elder. If you enter Longevity Heaven, you will receive unimaginable benefits. You will be a member of Northern Plains' righteous path, not a demonic path. Not only will you not be wanted, you will even be welcomed by all of Northern Plains' Huangjin tribes. Flood Extremity also spoke. Chapter 1290. This situation was quite amusing. The three parties simultaneously tried to recruit Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's position was too advantageous. If he succeeded in the river, he would have a huge advantage no matter which party he joined. But Fang Yuan did not respond. He was too tired to speak. He stood on the riverbed and straightened his body, walking forward. He knew that nothing he said would change anything. Only by capturing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun would he have the right to negotiate with the three parties outside the river. The distance between them was shrinking bit by bit. The immortals outside the reverse flow river watched Fang Yuan's every move. People kept raising their offers. There was a strange phenomenon. No one threatened Fang Yuan. Everyone knew that Fang Yuan was Lu Guan's identity on the surface. This Lu Guan had killed even Yilu Kun Xing. He had outstanding strength and had taken the initiative to attack, greatly offending the Lu family. It was clear that he was vicious and lawless. Threatening such a murderer would only produce the opposite of the desired result. I want to live, I want to be with Hong Yun forever. Zhao Lianyun cried, wailing in her heart. She walked forward step by step with difficulty, each step was an inch at a time. I'm here, I'm right here. Don't be afraid, Xiao Yun, I'll protect you. Ma Hongyun's face was as pale as a sheet. He held onto Zhao Lianyun's arm, his vision darkening. With every step he took, he felt a strong dizziness, making him wonder if he would collapse the next moment. Where are you two going? Fang Yuan's voice came from behind Ma Hongyun. Ma and Zhao Lianyun trembled and turned around. Fang Yuan's hands were already on Ma Hongyun's and Zhao Lianyun's shoulders. At this moment, Ma Hongyun raised his head and roared. He pushed Zhao Lianyun and slammed into Fang Yuan. No. But how could Fang Yuan let Ma Hongyun have his way? His failure to deal with Wuxia and Zishan Makoto had already made Fang Yuan quite angry. Dealing with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, a mortal and a false immortal, was naturally a piece of cake for him. After a series of moves that dazzled Ma Hongyun's eyes, the two of them were subdued by Fang Yuan with one hand each. One on each side, they were clamped under Fang Yuan's armpits, unable to move. Ma and Zhao came to their senses and naturally struggled with all their might. But at this time, Fang Yuan's extremely cold voice rang out, "If you move again, I will kill the person you love the most." Immediately, Ma and Zhao froze, looking at Fang Yuan with an incomparably terrified expression. Fang Yuan's words immediately grasped the weakness of these two people. Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and continued forward with a captive in each hand. In this dangerous situation, at this moment, Fang Yuan forcefully found a chance of survival. He looked at the sky outside the river and said loudly to the three sides, "Now we can have a good talk. Aha kid, you are not bad. With my demeanor in the past, everything can be discussed." Old ancestor Shuehu laughed loudly. "Don't be rash, Central Continent can satisfy all your conditions." Wei Lingyang followed. "Boring." Mao Liqiu curled its lips and lay on the ground, wagging its tail leisurely. Black Extremity laughed bitterly. "Lu Guanyi, what do you want? Just say it, ugh." At this time a sudden change occurred. Ma Hongyun suddenly stopped breathing. He died. The immortals were shocked, there was dead silence. For a moment even Fang Yuan was stunned. "I clearly didn't use any strength." No, Ma Hongyun died from exhaustion. He held Zhao Lianyun and moved forward, unrestrainedly squeezing out his essence, qi and spirit, surpassing his limits again and again. In the end, not only was his physical strength exhausted, even his spirit was exhausted. After being clamped by me, the moment his body relaxed, he instantly died. Fang Yuan quickly understood. This sudden change caught him off guard. Ma Hongyun died. The immortals gasped. "Damn it. Lu Guanyi, you actually killed him. I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. You will die a horrible death." Old ancestor Shuehu was furious. He roared at the sky with bloodshot eyes. Once Ma Hongyun died, his fortune rivaling heaven dissipated. That was to say, only a living Ma Hongyun had huge value as an immortal material. A dead Ma Hongyun was merely a rank 5 Gu master. This was also why Lady Wanshou had been trying to refine Ma Hongyun alive, and not kill him first before slowly refining him. Like the spring dream fruit tree, luck path immortal materials had their own special characteristics. If it was a living luck path immortal material, it had to be kept alive. When refining luck path immortal goo, the living refinement method was needed. Ma Hong Yun. By Qin Tian Wei Ling Yang and the rest were dejected. Little worm, you actually clamped Ma Hong Yun to death, you clamped him to death. Mao Li Chio's voice was even louder than old ancestor Shui Hu's. It had a ruthless expression as it bared its sharp teeth, it was furious and its fur was bristling, it wanted to pounce on Fang Yuan and eat him alive. Ma Hong Yun died just like that. Don't worry, I still have Zhao Lianyun. Fang Yuan suppressed the shock in his heart. Zhao Lianyun's face was covered in tears. Hong Yun. Hong Yun. The person she loved the most had died in front of her eyes. The unparalleled pain and sorrow were like a tsunami that swallowed her whole. But she could not scream, she could not shout, she could not make a sound. She could only scream and scream in her heart. It was not easy, she had gone through so much trouble to reach this step, she had just met Ma Hongyun not long ago, but they were separated forever. What could Zhao Lianyun do now? Her tears flowed down, the sorrow was etched into her heart, the pain was heavier than death by 1,000 cuts, her body was shaking intensely. Oh no. Fang Yuan quickly attacked, wanting to knock Zhao Lianyun unconscious. This was to prevent Zhao Lianyun from dying from excessive sorrow. However, just as Fang Yuan's hand was about to land on Zhao Lianyun's neck, a blue light shone from Zhao Lianyun's body. Rank 9 Love Immortal Goo. At the crucial moment, it displayed its power again. This aura, rank 9 Love. Wait, didn't they say that goo worms cannot be used in reverse flow river? Flood Extremity shouted. Mao Li Chio rolled its eyes. Are you stupid? How can there be absolutes in this world? Reverse flow river is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because it is filled with wondrous Dao marks, goo worms cannot be used. But rank 9 immortal goo are not Dao marks, they are fragments of the great Dao. Reverse flow river's Dao marks cannot suppress them, the immortal goo will show off. Save him, even if I have to sacrifice my life. Zhao Lianyun was overjoyed, he shouted in his mind. But love immortal goo could not be controlled, the blue light brought Zhao Lianyun to the sky, he escaped from reverse flow river. Next, he went to Bai Qin Tian and Wei Ling Yang, he was so fast that the others could not react in time. Ma Hong Yun's corpse was left behind. Fang Yuan held it tightly in his hands. Even though Ma Hong Yun was dead, his soul was still in his body. But old ancestor Shui Hu had already lost interest in this corpse. If reviving Ma Hong Yun had any use, Lady Wan Shou would not have to use such a difficult live refinement method. Mao Li Chio stared at Fang Yuan with hostility, baring its fangs. Fang Yuan had just grasped the opportunity, but who could have expected the situation to change, causing Fang Yuan to fall into an even more dangerous situation than before. Such an accident, it must be the work of Providence. At once, Fang Yuan realized. He fell into reverse flow river, all his immortal goo were useless, so much time had passed, Providence's arrangements showed their power. First he was swept into reverse flow river, then Zishan Makoto, Wuxia and finally Ma Hong Yun and Zhao Lianyun. Providence. Fang Yuan raised his head. At this moment he was surrounded by enemies. Not only did old ancestor Shui Hu, Mao Li Chio and Central Continent's Goo immortals want to kill him to vent their anger, Providence was also everywhere trying to get rid of him, the biggest variable in the world. Desperate situation. Then what should I do? Fang Yuan's mouth was dry. But from start to finish he was expressionless. He could not think of a way, just old ancestor Shui Hu alone was an opponent that Fang Yuan could not match. That huge sable was unfathomable, it had a huge origin, it was giant sun immortals mount in the past. Not to mention the other Goo immortals. Fang Yuan could not think of a way, he could only continue to move in reverse flow river. He could hear the shouts and screams of the Goo immortals. Lu Guanyi, you will not escape death today. You have done too many evil deeds, in the end your evil deeds brought about your own destruction. You ended up in this state, heaven is truly fair. Kill him, we need to kill him, he dared to ruin our plans. Do you know that you've killed someone you absolutely cannot touch? Today you will die for sure. The dog-tail life-extending ferret roared at the sky, creating endless sound waves. If not for reverse flow river blocking it, it would have attacked Fang Yuan already. Is there no other way? Reverse flow river will wash me away with my current methods, there is little hope of escaping. Fang Yuan was very troubled. He could only continue moving in reverse flow river. Step by step. He was already at the front, with every step he took, reverse flow river would flow forward a step, Fang Yuan was always inside the river. Reverse flow river had no end. This was a form of despair. But Fang Yuan did not care. In my life I have experienced too much despair. Fang Yuan sighed internally. His gaze was still clear, he was still expressionless. Based on the current situation, it seems like I can only wait for the three sides to fight each other before I can take the opportunity to leave. Then I can only persevere in this river. Fang Yuan pondered. Step by step. As time passed, the Gu immortals who could not wait for Fang Yuan to be washed away started to get impatient. Is he done yet? What's the point of walking in the reverse flow river? You're going to die anyway. Come out, you coward. I will slap you to death. You have no hope left, Lu Guanyi. Even if you die, you will still have some pride. Some of the Gu immortals snickered, some watched coldly. Chapter 1291. If you think that you will wait for us to fight and find a chance to escape, then give up on that idea. I Xuehu only have you as my target today. Do you know how much I paid to refine fortune rivaling heaven, Gu? You ruined my cultivation plan. You are the person I hate the most in my life. If I do not kill you, I will not be able to vent my hatred. Old ancestor Xuehu looked at Fang Yuan eerily. His words were like cold water that poured on Fang Yuan's heart. But Fang Yuan was still expressionless. He was like a rock, a deaf and mute person made of iron. No words, be it threats or enticements, had any effect. Time passed, Fang Yuan continued to move forward. Unknowingly, the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Liqiu's growls became weaker. The expression on the enormous violet mink's face changed. It spoke with a strange and incredulous tone as it looked at Fang Yuan, muttering, It can't be what? Black Extremity felt strange. At this moment, old ancestor Xuehu by Qin Tian and Wei Lingyang's expressions also changed slightly. They sensed something too. Soon the other Gu immortals were also moved. They gasped in shock. Oh, this is the aura of a Gu worm? But it seems to be the same. What Gu worm? Impossible. Does he have a rank 9 immortal Gu as well? Something is wrong. This is not the aura of an immortal Gu, or rather, it is incomplete. So strange. Suddenly Yue Yizi's eyes shined. He guessed the truth. He said, This situation he is refining Gu. A Gu immortal scoffed. How can this be? Refining Gu in reverse flow river? Indeed. Gu worms could not be used in reverse flow river, unless they were rank 9 immortal Gu. Even though Fang Yuan had wisdom Gu, he was in Langya blessed land, he could not use any Gu worms, let alone refine Gu. Fang Yuan also sensed the mystical changes in his body. He was expressionless, but his heart was shaking. It seems, he is really refining Gu? What is going on? Every time I move forward, the aura in my body gets stronger. What happened? Although Fang Yuan didn't know the specifics, he understood that this seemed to be his turning point. The situation was already terrible. No matter what, Fang Yuan was willing to continue trying. He walked on, one step after another. His steps were steady and his face was expressionless, but he gave off a strong feeling. Why is he expressionless? A Gu immortal suddenly asked. The immortals finally reacted. That was right. Other than Fang Yuan, everyone else had either twisted expressions on their faces, or were in extreme pain. They were either mad or weeping. Why was Fang Yuan so expressionless? The immortals were silent. They all knew that the person who asked this question actually wanted to ask another question. That is, why can this Lu Guanyi last so long? Moreover, he seems to be able to persevere for even longer or even forever. How was this possible? Everyone was eliminated, washed out by the reverse flow river. Why was he still here? Why did he look like he still had some strength left? Why was it him? Why him? No one could answer this question. The Gu immortals were silent. A moment later, as Fang Yuan continued to move forward, the aura of the Gu worms in his body continued to grow. It had reached a limit. Soon, Fang Yuan's body started to emit a pure white light from inside out. To think that, it really developed to this state. Mao Liqiu saw this and stared with wide-opened eyes. It was tongue-tied, unable to believe this scene. Grandpa Mao, what is going on? Black Extremity could not help but ask. Sigh. At this point, it doesn't matter even if I say it. Mao Liqiu sighed deeply, showing a deep sense of defeat on its face. An immortal Gu is being created in his body. This immortal Gu is called Perseverance. Mao Liqiu said something shocking. Perseverance immortal Gu? Black Extremity was shocked. The other Gu immortals were not any better. The legends of Renzu mentioned that Perseverance immortal Gu is the key to conquering reverse flow river? Didn't it not exist? Yue Yizi asked. No, it exists. Bai Qin Tian said. He was a Gu immortal of Celestial Court, he knew many secrets. And someone had once controlled it. That person was the Lord of Celestial Court, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Wei Lingyang added. What? Everyone was shocked again. But Perseverance Immortal Gu's refinement method, we did not expect it to be like this. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not reveal it either. Bai Qin Tian shook his head and sighed. Of course he did not want to reveal it. Because this is a scandal in his life. Mao Li Chiu interjected. It seemed to be interested in anything that affected the reputation of Celestial Court. These words caused Shi Zhengyi to shout, Nonsense, how dare you slander the name of an immortal venerable? To be able to challenge a legendary immemorial desolate beast, Shi Zhengyi's courage was praiseworthy. Many Central Continent Gu immortals were worried for him. Mao Li Chiu was not angry. Kid, what do you know? Immortal venerables and demon venerables have high cultivation level, but they are humans. Humans have emotions, they have flaws and weaknesses. Back then, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable charged into Reverse Flow River and was trapped inside, unable to escape. In the end, he stayed at the top for a long time and refined Perseverance Immortal Gu in his body. From then on, he conquered Reverse Flow River, becoming the first owner of Reverse Flow River in history. Reverse Flow River's first owner? Even old ancestor Shui, who showed a shocked expression. This Reverse Flow River had been in his hands for a long time. To think that there was such a secret. In that case. At once, the immortal's gazes turned to Fang Yuan. Mao Li Chiu sighed, looking at Fang Yuan, who was bathed in white light with a deep gaze, saying helplessly, That's right. At this rate, he is going to refine Perseverance Immortal Gu and become the second owner of Reverse Flow River. The immortals were speechless. They watched as Fang Yuan walked forward step by step. He was expressionless. No matter how many steps he took, Reverse Flow River would always flow below his feet. It was like the greatest mockery of fate. But he continued to walk. He had walked from the 500 years of his previous life. He did not know how long it would take. But he knew where he wanted to go. It seemed, no one could stop him. At the very least, there was no one who could stand in his way. 500 years in his previous life. Fang Yuan leaned on the bamboo building, looking at the village and Qingmao Mountain behind him. He clenched his fists. His young face was filled with hope. It is time to give up on the past. It is my good fortune to be able to transmigrate here. Because I can achieve longevity here. I need to make use of this rare opportunity. Otherwise, how can I face myself in this opportunity? Of course, right now, I need to improve my brothers and my living environment. At that kid. After awakening. On the battle stage, Fang Yuan lowered his head with a furious expression. I was plotted against. Who plotted against me? They did not want me to defeat my opponent? The answer is obvious. Brother, give up, you are not my match. Because of our different talents, we are destined to be different. Guyue Fangjing said happily. Fang Yuan turned around and left, his eyes filled with determination. Since the village does not nurture me and uncle and aunt are purposely pushing me away, what's the point of me staying here? Could it be that I can become stronger and achieve immortality here? Why don't I leave? In the caravan. The bearded Gu master was dead. Fang Yuan stood in front of his grave. The young man's eyes were filled with tears, choking, Uncle Bearded, rest in peace. Thank you for the gift before you left. You said, when you were young, you wanted to be a person of indomitable spirit, like those legendary figures of the righteous path. When you were young, you felt that becoming a clan leader was not bad. When you were young, becoming a clan elder was already a great feeling. When you were middle-aged, you were exiled by the clan, and found that as long as you could support yourself and raise the Gu worms on your body, you would be satisfied. I will not let my dreams wither with age like this. This world is too big and we are all small characters, but I will do my best. I will always work hard. Childhood, youth. Qingmao Mountain, the caravan they traveled. Middle age, old age, they obtained lifespan Gu. Southern border, western desert, eastern sea, central continent. After spring, autumn, cicadas rebirth, Qingmao Mountain, Three Kings Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Imperial Court Blessed Land, Etian Mountain, Reverse Flow River. They traveled step by step through wind and rain. Bai Qin Tian frowned. He stared at Fang Yuan's figure, thinking, what kind of willpower is this? Why is he so persistent? What is it that makes him so persistent? Old ancestor Shui, who snorted coldly, a solemn light flashed in his eyes. He no longer had the disdain he had towards ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals. That means to say, 300,000 years ago there was Genesis Lotus, 300,000 years later, there is Lu Guanyi, Reverse Flow River Lord. Mao Liqiu looked at the bright light on Fang Yuan's body. It was helpless. It gritted its teeth and scratched the ground with its claws, creating deep marks. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan's eyelids twitched. They were deeply moved. Zhao Lianyun woke up slowly. She looked at Ma Hongyun's corpse, which was held by Fang Yuan's other arm. Tears flowed out of her eyes. She cried in her heart, Hongyun, how can you leave me? Without you, I am alone in this world. What is the point of me living? Do you know? How hard is it for a person to persevere alone? How hard is it for a person to persevere alone? All the Gu immortals present could answer this question. Because among them, some persevered because of responsibility, some persevered because of hatred, some persevered because of excitement, some persevered because of love, and Fang Yuan's answer? He was still expressionless. He continued to move forward without moving. I once screamed, but gradually I could no longer make a sound. I once cried, but gradually I stopped crying. I once felt sorrow, but gradually I could endure everything. I once felt joy, but gradually I became indifferent to the world. And now, I am only expressionless below. My gaze is firm like a rock. I only have perseverance left in my heart. This is me, a minor character, Fang Yuan's perseverance. The light shined brightly. It could not be looked at directly. Chapter 1292. I have revised this chapter many times. I did not hesitate to cut out many of the existing drafts, and in the end I almost wrote it from scratch. In the end I finally wrote some of the feelings in my heart. Without a doubt, the main idea of this plot is persistence. The legends of Rinzhu, as always, played a key role. A few days ago, readers who subscribed to the original version of this book might have seen some bad reviews from new readers when they were browsing Qidian's book review section. Actually, these are already considered good. Slander, abuse, curses that involve family members, reports time and time again. I started writing this book 4 or 5 years ago, and I've experienced this kind of thing too many to count. One of them is that an author who can write such a main character must also be a pervert. This point of view is too funny and also a little sad. According to this logic, an author who writes small white novels is naturally a small white? An author who writes dark novels is naturally dark? Mr. Li Zongwu who writes thick black novels is thick black? Then, I have written many stallion novels before. Am I a stallion? Many people do not understand Fang Yuan, just like how they do not understand the original intention of writing this book. Fang Yuan has never let his dreams shrink. I have never forgotten the original intention of writing this book, which is to write about a villain. I know that most people are used to seeing decent because it is easy and there is no moral pressure. However, real life is never easy and is mostly cold and cruel. So, I suggest many readers to read the preface of this book before reading it. I want to write about a villain, and to write about a villain, it is impossible to not write about cruelty and coldness. Many readers do not like Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. I understand you sincerely. But to me, I love the main character Fang Yuan, and also the supporting characters such as Bai Ningbing, Ma Hongyun, He Lulan, Wuxia, etc. Because in them they have their own will, their own brilliance, their own opportunities and their own thoughts. They are living people and they allude to some aspects of our real life. There will always be people who need to work hard, there will always be people who are especially lucky, and can reap benefits without putting in any effort, there will always be people who have a high starting point, there will always be people who are attractive and lovable. Society is like this, and the novel I write is to create a world and it should be like this, to include these things. I, on the other hand, tend to believe in personal effort and the realization of personal self-worth. Therefore the protagonist was Fang Yuan. I know that most of my readers are also inclined towards personal efforts and the realization of self-worth, so they love the character of Fang Yuan. Ma Hongyun's death seemed funny, but I thought it was inevitable. Tonight, Weibo News will do a special topic on Ma Hongyun, explaining and analyzing this character. I think that everyone living in this world should have a tolerant heart. We love the character of Fang Yuan, so why don't we take a look at the highlights of other characters? Just like in real life, there will always be people around us that we hate. But if we look at them from a different angle, we might be able to find something special about them. People with such foresight are blessed. Because he or she will be broad-minded and will not easily make oneself unhappy because of the external appearance. Wasn't it a beautiful thing to be able to live happily? More importantly, these people were open-minded and would not let their prejudices hinder their own understanding. If they looked at it this way, they would also discover some very interesting things in life. As for the book reviews from a few days ago, they could stand at a height and overlook these things. Thank you for your support. Fang Yuan has been persevering. I, the author, have also been persevering and have never given up. Once again, thank you for your continued support. Please subscribe to the original version. Such support can never be too much. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 1293. Perseverance. Immortal Gu was finally refined at this moment. Outside Reverse Flow River, the Immortals witnessed this as they fell into silence. They saw that Reverse Flow River's water was rippling as it flowed slowly. A rank 7 Gu Immortal with a young appearance, he wore a white robe, his hair was long like a waterfall, his eyes were deep as he stood in the water, his body was like the wind. He really refined Perseverance. Immortal Gu. Bai Ning Bing muttered with a complex expression. He did the same thing as Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? The Central Continent Gu Immortals were still in disbelief. Look, he is no longer moving forward, he is standing on the spot, but Reverse Flow River is not washing him away. Shi Jingyi pointed and said loudly. Fang Yuan shut his eyes, half of his attention was placed in his immortal aperture. A brand new Immortal Gu had formed completely, appearing in his immortal aperture. Perseverance. Immortal Gu. It was shaped like a stone tablet, it was huge, it was the size of a whale. It was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, it was squarish and black in color, the edges were sharp and straight. Looking at it, one would think that it was a reef that would not fall for 10,000 years, or a rock that would not melt in lava. It was a very special Immortal Gu. In terms of size, it was the largest Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan had ever obtained. Rank 7 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan could clearly sense the rank of this Immortal Gu from the aura that Perseverance Immortal Gu was emitting. It was neither rank 8 nor rank 9. Fang Yuan was happy about this. The higher the rank of an Immortal Gu, the better it was. There was no need to explain this, every Gu Immortal knew this. Rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu was very compatible with Fang Yuan's rank 7 cultivation level. What is this Perseverance Immortal Gu feed? What effect does it have? How can I increase its usage? All sorts of questions appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He did not think about it, he focused his attention on the outside. Outside Reverse Flow River, the 3 rank 8 existences were still eyeing him. The other Gu Immortals were also emitting malicious intent towards Fang Yuan. With Perseverance Immortal Gu, I actually conquered Reverse Flow River. Fang Yuan soon realized that Reverse Flow River was like a docile kitten or puppy beside him. The immense pressure that he felt before had completely vanished. Fang Yuan didn't move. The Reverse Flow River had no effect on him. Not just that, Fang Yuan also found that he could use any Gu worms in the river, he could even freely open his immortal aperture's entrance. Alright. Fang Yuan was excited, he immediately stuffed Ma Hongyun's corpse into his immortal aperture. Ma Hongyun's soul also entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. His soul possessed the luck path true inheritance of all living beings. This was something that Fang Yuan had always remembered. Back in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were both protected by the All Beings' Fate True Inheritance, and each of them obtained a portion of the True Inheritance's contents. Now that Ma Hongyun's soul has fallen into my hands, the portion of the Fate of All Beings' True Inheritance that he possesses is naturally mine. It is a pity that Zhao Lianyun had rank 9 Love Immortal Gu, I could not capture her. To Fang Yuan, Ma Hongyun's soul had a lot of value. But his body, even though it was not mortal and had been refined many times, it could only be used as a Gu material. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. If he could capture Zhao Lianyun, he might be able to use her to negotiate with the Gu Immortals outside. But earlier, because of Love Immortal Gu's power, Zhao Lianyun escaped from danger and returned to Bai Qin Tian and Wei Lingyang's side. Northern Plains Lu Guanyi, to think that this battle would make you famous. Wei Lingyang sighed. I want you to die, I want you to die. Zhao Lianyun screamed in a sharp voice, her gaze towards Fang Yuan was filled with hatred and resentment. She loved Ma Hongyun, but now she hated Fang Yuan even more. Lu Guanyi, even if you become the Reverse Flow River Lord, so what? Old ancestor Shuihu sneered. Rascal, you are quite capable. But this is as far as you can go, you killed Ma Hongyun and caused me to fail before I could do anything. If you walk out of Reverse Flow River obediently, I will kill you with one slap, I will give you a quick death. Roar. The dog-tail life-extending ferret's eyes shined with a fierce light. Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He was the only person in Reverse Flow River now, but the situation was not turning for the better for him. It was like he was trapped in the Reverse Flow River. Even though he refined Perseverance Immortal Gu and conquered Reverse Flow River, he could not take the initiative and leave. Especially after losing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, Fang Yuan was in an extremely passive state. 3 rank 8 existences, many Gu Immortal experts, and Providence is vast and mighty. Fang Yuan looked around and found himself surrounded. His success in refining Perseverance Immortal Gu was too eye-catching. he became the target of everyone. Ah! Old Ancestor Shui who suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, spitting out an icy cold wave. The cold wave quickly struck Reverse Flow River Mountain. Reverse Flow River flowed rapidly, the river surface shined as the cold wave was reflected back. Old Ancestor Shui who dodged it, staring at the river as he sneered, Lu Guanyi, you ruined my plans, surrender now and hand over Reverse Flow River, I can spare your life and make you my servant. But if you insist on going your own way and still want to resist stubbornly, I guarantee that you will suffer a fate worse than death. Saying so, he continued to spit out cold waves at Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River continued to reflect the attacks, but Old Ancestor Shui who dodged them all, he continued to threaten. Lu Guanyi, if you think that Reverse Flow River can protect you, you are wrong. Even though Reverse Flow River is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it has great power, it is a dead object, it will expend energy when it reflects the attacks back. Over time there will be a day when the river will run dry. When that time comes, it will be your death. As Old Ancestor Shui who attacked, Reverse Flow River started to expend energy, even though it was only a small amount at this rate, it would be used up eventually. Fang Yuan retorted loudly, Old Ancestor Shui who, you are the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains, the ones who ruined your Gu refinement plan were Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Furthermore, there might have been an ambush by Longevity Heaven. I just happened to be at the right time and appeared here by chance. You did not deal with these true enemies, you chose to deal with a minor character like me? Once he said this, Bai Qin Tian and Wei Lingyang became vigilant, they retreated slightly. Mao Liqiu grinned, rascal, you are really good at sowing discord. Old Ancestor Shui who was slightly dazed, Lu Guanyi, you seem to have forgotten, this Reverse Flow River below you belongs to me. You stole my secluded domain of heaven and earth, you are my mortal enemy. You even caused Ma Hongyun's death, completely destroying my hopes. If I do not kill you, I will not be able to vent my hatred. Fang Yuan quickly said, Old Ancestor Shui who, we are all Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Among them, this large sable is from Longevity Heaven. These Central Continent Gu Immortals are from the 10 great ancient sects or celestial court. They are all righteous path cultivators, only we are of the demonic path. Righteous and demonic path cannot coexist, we can cooperate. Yes, I seized Reverse Flow River and became the Reverse Flow River Lord by luck. But as long as we cooperate, I can lend Reverse Flow River to you. With me, Reverse Flow River will be much more useful to you than before. I did kill Ma Hongyun, but everyone knows that I did not do it on purpose. I only used my fingers lightly and Ma Hongyun died. He was overworked and exhausted, or maybe he received too much shock, he could not take it anymore. Without me he would have died, I was just an innocent bystander. Now that he is dead, fortune rivaling heaven's effect is gone, I can understand why you want to take revenge on me. But you want to undergo tribulation, even if you kill me to vent your anger, can I help you? Saying so, Fang Yuan shook his head, continuing, not only can I not, it will also be detrimental to Old Ancestor Shui who's tribulation. Because Reverse Flow River is so vast, even if you expend all of it, you will not be able to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu to help you pass tribulation. Old Ancestor Shui who, you have a family, you are a formidable overlord, you are the number 1 overlord of Northern Plains demonic path. If you die in the tribulation, even if you are heavily injured, it will make Northern Plains and Central Continent's righteous path enemies happy. At the same time, it will make Lady Wanshou sad. Even though Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is destroyed and the Gu refinement failed, as long as you, Old Ancestor Shui who, are here, we can rebuild a second Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. If the Gu refinement fails, we can loot and obtain the Gu materials to refine again. These righteous path Gu Immortals have bad intentions, we can make use of them. I, Lu Guanyi, am of Northern Plains demonic path, I am willing to work with you to create a great cause. Fang Yuan's words were smooth and eloquent, he had a glib tongue. Old Ancestor Shui who heard these words and felt that Fang Yuan was not so hateful anymore. Because Fang Yuan's words were reasonable, even though Old Ancestor Shui who was furious and hateful, he did not lose his rationality. Moreover, Fang Yuan was standing on his side, thinking for him and making plans. How could Old Ancestor Shui who not be moved? He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Even after this huge setback, he did not lose his ambition. If he was going to refine Gu in the future, where would the Gu materials come from? Old Ancestor Shui who subconsciously looked at Bai Qin Tian, Wei Lingyang, and the dog-tail life-extending ferret. Seeing Old Ancestor Shui who's gaze, Wei Lingyang and Bai Qin Tian could not help but feel nervous. Mao Liqiu felt offended, its fur bristled as it opened its mouth, revealing its terrifying sharp fangs, showing no weakness towards old ancestor Xuehu. This guy is still as crafty as ever. Wuxia was furious. If it were in the past, he might have persuaded old ancestor Xuehu to cooperate with Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was the result of Shadow Sect's painstaking efforts for 100,000 years. It could not be lost. But now that Wuxia was chased by Fang Yuan and saw Fang Yuan conquer Reverse Flow River, his wariness towards Fang Yuan had reached an extreme level. If there was a chance, Wuxia would definitely deal a fatal blow to Fang Yuan and kill this terrifying enemy. But Wuxia did not say anything. Zishan Makoto, who was in his arms, had already fallen into a deep sleep. When Zishan Makoto wakes up, he will have a period of clarity. Right now, the most important thing for Wuxia was to keep a low profile. It would be best if everyone forgot about him. This was the time when Shadow Sect was at its weakest. Actually, Central Continent's Gu Immortals were in the same situation. Even though they were wary of Zhao Lianyun, they did not dare to retreat rashly. Once they retreated, they might attract attention and become the target of everyone. The situation was in a deadlock. It was rather subtle. Old ancestor Xuehu, Shadow Sect, Central Continent's Gu Immortals, Longevity Heaven, and Fang Yuan, none of them dared to make a move. They had their own considerations and standpoint, and most importantly, they did not have the strength to make the final decision. Old ancestor Xuehu's attitude became the most crucial point. The immortals stared at him. Old ancestor Xuehu thought about it before saying, "Sure. We can form an alliance." Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Chapter 1294. Seeing that Fang Yuan's words managed to convince old ancestor Xuehu, be it Central Continent's side or Longevity Heaven's side, their expressions changed. Old ancestor Xuehu was the #1 rank 8 in Northern Plains demonic path. If he used his full strength, he could easily take away Fang Yuan in front of the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Qiu, by Chen Tian and Wei Lingyang. However, old ancestor Xuehu gave Fang Yuan a harsh alliance agreement. Fang Yuan's joy vanished. According to this agreement, he would not be old ancestor Xuehu's equal ally, he would only be his servant. Old ancestor Xuehu, this alliance agreement? Are you joking? Fang Yuan's expression turned unsightly. Thus, old ancestor Xuehu laughed, "Of course not. Lu Guanyi, didn't you analyze it clearly and logically? Among us, only we are demonic path members, we are natural allies. You killed Yi Lui Kun Xing, killed Lu tribe's Gu Immortals, and plundered their resources. Are you going to surrender yourself to Longevity Heaven? Or leave my homeland and go to Central Continent? To become the lackey of the 10 great ancient sects in Celestial Court? I'm your best choice." Saying so, he paused, looking at Wuxia. "You know, I have my own difficulties. I've already made an agreement with these people. But it seems that you have enmity with them. I cannot offend another rank 8 just for Reverse Flow River and a rank 7 Gu Immortal, right?" Wuxia's heart jumped. On the surface, old ancestor Xuehu was forcing Fang Yuan to surrender, but he was also probing Shadow Sect, probing Zishan Makoto's background. After all, everyone had seen Zishan Makoto's insanity. If Zishan Makoto went crazy and could not be controlled, old ancestor Xuehu might attack them. After all, the loot from killing a rank 8 Gu Immortal who had lost his mind was enough to move old ancestor Xuehu. Not to mention, old ancestor Xuehu's Gu refinement had failed, snowy mountain-blessed land was destroyed, his previous investments were all for naught. Fang Yuan's face darkened. Old ancestor Xuehu was an overlord of the demonic path, he was not so easy to fool. His previous words had indeed moved old ancestor Xuehu. But old ancestor Xuehu was shrewd and calculative, he used Fang Yuan's words to deal with Fang Yuan. Old ancestor Xuehu's words were probably filled with guesses and probing. But Fang Yuan knew that he would never cooperate with Mao Li Qiu or Wei Lingyang. Longevity Heaven was naturally protective of its people. Fang Yuan had killed Yelu Kun Xing, offending the Gold family, and now he had killed Ma Hongyun. Relying on Longevity Heaven was simply courting death. On the other hand, he could not go to Jianghu State. Even though he had wisdom path methods to protect himself now, they were not reliable. He usually stayed in seclusion, either using his immortal aperture to isolate himself, or using the Super Gu formation in southern border to avoid Central Continent's deductions and investigations. If he went to Central Continent, he would be sensed by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Fairy Myrtle. By then, his true identity would be exposed and he would be brought to justice. After all, his name had always been on the Demon Judgment Board. As for Shadow Sect, because of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, it was even more impossible. Thus, among the people present, Only old ancestor Xuehu and Fang Yuan could borrow his help. But now, old ancestor Xuehu said that he could help Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had to agree to the alliance agreement. And if Fang Yuan agreed, he would be selling himself to old ancestor Xuehu. If you agree, I can guarantee your safety. If you do not agree, I will attack Reverse Flow River. You will die here today, don't even think about it. Old ancestor Xuehu was domineering. He stared at Fang Yuan and forced him to make a decision. Fang Yuan hesitated and struggled. Let me think about it. I will only give you 3 breaths of time. Old ancestor Xuehu had a cold expression. He breathed out coldly, giving Fang Yuan 3 breaths of time. How harsh was this? Fang Yuan smiled, thinking that he could not deceive old ancestor Xuehu. He could not stall for time. He stopped pretending. Then I will have to test old ancestor's methods. Ah. Old ancestor Xuehu raised his head and laughed. His smile was sinister. I knew it. How can someone who can become the Reverse Flow River Lord submit to others so easily? Thus, I will beat you into submission and make you beg for mercy. Old ancestor Xuehu was excited. He still did not want to kill Fang Yuan. But who knew if this was his scheme? Old ancestor Xuehu attacked. Waves of frost attacked unceasingly with great might. Reverse Flow River's water was turbulent. It reflected Xuehu's attacks and expended its own water. Fang Yuan did not move. It was still too early to affect him. But he was bound to lose because he could only take a beating. He had no way to retaliate. I need to think of a way to get out of this predicament and escape. Fang Yuan smiled as he said to Central Continent's side. Central Continent's Gu Immortals are guests. If we do not leave now, when will we? Do you want Northern Plains Gu Immortals to unite and deal with you? Wei Lingyang and Bai Qin Tian's hearts jumped. Zhao Yinyun screamed, Murderer! You should worry about yourself. I will only leave after I see you die in front of me. The other Central Continent Gu Immortals were silent. They looked at the 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. But Wei Lingyang and Bai Qin Tian did not move. They were like statues. They did not react. Fang Yuan looked at the dog-tail life-extending ferret. He was about to speak. Mao Liqiu chuckled. Little kid, no need to use words to drive a wedge between us. It is useless. I am right here. Even if Xuehu does not kill you, I will. Saying so, it also started to attack. It opened its mouth and spat out purple qi. It was reflected by Reverse Flow River like a fog, increasing its expenditure. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his mind. These rank 8 existences, be they humans or beasts, were extremely shrewd. Words could not be used to sway them. It seems that I can only rely on myself now. My new move is powerful, but to escape from 4 rank 8 existences, oh no, to escape from 5 rank 8 existences, it will be very difficult. The 5 rank 8 existences were old ancestor Xuehu, Mao Liqiu, Bai Qin Tian, Wei Lingyang, and Zishan Makoto, who was in an unknown state. Fang Yuan looked at the water below him. He was in a daze for a moment. The attacks from outside the river were like a tide. There were loud explosions from time to time. Fang Yuan did not care about his surroundings. He did not care about them at all. An inspiration flashed in his mind. Activating the Immortal Gu, the river below him started to ripple according to his will. It seems that if I use Perseverance Immortal Gu, I will be the Reverse Flow River Lord. In this Reverse Flow River, I can use other Immortal Gu too. Earlier he used the Strength Path Immortal Gu pulling water. Under the effect of pulling water Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan found that he could move Reverse Flow River like any other river. But with just this, Fang Yuan could not escape. One pulling water Immortal Gu was only rank 6. It moved Reverse Flow River very slowly. It was impossible for it to escape from the river. Old ancestor Xuehu can use Reverse Flow River to form a formation. Why can't I? I am the Reverse Flow River Lord. I have Perseverance Immortal Gu. I can control this river freely. Or maybe I can create an immortal killer move. This thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He could not stop thinking about it. Perseverance Immortal Gu could allow Fang Yuan to obtain Reverse Flow River's acknowledgement. Pulling water Immortal Gu could control the river water. This was the foundation of an immortal killer move. Adding other Gu worms to create the final immortal killer move, it did not seem difficult. Fang Yuan felt that he could do it. This feeling was not a wild guess. It was attainment level. Fang Yuan's attainment level was already very high. Among them, the most crucial was Water Path. Fang Yuan had become a Water Path Grandmaster not long ago. Water Path Gu worms were added in one by one, quickly completing the entire immortal killer move. But it was not enough. Not enough strength. Fang Yuan realized. The skeleton was built, the wings were full, but it lacked strong muscles. Just 2 immortal Gu were not enough. Then add more. Fang Yuan's first thought was Strength Path. Myriad Self. He was most proficient in immortal killer moves that he created after rebirth. Now he had it. Strength Path Grandmaster Realm and Water Path Grandmaster Realm allowed everything to flow naturally, as if it was natural. Wait. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of an unrelated immortal killer move. This killer move originated from Yi Lui Kun Xing. He used star fragments to create a powerful killer move. It was the same as Fang Yuan using reverse flow river, using external objects. Thus he had meridians. Skeleton, flesh, wings, meridians, all four were present. Fang Yuan had created an immortal killer move in a short time. This is Myriad Self Second Style. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Chapter 1295. With attainment level, Fang Yuan created an immortal killer move on the spot. Because it used the killer move Myriad Self as the foundation, Fang Yuan called it Myriad Self Second Style. But this killer move had just been created, it was still far from being used. Boom boom boom. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Dogtail Life Extending Ferret Mao Li Chiu, 2 rank 8 existences. Pincer attacked Reverse Flow River, causing waves to form in the river. The attacks were reflected as the river level started to fall. Fang Yuan's actions had already crossed the bottom line of these people. Furthermore, he did not want to lower his head. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Mao Li Chiu were willing to expend a huge amount of effort and deplete Reverse Flow River to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan inspected the river as he estimated, "At this rate, I still have a lot of time." His heart calmed down a little. Reverse Flow River was worthy of being a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was only slowly being depleted despite the attacks of 2 rank 8 existences. Of course, there was a reason for this. Shui Hu and Mao Li Chiu did not use their full strength. They were wary of each other. Bai Qin Tian, Wei Ling Yang, and the other Central Continent Gu immortals were standing at the side, waiting for an opportunity. These people were restraining and guarding against each other. How could they put all their effort into Fang Yuan? Precisely because of this complex situation, Fang Yuan felt a lot of pressure on him. He could test his killer move calmly. The first activation. Fang Yuan was very careful. First was Perseverance Immortal Gu. It expended Red Date Immortal Essence, allowing Fang Yuan to move freely in Reverse Flow River without being restricted by the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Next were large numbers of Water Path Mortal Gu. They rose up and flew around the huge Perseverance Immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Not long after, large amounts of water vapor rose up. Blue light could be vaguely seen in the vapor. But soon these blue lights dissipated, some even turned from blue to red. The cold vapor started to heat up, becoming hotter and hotter. I failed. Fang Yuan immediately stopped. The scene in front of him was out of his expectations. This was not the scene he had expected. He stopped the infusion of immortal essence. Crack crack crack, a large number of Water Path Mortal Gu exploded in the air, destroyed on the spot. Fang Yuan calmed himself down and pondered. According to his imagination, the blue light should be getting brighter, and the water vapor should be getting colder. Why did red light appear and the temperature was getting higher? Fang Yuan continued to deduce in his mind. Soon, thanks to his wisdom path cultivation, he found the source. It used 2 opposing Water Path Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan immediately replaced one of them. In Reverse Flow River, he could open his immortal aperture. He could communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. It was easy to buy some Water Path Mortal Gu. After modifying the entire immortal killer move, Fang Yuan tested it again, activating the killer move for the second time. Perseverance Immortal Gu was still activated. The surrounding Water Path Mortal Gu flew up one after another, revolving around it. First was the evaporation of water vapor, then the blue light. Soon this stage was over. Fang Yuan activated Pulling Water. Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Gu Pulling Water. This was the second core of the immortal killer move. The first core was naturally the rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was careful. Activating Pulling Water after using Perseverance Immortal Gu was a very risky thing to do. If they were not coordinated properly, the 2 Immortal Gu would interfere with each other and harm each other. It might even cause one or both Immortal Gu to be destroyed. Experimenting with immortal killer moves was not only risky for the Gu Immortal, it was also risky for the Immortal and Mortal Gu involved. In fact, because the Immortal Gu contained fragments of the Great Tao, if they suffered a backlash, the damage would be severe. Fang Yuan's caution was soon rewarded. He encountered a problem. Even though Pulling Water Immortal Gu was activated, the mystical power it emitted could not mix into the framework. Where did the problem occur? Fang Yuan stopped. Another large number of Water Path Mortal Gu were destroyed. Experimenting with immortal killer moves had to pay such a price. A complete and effective immortal killer move, From conception to experimentation, the Gu Immortal had to expend a huge amount of effort and resources. The attacks from the outside continued, but Fang Yuan ignored them. He had the sovereign immortal body, thoughts were moving rapidly in his mind. Adding on his Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, he had Wisdom Path Dao marks and Wisdom Path methods he could deduce quickly. This time he was even faster than the previous time. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan found the source. Perseverance Immortal Gu and Pulling Water Immortal Gu could not fuse into one. It was because the number and types of Water Path Mortal Gu were not enough. These Mortal Gu were in the middle of the two Immortal Gu. They were used to communicate and harmonize with each other. Fang Yuan thought about it. He reduced the number of Water Path Immortal Gu in a portion, while increasing the number of other types of Water Path Immortal Gu. At the same time, he added in some other types of Water Path Mortal Gu. The third activation. This time, Fang Yuan had a smooth journey. He successfully added Pulling Water Immortal Gu into the hole. Almost at the moment of success, Reverse Flow River started to ripple under Fang Yuan's feet. It was finally showing results. But there was still a huge distance to reach his goal. Fang Yuan did not stop. The situation did not allow him to. He continued to experiment, activating immortal killer moves. His aura fluctuated between strong and weak. It was unclear. What is this Lu Guanyi doing? All sorts of Gu worm auras appear on his body. It seems that he is experimenting with immortal killer moves. Other than old ancestor Shui Hu and Mao Li Qiu, the other Gu immortals were watching. When Fang Yuan experimented with immortal killer moves, his Gu worm aura would leak out. It could not be concealed from the other Gu immortals. To conceal the aura of Gu worms, he needed a special immortal killer move. Such immortal killer moves were often rare. For example, Fang Yuan's Dark Assassination was one of them. Fang Yuan was already at his limit by creating the second style of Myriad Self. He could not consider the effect of concealing Gu worm aura anymore. But it did not matter. Just based on the aura of the Gu worm, it was hard to determine the type of Gu worm. Furthermore, the second style of Myriad Self that Fang Yuan created was complex and varied. It involved many Gu worms. He was not afraid of being exposed. Fifth time, Fang Yuan continued to try using immortal killer moves. Sometimes he progressed quickly, but sometimes because of some minor modifications he fell back to his previous speed. Fang Yuan was not dejected. He was expressionless as he persisted. He is experimenting with an immortal killer move after all. Is this Lu Guanyi an idiot? Creating an immortal killer move on the spot. Does he think he is an immortal venerable or a demon venerable? Even if he created an immortal killer move, I want to see if he can use it to deal with all the Gu immortals here. The spectating Gu immortals discussed. They mocked Fang Yuan's naivety. If immortal killer moves were so easy to create, would they still be immortal killer moves? But soon, some Gu immortals' expressions changed. They found that Reverse Flow River around Fang Yuan was undergoing some mystical changes. 21st time. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, grabbing at the river below him. Rise. At the same time he called out. Bam. There was a soft sound, and a big bump suddenly appeared on the surface of the river beside his feet. This bump was made of Reverse Flow River water. After it rose, it exploded and water splashed everywhere. The killer move activation failed. 2 streams of blood flowed down from Fang Yuan's nose. His immortal killer move is effective on Reverse Flow River? Yuezi saw this and his eyes shined with bright light. No, more accurately, he wants to use this Reverse Flow River to create an immortal killer move. Bu Zhenzi blurted out. Laughable. Black Extremity laughed coldly. Back then, to make use of Reverse Flow River, I created the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. It took me several years. Lu Guanyi, even if you become the Reverse Flow River Lord, you are too arrogant. You want to create an immortal killer move in such a short period of time? Evidently, almost all the Gu immortals present did not think Fang Yuan would succeed. But next, Fang Yuan used it again. Whoosh. This time, a small mound rose from the river at his feet. The mound crumbled as the river water drenched Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression turned pale, his body shook. This time, not just his nose, even his ears were bleeding. Failed again, man, as before. At the next moment, Fang Yuan recovered completely. Chapter 1296. A moment later, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and activated his killer move again. This time, the entire section of the reverse current river was affected by his movements, causing huge waves to surge. The immortals' expressions changed. Even old ancestor Shui Hu's attacks paused for a moment. But at the next moment, old ancestor Shui Hu roared as he attacked even more fiercely. This is so difficult. Because there are too many Gu worms of different types, all sorts of problems occur. But this is already the limit of my abilities. To simplify the goo worms, I will need to deduce for years or raise my attainment level by another level. Fang Yuan knew that this myriad self-second style had too many goo worms involved. The factors that needed to be considered were huge and complex. While Fang Yuan was sighing about the difficulty of the progress, the other goo immortals were shocked. Even though they did not say anything, their gazes were flickering. Lu Guanyi, this guy, such rapid progress. He can actually move reverse flow river. Unbelievable. Is he even human? To reach such a level in such a short period of time. No, he will not succeed. How can he really think of an immortal killer move in such a short period of time? Undeniably, Fang Yuan's rapid breakthroughs had broken the common sense of the immortals. They had never seen a person create an immortal killer move in such a short period of time, and even test it time and time again, making huge progress. But this was happening right in front of their eyes. Fang Yuan was still continuing. Old ancestor Shui Hu and the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Liqiu subconsciously increased their attacks. But reverse flow river was too wide. After such an attack, they only managed to reduce the river by less than 5%. One more time. Rise. Fang Yuan had a serious expression as he grabbed at the river below him, calling out. This time the entire reverse flow river was affected. It was like a slender dragon had awakened from its slumber and was slowly stretching its body. How can this be? Someone subconsciously exclaimed. The entire reverse flow river started to fly, like a dragon raising its head. It was about to soar into the sky and soar into the 5 regions and 9 heavens. In your dreams. Old ancestor Shui Hu roared. He slammed his palms into the air and an icy light shot out, hitting the middle of reverse flow river. The reverse flow river's first attack was immediately reflected back. The ice light was like it had hit a mirror, and it was reflected back to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all of the surrounding grassland had been frozen into a vast plain of ice. Cold air filled the air, snow fell from the sky, and the temperature suddenly dropped. The northern wind howled incessantly, and the entire world seemed to have changed. This was the power of a rank 8. Fang Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. He was temporarily safe in reverse flow river. The other goo immortals were also protected with the help of their rank 8 existences. Wuxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Zishan Makoto woke up at the most critical moment. If it wasn't for his protection, Wuxia, He Lulan, and the others would have died. Let's go. Zishan Makoto immediately said. But this place. Wuxia was still hesitating when Zishan Makoto waved his hand. Several rings of light flew out and enveloped Wuxia and the rest, bringing them to the sky. To think that Shadow Sect's group was the first to leave. Zishan Makoto left without saying a word. All of the goo immortals present were stunned. Lord, that is the sovereign immortal aperture. Wuxia was anxious. He transmitted to Zishan Makoto. Don't worry, I have already deduced that he will not die. He can definitely escape. Zishan Makoto was very certain. Wuxia did not quite believe Zishan Makoto's words, but he could not express his doubts now. But at the next moment he saw that the entire reverse flow river started to shine with light blue light. The blue light surged like rolling clouds and surging waves. The immortals' gazes were attracted. They saw that while Fang Yuan was standing there, strong winds blew, his hair and sleeves were fluttering in the air. His gaze was eerie as he shouted, "Rise." Immediately, the river water surged. The immortals could hear the sound of splashing. It was as if thousands of people were shouting at the same time. The aura was extraordinary. Next, the blue light gathered. Reverse flow river shrunk in the blink of an eye. It had completely condensed into one. The huge reverse flow river vanished. It gathered around Fang Yuan, turning into a light blue robe. This robe had long sleeves that were fluttering in the wind. It was pure white like snow. On the surface of the robe, there were ripples. It was actually the scene of reverse flow river flowing slowly. Not just that, the surface of the robe was covered in mist. There was another rainbow light. It was pure blue and curved like a ribbon. It coiled around Fang Yuan's arm, neck and waist. Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self-Second Style Reverse Flow Protection Seal was finally activated at this moment. Success. How can this be? He actually used Reverse Flow River to create an Immortal Killer move at the last minute. The immortals saw this and were tongue-tied. Old ancestor Shui Hu stared with wide eyes. I don't believe it. He flipped his palms, pushing them towards Fang Yuan. Immediately, a beautiful icy light shot towards Fang Yuan at lightning speed. Fang Yuan was already prepared. The icy light hit his body, but Reverse Flow Protection Seal blocked it completely. Reverse Flow Protection Seal flickered. the terrifying icy light was reflected back. It flew towards its owner, old ancestor Xuehu. Success. Fang Yuan's heart that was in his throat finally returned to its original place. Even though the Immortal Killer move was activated, it had to be tested in actual combat. Old ancestor Xuehu's attack proved the power of Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Old ancestor Xuehu dodged the icy light. His gaze towards Fang Yuan became fierce and ruthless. Let Grandpa Mao try. Mao Liqiu shouted. Its huge body suddenly vanished on the spot, appearing behind Fang Yuan at the next moment. It raised its ferocious right claw high into the air, then slammed it down again. Bam! With a loud sound, Fang Yuan was like a cannonball as he was fiercely sent flying. His vision changed. In a breath of time, Fang Yuan was sent crashing to the ground. There was another explosion, and a huge crater was formed on the ground that was covered in thick ice. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan slowly stood up from the crater. He was expressionless, his body was completely unharmed, there was not even a scratch on his skin. Reverse flow protection seal's blue sash snow robe did not change much, only the mist on the surface of the robe had dissipated. If one observed carefully, the snow robe seemed to be covered in a layer of dust. It was no longer as bright as before. Mao Liqiu looked at Fang Yuan before turning to look at its right claw. Its right claw was bleeding profusely, its skin was torn. Fang Yuan was unharmed, but Mao Liqiu's injuries were severe. Gasp! The Gu Immortals drew in sharp breaths. What Immortal Killer move is this? Even Mao Liqiu suffered a loss. Seeing this, even Bai Chen Tian's eyelids were twitching. He actually did it? Black Extremity was speechless. He had a look of shock on his face. Even the pure claw attack of an immemorial desolate beast was reflected? Old ancestor Xuehu frowned deeply. How can this be? Wuxia, who was far away, saw this and felt like he was in a dream. There had never been a case where a rank 8 great expert attacked a rank 7 Gu Immortal, but the rank 7 Gu Immortal was unharmed, while the rank 8 Gu Immortal suffered heavy losses. Between rank 8s and rank 7s, the former had always dominated the latter. In the past thousands of years, only a monster like Feng Jioge had appeared. He had unparalleled talent and could fight rank 8s. But now, after Fang Yuan created the second myriad self-style and activated it, Feng Jioge's glory was no longer exclusive to him. From now on, this supreme glory would belong to another person's name. Lu Guanyi. The center has Feng Jioge, the north has Lu Guanyi. Bu Zhenzi muttered. He was already dazed. Old ancestor Xuehu laughed lightly. Good lad, I underestimated you. He placed his hands behind his back. He stopped attacking. But Mao Liqiu roared, Rascal, you are courting death, you dare to embarrass me like this. The immemorial desolate beast attacked Fang Yuan fiercely. Fang Yuan was not its match. He was sent flying like a ball. But after dozens of attacks, Fang Yuan was unharmed. He was still as elegant as before. While Mao Liqiu was gasping for breath, its body was covered in blood. Every time it attacked, it would be reflected. It was equivalent to hitting itself. Mao Liqiu was furious. It thought, this rascal is like a porcupine, he is truly troublesome. When did such a monster appear in northern plains? Fang Yuan saw that Mao Liqiu could not do anything to him. He laughed heartily. He charged towards the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were like a flock of frightened birds. They scattered in panic. 2 Central Continent rank 8s stayed behind. They attacked Fang Yuan together. But it was useless. Reverse flow protection seal reflected their attacks. They landed on Mao Liqiu, who was chasing them. Mao Liqiu was in great pain. Its fur was standing on end from anger. It spat out a sky full of purple aurora. Its attack was grand and enveloped the surrounding 1,000 li. This attack immediately caused a huge chaotic battle. The scene became chaotic. The Gu Immortals from all 3 sides started fighting. This was the final scene that Wuxia obtained. He felt great admiration towards Zishan Makoto's decisiveness in retreating. At the same time, he understood something. After this battle, Lu Guanyi's name would spread throughout the 5 regions. He would shake the world. He would be on par with Feng Jioge. More than 10 days later, a figure in a sorry state passed through the regional wall, arriving in Eastern Sea. It was Fang Yuan. I finally got rid of that raging fellow. Fang Yuan sighed. More than 10 days ago, old ancestor Xuehu, Central Continent's Gu Immortals and Longevity Heaven's side engaged in an intense battle. It was a huge battle. Fang Yuan escaped from the battle, but was chased by Mao Liqiu. Fang Yuan was not Mao Liqiu's match, but after he entered Northern Plains regional wall, Mao Liqiu could only watch helplessly. It was a native beast of Northern Plains. It was restricted by the regional wall. Fang Yuan managed to escape, completely shaking off his pursuers. Chapter 1297. On the dark stone walls, there were specks of eerie fire. These flames were not big, the small ones were like fireflies while the big ones were like lanterns. They emitted cold green flames, the eerie green light shone on Zishan Makoto, Wuxia He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing's faces. After escaping from the Battle of Reverse Flow River, they were directly transported here under Zishan Makoto's lead. But after that, Purple Mountain True Monarch once again fell into a state of madness. Looking at Zishan Makoto who was gnawing on his toes, Bai Ningbing sneered at Wuxia. "This is your plan? To let this rank 8 great expert kill Fang Yuan?" In this trip to snowy mountain-blessed land, although Wuxia saved Zishan Makoto, he also suffered heavy casualties. Shirnu and Tai Bai Yunxing died in battle. He Lulan was silent. Such a rank 8 Gu Immortal was not reliable no matter how one looked at it. But because of the Shadow Sect Alliance agreement, He Lulan did not say anything. Wuxia's expression did not change at Bai Ningbing's sarcasm. He had experienced many setbacks, he had already developed a shrewdness that would not waver even if MT Tai collapsed in front of him. He spoke slowly. "I underestimated Fang Yuan, to think that he refined perseverance Immortal Gu and became the Reverse Flow River Lord. No wonder Providence chose him as a pawn. Such a person can only be destroyed, he cannot be defeated." Wuxia was not stingy with his praises towards Fang Yuan. Even though they were enemies, Wuxia was open-minded, he admitted Fang Yuan's superiority in strength. Bai Ningbing snorted. The scene of Fang Yuan conquering Reverse Flow River appeared in her mind. She did not make things difficult for him anymore. In the narrow cave, only Zishan Makoto's shouts could be heard, echoing endlessly. A moment later, Zishan Makoto suddenly stopped shouting, his small body shook for a moment before stabilizing. He straightened his back and his eyes regained their clarity once again. "Lord, you are awake." Wuxia was overjoyed, quickly approaching. Zishan Makoto held his forehead, waves of intense pain were coming from his head, his expression was distorted. "Back in Reverse Flow River, I was forcefully awake, I did not have much time. But this time is different, I have more time." "How long has it been? What was the result of the battle?" "More than half a month has passed. Now, Fang Yuan followed the regional wall and escaped from northern plains, I think he entered Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan is Gu Immortal Gu Immortal Gu Immortal Gu. Gu of Gu Immortal Gu. Gu Immortal of the sects, the Gu Immortal God, of the battle. Of Gu Immortal on. Of the God sect on, it on. Wu Yun of out, the king on, he, the God." Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. "This time, Central Continent's Gu Immortals are doomed. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used Northern Plains as his base, how could he not have made arrangements? Just the rank 8 Gu Immortals in Longevity Heaven have never appeared." "My lord, what should we do next?" Wuxia asked. He was once the leader of the Shadow Sect. Now that Zishan Makoto had awakened, this rank 8 great expert was naturally the leader of the Shadow Sect, while he, Wuxia, retreated. Just as Zishan Makoto was about to speak, the sound of wind suddenly came from the cave. At the same time, the flames on the surrounding walls flickered and swayed violently, as if they were really in the midst of a strong gale. Zishan Makoto's eyes flashed. "This cave wall is one of the escape routes that I meticulously arranged. I meticulously nurtured these eerie fires to form a natural Gu formation. There are no traces of craftsmanship and it prevents others from making deductions. How many times did these flames flicker when I went mad?" 107 times, Bai Ningbing replied indifferently. "I'm afraid that Fang Yuan is involved in this as well. His investigative killer move can follow the profundities of Luck Path to find our location. Even if we are in the Immortal Aperture we cannot defend against it." Wuxia said solemnly. Zishan Makoto nodded. "Fang Yuan is indeed someone nurtured by Providence, he is a crucial person to deal with our Shadow Sect. This person is extremely courageous, he has shocking talent and unparalleled willpower, he is a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years." The Great Purple of Shadow Sect actually had such a high evaluation of Fang Yuan. But the 3 Gu Immortals present were silent, they seemed to agree with Zishan Makoto's words. Zishan Makoto continued, "Next, our plan is to negotiate with Fang Yuan." His words were shocking. "What, negotiate?" Wuxia and the rest's expressions changed. "What is so strange about that?" Zishan Makoto looked at the 3 of them. He had a clear understanding of the current situation. This was because before he woke up, Wuxia had used information path methods to let Zishan Makoto know everything that Wuxia knew. You are still too young, you do not know much. Right now, our main enemy is not Fang Yuan, it is Celestial Court. Zishan Makoto shook his head, looking at Wuxia. Do you think it is so easy to save the main body's soul? Other than that super goo formation in southern border and the huge dream realm, I can guarantee that when you make a move, Celestial Court will definitely come out and disrupt the plan. Like on Etion Mountain, they used Heaven Overseeing Tower to destroy our sect's plan. Or this time they went to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to try and save Ma Hong Yun. Wuxia's expression sank. Lord, I have considered this, but my main body is in danger, he has been trapped in the dream realm and is being worn down by it, that is why I am so anxious. Precisely because of this, we need to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Zishan Makoto continued. Firstly, Fang Yuan's strength is extraordinary, just that immortal killer move alone can deal with rank 8 Gu immortals. Secondly, Fang Yuan is a complete otherworldly demon, his name is on the Demon Judgment Board. Celestial Court is our common enemy. Finally, our cooperation is beneficial to both sides. Our shadow sect has a lot of cultivation resources, while he has unraveled dream methods. We can overcome the obstruction of the giant dream realm and save the main body's soul. Wuxia frowned deeply, he tried to put down his personal emotions and consider the possibility of this. But soon he had a worried expression. Fang Yuan is extremely crafty and sinister, he views us as a huge threat, he is thinking of all sorts of methods to get rid of us. Right now he is the reverse flow river lord, even rank 8 existences cannot do anything to him. Our sect urgently needs unraveled dream methods, but Fang Yuan's need for cultivation resources is not that urgent. It is unlikely that he will cooperate with us. Zishan Makoto nodded. You are right, but you do not know that the sovereign immortal body has a huge flaw. Lord, what do you mean? Are you referring to the non-conflicting Tao marks of the sovereign immortal body? Wuxia asked curiously. Of course not. Non-conflicting Tao marks is the greatest advantage of the sovereign immortal body, the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. I am referring to the true huge flaw. Zishan Makoto shook his head. There is a huge flaw? Wuxia was shocked. Our original plan was to refine rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus immortal goo. Only rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus immortal goo can be considered perfect without any flaws. But clearly we only refined rank 9 in the end. That huge flaw has not shown itself yet, but it will definitely force Fang Yuan to cooperate with us. Zishan Makoto said. The sovereign immortal body still had a huge flaw. What kind of flaw made Zishan Makoto so certain that he could restrict Fang Yuan? Wuxia and the rest were very curious, but Zishan Makoto did not explain. At the same time, Zishan Makoto also had some suspicions. Strange. From Wuxia's information, our sect is refining sovereign immortal fetus goo in a hurry. It is not in accordance with our original plan. What reason is it for the main body to make a move so urgently? It seems that while contacting Fang Yuan, I need to make a trip to the River of Time. Eastern Sea. On the blue sea surface, Fang Yuan was rapidly moving through the white clouds, his target was southern border. It's here again. While flying, Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He could feel that the power of dark tide in his body was being rapidly depleted. At this rate it would be used up soon. Evidently, a great expert was deducing him. With no one around, Fang Yuan quickly entered the sovereign immortal aperture. After entering the immortal aperture, he was isolated from the outside world, the great expert's deductions were repelled, he temporarily resolved the danger of being exposed. Fang Yuan sighed. Ever since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, he had been subjected to deductions one after another. Lu Guanyi's identity was completely famous. Not just northern plains and central continent, even eastern sea, southern border, and western desert Gu immortals were very interested in Lu Guanyi, they wanted to deduce more information about him. Lu Guanyi was only a fake identity, the root cause was still Fang Yuan. This way Fang Yuan had to bear all the pressure. Even with dark limit immortal Gu, he had to stop frequently and hide in his immortal aperture to rest. Along the way Fang Yuan calculated secretly, he had been subjected to deductions 400 to 500 times already. This greatly disrupted his journey, he had no choice but to stop and move, he was still in Eastern Sea. If it was at his previous speed he would already be in the southern border. If not for dark limit immortal Gu, this situation would be even more severe. However, it is normal for me to cause such a commotion and attention. Some people are already placing me on the same level as Feng Jioga. Earlier when I toppled 88-point Jinyang Tower and Imperial Court Blessed Land, I had Shadow Sect's help, I did not feel any pressure. But now I have experienced it. It seems that I need to create an immortal killer move to deal with these deductions. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. It was not impossible for him to deduce an immortal killer move. But it was not as easy as reverse flow protection seal. After all, when deducing reverse flow protection seal, it was not just because of Fang Yuan's water path attainment level, there were other important factors. Most importantly, the immortal goo were suitable, they had a good foundation, they could have a smooth journey. And now, the immortal goo that was suitable for Fang Yuan was dark limit. But this goo was not wisdom path, it was dark path. Fang Yuan's dark path attainment level was not outstanding at all. Note, my body is not in a good condition. Chapter 1298. While avoiding deductions, Fang Yuan was not idle, he inspected his immortal aperture. 5 regions and 9 heavens. The layout was extraordinary, it was beyond common sense. Originally, the vast space of 500 million mu was already so large that it was shocking. Basically, no one would believe it if they told others about it. And now, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had already surpassed 500 million km too. This was because he had been massacring Gu immortals and annexing their blessed lands in the past period of time. Because of the sovereign immortal body's characteristics, Fang Yuan could completely annex other people's blessed lands and absorb their Dao marks without wasting a single one. With the addition of these blessed lands, the sovereign immortal aperture gained many special territories. Most of these territories were managed by land spirits. It saved Fang Yuan a lot of effort. They were like pearls that were scattered in the 5 regions and 9 heavens. I have a huge amount of space path resources. Ordinary Gu immortals try all ways to expand their immortal apertures, but I have so much space that I have yet to develop. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this aspect, but he had a different opinion about time path resources. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow had already slowed down by many times. Originally it was 1 to 60, there were so many time path resources. But now it could not even reach the normal standard. This was something that could not be helped. Fang Yuan changed his cultivation method to delay the calamities and tribulations. He used the time path methods that he obtained from He Fan's true inheritance to delay the immortal aperture's time flow. With less time path resources, Fang Yuan's immortal essence production also fell greatly. Not just that, his other resource gains also fell greatly. After careful consideration. In Mini Central Continent, there was a Blood Ji forest and a Mirror Willow forest. These two came from Hu immortal blessed land and had a long history. Other than that, there was also a Jade Light Pit. This Jade Light Pit had all sorts of light path mortal goo, there were many of them. Fang Yuan had used a Jade Light Pit as a reference to Northern Plains Lu tribe's resource production area. He created it in his immortal aperture. Not long ago, Fang Yuan looted Jade Light Pit. He took all of the light path mortal goo inside and looted everything. A portion of the light path goo worms were placed into the 9 heavens aurora light by Fang Yuan. There was still a large portion left and it was not easy to get rid of it. Fang Yuan could only create a Jade Light Pit to temporarily store these light path mortal goo. Of course, this Jade Light Pit couldn't be compared to the real Jade Light Pit. The latter was a true source of resources, it was rich in light path Dao marks, any insect group could be subtly influenced by it and become goo. But the former was created by Fang Yuan to store light path mortal goo, there was no production at all. The Mini Central Continent was the least developed place in the 5 regions. Above it was Kokitahara. In Kokitahara, the landscape was flat, and most of the area was covered with ice and snow, forming a snowfield. But ice and snow were not the only colors. At the end of the East Sea, there was a shallow pool of green water. Stones were piled up to form a special pool. There were abundant aquatic plants and spirit snakes were resting there. This shallow pool of green water was the blessed land of the original transformation path Gu Immortal, Han Dong. After being annexed by Fang Yuan, even the blessed land's land spirit, the pink spirit snake, came along helping Fang Yuan to manage this area. And at the end of Western Desert, there was a bone burial ground. There were mountains of bones of all kinds here, there were scapula bones, leg bones, skulls, there were birds and beasts, there were many immortal materials, they had huge value. This bone graveyard was the bone graveyard that Fang Yuan had seized from Lu tribe. After he killed Lu tribe's Gu immortal Lu Yong, he moved this bone burial ground into his immortal aperture. Thus, he had this resource point that produced bone path Gu worms. But compared to the original bone burial ground, even though this one has a vast number of bones, the bone path Dao marks cannot compare to the original one. In the original bone burial ground, even the surrounding land contains bone path Dao marks. Lu tribe can completely reconstruct a bone burial ground in that land. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. Of course, this bone burial ground was a huge cake. Fang Yuan had already taken 80% of it. The real bulk was these bones. The remaining 20% was the environment. It was not hard for Lu tribe to reconstruct the bone burial ground, but to restore it to its original state, they would need to pay a huge price. And at the end of Central Continent. This was a sparse grassland. There were all sorts of wild flowers and grass. The main ones were blood sickle grass and red axe flowers. These also came from Immortal blessed land. This grassland was huge. It was not something that Han Dong blessed land could compare to. There were some pink flower rabbits, fox groups, water wolves, earth skin pigs, poison-beard wolves, and others. There was also a desolate beast shark fin wolf and a desolate beast giant horned sheep. They often searched for food in this grassland. Mini Western Desert had the highest temperature. Because most of the fire path Dao marks were gathered in this area. The land was mostly sandy. There were 3 main resource points here. The first was the eerie fire dragon python pit. There were many of them gathered together. The second was a sand gull soil beach. This place produced sand gull soil. Sand gull soil was a type of goo material. It was also the ingredient of Immortal Goo Connect Luck. But now that Fang Yuan did not have Connect Luck Immortal Goo, sand gull soil was already a resource that could help Fang Yuan obtain Immortal Yuan Stone. At the center of the sand gull soil beach was the dead egg of the worldly sand gull. The eggshell was full of cracks and at the same time there were several small holes. Transparent egg white was constantly flowing out of the cracks. Using the life essence in this egg, ordinary sand could be turned into sand gull soil. The third was the rotting black swamp. This was formed after Fang Yuan's tribulation. It was filled with dark path Dao marks. It had already been modified by Fang Yuan. It was a resource point for getting rid of dark path goo worms. But because it had just started, the production was very low. Other than these 3 resource points, there were 2 blessed lands. One was an earth path blessed land with a mud swamp terrain. There were 5 desolate beast mud monsters and all sorts of earth path mortal goo. It was managed by the land spirit mud mini-men. The other was Lu Yong's enslavement path blessed land. There were over 20 dog desolate beasts. Most of these desolate beasts were bought by Fang Yuan from Jewel Yellow Skies. Back then, Lu Yong's blessed land's ownership requirement was 20 dog desolate beasts. Among them were Lu Yong's 6 desolate beast bone armor hounds. The entire blessed land was managed by a land spirit that looked like a black dog. Mini Eastern Seas management was similar to mini Western Deserts. Wu Yihai's blessed land was here. This was a vast ocean that was managed by Wu Yihai. There were 3 ancient desolate beast horned divine tortoises, a large group of ancient desolate plant silent corals, and 6 desolate beast white letter blue feather gull. They were managed by the sea turtle land spirit. Other than that, there were also the dragonfish group, 2 desolate beast dragonfish, air bubble fish, and a group of rare literature carps. There were also some oil left. There were large numbers of green jade crucian carps, blood jade crucian carps, and an ancient desolate beast hidden room oyster, obtained in the turbulent flow sea area. There was also a small blood lake. There were large amounts of desolate beast blood and goo immortal blood. Back then, Fang Yuan had placed blood asset immortal goo here to recuperate. Right now, blood asset immortal goo had fully recovered, but this blood lake was left behind. In the entire Mini 5 regions, Mini Southern Border was the richest. 5 Light Mountain, Immortal Succession Mountain, Heaven Sealing Mountain, and more than 10 other mountains. Stalactite caves, regretful spiders, a few rockmen, a large number of primitive forests, musical trees could be seen everywhere, tea streams were crystal clear, and chi death birds were singing in the forest. There was also a becoming dragon mound. Fang Yuan used pulling mountain immortal goo to move it from northern plains into his immortal aperture. And in the Mini 9 heavens, a small area of aurora light existed in Mini Orange Heaven. There were many flowing light fruits floating in the aurora light. Because of the large number of light path goo worms obtained from Jade Light Pit, the number of aurora lights and flowing light fruits had increased greatly. And in Mini Yellow Heaven, there was a small section of the Gold Fragment River. In Mini Azure Heaven there was a large amount of Pill Azure incense. This was the food to feed Change Soul Immortal Goo. There was also a heavenly crystal storage pool, obtained from Heifan Grotto Heaven. It was temporarily useless. There was a walking meat tree in Mini Black Heaven. In Mini White Heaven, there were large numbers of multicolored overlord flowers, as well as 3 remnant ancient heavenly hounds, 1 ancient eagle hound, and 7 desolate beast eagle hounds. In Mini Purple Heaven the upper extreme heavenly eagle was flying. Currently, it only had desolate beast battle strength. More than 80 eagle nests were quietly floating here. These were the spoils of battle that Fang Yuan obtained from attacking Iron Eagle blessed land. As for the original heavenly crystal eagle nest, it had already been eaten by the upper extreme heavenly eagle, nothing was left. In mini blue heaven there was a large amount of cloud soil. There was a large number of arrow bamboo forests on the cloud soil, as well as star fragment grass fields, and an infant falling star hound. The two earlier desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish were sold by Fang Yuan during the battle in Heifan Grotto Heaven. There was also a meteorite pit, it produced star fire goo and meteor heavenly meteor goo. After killing Yi Lui Kunxing, he obtained Kunxing blessed land. It was also placed here by Fang Yuan. It was a floating continent, it was covered in star fragments, the star core land spirit was in charge of it. There were also some blessed lands scattered around as well as other desolate beasts and plants, there was no need to elaborate. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were left in Langya blessed land. Reverse Flow River was temporarily placed in Mini Eastern Sea by Fang Yuan. In terms of goo worms, Rank 9 Wisdom goo was still left in Langya blessed land. Sovereign Immortal Fetus goo had already been used by Fang Yuan, it was not recorded here. Rank 8 Immortal goo were Attitude, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water, Sealed. Rank 7 Immortal goo were Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Flying Sword, Sword Escape, Calamity Beckoning, Lent to Chudu, Year goo After, Dragon Breath, Affection and Perseverance. Rank 6 Immortal goo were Unravel Mystery, Woman's Heart, Blood Asset, Dark Limit, Luck, Change Form, Strength, Self-Strength, Flying Bear Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Landscape as Before, Man as Before, Star Eyes, Spring Autumn Cicada, Stored in the Immortal Zombie Body with Providence Storage, Bone Spike and Comprehensible Tao. There were many types of mortal goo, there was no need to elaborate on them. Heifan's Dark Arrow Immortal goo had self-detonated long ago, Fang Yuan did not obtain it. The captives were Guyue Fangjing left in Langya blessed land, Heifan intact body, Mahangyun soul, Luyang soul and Yi Lui Kunxing soul. As for Shinu's soul, Fang Yuan did not obtain it. Shadow Sect's soul path attainment was something that Fang Yuan could only look up to. Even though he killed Shinu, he could not stop his soul from dissipating. As for the others like Dongfang Naganori's soul, the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhengling's soul, and the Eastern Sea Immortal souls, they had already been sold by Fang Yuan to the land spirit of Langya in exchange for a large number of sect contribution points. Right now they had probably all been digested by Danghun Mountain and turned into guts goo. There was also a Featherman Gu Immortal slave, Zhou Zhong, who had already been sent to Western Desert by Fang Yuan to execute another plan. Huge family business. This term could completely describe Fang Yuan's current capital, and it was even slightly shallow. In terms of total value, even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was on par with ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals. Just a few secluded domains of heaven and earth had extraordinary value. Moreover, there was a huge pile of Gu worms, the number was shocking. Thinking about Gu Immortal Heifan, a rank 8 Gu Immortal, how many Immortal Gu did he have? But there were too many Immortal Gu, feeding them was a huge problem. Fang Yuan was still here, working hard to feed the Immortal Gu. The other rank 6 and 7 Immortal Gu had already been dealt with. The difficulty was Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu, these two rank 8 Immortal Gu. The newly obtained Perseverance Gu fed on Reverse Flow River water, Fang Yuan could completely satisfy it. Affection Gu fed on Hope and Fear like Love Gu. Fang Yuan could easily deal with it, he could just buy a large number of Hope Gu and Fear Gu from Jewel Yellow Skies. For Fang Yuan, managing his immortal aperture was no longer his focus. As long as he continued to slaughter Gu Immortals and annex their immortal apertures, his immortal aperture's foundation would grow rapidly. The problem he was facing now was insufficient immortal essence. Chasing Wuxia and the rest, going through the battle of Reverse Flow River, and escaping from Mao Liqiu's pursuit, Fang Yuan had expended a huge amount of immortal essence. His red date immortal essence storage had fallen to a very dangerous level. Originally, with time path resources, time flowed very quickly, my immortal aperture could produce a lot of red date immortal essence. But after using time path methods, my immortal aperture's time flow is very close to the outside world's 5 regions, I can only replenish my red date immortal essence through transactions. Reverse Flow Protection Seal expended a lot of mental energy and immortal essence of a Gu Immortal. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had become a rank 7 Gu Immortal. If he only had his green grape immortal essence, it would have dried up already. Without red date immortal essence, Fang Yuan did not have much confidence. While he was resting, he decided to sell the desolate beast corpses he had on hand in Treasure Yellow Heaven. These desolate beast corpses were all immortal materials and there was a lot of them. They were the desolate beast groups that Fang Yuan killed when he chased Wuxia and the rest in Earth Trench. Among them was a group of nightmare demonic cults. If such a dream path immortal material was sold in jewel yellow skies, it would cause a huge commotion. Gu immortals would fight over it. But when Fang Yuan saw that these nightmare demonic cult corpses were in his hands, he had a bigger use for them. During this period of rest, several transactions were completed. After deducting the transaction fees to jewel yellow skies, Fang Yuan obtained a lot of immortal yuan stones. One immortal yuan stone was equivalent to one green grape immortal essence bead. Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He could only condense one red date immortal essence bead after using 100 immortal yuan stones. Just as he was increasing his red date immortal essence storage, he received a message. It is a letter from Sixth Hair. Fang Yuan felt strange. After reading it, he was even more surprised. Shadow Sect actually wants to negotiate a truce with me and even cooperate. Chapter 1299. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Shadow Sect's news was out of his expectations. But thinking about it, it was very reasonable. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, even though Fang Yuan did not gain much in terms of cultivation resources, his battle strength grew greatly. He became the number 1 person below rank 8, on par with Feng Jioge. The increase in battle strength led to an increase in status. Actually, before this news there were other letters. For example, Chudu's letter. In the letter, Chudu was very polite. He first congratulated Fang Yuan on his victory and wished he could be there. Next, he took the initiative to describe his situation. The Chu sect had been renamed to the Chu family, and the original Grand Elders were now acting as the Chu family's external Grand Elders. Chudu's disciples were all adopted as his sons. Finally, Chudu described his difficulties. Because he established his clan and became part of the righteous path, he had no choice but to expel Fang Yuan from Chu sect. This was not his own will, he was forced by the situation. There was also a letter from the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. In the letter, other than congratulating Fang Yuan, the 3 eccentrics also invited Fang Yuan to explore Crazed Demon Cave. They also said, even if Northern Plains did not accept Fang Yuan, Crazed Demon Cave would forever be Fang Yuan's home. These words were slightly mushy. They displayed the unprecedented attitude of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Longevity Heaven placed emphasis on Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was the culprit who killed Ma Hongyun. However, Lu tribe and Yi Lui tribe, who had wanted to capture Fang Yuan and wanted to capture him, had instead given up. Fang Yuan's battle strength completely shocked them. They recalled all the people who were searching for Fang Yuan. Instead, they were worried that Fang Yuan would take revenge on them. After all, Fang Yuan was already famous in Northern Plains. Even Chudu could not compare to him. Now, Shadow Sect has also sent a letter. They want to cooperate with me. Hehe. Shadow Sect already has a rank 8 Gu immortal, but he seems to have a huge weakness. He goes insane at times. Fang Yuan pondered. He had fought Zishan Makoto in the upflowing river, so he had some understanding of Zishan Makoto's condition. Actually, if Fang Yuan did not refine Perseverance Gu and did not comprehend the immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he would have been doomed in the Battle of Reverse Flow River. He would have fallen into Wuxia's trap. The remaining forces of the Shadow Sect had always been Fang Yuan's greatest threat. On the contrary, Providence's scheme used Fang Yuan as a pawn to seize sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect were mortal enemies with deep hatred. Shadow Sect wanted to recoup their losses and refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu again. They were likely to imitate old ancestor Xuehu in refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Old ancestor Xuehu used Ma Hongyun as the main material for the Gu refinement. If Fang Yuan ended up in Shadow Sect's hands, he would not be able to escape the same fate. He would be the main immortal material for the immortal Gu refinement. His life would be worse than death. But now, Fang Yuan's battle strength had grown to a level where even rank 8 Gu immortals could not do anything to him. Thus, Shadow Sect took the initiative to seek cooperation with Fang Yuan. This change in attitude made Fang Yuan sigh deeply. With Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it was like a weakened version of the immortal Gu house. Even rank 8s could not do anything to it. This gave Fang Yuan a lot of confidence. But cooperating with Shadow Sect is like asking a tiger for its skin. Sixth Hair's letter was true. The reasons given were sufficient. Cooperation was beneficial to both sides. It was beneficial to both Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan. Ignoring everything else, the soul path trap on Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, as well as the secret of the sovereign immortal fetus, could be resolved in this cooperation. But Fang Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect. It was the same problem. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect could not trust each other. Originally, they were mortal enemies who could not live under the same sky. How could they suddenly become friends? Even though both sides were rational people who prioritized benefits, the basis of cooperation between Gu immortals was not personal trust, but information path methods. And Fang Yuan was not good at information path, this was his weakness. But Shadow Sect's information path methods were too powerful. Spectral Soul's main body was a great grandmaster of all paths. Zombie Alliance and Central Continent's Defy were proof of Shadow Sect's powerful information path methods. This was because any organization was built on the basis of the Information Path Alliance. Fang Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect, he did not dare to trust them. If he was schemed against by Information Path during the cooperation, he would be a fool. However, Fang Yuan did not reject him. He replied with a letter to probe Shadow Sect's sincerity. In the letter he made a request: if he wanted to cooperate he had to give Attitude Gu to him. Speaking of which, even though the rank 8 Attitude Immortal Gu was in Fang Yuan's hands, it was not Fang Yuan's. He Lulan had lent it to him. Back then, when they discussed the rental of the Immortal Gu, both sides had an agreement and agreed on a time limit. Once the time limit passed, Fang Yuan would not be able to use Attitude Immortal Gu. Because the will in Attitude Immortal Gu was not Fang Yuan's will, but He Lulan's will. Right now there was not much time left before the deadline. Attitude Gu was a legendary Gu worm, it could be used by expending mental energy, it had low usage requirements and had outstanding effects. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained it, he had used it to avert danger many times, it was a huge help to him. Even though Attitude Immortal Gu did not have a direct defensive effect, it had a mystical effect when used as support. Once he lost Attitude Gu, the impact on Fang Yuan would be huge. Ignoring everything else, the Immortal Killer move Familiar Face could not be used. Even though Fang Yuan could use his Transformation Path Grandmaster attainment level to redesign this Immortal Killer move, without the rank 8 core, the entire Immortal Killer move would fall by a lot. When disguised as Wu Yihai or someone else, the chances of being discovered would increase greatly, it would be very dangerous. If I can use this chance to resolve the problem of Attitude Gu, that would be for the best. Fang Yuan felt a trace of anticipation. Time was almost up. Fang Yuan activated Dark Limit Immortal Gu, increasing the effect of Dark Limit on himself again. Next, he stored away his Immortal Aperture and set off again. He headed towards the southwest direction. Central Continent, Celestial Court. In the hall, Fairy Myrtle was sitting cross-legged with a frown, activating Immortal Killer moves. Her whole body was emitting light purple smoke from her pores. She was using Wisdom Path methods to make deductions. However, after a while, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes with a head full of sweat. I have already used 7 killer moves, but I still cannot deduce the location of our Gu Immortals. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Central Continent's Gu Immortals attacked Northern Plains, but after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan retreated, while Central Continent's Gu Immortals fought against Old Ancestor Shui Hu in Longevity Heaven. Central Continent wanted to save them, they sent reinforcements. But the first wave of Central Continent Gu Immortals went missing in Black Heaven. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce their location. How could she save them? She did not even know where to send reinforcements to. Duke Long, who was at the side, slowly opened his eyes. He was still very weak, as thin as a match, and extremely old. It seems that Giant Sun Immortal has made many arrangements in Northern Plains. Have you deduced Lu Guanyi's location? Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. He seems to have defensive strength that can resist the deductions of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, but it is not strong. However, we still don't have enough clues about him. If we have 1 or 2 crucial clues, we can definitely expose him to us. Duke Long heard this and nodded. He was silent for a while before speaking again. Forget it. Continue to deduce our Gu Immortals and Lu Guanyi's location. Also, send me to Hidden Dragon Cave. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to place his Immortal Aperture again. Lu Guanyi was famous throughout the 5 regions. This caused Fang Yuan's Dark Limit's effect to be consumed rapidly. To keep it a secret, Fang Yuan could only move and stop occasionally. The Immortal Aperture's entrance opened. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi were absorbed. The sovereign immortal body could absorb heaven and earth chi in any region to nourish itself. It was not like ordinary Gu Immortals who could only absorb heaven and earth chi in their own regions. If they were in other regions, they could forcefully absorb heaven and earth chi, but because of the difference in heaven and earth chi, the Immortal Aperture would shake and large amounts of resources would dry up. Right now, the sovereign Immortal Aperture had too many resources. There were large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Thus, every time it absorbed heaven and earth chi, the scale was huge, like a whale swallowing. Chapter 1300. It was fine if Reverse Flow River was outside, but if it was kept in the immortal aperture for a long time, it would expend a lot of heaven and earth chi. Once heaven and earth chi was lacking, the immortal aperture would become unstable. Thus, Fang Yuan had to place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth chi from the outside world to replenish himself. After absorbing for a while, Fang Yuan closed his immortal aperture's entrance. Arriving at Reverse Flow River, he was holding an immortal zombie. It was his original body. He threw the immortal zombie body into Reverse Flow River. The immortal zombie body immediately went down smoothly. Using Perseverance Immortal Goo in Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan experimented with all kinds of methods he could think of. But it was useless. So it was like this. The soul path Dao marks on the immortal zombie body cannot be destroyed or suppressed by Reverse Flow River. After all, they are only soul path Dao marks, not immortal goo. Rank 1 to 8 immortal goo cannot be used in Reverse Flow River. But Dao marks can be used. Like before I conquered Reverse Flow River, the Dao marks on the goo immortals could still protect them. Rank 8 goo immortals are still the strongest in the river. Fang Yuan analyzed, trying to find the reason for his failure. He wanted to use Reverse Flow River to resolve the soul path trap on the immortal zombie body, but it was impossible. Fang Yuan was not dejected, in fact he had guessed it before experimenting. He placed the immortal zombie body back on Heaven Seal Mountain, using the goo formation there to seal it again. Next he started to refine goo. A nightmare demonic colt's corpse was placed in front of him. Fang Yuan waved his finger like a blade, a golden light flashed in the air. The golden light entered the nightmare demonic colt's body, vanishing in an instant. The nightmare demonic colt's front right leg was immediately cut off. There was no blood. After these nightmare demonic colts died, Fang Yuan asked the land spirits in his immortal aperture to deal with these immortal materials. The blood of the nightmare colt had already been extracted and mixed in a certain place. Fang Yuan lifted it, separating the nightmare demonic colt's front right leg from its body. Then he spat out flames and began to deal with the right foreleg. After 3 days, the right foreleg finally melted into a purplish-black liquid. Fang Yuan continued to throw in many goo worms to refine goo. The dozen or so steps only took a quarter of an hour. The purple-black liquid exploded, 100 dream path mortal goo flew around in the air. However, with a single thought from Fang Yuan, they obediently returned to Fang Yuan's side. 100 dream path mortal goo. This was only the right front leg of a nightmare colt. He spent the most time dealing with this immortal material. This step took Fang Yuan 3 days. The rest of the steps only added up to a quarter of an hour. This efficiency was extremely high. It was a stark contrast to Fang Yuan's goo refinement in the dream realm. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan first needed to collect dream path goo materials before refining goo. There was a risk in entering the dream realm. He needed to use the immortal killer move Unravel Dream to get out of the dream realm. Refining dream path mortal goo required an immortal killer move. The cost was quite high. But now, Fang Yuan had this batch of nightmare demonic colts. The refinement of dream path mortal goo was no longer the same as before. Like earlier when I used the spring dream fruit to refine dream path mortal goo, the efficiency was very high. Actually, my goo refinement method can still be improved. For example, the cutting method earlier used metal path methods. It was not a good combination and would expend some dream path Dao marks. I can also experiment with other methods to deal with the immortal material, to see if there is a more efficient method. During the goo refinement process, Sixth Hair sent another message. Using Langya Blessed Land, Sixth Hair had already become the middleman for Fang Yuan and Zishan Makoto to communicate with each other. In the letter, Zishan Makoto did not give in. He told Fang Yuan directly. If he wanted to truly control Attitude Goo, he needed to work together. As long as both sides cooperated, Attitude Goo would be given to him first. This time, Shadow Sect even mentioned the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's weakness, but they did not say what it was. Rank 8 goo immortals are indeed not easy to deal with. Weakness? Is Shadow Sect just trying to scare me, or is this true? This letter had a huge impact on Fang Yuan. But soon his mental state calmed down. He had seen his fair share of storms and waves. What could this little scheme and threat amount to? It seems that I have to work hard myself. Fang Yuan sent a letter back to bargain. He continued to feign civility with Shadow Sect. But he had already realized that Shadow Sect would not give Attitude Goo to him before they cooperated. Fang Yuan began to design a new immortal killer move. He intended to use this immortal killer move to refine Attitude Goo. He soon encountered a problem. The reason was that even though he had many immortal goo, they were not suitable for this aspect. It was not like when he was deducing reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan had pulling water immortal goo and perseverance immortal goo. He could use them as the core of his immortal killer move. And now, Fang Yuan only had other immortal goo. He did not have an immortal goo that could refine attitude goo. He could only use a vast number of mortal goo to assist him. It would be great if there was a chance to exchange goo. This thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind and could not be stopped. Exchange immortal goo. Fang Yuan had a shocking number of immortal goo now. But in fact, a portion of them were not suitable for Fang Yuan, or rather they did not have much value in the short term. Wisdom sword and years flow like water. Even though they could not be used now, they were rank 8, Fang Yuan would not exchange them. Fang Yuan did not have many sword path Dao marks. His sword path attainment level was also ordinary, but sword eyebrows, wave sword, sword escape, and other sword path immortal goo were the foundation of his battle strength. They could not be shaken temporarily. Perhaps he could exchange for change soul immortal goo. Woman's heart was a poison path immortal goo. It was rarely used. Flying bear strength immortal goo was a strength path immortal goo, but when Fang Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, this immortal goo was not suitable. And bone spike immortal goo in Fang Yuan's current cultivation system was something that he could not use at all. Perceivable Dao immortal goo could inspect Dao marks. It had a mystical effect, but to Fang Yuan it was not very useful. This immortal goo needed to be tested. All in all, woman's heart, flying bear strength, and bone spike, these 3 immortal goo had little use for Fang Yuan. If he could exchange them for something else suitable for Fang Yuan, that would be for the best. But how could it be easy to exchange goo? During the 5 regions chaotic war it was very popular. With the current situation, it was hard to have such a high-level goo immortal trading convention. Just like this, Fang Yuan moved and stopped. It was not that he did not want to move quickly, it was just that every step was difficult. Along the way, after placing his immortal aperture, he was either refining dream path mortal goo or deducing immortal killer moves, attempting to make attitude goo his own. Chapter 1301. We finally got through the regional wall. Wuxia let out a breath of air. Looking at the vast sea, he had an extremely tired expression. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing who were beside him were also not in a better state. After leaving Northern Plains, Shadow Sect's group went to Eastern Sea. They did not have the sovereign immortal body. Every time they passed a regional wall, it was a difficult test. Thankfully they had great strength. They were elites among goo immortals. Even though their immortal apertures were damaged, they did not lose any members. They were not in a hurry to leave. After entering Eastern Sea they randomly chose an island. On this nameless island, Wuxia instructed by Ningbing and He Lulan to set up a refinement path goo formation. After the goo formation was set up, Wuxia walked to the center of the goo formation and took out a purple gold rock, starting to process this immortal material. As for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan, they were outside the goo formation, guarding against any unexpected enemies. Not long after, the purple gold rock melted again. Miniman goo immortal Zishan Makoto woke up from it. He was a rank 8 goo immortal. Normally speaking, to cross the 5 regions he had to go to Black Heaven or White Heaven. But above Northern Plains, Black Heaven and White Heaven were already controlled by Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Longevity Heaven was in control. Shadow Sect's group naturally could not walk right into the trap. The outcome of Central Continent's goo immortals was right in front of them. Shadow Sect had a deep foundation. Zishan Makoto fell into deep sleep again. A thin layer of purple gold rock formed on his body. He had no aura, his life force was concealed to the extreme. He was no different from a dead being. Using such a mystical method, Zishan Makoto was led by Wuxia to pass through the regional wall and arrive in Eastern Sea. The purple gold rock was thin. Wuxia, who had a specialized method, could easily refine it. It was much easier than when Lady Wanshou processed the purple gold rock. Eastern Sea. Zishan Makoto woke up. Looking at the vast sea outside the island, he sighed inwardly. Under his lead, Shadow Sect's group first stored the goo formation, erasing all traces. Next, the 4 goo immortals activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A moment later they arrived at the turbulent sea region. With Zishan Makoto in the lead, wherever they went, none of the ocean currents could obstruct them. Soon, the people from the Shadow Sect arrived at the center of the turbulent waters. Where are the tributaries of the River of Time in this area? Wuxia felt that it was rather strange that his search was fruitless. Could it be that the tributary of the River of Time has gone somewhere else? He Lulan speculated. It's not in the center but in the middle of the reverse flow river. Continuing to investigate, Zishan Makoto soon found some key clues. That tributary of the River of Time has already been taken away by someone else. His tone was heavy. How could this be? Who did it? Could it be Feng Yuan? Wuxia's first thought was Feng Yuan. However, Zishan Makoto shook his head. This technique shouldn't be his. It was someone else. Forget it. Since we cannot use this tributary of the River of Time, we will go to the next place. There is another tributary of the River of Time there. The group of 4 from the Shadow Sect quickly left the turbulent flow sea region. At the other end of Eastern Sea, the sky was clear and blue. It was a scene of life and death. On the surface of the sea, a life and death battle was taking place. Leave quickly. I was hit by his lightning soul needle. He can sense me at all times. I can't leave now. I can't implicate you. Immortal Hua Dai was lying in the arms of a male Gu Immortal, she said weakly. She was wearing a palace dress, her sleeves were fluttering in the wind, her skin was soft and tender. Her beautiful eyes were filled with weakness at this moment. Blood was flowing out of her lips, her injuries were severe. Especially on the surface of her skin, there were small and sharp sparks of lightning. This was the sign of being hit by the immortal killer move Lightning Soul Needle. No. The male Gu Immortal did not even think, he rejected without hesitation. He had a broad back and a thin waist, he wore a set of battle armor, even though he was covered in injuries, it could not conceal his fierceness. How can I leave you behind? If I escape now, how will I explain it to Lord Miao Mingshen? Although he said so, deep in his gaze towards Immortal Hua Dai, there was affection hidden in his eyes. He was Feng Jiang. Feng Jiang, Immortal Hua Dai, and Gui Qiyi, these 3 Gu Immortals were subordinates of the Eastern Sea Space Path expert Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen wanted to find the tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area. Thus, these 3 Gu Immortals would take turns to guard the turbulent flow sea area. When they met any Gu Immortal who went to explore the turbulent flow sea area, they would talk to them, hoping that they would help. Then you can die together. There was only one person chasing after them, but he had rank 7 cultivation level. His name was Gu Wen. He wore a blue robe, his skin was dry and tough like tree bark. His eyes shined with red light, he had sharp teeth and a ruthless expression. This person was quite senior, he was quite famous in Eastern Sea. He was a Lightning Path Grandmaster, but once, when he used an immortal killer move, he failed and suffered a backlash. He had to turn into an immortal zombie. Even so, he had outstanding battle strength. He had 2 immortal Gu. He was able to force the rank 6 immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang to flee. Hand over the year cycle powder. You 2 are quite daring. You actually dared to snatch my immortal material. If you hand it over obediently, I might leave your corpses intact. Gu Wen laughed sinisterly, his fierce aura surged as he got closer and closer. Immortal Hua Dai said angrily, we found this year's cycle powder first. How can it be yours? I waited here for half a month, but because I was careless you guys got it before me. Gu Wen shouted angrily. Immortal Hua Dai was furious. Lord Miao Mingshen found this year's cycle powder 3 years ago. He set up a Gu formation around it. Every few months I would come to the Gu formation to nurture it. No matter how much nonsense you spout, you cannot change this fact. Immortal Hua Dai pointed out the truth. Gu Wen did not retort, his expression turned grim. Humph, you have a sharp tongue. After I catch up to you, I will kill you first. Demonic Path scoundrel, don't be arrogant. At this time, a loud voice resounded in the 3 immortals' ears. Who is it? Gu Wen's expression changed as he shouted. Just as he said that, the sea surface suddenly protruded like a small hill. Next, the hill was smashed by the beast inside. Wind howled and water splashed everywhere. A huge blue-scaled sea dragon appeared in front of the 3 immortals. The sea dragon spoke, Demon die. The 3 immortals saw this and understood immediately, this blue-scaled sea dragon was a Gu immortal that had transformed into it. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were surprised and joyful. Gu Wen became even more furious. Who asked you to be a busybody? Take this killer move. Saying so, he breathed in deeply and spat at his right palm. What he spat out was not saliva, but a lightning bolt that was the size of an egg. The lightning was attached to Gu Wen's right palm. With a boom, a huge pillar of lightning violently shot out from his right palm. The blue-scaled sea dragon didn't dodge. Instead, it opened its mouth wide in response to the incoming lightning pillar. Dragon breath spit. Gu Wen saw this and laughed internally. This move of mine can last for a few minutes, but the dragon breath is shot out continuously. How can it block it? But the blue-scaled sea dragon's dragon breath did not stop. The dragon breath was like a pillar of water, it collided with the lightning bolt. Next, the powerful dragon breath destroyed the lightning bolt. In a few breaths of time, it arrived in front of Gu Wen. How can this be? What kind of dragon breath is this? Gu Wen showed an expression of disbelief. He hurriedly dodged to the side. The blue-scaled sea dragon turned its head slightly, its dragon breath was like a pillar as it swept over again. Guwen frowned, snorting angrily, "Consider yourselves lucky, I will let you off this time." Next, he directly retreated, turning into a bolt of lightning as he moved extremely quickly. The blue-scaled sea dragon did not chase, it watched as Guwen left. He is going back to the Gu formation, there is still a large amount of year cycle powder left there. Immortal Hua Dai's words exposed Guwen's thoughts. Feng Jiang placed Immortal Hua Dai down as he cupped his fists at the blue-scaled sea dragon. "You are a righteous person, you repelled the enemy and saved my life, I will never forget this favor. May I know your name?" The blue-scaled sea dragon suddenly transformed into an ordinary-looking Gu immortal. He smiled, "I am Chu Ying. Fairy Hua Dai, how have you been?" Immortal Hua Dai was overjoyed, "To think that you are Chu Ying." Seeing that Feng Jiang was looking at her, Immortal Hua Dai explained, "Thanks to this Chu Ying, we were able to find that tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area. Only Lord Miao Mingshen could obtain the tributary of the River of Time." Chapter 1302. So there is such a connection. Hearing Immortal Hua Dai's introduction, Feng Jiang's expression relaxed, he was overjoyed, most of his wariness was gone. The so-called Chu Ying was naturally Feng Yuan in disguise. He stored his immortal aperture and found that there were traces of Gu immortals fighting in the surrounding sea area. Out of curiosity, he followed the traces to see if he could take advantage of them. But he found that Immortal Hua Dai and another Gu immortal, Feng Jiang, were being chased. And the pursuer was only a rank 7 immortal zombie. For Feng Yuan, such a person was not enough. Long ago, Feng Yuan had helped Immortal Hua Dai to contact the Space Path Gu immortal expert behind Immortal Hua Dai, Miao Mingshen. This person had a method to find out about the blue dragon whale. And this blue dragon whale had an extraordinary origin. It had once received guidance from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It had an immortal aperture that was filled with treasures. It was like Northern Plains dog-tail life extending ferret Mao Li Chiu. But the blue dragon whale's intelligence was not awakened, it only followed its instincts and swam in the sea. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable not only opened an immortal aperture for it, he even used an immortal killer move on its body. As such, this blue dragon whale had no natural enemies and was not dangerous. The azure dragon whale had a gentle temperament and was harmless. However, its defensive abilities also rendered any malicious existence helpless. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's personality and style. According to the secret rumors of his previous life, the blue dragon whale had a true inheritance left behind by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Feng Yuan remembered that Miao Mingshen had explored the blue dragon whale's inner world many times. But because of the aperture, even though he had gains each time, he did not obtain the true inheritance. Feng Yuan naturally wanted this. Thus, when he saw Immortal Hua Dai being chased, he realized that this was a rare chance to show goodwill to Miao Mingshen again. Thus, he interfered and sent the Lightning Path Immortal Zombie Guwen away. He did not transform into an ancient sword dragon. Ancient sword dragons could not be seen in the light anymore. Because Lu Guanyi had once used the ancient sword dragon transformation to kill Yelu Kun Xing in Northern Plains. Right now, Lu Guanyi's identity was Reverse Flow River Lord. Many of the rank 8s here were helpless against him. His name shook the world, almost everyone in the Gu Immortal world knew of him. Who knew how many people were interested in Lu Guanyi, trying to figure out his background? The fact that Lu Guanyi had mastered the ancient sword serpent transformation was already widely known. Thus, if Feng Yuan used ancient sword dragon transformation now, other Gu immortals would immediately think of Lu Guanyi. This was the burden of fame. Even though Feng Yuan could not use ancient sword dragon transformation, he had changed form Immortal Gu. He could transform into all living beings in this world at will. Therefore this time he transformed into a blue-scaled sea dragon that was unique to the East Sea. This was also an ancient desolate beast. It was just that its might could not be compared to the ancient sword dragon. But Feng Yuan could still use Dragon Breath Immortal Gu. What was worth mentioning was that the blue-scaled sea dragon's dragon breath was also breathed out. The reason why he could win against the Lightning Path Immortal Zombie Guwen was because Feng Yuan used Perseverance Immortal Gu at the same time. Rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu, after Feng Yuan obtained it, he naturally had a lot of understanding and analysis of it. Gu Immortals nurture, use and refine these three aspects required a lot of effort. After coming to Eastern Sea for a few days, Feng Yuan already understood some of the usage methods of Perseverance Immortal Gu. Other than conquering Reverse Flow River, Perseverance Immortal Gu could make other Immortal Gu or Immortal Killer moves last longer. For example, the blue-scaled sea dragon's dragon breath. If Fang Yuan only used dragon breath immortal goo, dragon breath could not deviate from the sea dragon's logic, it could only be breathed out, it would only be slightly stronger. But if he used perseverance immortal goo when he breathed out dragon breath, the dragon breath could be breathed out for a long time, it would be endless. Of course the breathing time could not be too long. Dragon's breath was a heavy burden on the throat. Even a true blue-scaled sea dragon had to spit out a mouthful of dragon's breath. This was a form of self-protection in the evolution of living beings. Thankfully, even though that Guwen had some reputation after fighting for a while, he understood that Fang Yuan was a strong enemy. He wisely retreated. After all, demonic path Gu immortals always prioritized benefits. I wonder who you are? Fang Yuan looked at Immortal Hua Dai. I am Lord Miao Mingshen's subordinate, Feng Jiang. Lord Chu, you are my benefactor, I do not know how to thank you. Feng Jiang introduced himself. He was very enthusiastic, he was filled with gratitude towards Fang Yuan. No need to thank me, it was just a small matter. I happened to see him by chance so I helped him. Even though I am a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea, I have only come out recently, but I do not like the demonic path's actions. This is my nature, and because Fairy Hua Dai is my friend, it was only natural for me to help. Fang Yuan was very humble. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang heard this. Their impression of Fang Yuan grew even more favorable. The three immortals talked for a while before Immortal Hua Dai sighed. It is a pity. So many year ring powder, most of them ended up in Guwen's hands. Our hard work over these years was all wasted on him. We should set up that Gu formation in a more secretive manner. Feng Jiang quickly consoled. All right Xiao Dai, don't blame yourself. Eastern Sea is so huge, but Guwen found this Gu formation. We are not skilled in formation path, the Gu formation that we set up was already the best we could. If we want it to be more secretive we will need to add an immortal Gu. Fang Yuan smiled. Listen to me, even though the year ring powder is lost, you two are still alive, that is hope. Don't be too pessimistic, there are gains and losses, isn't life supposed to be filled with gains and losses? Feng Jiang laughed heartily. Lord Chu's words are profound, I need to think deeply about them. Immortal Hua Dai was still frowning, she had a worried expression. That is the only logic I have. It is just that these year ring powder are usually lost, so be it. But this time, Lord Miao Mingshen is attending the trading convention. One of his Gu immortal friends needs this. Lord Miao Mingshen agreed to this person's request. There are only a few days left until the convention, but the year ring powder was taken away. What do we do now? Hearing this, Feng Jiang's expression turned grim. That's right, we returned empty-handed. Even if Lord Miao Mingshen does not blame us, we will feel very guilty, this is our fault. Most importantly, we let Lord Miao Mingshen go back on his word, this is our fault. Trading convention? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Not long ago he was still thinking about exchanging some of the immortal Gu that he did not have. He didn't expect that he would run into a trade fair in the East China Sea when he was dozing off. Eastern Sea was the region with the richest resources in the 5 regions, even Central Continent could not compare to it. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals were also very wealthy. Thus, Eastern Sea's trading convention was very famous in the 5 regions, it was very high-end, Gu immortals would often exchange their immortal Gu. Of course, it was not that the other 4 regions did not have such trading conventions. It was just that there were too few of them, Fang Yuan could not participate in them. Only Eastern Sea's trading convention was a good opportunity for him. I have an immortal Gu that I want to exchange, I want to participate in this trading convention, I wonder if it is possible? Fang Yuan did not conceal his intentions, he asked directly. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang looked at each other, the former said, this trading convention has high standards, we do not have the qualifications to participate, we do not have the ability to recommend anyone. But Lord Chuing is different, we are indebted to him. How about this? Lord Chuing will come with us first, after we meet him, we will see what he has to say. Okay. Fang Yuan immediately nodded, can we go now? He was very decisive. Because time was limited. The power of dark limit on his body would be depleted as other Gu immortals deduced it. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang had hesitant expressions, their mission to collect the year cycle powder had failed, they actually wanted Fang Yuan to help them take back the year cycle powder. But they could not bring themselves to do so. Actually, Fang Yuan had already seen through their intentions. In the process of the conversation, he firmly grasped the initiative and did not give them a chance to speak. Right now, Fang Yuan could even make rank 8 Gu immortals helpless against him. But there was a flaw, he could not see the light of day. Be it ancient sword dragon transformation or reverse flow protection seal, they could not be used easily. Once they were used, they had to consider how to keep it a secret. Once Fang Yuan exposed too many clues, his other identity or secrets would be deduced. By then Wu Yihai's identity would be exposed. Fang Yuan finally entered the Super Gu formation with much difficulty. He came into contact with that huge dream realm. If he were to miss this great opportunity, it would have an extremely disastrous effect on the development of his cultivation. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai had no choice but to bring Fang Yuan away from this place. They could not bring themselves to speak. He saved their lives, but they still had to urge their benefactor to fight against a strong enemy. They could not be thick-skinned enough to speak about this. The three immortals traveled quickly. They did not stop along the way. However, they conversed and conversed along the way. In fact, even though Immortal Hua Dai had met Fang Yuan twice and had a deep impression of him, she did not know about Chu Ying's background. Fang Yuan knew Immortal Hua Dai's intention of probing him, thus he gave a half-truth and half-falsehood about his origin. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had lived in Eastern Sea for a period of time. His words were not fake. Especially the small details and experiences in his life, they were very real. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang resonated with him. How could Fang Yuan expose himself here? When they met Miao Ming Shen, Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang had a very good impression of the amiable rank 7 secluded cultivator Chu Ying. But they did not know that Fang Yuan was the true demon. Compared to him, Immortal Zombie Gu Wen's life cycle powder was nothing. Chapter 1303. Eastern Sea. Swoosh. In an ordinary sea area there was a nameless island. It was barren, there were only strange rocks. Several Gu immortals floated down from the sky. They were Fang Yuan, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang and the rest. To think that such a trading convention would be held on such a barren island. Fang Yuan stepped on this island as he sighed internally. Brother Chu, you might not know, but for such a large trading convention, the location is usually decided a few days ago, to prevent people from plotting against us. A Gu immortal beside Fang Yuan replied. This male Gu immortal was neither tall nor short, he was neither fat nor thin, his appearance was above average, his facial features were ordinary, only his wide nose left a deep impression. This person was the famous rank 7 Space Path Gu immortal expert in Eastern Sea, Miao Ming Shen. In terms of appearance, this person was not outstanding. But after Fang Yuan interacted with him, even though they did not interact for long, he could feel that this person was outstanding in many aspects. He could not be underestimated. Fang Yuan used Chu Ying's identity to save Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. He learned about the trading convention. Next, Fang Yuan followed Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang to meet Miao Ming Shen. Miao Ming Shen did not hesitate. He agreed to Fang Yuan's request to join the trading convention. You helped me twice, you saved Xiao Dai and Xiao Feng's lives. Why would I reject a mere trading convention? Please come. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal expert while Chu Ying was a secluded cultivator. He was not famous. But Miao Ming Shen did not put on any airs. He was very friendly. His words were polite and heartwarming. Thus, Fang Yuan and Miao Ming Shen came to this place to join the trading convention. The four of them had just stepped on the island when a Gu immortal came out of a strange rock. So it's Miao Ming Shen, you're here. A Gu immortal with a large head and small body that looked like a dwarf greeted. Haha, Tua, long time no see. Miao Ming Shen was very enthusiastic. He laughed loudly as he welcomed him. Come, let me introduce you. This is East Sea's secluded cultivator Chu Ying. This is our East Sea's rare earth path grandmaster Tua, Miao Ming Shen said. Greetings, immortal friend Tuesday. Fang Yuan was also very polite, but his expression was wooden. He pretended to be a solitary cultivator who wasn't good at socializing. There was no flaw in his disguise. Tua looked at Fang Yuan and grinned, showing his yellow teeth as he laughed. It seems that you have received Miao Ming Shen's recommendation and this is the first time you are participating in such a trade fair? Haha, back then I was also recommended by Miao Ming Shen to participate. Tua was also very polite. He thought, Miao Ming Shen's foresight is not bad, those who can be recommended by him are all outstanding people. This Chu Ying looks ordinary and is not famous, but to be valued by Miao Ming Shen, he is not simple. As he thought of this, Tua said, follow me down. I am the first to arrive. Since I have nothing to do, I will first open up a space under the island. Thank you, Brother Tuesday. Actually, this time I am leading the trade fair. Miao Ming Shen immediately said respectfully. It is just an underground cave, it will not take much effort. Let's go. Tua saw Miao Ming Shen and felt like he was seeing an old friend. He grabbed Miao Ming Shen's arm and led him underground. Wherever his footsteps went, the originally solid ground melted and flowed like water. forming a wide tunnel that led straight to the bottom of the island. Tu Tu Tua and Miao Mingxin walked in front while Fang Yuan, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Hua Dai walked behind them. Tu Tu Tua and Miao Mingxin conversed along the way. Miao Mingxin's communication skills were outstanding. Tu Tu Tua laughed continuously as his laughter reverberated underground. Furthermore, Miao Mingxin did not ignore Fang Yuan, he turned to speak to Fang Yuan from time to time. His words seemed ordinary but they were natural, and did not make Fang Yuan feel like he was alone, or that he was being neglected. The underground cave was indeed ordinary but it was spacious. On a tall platform there were several stone chairs, they were all wide. The stone chairs had carvings on them, they looked like flowing water, they were very smooth. This showed Tu Tu Tuo's deep sense of aesthetics, as well as his meticulous mind. Fang Yuan counted carefully, there were only 6 stone chairs. It seems that this trade fair was originally planned to have only 6 participants, but it seems like this trade fair only has 6 participants. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang are not included. Once the trading fair starts, they will leave this place and guard it. Fang Yuan guessed. Since there is a newcomer, I will add another chair. Tu Tu Tua stomped his foot as a mound of soil rose up from the ground, it flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, it turned into another stone chair, it looked like it was crafted by a skilled craftsman. Fang Yuan and the rest sat down, waiting for the other Gu Immortals to arrive. A moment later, 2 Gu Immortals arrived. The former was a female immortal with the appearance of a child, she had 2 ponytails, her eyes were round and round, but she looked very mature. She was Tonghua. Northern Eastern Sea, a famous light path Gu Immortal with rank 7 cultivation level. The latter was a male immortal. He had an aquiline nose and a dark gaze, he wore a messy black robe. He was Wu Ma Yang, a dark path Gu Immortal, he had outstanding battle strength among rank 7 Gu Immortals. His immortal killer move Dark Arrow Veil had once defeated 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals. This battle made him famous in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Tong Hua chattered on and on while Wu Ma Yang was very quiet. Both sides continued to talk. Under Miao Mingxin's intentional guidance, the atmosphere became harmonious. 15 minutes later, a third Gu Immortal entered this underground space. He was Gong Liang Bai, a wisdom path Gu Immortal who cultivated some wood path methods. Of course, wisdom path was his main focus. Wisdom path Gu Immortals were few in number, especially people like Fang Yuan who had inherited a complete wisdom path true inheritance. And Gong Liang Bai not only had a complete wisdom path true inheritance, he had also cultivated it. Even though he could not compare to the 3 most famous wisdom path Gu Immortals, he had a huge network among lone immortals, he was willing to make deductions for others in exchange for remuneration. Bipolar Pan Armor Pill, Huan Hidden in Nangong and Dragon Turtle, Traveling in Adversity Sea. This poem was talking about the 3 most powerful wisdom path Gu Immortals in the current Eastern Sea Gu Immortal world. Song Jiadan and Huan were righteous path members, they rarely worked for lone immortals. As for Dragon Turtle Immortal, he stayed in Adversity Sea for a long time, his footsteps were vague and hard to trace. Gong Liang Bai, after this trading convention, let's have a good chat. I have some things that I want you to deduce. Miao Mingxin said as they talked. Don't tell me it's that Lu Guanyi? Recently, I've received many requests from fellow immortals, and they're all here for this person. Gong Liangbai smiled. Of course not. Miao Mingxin denied with a smile. Gong Liangbai nodded, that's good. Speaking of which, I have made deductions 5 times and failed each time. The main reason is that there are too few clues, and that Lu Guanyi also has methods to defend against deductions. Fang Yuan listened quietly from the side, his expression did not change, but he felt awkward internally. This topic attracted the interest of the other Gu Immortals. Tu Tu Tua shouted, this Lu Guanyi is really famous now, he is completely famous. No matter who it is, as long as they can use rank 7 cultivation level to make a rank 8 Gu Immortal helpless against them, they will be famous in history. Tong Hua sighed. To be able to resist rank 8 with rank 7 cultivation level, I really want to see that. Miao Mingxin shook his head and smiled bitterly, it is a pity that I am not fated to meet such a person. Fang Yuan was sitting on the chair beside him. Hearing this he said expressionlessly, I heard that rank 7 can resist rank 8s mainly because that Lu Guanyi became the reverse flow river lord. This reverse flow river is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, but what great expert can make a rank 8 powerhouse helpless against it? Thus, the Immortals topic shifted from Lu Guanyi to reverse flow river. Fang Yuan steered the topic without batting an eyelid. This time the Gu Immortals talked until evening. But night fell over Eastern Sea, The moon had just risen when the trading convention started. The other two Gu immortals also arrived. The trading convention officially started. According to the rules, Tong Hua walked onto the stage. This is a desolate plant. I was exploring a deep sea when I found it. That time in the dark sea, I saw a bright light ahead of me. I moved towards the light. After moving for several minutes, I arrived at the place where the light was. That place was simply a light path paradise. The light was dazzling, it illuminated the surroundings. At first, I thought that this was the light from the corals. But soon I found that the corals had a layer of green fungi on them. These green fungi are desolate plants, they can be seen everywhere. I named them light shine fungi. They contain light path Dao marks and can emit intense light. Tong Hua slowly introduced her discovery and the process of naming the light shine fungi. Fang Yuan was a little surprised. He did not expect that the trading convention had just started and he already found what he wanted. Chapter 1304. Fang Yuan needed light. The first was aurora light. He had brought in large numbers of dazzling light goo to increase the aurora light in his immortal aperture. The denser the aurora light, the more flowing light fruits he could condense. And rank 8 immortal goo attitude used them as food. The light that a desolate plant like the illumination fungus could provide was naturally not the colorful aurora. However, this was not the final conclusion. Humans were intelligent and knew how to adapt to circumstances. In this world there were methods to modify and graft plants. Wood Path Gu Immortals specialized in this. Every path had their specialty, and Wood Path Gu Immortals were very skilled in managing their immortal apertures. Thus, if Fang Yuan brought in light shine fungi, he might be able to use Wood Path methods to modify them and create new aurora shine fungi. It was not impossible. Other than attitude goo, there was Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo's food was multicolored overlord flowers. To grow multicolored overlord flowers on a large scale, there were 3 conditions. One was light, the second was sweet air, and the third was pearl soil. The latter 2 were easy to achieve, but light was difficult. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had light path Dao marks, and he had annexed a light path blessed land some time ago, but it was still far from Fang Yuan's standards. If he used light shine fungi, he could solve the problem of growing multicolored overlord flowers on a large scale. However, there was still a bit of doubt in this regard. That was, the environment that light shine fungi grew in was deep sea. If it was in another environment, could it maintain its vitality? That should not be a problem. After all, light shine fungi are desolate plants. Forget about aurora light. I looted Lu tribe's jade light pit. I had a lot of replenishment. Even though it is a bit off from the standard, it is not far from it. But multicolored overlord flowers are different, they are far from the standard. After all, I do not have a lot of light path Dao marks, and I cannot use all of them on multicolored overlord flowers. Other life forms also need light. Oh right, I have transformation path Dao marks. At the crucial moment I can turn them into light path Dao marks to replenish them. While Fang Yuan was thinking, Tong Hua continued, I'm willing to use this batch of luminous fungi to exchange for 3 Zhonglo water elephants. Once she said that, one of the Gu immortals replied, Heavy building water elephant. I have one with me. I wonder how many heavy building water elephants Tong Hua wants? The Chonglu water elephant was a beast unique to the East Sea. It was of different sizes and had white teeth and blue skin. The water elephant of the first floor was shaped like a small boat, and there was a layer of blue jade skeleton on its back, forming the shape of a tower. The 2-story building water elephant was slightly larger in size and had 2 layers of blue jade bones on its back. So on and so forth. The 6-story building water elephant had a wide back like a ship. It was a level 1 dire beast. 7-story floor water elephant, ancient desolate beast. The 8-story pagoda water elephant was a primordial desolate beast that was extremely rare. The 9-story building water elephant did not exist. Be it beasts, plants, or even variant humans, none of them had ever reached the 9th transformation. Other than humans, there were 10 rank 9 Gu venerables among them. They were unique among all living beings. Tong Hua displayed the size of the light shine fungi in her hands, informing the Gu immortals that she was willing to exchange for 3 6-story building water elephants. This price was not expensive, it was very fair. That Gu immortal frowned, but I only have 1 6-story building water elephant. The light shine fungi can be disassembled, are you willing to exchange for it? Tong Hua hesitated. He might not be telling the truth. After thinking about it, Tong Hua nodded, then let's exchange. Thus, the first transaction was completed. Both sides made the transaction quickly. I want some light shine fungi, but I do not have any heavy building water elephants. I wonder if you can accept Immortal Yuan stone? Fang Yuan asked. Tong Hua shook her head, but she did not reject Fang Yuan. I do not have any heavy building water elephants, so forget it. However, my light shine fungi will be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven in the future. Fellow Immortal, you can buy them yourself at that time. In fact, Eastern Sea was mostly water path Gu Immortals. And light shine fungi were very suitable for Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. Like Wu Hai, his entire immortal aperture was an ocean. Tong Hua was only using this new thing to test the waters, to see if there was a chance to gain more benefits. As for selling Immortal Yuan stone, Tong Hua did not want to do that for now, because she did not know the market price. This was the first time such a new thing was put on the market. Tong Hua did not know how much it was worth. However, she was looking forward to it. Thus, she rejected Fang Yuan without hesitation. If this light shine fungi became popular in Jewel Yellow Skies, wouldn't she be making a loss by selling it at this price? But if the price was too high, the other party would not trade. It would be better to sell it to Jewel Yellow Skies directly. Since Tong Hua did not want to sell it, Fang Yuan was helpless. But he could understand. A brand new desolate plant could be sold at a high price. Even though this world's economy was not developed, Gu Immortals were smart. They knew how to drive up prices. Especially this light shine fungus. Tong Hua was the only one in the world. If it were Fang Yuan, he would also take advantage of the golden period at the start to raise the price and make a huge profit. After all, light shine fungi were only rank 6 desolate plants. As time passed, someone would find them or research them. Tong Hua's monopoly would be broken. After all, Eastern Sea was huge. Light shine fungi would not only grow in one place. Gu Immortals could use the light shine fungi to research a method to search for them. That way, the number of light shine fungi would increase greatly. Seeing that no one wanted to trade with her, Tong Hua walked down. Immediately, a second Gu Immortal took her place, walking up the stage. This was the rule of the trading convention. In each round, the Gu Immortals would go up in a certain order. Each time they could only trade the same type of resources. That way it would be fairer. As for Fang Yuan, this newcomer who had just joined, he also had the chance to participate in the transactions and take the initiative to trade, but he could only be in last place. This is a marrow absorption rock, a rank 7 immortal material. I want to trade for 1,000-year drifting wood. The Gu Immortal on the stage spoke concisely, expressing his intentions. As soon as he finished speaking, he displayed his goods in front of everyone. This marrow-sucking stone was completely black, and it looked no different from an ordinary reef by the sea. But in truth, any living being with bones that got close to it would have their bone marrow sucked into the rock. Thus, marrow absorption rocks were also known as demonic stones. The name, demon stone, came from the mermaids. Mermen were a type of variant humans. Most of the mermen in the world lived in Eastern Sea. Mermen lived at the bottom of the sea. They could breathe freely. They had suffered from marrow absorption rocks. They feared them and called them demonic stones. In Eastern Sea's history, some merman tribes even worshipped demonic stones like gods. But to Gu Immortals, this marrow absorption rock was just an immortal material. This transaction was also successful. Even though 1,000-year drifting wood was rare in the market, the Gu Immortals who participated in this trading convention were all wealthy, otherwise they would not have gathered here. Birds of a feather flocked together. The Gu Immortals who could get along with Miao Mingshen were naturally extraordinary. One could say this small-scale trading convention was a rare gathering of experts in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. After the second Gu Immortal got off the stage, Tua walked up. I have an ancient desolate beast Queen Mother Toad. It can command rank 6 and below giant toads. If nurtured properly, it can even produce enslavement path immortal Gu. Are you interested? The Queen Mother Toad had a lot of enslavement path Dao marks. But Tuo's transaction ended in failure. The fourth Gu Immortal went up. I want to find clues about Qi Si. Who knows how to find Qi Si and enter it? I am willing to pay a high price for relevant information. Information was part of the transaction, but the Gu Immortals present did not speak. This transaction also ended in failure. The Sea of Qi was a very special and mysterious part of the East Sea. Maybe none of the Gu Immortals present knew about it, or maybe some did but did not want to trade it. The Gu Immortals took turns to go up. The first round was about to end. Fang Yuan was last, he was last. And Miao Mingshen was second last. He walked up the stage. I have a rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal Gu. Who is willing to make this transaction? Fang Yuan heard this and his eyes brightened. Chapter 1305. The trading convention was still ongoing. As the organizer of this trading convention, Miao Mingshen was supposed to be the last person to go up on the stage. But because of the newcomer Fang Yuan became the last person. This caused Miao Mingshen to be the second last person to go up on the stage. From Fang Yuan's point of view, he could see Miao Mingshen's interpersonal skills. The trading convention naturally benefited the Gu Immortals who were at the top. Miao Mingshen took the initiative to be the last person to express his goodwill to all the Gu Immortals. But he did not arrange for Fang Yuan to be in front of him. This was because of the rules. The newcomer had to be the last. If this rule was violated, people would feel disgusted. This time Miao Mingshen was the organizer, but what about next time? The so-called interpersonal skills were nothing much, it was just having a sense of propriety when interacting with people. Miao Mingshen had a good grasp of this, he made people who interacted with him have a good impression of him. However, right now, Fang Yuan's mind was not on Miao Mingshen, he was looking at the immortal Gu in Miao Mingshen's hand with a bright gaze. Rank 7 Divination Tortoise Shell Gu. Fang Yuan's heart thumped. What? Because Fang Yuan had many methods that could not be exposed easily. For example, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, or Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Once these methods were used, unless Fang Yuan killed them in time, more information would be exposed, Gu Immortals might even find out more of his secrets, he would be left with no way out. Speaking of which, it was quite awkward. Fang Yuan's strength continued to grow, but the trouble he caused was also getting bigger. Shadow Sect, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven. Looking at his opponents and enemies, which one of them was not a giant force. Recently he had even offended old ancestor Xuehu. That was the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains. Thus, Fang Yuan faced huge pressure, he had not reached rank 9 yet. Only by cultivating to the 9th revolution could Fang Yuan openly announce his identity, and no one in the world would be able to stop him. Before reaching rank 9, even if Fang Yuan cultivated to rank 8, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and others could find trouble with Fang Yuan. Currently, Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 cultivation level, needed to keep a low profile and disguise himself, cultivating and accumulating strength. When I disguise as Wu Yihai, I have a weakness. Or rather, a flaw. Fang Yuan could not fight while disguised as Wu Yihai. Because he was not the real Wu Yihai. After soul-searching Wu Yihai, Fang Yuan knew that Wu Yihai had 3 transformation killer moves. One was in the form of a coral, one was in the form of a seagull, and the third was in the form of a turtle. Previously, when they fought in the regional wall, Wu Yihai had turned into a turtle to defend. Fang Yuan remembered clearly that it was a horned god turtle. Ancient desolate beasts had tough shells, they were among the top 10 ancient desolate beasts in Eastern Sea. Actually, this could be seen from Wu Yihai's Immortal Aperture Blessed Land. Wu Yihai's Immortal Aperture Blessed Land was an ocean. There were 3 types of life forms in it. First were corals, which had a large number of ancient desolate plant silent corals. Second were seagulls, which had the desolate beast white letter blue feather seagull. Third were turtles, which had the ancient desolate beast horned divine turtle. As transformation path Gu Immortals, they would often raise some transformation-related life forms. Firstly, these life forms could be considered resources, they could be used to cultivate transformation path. For example, Wu Yihai's horned divine turtles cultivated this transformation. If he needed any immortal Gu in the future, he could kill these horned divine turtles and refine them. Secondly, for transformation path Gu Immortals to raise their battle strength, they needed to have a clear and deep understanding of these life forms. By raising them in their immortal aperture, they could observe them and simulate them. After the transformation they would be able to pass off as real, their battle strength would increase. As for Fang Yuan, he was an exception. Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment level rose rapidly through dream realms and tribulations. Once attainment level rose, it would affect all aspects of cultivation including this aspect. Thus, Fang Yuan could save himself from the tedious and time-consuming process of observation and practice. If I could have such an immortal Gu, it would be very useful to me. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he was moved. This divination tortoise was a wisdom path ancient desolate beast. It had an ability to defend against deductions. Many Gu Immortals wanted to capture this ancient desolate beast, but it was very difficult to use wisdom path to deduce its location. If Fang Yuan could transform into a divination tortoise, it would be very helpful to him when he traveled. To sum it up, this immortal Gu could only be described as practical to Fang Yuan. To add a few more words, it would be too practical. To others, rank 7 divination tortoise immortal Gu might be of little value. After all, it was only used to protect one's back. If it had an additional advantage of being able to defend against deductions, it would not be very effective, it would be inferior to other methods. thus it was not widely used. Moreover, would ordinary Gu immortals make deductions for no reason? Do you think everyone is like Lu Guanyi? Fang Yuan was different. Fang Yuan attracted the most attention, his infamy spread throughout the 5 regions, even his disguise was the same. Furthermore, Fang Yuan could transform into a complete divination tortoise, using transformation path Dao marks. That would be an immortal killer move. The ability to defend against deductions was much stronger than a single divination tortoise immortal Gu. Fang Yuan looked at the surrounding immortals. What reassured him was that these people did not seem to be very interested in this immortal Gu. Transactions of immortal Gu had always been trading Gu for Gu. This was because immortal Gu were unique, their value was hard to determine. The value of immortal Gu depended on the situation. Some people would rather give up on the same immortal Gu, they felt it was a burden, after all, feeding immortal Gu required a huge price. Others, however, tried all sorts of methods to pursue it, they would not give up, once they succeeded, it would be like obtaining a priceless treasure. Immortal Gu. To think that there would be an exchange of immortal Gu in the first round. The Gu immortals sighed, they discussed softly, but they sat in their seats without moving. Miao Mingxin smiled. In fact, he had already expected this situation. Among the Gu immortals here there were few transformation path, only Chuing seemed to be. But even if there were, Chuing might not like this immortal Gu. Transformation path Gu immortals often cultivated 2 or 3 transformations, they would not bite off more than they could chew. Unless they obtained one of the essences of transformation path, change form immortal Gu, they could not change their form at will. But Miao Mingxin had his reasons for doing this. This trading convention was organized by him after all. If news of an immortal Gu exchange in the first round got out, it would make the trading convention even more interesting, more Gu immortals with deeper foundations would be attracted to participate. I am willing to exchange for this immortal Gu. Fang Yuan slowly stood up from his seat. At once, the immortals turned around and looked at Fang Yuan with slight surprise. Miao Mingxin was slightly dazed before reacting, he smiled brightly. I wonder what friend Miao Mingxin wants to exchange for? Fang Yuan asked. Miao Mingxin chuckled. Chuing, this is the first time you are attending the trading convention, and I am indebted to you. How about this? Actually, I do not need this immortal Gu, I can exchange for anything. This time it was Fang Yuan's turn to be dazed, he did not expect Miao Mingxin's conditions to be so lenient. But even so, immortal Gu transactions could only be exchanged for immortal Gu, other things could not be used. Fang Yuan thought about it. I have flying bear strength immortal Gu, yes. Before Fang Yuan finished speaking, Miao Mingxin said without hesitation. Fang Yuan assessed Miao Mingxin again, he thought, no wonder this person was doing so well in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. He was a lone cultivator, but he had several Gu immortals around him who were loyal to him. But there were some things that Fang Yuan had to make clear. A wry smile appeared on his face. I admire fellow immortal's heart. But I have not finished, my flying bear strength immortal Gu is only rank 6. Miao Mingxin's expression changed. The immortals on the seats also had grim expressions, some of them looked at Fang Yuan with dark gazes. Flying bear strength was a strength path immortal Gu. Divination tortoise shell immortal Gu was a transformation path immortal Gu. Strength path was declining but transformation path was flourishing. Between the two, flying bear strength was weaker than divination tortoise shell immortal Gu. But now flying bear strength was only rank 6. How could a rank 6 immortal Gu compare to a rank 7 immortal Gu? Chapter 1306. The difficulty of refining a rank 6 immortal Gu was completely different from refining a rank 7 immortal Gu. Fang Yuan wanted to use a mere rank 6 immortal Gu flying bear strength, to exchange for the rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal Gu. To put it nicely, it was wishful thinking, but to put it bluntly, he was greedy and trying to take advantage of others. This taking advantage had a hint of disdain in it. What did they think Miao Mingxin was? Did they think he was easy to bully? Or did they think everyone else was stupid? Thus, it was understandable that the Gu immortals had dark expressions. Fang Yuan, however, smiled. He could see the immortals' attitudes and expressions. He was well aware of the changes in their mentality. But he still asked, I wonder if friend Miao Mingxin is willing to trade? Miao Mingxin smiled, it was a forced smile, but he still nodded, yes. I am indebted to you, you helped me twice, these are enough. The other Gu immortals heard this and looked at Miao Mingxin in a new light, they even expressed disgust towards Fang Yuan. One of them even snorted coldly, expressing deep dissatisfaction towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He continued, everyone says that Lord Miao Mingxin is so and so, I had my suspicions but after trying it out today my suspicions disappeared. How can I take advantage of you like this? I will use something else to make up for the difference, it will definitely satisfy you. Saying so, Fang Yuan transmitted to Miao Mingxin secretly. After Miao Mingxin heard this, his expression changed. He said excitedly, "Chuing, is this true? Haha, won't you know if it is true or not after we complete this transaction?" Fang Yuan smiled again. "Sorry, we need to complete this transaction alone," Miao Mingxin said as Fang Yuan followed him out of the cave. After going outside and completing the transaction, the two of them returned with smiles on their faces. Fang Yuan was relaxed, while Miao Mingxin's smile showed satisfaction. Everyone could tell that the relationship between the two of them had advanced by leaps and bounds when the two of them held hands and swam together. Before sitting down, Miao Mingxin bowed to Fang Yuan and said, "I did not want to owe you a third favor. Fellow Immortal's demeanor is truly admirable. This is just a transaction, not a favor." Fang Yuan was very polite. This conversation made the other Gu Immortals even more puzzled. For a moment, everyone was secretly guessing. What kind of bargaining chip did this Chuing offer to make up for the difference in price so easily and make fellow Immortal Miao Ming make such a statement? Miao Mingxin sat down but Fang Yuan did not. After this transaction was completed, it was Fang Yuan's turn, so he directly walked up to the platform. The gazes of the Immortals below silently changed as they looked at him. They became solemn and there was even a hint of curiosity and probing. At the same time, they were quite interested in what exactly Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for. This was because they did not know much about Fang Yuan. He was a complete stranger. According to the contents of Fang Yuan's transaction, the Gu Immortals could deduce some information about him. For example, there were a lot of immortal materials that were produced in the Gu Immortals' blessed land. This way they could deduce some information like how developed Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was, or which types of Dao marks were denser in the immortal aperture. If there were one or two corpses of ancient desolate beasts, they would be the Gu Immortals' spoils of battle. After all, if the ancient desolate beasts in the immortal aperture died, their corpses would not be so damaged. From these corpses, the Immortals could deduce Fang Yuan's battle strength. Gu Immortals had a lot of importance in collecting information. In this aspect, Information Path Gu Immortals had the greatest advantage. But what Fang Yuan took out shocked the Immortals. "Everyone please take a look, this is a rank 6 Bone Path Immortal Gu, it is called Bone Spike. I obtained it by accident. Unfortunately, I am not a Bone Path Gu Immortal. I will trade it now. Which Gu Immortal is interested in this Gu? As for what to trade for, I am the same as Lord Miao Mingxin, I do not have many ideas." Fang Yuan smiled. "It is another Immortal Gu. This is only the first round, but there are already 2 transactions of Immortal Gu. This Chuing is quite wealthy, he is a Transformation Path Gu Immortal but has 2 other Immortal Gu. The first transaction is done. However, this time it was uncertain. Are there any Bone Path Gu Immortals here?" The Gu Immortals discussed among themselves. They were familiar with each other. No. Fang Yuan waited for a while but no Gu Immortal spoke. But he was not disappointed. Just the rank 7 Immortal Gu Divination Tortoise Shell that he obtained was enough for him to participate in this transaction convention. Right when Fang Yuan was about to leave, a voice resounded, "Wait, I think I can trade this Immortal Gu." The Immortals quickly looked towards the source of the voice. It was Wu Maiyang. Strange, he is a Dark Path Gu Immortal, why does he want to trade for a Bone Path Immortal Gu? This question lingered in the minds of the Immortals. Bone Spike Immortal Gu naturally had little to do with Dark Path. But if Wu Maiyang had some immortal killer move that needed Bone Spike Immortal Gu as a supplement, it was not impossible for him to buy this Immortal Gu. Everyone had their own secrets. Even though the Gu Immortals were curious, they restrained their thoughts and watched quietly. "There is actually a Gu Immortal who wants Bone Spike Immortal Gu?" Fang Yuan was curious too. He asked, "I wonder what you want to trade for?" Wu Maiyang frowned. He hesitated for a while before gritting his teeth. "I will use this Immortal Gu." He displayed his Immortal Gu. This was also a rank 6 Immortal Gu. It was the same rank as Bone Spike Immortal Gu. The Immortals looked at it. Someone immediately shouted, "This is Immortal Gu Day." Indeed, this was rank 6 Time Path Gu. Fang Yuan was stunned. To think that I was right to come to this trading convention. Fang Yuan cheered internally, but he did not show it on the surface. He seemed to be in deep thought. There was no need to think. The moment Fang Yuan saw this Immortal Gu, he wanted to trade for it. What? Because he inherited He Fan's true inheritance. He had rank 7 Year Gu, after Immortal Gu years flow like water, and a large number of Time Path Immortal killer moves. He remembered that in the true inheritance He Fan was constantly thinking about Immortal Level Day Gu and Month Gu. He kept talking about it. He also remembered the 4 immortal killer moves that were similar to days past like years. If the inheritor can obtain immortal level Day Gu or immortal level Moon Gu, then these 4 killer moves would not need to use so many mortal level Day Gu and Moon Gu, and the effect of the killer moves would also increase by a lot. These were the words in He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan had seen this before but did not think much about it. He was not greedy, he was already satisfied with Year Gu. But this was the wondrous thing about fate. When Fang Yuan did not have any hopes of finding immortal level Day Gu and Month Gu, Day Gu appeared in front of him. Then let's trade. Even though I do not know much about time path, feeding Bone Spike immortal Gu is indeed a burden. Fang Yuan said. My Day Gu can draw water from the river of time, there is no need to worry about feeding it. But I cannot use this immortal Gu, why don't I trade this Bone Spike immortal Gu, it can be used in my other killer moves. Wu Maiyang said. The two exchanged on the spot. The wills in the 2 immortal Gu retreated slowly, allowing the other party's immortal essence to infiltrate them. Immortal essence contained the Gu immortal's will, this was the key to Gu refinement. To Gu worms, using an analogy from Earth, willpower was like a preset program. Wills could think. Wild Gu worms had their own wills. Refining wild immortal Gu was to use the Gu immortal's will and immortal essence to get rid of the wild wills. Wild wills focused on survival, they did not know how to self-destruct. Thus, even though it was difficult for Gu immortals to refine wild immortal Gu, the risk was not high. Other people's immortal Gu were different. A Gu immortal's will was very different from wild wills. If one tried to refine other people's immortal Gu directly, the immortal Gu would self-destruct. It was like when Fang Yuan planted the special will in his immortal Gu, he only needed to summon it and it would return to him. Almost all Gu immortals would not allow their immortal Gu to be refined by others. Once that happened, the immortal Gu's will would forcefully self-destruct. Unless wisdom path methods were used to suppress the immortal Gu's will. But often it was hard to suppress them all at once. If anything went wrong, the immortal Gu would self-destruct. Precisely because of this, even though Fang Yuan captured He Qing, he did not obtain his immortal Gu Dark Arrow. Chapter 1307. This time's trade fair is very different. That's right, it can be said to be different. In the past trading conventions, even though immortal Gu were traded, they rarely appeared in the first round. Immortal Gu were hard to trade, each member had limited opportunities in the trading convention. Thus, they would often move some transactions that were unlikely to succeed to the end. Thus, even if they wanted to trade their immortal Gu, the Gu immortals would choose to do it in the last few rounds. This was the norm in trading conventions. However, this time's trade fair was clearly different. Not only did immortal Gu trade occur in the first round, it happened twice. And most importantly, they succeeded both times. In these 2 transactions, Fang Yuan played an important role. Even though this was his first time participating in the trading convention, the Gu immortals present could not underestimate this newcomer, Chuing. Next we will begin the second round, Fairy Tonghua. Miao Mingxin said. He was very happy. The trading convention had just started and there was already an immortal Gu trade. This result would be a great help to him when he roamed Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world in the future. Tonghua walked onto the stage, she wanted to trade for another desolate beast. It seems that she wants to develop her blessed land on a large scale. Fang Yuan said to Miao Mingxin, who was sitting beside him. Miao Mingxin smiled. Brother Chu, you might not know, but Fairy Tonghua has just passed a tribulation recently. So that's it. Fang Yuan understood immediately. After a Gu immortal passes a tribulation, a lot of resources would be lost in the immortal aperture, but the Dao marks would also increase by a lot. These new Dao marks would change the environment of the immortal aperture, making it more abundant and able to contain different species. Thus, the female immortal Tonghua would trade for all sorts of resources in this trading convention. She wanted to raise them in her immortal aperture. This female immortal Tonghua has a lot of wealth. Not only is her immortal aperture developed, she even has a private sea area, called Rainbow Aurora Sea. Every day at dawn or dusk, the sea would shine with rainbow light, it would be a beautiful sight to behold. The sea area is nearby, it is not far away. After this trade fair ended, Tonghua would definitely invite everyone present to her place to have a seat. Brother Chu, you can come with me then. Miao Mingxin transmitted, giving out some information about Tonghua. Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of her. Thank you for your recommendation, fellow Taoist Miao Ming. To tell you the truth, I'm quite interested in the light shine fungus in her hands, Fang Yuan said bluntly. No problem, I can be the middleman for you, Brother Chu. Miao Mingxin immediately understood what Chu Li was trying to say and took on the responsibility. Ever since he transacted the immortal goo with Fang Yuan, their relationship had improved greatly. Fang Yuan was well aware of the change in Miao Mingxin's attitude. The reason was none other than lifespan goo. To be able to move Miao Mingxin, lifespan goo was truly worthy of its name. Fang Yuan only had a rank 6 immortal goo. He exchanged for Miao Mingxin's rank 7 immortal goo, and the former was a weakened strength path immortal goo. Miao Mingxin was very satisfied after the transaction. This was because Fang Yuan used 100 years of lifespan goo to make up for the difference. Although lifespan goo was immortal goo, it was very rare. Many goo immortals would keep it in their hands after obtaining it. They would not trade it unless they had no other choice. They would keep it as a trump card, planning to use it when their lifespan ran out. Even though Miao Mingxin's lifespan was not at its end, he did not have much left. Precisely so, he tried all sorts of ways to find a tributary of the river of time and use some secret method to extend his lifespan. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Miao Mingxin had entered the blue dragon whale many times to search for the lifespan goo. Fang Yuan sent lifespan goo to him. How could Miao Mingxin not be happy? Especially when Fang Yuan took out 100 years of lifespan goo as a bargaining chip. What did this mean? Miao Mingxin was not stupid. He immediately thought. This meant that Chuing definitely had other lifespan goo in his hands. Otherwise, why would he not cherish them? Thus, Miao Mingxin wanted to build a good relationship with Fang Yuan. But he did not know that this was what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Fang Yuan's scheme was much bigger. Blue Dragon Whale. With his previous life's information, Fang Yuan was much more familiar with this immortal opportunity than the current Miao Mingxin. The transactions continued. In the second round, goo immortals appeared one by one. Most of the transactions were successful. Soon it was Fang Yuan's turn. Woman's Heart Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan was about to display this rank 6 immortal goo and sell it, but his expression suddenly changed. Sorry, there was an unexpected situation. Everyone, I will be leaving first. Fang Yuan said directly. The goo immortals were slightly surprised. This trading convention was a rare opportunity. To think that Fang Yuan would give it up like this. But the trading convention was free to enter and leave. It was fine if Fang Yuan wanted to leave. The immortals could not stop him. What's going on? Do you need my help? Miao Mingxin took the initiative to send Fang Yuan off. It is not a big matter, but it is urgent. It is a pity that I missed the trading convention. Fang Yuan sighed. Miao Mingxin quickly consoled. Don't worry, if there are such trading conventions in the future, I will inform Brother Chu. Thank you, Brother Miao, goodbye. We will meet again. Fang Yuan flew away, his figure flew into the clouds and vanished. Miao Mingxin sighed. Seeing that Fang Yuan had vanished, he turned around and went to the underground cave. Flying in the clouds, Fang Yuan's expression was not so good. The reason why he left was because a wisdom path great expert came to deduce his location. His dark limits effect was almost depleted. This caused him to expend even more energy. Fang Yuan had no choice but to stop participating in this trading convention and leave. Damn it, I wonder which goo immortal is trying to deduce me? I wonder if he is deducing Fang Yuan or Lu Guanyi. Fang Yuan felt regret. If he had more time, he might even be able to trade Woman's Heart Immortal Goo. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. After a transaction, many goo immortals would lay low for several years before they would trade again. After getting to a safe distance, Fang Yuan activated the Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal Goo that he had just obtained. Of course, he also used Change Form Immortal Goo. Immortal Killer Move, Divination Tortoise Transformation. Transformation Path Killer moves had always been this simple and crude. Because he lacked some mortal goo worms, this killer move's effect was not outstanding. However, because he had Change Form Immortal Goo, and because Fang Yuan did not need Divination Tortoise Transformation to provide him with battle strength, he could barely use it. Divination Tortoise Transformation bought more time for Fang Yuan. A moment later, he chose a safe environment and placed his Immortal Aperture. For the next few days, he stayed in his Immortal Aperture. He started to think about how to refine Attitude Goo. Although he had exchanged for 2 Immortal Goo, they did not seem to have much use in refining Attitude Goo. Fang Yuan was helpless about this. Maybe the third woman's heart could be exchanged for a suitable Immortal Goo. But Fang Yuan had already lost this chance. He had to wait in his Immortal Aperture for a long time to use Dark Limit Immortal Goo again. Looking at the time, he had definitely missed the trading convention. In this case, I can only borrow Immortal Goo from Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had a backup plan. But this was only a secondary plan. The best situation was for Fang Yuan to complete it alone. Borrowing Immortal Goo was not a problem. If Fang Yuan relied on his own immortal goo to create an immortal killer move and refine attitude goo, it would be of great help to him in the future. He could even fuse this immortal killer move into reverse flow protection seal. Imagine by then reverse flow river would surround Fang Yuan. Any immortal goo that flew into the river would be refined by Fang Yuan. How tempting would that be? Fang Yuan had a long-term vision in this aspect. Unfortunately, even though he participated in the trading convention, he did not make any progress in this aspect. But thankfully, Langya Blessed Land had no lack of refinement path immortal goo. Fang Yuan used Jewel Yellow Skies to transport them, expending Langya sect contribution points to rent several immortal goo. This time, there was an unavoidable commotion in Jewel Yellow Skies. But Fang Yuan had no choice but to do this. Using these refinement path immortal goo, Fang Yuan could barely come up with an immortal killer move that could be used with reverse flow river to refine attitude goo. Fang Yuan purposely delayed his journey, and finally succeeded in refining attitude goo after half a month. At this point he finally had this legendary rank 8 immortal goo in his hands. BZ, I've been in a slump recently. Chapter 1308. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave. We pay respects to the upper immortals of Celestial Court. 2 goo immortals knelt on the ground. They were an old man and a young man. Grandfather and grandson. They were goo immortals of Wind Cloud Manor. The young goo immortal was Feng Chanzi, while the old man was Old Man Bei Feng. He had rank 8 cultivation level. He was famous among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have already become a member of Celestial Court. After all, it was not easy to become a member of Celestial Court. It was not normal. Rank 8 cultivation level was far from enough. One had to be an elite among rank 8s. This standard had never been lowered since the establishment of Celestial Court. Celestial Court did not waver. They would rather have nothing than a shoddy product. But now, this Old Man Bei Feng was almost prostrating himself on the ground to express his respect. The only person worthy of his respect was an extremely weak and shaky old man who looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. But this old man was not ordinary. He had a huge origin. He had a huge influence in the history of Celestial Court. He was Duke Long. Get up, bring me to the cave. Duke Long said plainly. Yes. Old Man Bei Feng replied. A moment later, Duke Long arrived at the deepest part of Hidden Dragon Cave. This was a huge and deep earth trench. It was bigger than the earth trench controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Hundreds or thousands of cities could easily fit inside. It was more than enough. Duke Long and Old Man Bei Feng were tiny compared to this earth trench. From their point of view, the entire earth trench was shrouded in a deep layer of darkness. This darkness was so deep that it was impossible to see what was actually going on inside. Rumble. Suddenly the entire earth trench experienced an intense earthquake. On the walls of the earth trench, countless rocks fell down. The huge sound waves created by the earthquake were deafening. People could not help but feel fear. Old Man Bei Feng's expression changed. He quickly activated the immortal goo in his immortal aperture. Immediately there was a bright light everywhere. Countless lights and flowing water interweaved together. It turned out that there was a huge super goo formation here. Compared to this goo formation, the southern border goo immortal's dream realm goo formation was like a kitten beside an elephant. Old Man Bei Feng controlled the goo formation. His expression soon changed. Cold sweat covered his forehead. The commotion this time is so huge. He was a grand rank 8 goo immortal, but he was having a hard time now. The super goo formation was suppressing a terrifying life form. Even Old Man Bei Feng could barely deal with it. It seems that after so many years you are still so energetic. Xianxia, Duke Long said calmly. Roar. In the next moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky and shook the entire trench. The multicolored light of the super goo formation dissipated. Water splashed everywhere. Old Man Bei Feng's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He thought, this is even with the isolation of the super goo formation, it is still so loud. If we were to face this evil dragon directly, it would be. Duke Long did not mind. He commented plainly, it seems that your temper has not changed. You are still so violent. Damn old man. This time a human voice came from the goo formation. The voice was also deafening. At the next moment, a huge dragon head appeared from the multicolored light. It was evil dragon Xianxia. This immemorial desolate beast had a huge origin. It was Central Continent's earth veins that were formed from countless emotions of hatred, anger, curses and grudges, forming a legend. It was born from heaven and earth because it was formed from the negative emotions of humans. Ever since it was formed, it had intelligence that was not inferior to humans. Initially, it could only roar like a dragon, but after learning, it used Hope Gu to awaken its aperture and learn human language. For a period of time, it even turned into a human and learned Gu immortal techniques. For a period of time, it wreaked havoc in Central Continent, causing the people to have no way to live. The world was turned upside down. But eventually it was suppressed by Duke Long. This suppression lasted for countless years. But the Celestial Court could not kill it, because it was formed from the negative emotions of humans. As long as the human race was prosperous, the evil dragon would continue to grow stronger. Even if this body was completely destroyed, not even a speck of ash would be left. But soon, it would form on other earth veins and continue to cause chaos. Thus, the Celestial Court set up a Super Gu formation to suppress this evil dragon. The Watchman changed. This time, Feng Chanzi sold immortal materials for personal gains. He was sent to Hidden Dragon Cave as a watchman. His grandfather knew that Feng Chanzi did not have the ability, so he gave up on the chance to enter the Celestial Court and came here to watch over the evil dragon. After the evil dragon saw Duke Long, it acted out of character and became extremely furious. When enemies met, their eyes were filled with hatred. What are you shouting for? No matter how loud you shout, you cannot escape from this prison. Duke Long had a plain expression. Di Zongxing heard this and stopped shouting. He laughed. Haha, I almost forgot. Damn old man, you are really going to die. You are at the end of your lifespan. You only have one last chance to live. Even lifespan Gu cannot be used. Ah, this is hilarious. Even though you suppressed me, so what? I am still alive. You won't be able to live for long. Duke Long nodded lightly. You are right. Sometimes I really envy a life like yours. You're born with longevity, so you have to live forever. This time, I'm afraid it's the last time we see each other. Let me borrow 10 more years of lifespan from you. As he said that, Duke Long breathed in lightly. Old man Bei Feng was shocked to find that as one of the guards, he had lost control of the Gu formation at this moment. Di Zongxing was suppressed by Duke Long. This Super Gu formation was also created by Duke Long. Duke Long was the true owner of this Gu formation. Roar! Di Zongxing screamed in pain. Duke Long was still breathing. Old man Bei Feng could not tell what Duke Long was breathing in. It was as if an invisible life essence was forcefully extracted from Di Zongxing's body, before being absorbed into Duke Long's body. So this Super Gu formation is not just suppressing Di Zongxing, it has such an effect. Old man Bei Feng realized. In the process of absorbing Duke Long's body, which was originally thin like a stick of wood, inflated like a balloon. His originally sallow and haggard complexion quickly dissipated, turning into a healthy and bright color. Her pale hair had turned black and shiny. His hunched back and frail bones let out creaking sounds as he straightened his back and held his head high. The most obvious change was the pair of coral dragon horns on his forehead. They were originally dispirited like two lumps of flesh, but now they were purple gold in color, piercing the sky. Bam! The aura of rank 8 peak stage was like a formless wall that spread out. Old man Bei Feng could not help but take a step back, looking at Duke Long's majestic figure. Shock flashed in his eyes. In stark contrast to Duke Long was evil dragon Di Zongxing. It spoke in a hoarse voice. Damn old man, you only have 10 years of lifespan left. Just treat it as me taking a dump on you, haha. It was still laughing, but its laughter was very weak. Duke Long clenched his fists, saying nonchalantly, Evil dragon, you might not understand, but why would I, the great Duke Long, be afraid of death? I woke up this time to make up for my past sins. And these 10 years of lifespan are enough. Enough for what? What do you want? Evil dragon asked. What else? The great era is coming. Duke Long said with deep meaning. Great era? Great era. Don't tell me the earth veins are fusing, the regional walls will vanish, the 5 regions will become one. Wait, damn old man, don't leave, explain it to me. Di Zongxing shouted. But Duke Long smiled coldly. Why would he care about the shouts of a prisoner? He turned around and left, swaggering off, leaving the Hidden Dragon Cave without any reluctance to leave. Southern border. In a nameless place. River water was flowing. There was a tributary of the River of Time here. Wuxia and the rest had been waiting by the river for a long time. A figure appeared in the tributary of the River of Time, staggering. Quick. Let's move together and welcome Lord. Wuxia saw this and shouted. Hey Lulan and Bai Ning Bing beside him moved at the same time, activating the Gu formation. Under the effect of the Gu formation, Zishan Makoto got out of the tributary of the River of Time. He was like a drowning person. He crawled to the shore with much difficulty, breathing heavily. His body was soaked in water. He was in a pathetic state. This Zishan Makoto actually entered the river of time and returned safely. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, but her heart was shaken. Lord, did you succeed? Seeing that Zishan Makoto's breathing had calmed down, Wuxia quickly asked. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. When I entered the Red Lotus, I already communicated with that intent. The benefits I gained far exceeded my expectations. Is that so? Wuxia was overjoyed. But Zishan Makoto had a grim expression. I used Red Lotus True Inheritance to observe the past and the future. Before Fang Yuan's rebirth, our shadow sect had already succeeded. We delayed the Great Era for 500 years, we exterminated Great Dream Immortal Venerable who had yet to mature, we even wanted to completely control Celestial Court. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's rebirth changed everything. Shadow sect no longer has the ability, the Great Era is about to descend. Wuxia's expression was naturally shaken. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other in bewilderment. The former asked coldly, what is the Great Era? Wuxia breathed in deeply answering, the earth veins fuse, the regional walls vanish, the 5 regions become one, and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. This is the Great Era. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were also stunned. At the same time, Fang Yuan entered southern border using Wu Yihai's appearance. Wu clan's headquarters were already in sight. I'm finally back. This time, I must absorb the dream realms and raise my attainment levels with all my strength. There is still time. Chapter 1309. Southern Border Wu Clan. Fang Yuan used the appearance of Wu Yihai. After stepping into southern border, he returned to Wu Clan's headquarters. Knowing of his arrival, Wu Clan's current first supreme elder, Wu Yong, immediately summoned him. Brother, these are the immortal goo that I borrowed from the clan, I am returning them. Fang Yuan handed the immortal goo over with both hands. Wu Yong received it, sitting at the main seat he smiled. Brother, did you have a smooth trip to Eastern Sea? Every goo immortal had their own secrets, especially for someone like Wu Yihai. Wu Yong could not pry too much into Fang Yuan. Most of the questions were just pleasantries. My gains were not small. Fang Yuan showed a trace of joy on his face, he even sighed a little, his expression was very genuine. That's good. Wu Yong nodded. He would never have thought that Fang Yuan's gains would be so bountiful. After leaving southern border, Fang Yuan chased after Shadow Sect's remnant forces. Even though he did not achieve his goal, his gains were huge. Fang Yuan not only obtained Perseverance Immortal Goo and became the Reverse Flow River Lord, his battle strength soared to the point that even rank 8 Goo Immortals could not deal with him. Lu Guanyi's name shook the 5 regions. Furthermore, on the way back, he even participated in a high-level trading convention in Eastern Sea. He exchanged for Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal Goo and rank 6 Daegu. Thank you for your concern, brother. When will I return to the Goo formation to continue cultivating? Please arrange it for me. Fang Yuan said again, his tone and attitude were very humble. Wu Yong was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's performance. These last days he had been in charge of Wu Clan, because Fang Yuan took the initiative to step down, Wu Clan's internal obstacles were greatly reduced, he managed to control everything and gain authority. At this moment, Wu Yong had already undergone a subtle change compared to when he had just ascended to the throne. He was more composed and dignified, he gave off a feeling of authority and inviolability. Naturally, Wu Yong was gratified that Fang Yuan knew how to adapt to circumstances. The system of a clan was different from that of a sect. It focused more on bloodlines. Wu Yihai's identity made him special among Wu Clan Goo Immortals. Purely in terms of bloodline, Fang Yuan was second only to one person and above tens of thousands. Since Wu Yihai wanted to cultivate in seclusion, Wu Yong had to help him. Immediately Wu Yong agreed. Younger brother, you should return to your residence and rest for the time being. I'll make the arrangements right away. I'll definitely have something in the next few days. Thank you, elder brother. Little brother will take his leave. Fang Yuan saw that his goal had been achieved and immediately withdrew. He also had a residence in the Wu clan. When he just joined the Wu clan, he was allocated a mountain peak for Fang Yuan to reside in alone. This Wu Yong has already taken initial control of the Wu clan. Wu Yihai's identity is very sensitive. If he colludes with an ambitious clan like Qiao clan and causes trouble, it will be a huge headache for Wu Yong. Thus, for the sake of safety, Wu Yong will not let Wu Yihai roam around and build up his reputation. Other Wu Clan Goo Immortals could do it, but Wu Yihai could not. At least not for the time being. After all, Wu Duxiu had just died. Even though Wu Yong was in control of Wu Clan, it was not stable yet. Fang Yuan was very clear about Wu Clan's situation. He was not worried that he would not be able to return to the Super Gu formation. In the days on the mountain he continued to cultivate. But he could not leave his immortal aperture. Not to mention opening his immortal aperture's entrance to absorb heaven and earth chi. My sovereign immortal aperture's foundation is too strong. Every time it absorbs heaven and earth chi from the outside world, there is a huge change, it creates gales and clouds, the commotion is too huge. But reverse flow river expends a lot of heaven and earth chi. It seems that even if I return to Etion Mountain, I will need to absorb heaven and earth chi from the outside world to replenish it, to maintain the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation. This was a burden. But it was a sweet one. Even though Wu Yong told him to rest, Fang Yuan did not rest. He continued to cultivate. It was a race against time. During this period, many Clangu immortals came to visit Wu Yihai, who had a special identity, but Fang Yuan rejected them all. This attitude and style made Wu Yong very satisfied. He felt that Wu Yihai did not want to get involved in the clan's internal affairs. Thus he personally gave Fang Yuan many immortal materials. Not only was it a show of goodwill and rewards, he even gained the reputation of caring for his brother. At the peak of the mountain, in a spacious hall, Fang Yuan had already turned into a giant tortoise. This tortoise was as large as a house, its body was dark and eerie, its back was thick and hard, there were tens of thousands of markings on its shell. It was a dazzling sight, but also orderly. It was a divination tortoise. This ancient desolate beast was a wisdom path beast. After transforming, all of Fang Yuan's transformation path Dao marks turned into wisdom path. Adding on his previous wisdom path Dao mark accumulation, it reached a huge quantitative change. With such a foundation, when Fang Yuan used wisdom path methods to make deductions, his efficiency rose sharply. He was several times faster than before, sometimes even more than 10 times faster. It was a simple divination tortoise shell immortal Gu. In terms of Gu worms, it could not compare to attitude Gu and wisdom sword Gu. Even sword escape, flying sword, dragon breath, and other Gu paled in comparison. However, for Fang Yuan it was extremely useful. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the eyes of the divination tortoise. After tens of days of hard work, I finally succeeded in deducing divination tortoise transformation. Fang Yuan willed and returned to human form. Next, he tried to activate the complete divination tortoise transformation killer move. Once, twice, thrice. After a dozen or so attempts, he continued to make subtle adjustments and finally succeeded. A brand new divination tortoise transformation. He added a large number of transformation path mortal Gu, like tortoise head Gu, tortoise tail Gu, tortoise feet Gu, and others. There were also some wisdom path Gu worms that increased the innate ability of divination tortoise's defense against deductions to the limit of Fang Yuan's abilities. There were also many defensive Gu worms. Of course there were only 2 cores. One was rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal Gu, the other was change form immortal Gu. The brand new divination tortoise was much larger than before. It was extremely lifelike, as if it was an ancient desolate beast divination tortoise. Especially the tortoise back mountain, there were over 100,000 Dao marks crisscrossing together. Not bad, I have reached the limit of my current abilities. Fang Yuan experimented and was very satisfied. This was thanks to his Grandmaster attainment level in Wisdom Path and Transformation Path. Deducing these killer moves was as natural as eating and drinking. Similar to the ancient Sword Dragon transformation, Transformation Path was fused with Sword Path. This Divination Tortoise transformation was a combination of Transformation Path and Wisdom Path. At this point, Fang Yuan had a new method. The previous incomplete and hasty version could not be brought to the table. But this one could be used. Most importantly, when Ancient Sword Dragon, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and myriad self-killer moves could not be used casually, this Divination Tortoise transformation was very timely and solved Fang Yuan's urgent problem. Fang Yuan stopped the transformation and rested for a while, recovering his mind. He closed his eyes and pondered, his consciousness entering the sovereign immortal aperture. Landscape as before. The rank 6 immortal Gu was activated, aiming at Reverse Flow River in his immortal aperture. Red Date Immortal Essence was expended intensely. Under the effect of landscape as before immortal Gu, Reverse Flow River slowly gained water. The efficiency is too low. Fang Yuan sighed. This was not his first experiment, the result was very disappointing. Landscape as before immortal Gu had an effect on Reverse Flow River, but the effect was not obvious. This was a clear contrast to Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. Why did I use landscape as before to restore Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley? But why is it so useless on Reverse Flow River? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Was Reverse Flow River more special than the two secluded domains of heaven and earth? Or was there another reason? If he could repair Reverse Flow River immediately, that would be wonderful. Reverse Flow River's water could be used endlessly. But the truth was far from Fang Yuan's expectations. Wait. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were once in the hands of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. And Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Maybe, these two secluded domains of heaven and earth have already been modified by Shadow Sect, just like how He Lulan and the others could use immortal Gu of other paths without being restricted by Dao marks. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His guess was very accurate. Shadow Sect not only had recipes for Gu Immortals, they could let Gu Immortals cultivate other paths without conflicting Dao marks. They even had recipes for modifying secluded domains of heaven and earth, allowing them to be extremely effective against immortal Gu of other paths. They would not be restricted by Dao marks. For Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, if they used Time Path immortal Gu, they would not be restricted by the countless soul path Dao marks in the valley. This was because landscape as before and man as before belonged to Shadow Sect to begin with. Later, Zishan Makoto gave them to Tai by Yunxing. As for Reverse Flow River, Shadow Sect did not obtain it, they were not interested in this river. Thus, Reverse Flow River did not receive any modifications. When Fang Yuan used landscape as before immortal Gu on the river, he was weakened by the vast number of Dao marks in the river, the effect was very low. And this was after Fang Yuan became the Reverse Flow River Lord. Otherwise, landscape as before Gu's effect would be reflected by the river. Reverse Flow River's water has been weakened by a lot because of the rank 8 existence. But thankfully it is repairing itself, just that the speed is very slow. Can I use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to resist the immemorial year beasts? Fang Yuan quickly shook his head. Using Reverse Flow River he could only protect himself. If the immemorial year beasts wanted to destroy his immortal aperture, he could do nothing about it. The reason why Fang Yuan thought of this was because of that sealed rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water. Unfortunately, even though his battle strength rose rapidly, Fang Yuan had not found the time to unseal years flow like water. Like this, Fang Yuan cultivated quietly, waiting for Wu Yong's arrangements to let him return to the giant dream realm. Chapter 1310. Southern Border Wu Clan. In the hall, not only were there Fang Yuan and Wu Yong, there was also another Gu Immortal. He was tall, he wore a black and white cloak, his beard was smooth and extended to his chest. His eyes were long and narrow, they were shining with divine light, his body was covered in water vapor. Wu Clan's Gu Immortal Wu Yubo was arrogant, he had rank 7 cultivation level and peak battle strength, he was only slightly weaker than old Treeman Bada. Gu Immortal Yan Huang challenged Uncle Yu, but the truth is that Xia Clan wants Moon Bowl. This place produces Moon Path Gu worms, it is one of the most important production areas of my clan, we cannot lose it. Wu Yong said. With me here, First Supreme Elder does not need to worry. I defeated Yan Huang twice, I can defeat him a third time. Wu Yubo said coldly. Moon Bowl was not a bowl, it was a valley. But this valley had a peculiar shape, it looked like a huge bowl, it produced a large number of Moon Path Gu worms, people called it Moon Bowl. There used to be a fort in the moon-worshipping bowl. When the Wu family expanded, they eradicated this mountain village in order to take over the moon-worshipping bowl. In the village there was a Gu Immortal called Immortal Yan Huang. Wu Clan sent Wu Yubo to defeat him. Immortal Yan Huang was inferior, he could only run away with tears in his eyes, abandoning his former home. As a Righteous Path member, Wu Clan had a reason to take over Moon Bowl, but they could not kill Immortal Yan Huang directly. This was the rule of the Righteous Path. Immortal Yan Huang left with hatred. In order to take revenge, he concealed his identity and cultivated his killer move, but he still lost to Wu Yubo the second time. Wu Clan knew of his whereabouts, they knew that he was an enemy of their clan, they gathered Gu Immortals and secretly chased after Immortal Yan Huang. At the crucial moment, Immortal Yan Huang was saved by an unknown force. Wu Clan wanted to pursue the matter, but at that time Wu Du Xiu died, Wu Clan was in chaos, Wu Yong became the leader, the political situation was in chaos. This gave Immortal Yan Huang a chance to catch his breath. But now, a few days ago, Immortal Yan Huang sent a challenge letter, he wanted to use Moon Bowl as a bargaining chip to challenge Wu Yubo. The Lunar Greeting Bowl would belong to whoever emerged victorious. The Wu Clan was the #1 superpower in the southern border, how could they not accept it? However, what worried Wu Yong was that this time around, Immortal Yan Huang did not come alone like the previous 2 times. Instead he had sought refuge with a superpower, the Xia family. Because of this, The mysterious force that helped Immortal Yan Huang before was obvious. It must be the Xia clan. On the surface, this was Immortal Yan Huang challenging Wu Yubo. However, on the inside it was of great significance. It concerned the struggle between the two superpowers. This news had already spread. It immediately attracted the attention of Southern Border's large forces and Gu Immortal experts. After Wu Duxiu's death, although the Wu clan still had the reputation of being the #1 faction, its power was greatly reduced. The Xia clan was undoubtedly the first to challenge the Wu clan's authority. If the Wu clan was defeated in this battle, it would definitely allow the other clans to see through the Wu clan's weakness. By then, the hearts of the people would waver, and there would definitely be more and more operations against the Wu clan. This was what Wu Yong was worried about. This time, Immortal Yan Huang publicly challenged them. It was the first obstacle that Wu Yong faced after gaining authority. "Yubo, don't be careless, you should know that this matter has great significance to our clan." Wu Yong sighed. That Yan Huang joined Xia clan, he has the support of a super force, and now that he is challenging us, he definitely has ill intentions. He is well prepared. "First Supreme Elder, just listen to my good news." Wu Yubo still had an indifferent expression. He glanced at Fang Yuan and said, "In my opinion, there is no need for anyone else to hold the fort. It is just Yan Huang, a defeated opponent. He will definitely be captured. It is better to play it safe. My brother is proficient in 3 transformations. He is a rank 7 expert. With him holding the fort, I can be assured." Wu Yong replied. Wu clan's influence was too huge. Even though they had many Gu Immortals, they were scattered everywhere. There were not enough of them. Originally, Wu Yong had planned to send Fang Yuan to the Super Gu formation. But now that this happened, Wu Yong sent Fang Yuan to hold the fort for Wu Yubo. After all, Immortal Yan Huang was not alone this time. Xia clan's Gu Immortal Xia Qingcang was with him. Fang Yuan joined Wu clan. Even though he could avoid it, it was not a big deal if he participated. Fang Yuan agreed. This was a good job. He only needed to hold the fort. After the matter was over, the clan would record his contributions. Even though Wu Yubo did not care, since Wu Yong insisted, he could not object. This matter was decided. Several days later, Wu Yubo and Fang Yuan arrived at the meeting place. Xia Qingcang and Immortal Yan Huang were already waiting there. Immortal Yan Huang was a middle-aged Gu Immortal. He had an ordinary appearance and had an old face. After seeing Wu Yubo, his expression changed. His eyes opened wide like they were about to spew fire. Xia Qingcang, on the other hand, had an extraordinary aura. His body was tall and straight like a mountain. His face was simple and fangjing. His hair and beard were all white. Especially his beard, it was hard like needles. His eyes shined brightly. It was hard to look at him directly. "Wu Yubo, you destroyed my village and killed my descendants. I will return all the humiliation I suffered to you today." Immortal Yan Huang shouted. Wu Yubo smiled coldly. "You are slandering me. The reason I did this was to investigate the traces of blood path, to uphold justice and get rid of evil for the people. You are not a righteous person, yet you accuse an innocent person. You deserve death." The two fought without saying a word. Fang Yuan and Xia Qingcang stood at two ends of the battlefield, holding the fort for their respective Gu Immortals. There was nothing much to say. Everyone knew the true reason. But when the righteous path did things, they had to put on a facade. Immortal Yan Huang cultivated fire and earth. His hand was covered in fire. It was like a dragon that burned intensely. His other hand was earth path. Rocks were rolling. It was a grand sight. And Wu Yubo cultivated water path. His movements were like falling leaves. His cloak fluttered in the wind. He had a sense of carefree beauty. Around him there was a dense water aura. It was drizzling like a cow's hair. However, it was able to cause Immortal Yan Huang's flames and rolling stones to melt and collapse. Evidently Wu Yubo had the upper hand. But the battle had just begun. Both sides were probing each other. Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves had not been used yet. Fang Yuan observed the battle while inspecting the surroundings. He was wary of Xia Qingcang, preventing him from making any sneak attacks. But Xia Qingcang was very relaxed. He looked at Fang Yuan from time to time. When Fang Yuan looked at him as well, he would nod and smile. This scene gave Fang Yuan a faint feeling of unease. Xia Qingcang was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. He was famous in Southern Border. He was an important person. The battle continued. Both sides continued to use Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves. Immortal Yan Huang was at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by Wu Yubo. The latter's advantage was becoming more and more obvious. Victory was about to be decided. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. If he failed his duty, he would be punished when he returned to the clan. Yan Huang, go and die. It is your honor to die under my signature killer move. Wu Yubo's killing intent was intense, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He activated his immortal killer move, rain poured down, dark clouds covered the sky, cold winds howled, the three gathered and formed a spherical cage that trapped Immortal Yan Huang. Immortal Yan Huang was trapped inside, he could not escape, he was in a desperate situation, he was about to die. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on Xia Qingcang, guarding against him. But Xia Qingcang had a smile on his face, he watched from the side, he had no intention of helping. Right at this time, Immortal Yan Huang suddenly laughed loudly, the aura of countless goo worms burst out from his body, a blazing light spread out from his body. At once, the spherical cage that trapped him was dissolved. How can this be? Wu Yubo was shocked, he was caught off guard, his signature killer move was broken, he was heavily injured. The lava under Immortal Yan Huang's feet interweaved, it quickly turned into a battlefield. This was an immortal battlefield killer move. Wu Yubo's face was pale, he was trapped in the battlefield. The situation changed, Wu Yubo was in danger. The situation changed, Fang Yuan was about to make a move, but Xia Qingcang flew close and warned, Wu Yihai, don't bring shame to Wu clan. Fang Yuan chuckled, how can an outsider like you care if my Wu clan is shamed or not? Saying so, he turned into a divination tortoise and charged towards the lava battlefield. Xia Qingcang praised Fang Yuan's decisiveness, he did not slow down. In that case, have a taste of my killer move, mind scattering. Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move. Xia Qingcang immediately used his signature killer move, it was a powerful method. Gu immortals hit by this move would have their minds in chaos, they would have all sorts of thoughts, their battle strength would be greatly affected, they might even fall into chaos and be unable to extricate themselves. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, he ignored it and charged towards the battlefield killer move. Fool! Xia Qingcang said coldly. At the next moment, his mind scattering hit Fang Yuan, but the result was that it dissipated while Fang Yuan was unscathed. Xia Qingcang's cold smile froze on his face. How can this be? This is divination tortoise? Xia Qingcang finally recognized the origin of Fang Yuan's transformation. He had a bitter expression. The divination tortoise was a wisdom path ancient desolate beast, it could defend against the deductions of wisdom path Gu immortals. His wisdom path killer move was based on the concept of deductions, but it was countered by the divination tortoise. There was a deafening rumble. A hole was created in the battlefield killer move by Fang Yuan, the divination tortoise entered and saved Wu Yubo who was in danger. Xia Qingcang was about to attack again when Fang Yuan spoke. Wu clan lost this battle, the battle ends here, Moon Bowl belongs to you. Hearing this, Xia Qingcang stopped attacking. Immortal Yan Huang wanted to attack again but was stopped by Xia Qingcang. The former could only watch with hatred as his greatest enemy escaped safely. Why did you let him go? Immortal Yan Huang shouted angrily. Xia Qingcang looked at him coldly, we have already won Moon Bowl, we have achieved our goal. It is not time for you to kill Wu Yubo yet. Don't forget, you are already an external supreme elder of Xia clan, you need to consider our clan's benefits first. Xia clan had already gotten the upper hand this time, if they forced it, Wu clan would definitely retaliate. Chapter 1311. Wu clan's rank 7 Gu immortal Wu Yubo lost to Immortal Yan Huang. This matter was intentionally spread by Xia clan, the whole of southern borders Gu immortal world soon learned of it, everyone's hearts wavered. Wu Yubo is a rank 7 expert, Wu clan's famous battle strength, he actually lost to Immortal Yan Huang? Immortal Yan Huang had high battle strength to begin with, now that he obtained Xia clan's help, it is not impossible for him to defeat Wu Yubo. Wu Yubo is a prideful person, it is strange that he lost to a loser this time. Most importantly, Immortal Yan Huang actually broke Wu Yubo's signature killer move, that is amazing. It was probably Xia clan's Xia Lu Pei who deduced it. Xia clan had a wisdom path Gu immortal, he was one of the top deduction experts in southern borders Gu immortal world. It was Xia Lu Pei. This time Wu clan has lost too much face. Wu Yubo not only lost to Immortal Yan Huang, he almost lost his life. If not for Wu Yihai breaking the battlefield killer move, Wu Yubo might have lost his life. That can't be. It's true. All sorts of Gu worms have already spread, they show the scene from back then. Wu clan actually lost Moon Bowl because of this, hee hee, what a joke. If we trace back to the source, Moon Bowl was snatched by Wu clan. This time, it is the Wu clan who deserves it. Haha, with Wu Du Xiu gone, Wu clan can no longer maintain their reputation as the #1 clan. Losing the Lunar Reverence Bowl wasn't considered a huge blow to the Wu clan, which had a huge business and a solid foundation. However, Fang Yuan took the initiative to break the battlefield killer move and save Wu Yubo. Wu clan fell into a passive situation. This was the difference between the righteous path and demonic path. Fang Yuan took action and saved Wu Yubo. He went against the rules of the competition. This competition was unfair. Wu clan lost face. And most importantly, there was evidence for this. They could not deny it. The one who helped Immortal Yan Huang was Xia clan's wisdom path Gu Immortal, Xia Qingcang. He did everything flawlessly. He had already used information path Immortal Gu to record the entire scene. Since they were targeting the Wu clan, the Xia clan had naturally made ample preparations. Wu clan had to admit this. After Fang Yuan brought Wu Yubo back, Wu Yong ordered for Fang Yuan to be punished. Because he broke the promise and interfered in the battle, he was punished to face the wall and receive a number of Xianyuan stones. Fang Yuan had saved Wu Yubo. He had done a great deed. To Wu clan they had lost face, but they had saved a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Comparing the two, the latter was naturally more important. Fang Yuan had contributed, but he was punished by Wu Yong instead. However, he didn't have any resentment in his heart. Instead, he pinched his nose and accepted the punishment. After returning to the Wu clan's headquarters, he hid in his residence on the mountain peak and didn't take a single step out. The Moon Bowl incident was still brewing, and its influence was still growing. Wu Yubo was a prideful person. After losing to Immortal Yan Huang, he was furious and embarrassed. Not long after he returned, he announced that he would go into closed cultivation, to fight again in the future and regain his face. Even though Wu clan lost Moon Bowl Valley, and Wu Yong also punished Fang Yuan for breaking the rules, Wu clan's reputation fell because of this. And most importantly, Xia clan's actions brought inspiration to the other super forces. Righteous path was different from demonic path. The righteous path had its own rules. Xia clan made full use of this rule. Even though Wu clan lost Moon Bowl, they had nothing to say. Xia clan was quite special in southern border and even in the 5 regions. Because this super force mainly cultivated light path and wisdom path. Even though wisdom path Gu Immortals were few in number, Xia clan had 4 to 5 wisdom path Gu Immortals, and many of them were experts. Among the wisdom path Gu Immortals in the whole of southern border, Xia clan was the #1 surname. They had a huge share. It was not strange that Wu clan was plotted against by Xia clan. The other forces saw Xia clan's success and became restless. They wanted to imitate them. When Wu Duxiu was alive, Wu clan was like the sun in the sky. They devoured other people's resources and expanded their territory. There were many incidents like Moon Bowl. There were also many enemies like Immortal Yan Huang. This was something that the other forces could use to deal with Wu clan. All sorts of information came. Wu Yong felt something amiss. A storm was coming towards Wu clan. Sure enough, after the Moon Bowl incident, Luo clan attacked Wu clan. Their reason was very legitimate, similar to Xia clan's. Next, Qi clan and Chai clan tried to get their hands on Wu clan's inspiration Silkworm Cave and Spring Sun Mountain Range. Wu Yong stayed at the center and mobilized his troops. But Wu clan's territory was too big, they lacked manpower, they could only maintain an undefeatable situation. Wu clan was in trouble. Wu Yong was in a terrible predicament, but as Wu Yong's younger brother, Wu Yihai, was living a comfortable life. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. "Let me go, please let me go." Ma Hongyun's soul screamed in pain. But Fang Yuan ignored it. He continued to soul search. Ma Hongyun's soul could not bear such torture. It soon became extremely weak. "Let's go." Fang Yuan used a goo worm and healed Ma Hongyun's soul. He continued to soul search. "You demon. Kill me, kill me." The intense pain directly affecting his soul was unbearable for Ma Hongyun. He kept on cursing, scolding and crying for mercy, but Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear to him. After a while he finally stopped. Ma Hongyun's soul had become extremely thin. It was like a lump of mist, on the verge of vanishing. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan crushed a guts goo, healing Ma Hongyun's soul. "I finally obtained all the luck path true inheritance that Ma Hongyun had memorized. But Zhao Lianyun is not dead. This Ma Hongyun's soul can still be captured and imprisoned." After Fang Yuan killed Ma Hongyun in Reverse Flow River, he obtained his soul. These last days he had been soul-searching Ma Hongyun. After confirming that he had thoroughly searched Ma Hongyun, he no longer had any secrets to hide from him. Fang Yuan thus obtained a portion of all living beings' luck true inheritance. Self-luck, all living being luck, heaven and earth luck. These were the 3 true inheritances of Giant Sun Immortal. Self-luck true inheritance was in Langya Blessed Land. All living beings' luck true inheritance was in 88 Point Jinyang Tower. Heaven and Earth Luck True Inheritance was in Longevity Heaven. Following the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Jianghu Tower, the all-living beings' Luck True Inheritance was destroyed as well. But back then Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun had obtained the protection of all living beings' Luck True Inheritance. They each obtained a portion of the True Inheritance's contents. Along the way, after Fang Yuan's soul search succeeded, this portion of all living beings' Luck True Inheritance ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. Thankfully, old ancestor Shui, who wanted to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu, he wanted a healthy Ma Hongyun, so he did not do anything to his soul. When Ma Hongyun left Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was captured by Shadow Sect's Qin Bai Sheng. The contents of the all-living beings' Luck True Inheritance that he knew should also be known by Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan analyzed, in this portion of the True Inheritance, the most valuable part was the recipe of fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. Ma Hongyun happened to remember this portion of the True Inheritance. This was the most important part of all living beings' Luck True Inheritance. But it was not strange. Precisely because Ma Hongyun knew this Immortal Gu recipe, after old ancestor Shui who bought him, he also learned about this Immortal Gu recipe, thus old ancestor Shui who had the thought of refining fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. Fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. According to the contents of this Immortal Gu recipe, even if he used all his wealth, he would not be able to gather even a tenth of the Immortal Gu recipe. Unless there was a living Gu material like Ma Hongyun, who could save many precious Gu refinement materials, Fang Yuan could barely see a trace of hope. How could Fang Yuan dare to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu? This was a rank 8 Immortal Gu. What would happen if he rashly refined a rank 8 Immortal Gu? Old ancestor Shui whose outcome was clear. This rank 8 Gu Immortal with the strongest battle strength in Northern Plains was definitely not having a good time now. Not only did he fail to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu, he even lost Reverse Flow River and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Even his beloved wife Lady Wanshou was injured. Even though I have a lot of assets now and the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation is deep enough to compare to ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals. But I have little Immortal Yuan Stone and Red Date Immortal Essence. Most importantly, I have little surplus resources. This time, Fang Yuan chased after Wuxia and the rest from southern border to eastern sea, and then to northern plains. He expended a lot of Immortal Essence. Not to mention comprehending Immortal Killer moves in Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was the one that consumed the most Immortal Essence among all the Immortal Killer moves. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture originally had a lot of production, but because time was delayed and calamities and tribulations were delayed, the efficiency of resource production was greatly reduced. Even though I am still making profits, the expenditure is not small. Especially in the aspect of feeding Immortal Gu, Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu and Attitude Immortal Gu are not resolved yet, I still need to invest in them. Fang Yuan had to solve the feeding problem and also store up Immortal Essence in case of emergencies. This caused his current situation to be quite awkward. Not long ago, because he broke the rules and saved Wu Yubo, he was fined an Immortal Yuan Stone. It was like adding fuel to the fire. Delaying time caused the Immortal Aperture's time path resources to fall sharply. In this case, I can only expand production and win through quantity. However, I need to think carefully about what kind of resources to expand production. Some resources are already saturated in the market. If I expand production, I will only be shooting myself in the foot. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about these problems, Wu Yubo's will flew to his residence with an Immortal Gu. I will never forget the debt of saving my life. I will give this rank 6 Vajra Thought Immortal Gu to Lord Wu Yihai as a token of my gratitude. Wu Yubo's will had actually given an Immortal Gu to Fang Yuan. Vajra Thought Immortal Gu. Evidently this was a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had also benefited from the incident of Moon Bowl. He obtained an Immortal Gu. Even though it was rank 6, Immortal Gu were unique and priceless. Chapter 13:12. This Vajra Thought Immortal Gu was the size of a fist. It looked like glass, translucent and shining with golden light. It had a great appearance. Fang Yuan held it in his hands. It felt heavy, like he was holding a lump of solid gold. The exchange was smooth, the process was short. After Fang Yuan refined this Vajra Thought Immortal Gu, Wu Yubo's will said goodbye to Fang Yuan and flew away. He obtained a rank 6 Immortal Gu just like that, but Fang Yuan was not surprised. He had made a contribution to Wu clan. Fang Yuan saved Wu Yubo. It was a huge contribution to Wu clan. Even though he violated the rules and lost Wu clan's face, he saved a precious rank 7 battle strength expert for Wu clan. Evidently, his contribution was greater than his mistake. Even though Wu Yong punished Fang Yuan understood it well. This was the righteous path, they had to be presentable in public. Wu clan had to reward Fang Yuan, but Wu Yong could not show up. If Wu Yong showed up, the political significance would be completely different. Once he was found out, he would be attacked and criticized by others. Thus Wu Yubo's will showed up. This Vajra thought Immortal Gu was Wu Yubo's personal gratitude to Fang Yuan. It was actually Wu clan's expenditure. But there was a need for this. This was the righteous path's way of doing things. I got another Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Maybe ordinary Gu immortals would be overjoyed, but to Fang Yuan it was different. There were too many Immortal Gu. The burden was too heavy. However, Vajra thought Immortal Gu is a wisdom path Immortal Gu. It came at the right time, it can make up for some of my shortcomings. Fang Yuan did not lack wisdom path attainment level, he only lacked wisdom path Immortal Gu. In the past he only had attitude Gu and unravel mystery Gu, but now he had affection Gu and Vajra thought Gu. For wisdom path Immortal Gu this was enough. With Fang Yuan's wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, he would be able to do much. Fang Yuan injected red date immortal essence and tried to activate Vajra thought Immortal Gu. Immediately, golden thoughts appeared in his mind. These thoughts were small and exquisite, flashing with a metallic luster, giving off a sturdy and solid feeling. As the thoughts collided, there seemed to be clanging sounds. Fang Yuan tried to use these newly generated Vajra thoughts to perform mental calculations. He quickly discovered that these Vajra thoughts were not good at thinking. It was very difficult for thoughts to fuse, and they would often collide with each other and shatter. Fang Yuan thought to himself, as expected. He wasn't surprised at all. Vajra thought Immortal Gu itself was not used for thinking, its strength was in fighting. Fang Yuan mobilized these Vajra thoughts from his mind. These thoughts were originally small and exquisite, but once they left his mind and came to the outside world, they expanded and formed golden balls the size of a fist. Their surfaces flickered with a glass-like luster. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cattail hassock. Hundreds of Vajra Psyche beads floated around him. For a moment, golden light shone brilliantly. As soon as he thought of this, one of the Vajra Psyche beads flew out. Shwa. It was extremely fast. Thoughts were very fast to begin with, especially in the mind, they were faster than light. When the Vajra Psyche beads were sent to the outside world, they were not as fast as in the mind, but they were still very fast. This speed is almost 50% of Sword Escape Immortal Gu's. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched, he was very satisfied with this speed. Sword Escape Immortal Gu was a rank 7 Immortal Gu with the best speed. Vajra thought Immortal Gu was only rank 6, but its Vajra thoughts had half the speed of Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Of course, for an Immortal Gu like Vajra thought, even if it was raised to rank 7 or 8, the Vajra thoughts produced would not have a qualitative change but a quantitative change. Theoretically speaking, the Vajra thought produced by Immortal Gu was no different from the Vajra thought produced by Immortal Gu. The difference was in quantity. Rank 5 Mortal Gu Vajra thought could produce 100 Vajra thoughts at once. But Immortal Gu Vajra thought could produce thousands or even tens of thousands of thoughts in an instant. Then how powerful was one Vajra thought? Fang Yuan aimed at a floor tile and shot out his Vajra thought. With a soft sound, the Vajra thought drew a dazzling golden light in the air, it pierced through the floor tile and went deep into the ground. Fang Yuan nodded. The power was not bad. The hall he was in was a Mortal Gu house. Its defense was nothing in the eyes of Gu immortals, but it was not made of paper. Vajra thought's power made Fang Yuan think of the bullets on Earth. However, it was much bigger than a bullet. Activating Vajra thought Immortal Gu once can produce thousands of Vajra thoughts. If so many thoughts are shot out at once, it would be a grand sight. Wait a moment. A flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He thought of two Gu immortals, one was Dongfang Naganori, the other was Yi Lui Kun Xing. The former had an immortal killer move called Hataru. The latter also had an immortal killer move that used Stardust as the main body. The more he fought, the stronger he would become. I have Vajra thought Immortal Gu now, why don't I imitate Hataru and create an immortal killer move? Fang Yuan had a thought. His Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment told him that this should not be difficult. Thus, Fang Yuan stopped activating Vajra thought Immortal Gu. He calmed down and started to deduce this immortal killer move. The main thing was to imitate Hataru, using Vajra thought Immortal Gu as the core. Sure enough, it went smoothly, the difficulty was low, just like Fang Yuan's intuition. Less than an hour later, this immortal killer move was already in its embryonic form. For a day and a night, Fang Yuan did not rest. He transformed into a divination tortoise and deduced, obtaining the complete immortal killer move. Fang Yuan did not name this new Immortal Killer move, because he had a new inspiration. This Immortal Killer move only uses rank 6 Vajra Thought Immortal Goo as the core, it does not have much power. Maybe I can combine it with Divination Tortoise Transformation and modify this Immortal Killer move, increasing its power. Fang Yuan felt that this modification was not simple. Even though he had Grandmaster Wisdom Path and Transformation Path attainment, combining the two was not something that could be done in one go. The speed of modification was extremely slow. But Fang Yuan was not in a hurry. Right now the external environment was still peaceful. Even though Shadow Sect had not been exterminated, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven were after him. But with the help of Dream Realms, Fang Yuan believed that his foundation would rise rapidly. Undeniably, with Reverse Flow Protection Seal he was much more confident. 3 days later there was not much progress in modifying the killer move, it was less than 30% complete. Wu Yong called someone over, he wanted to meet Wu Yihai. In the hall, after the two brothers chatted for a while, Wu Yong told Fang Yuan, if he was not satisfied with Vajra Thought Immortal Goo, he could choose any rank 6 Immortal Goo from the clan's treasury and exchange them. It turned out that after Fang Yuan accepted Vajra Thought Immortal Goo, Wu Yong did not make a move. He thought that Wu Yihai was a lone cultivator and did not understand the righteous path. He might have thought that this was Wu Yubo's token of gratitude. That would not do. Wu Yong called for Fang Yuan and reminded him that he could obtain Vajra Thought Immortal Goo because of this elder brother of his. At the same time he used the excuse of exchanging Goo to express his goodwill towards Wu Yihai. But he did not know that Fang Yuan already knew this, he was just pretending to be ignorant. It seems that Wu clan has been in a difficult situation recently, their Goo immortals are lacking in strength, Wu Yong wants to make use of my strength. Fang Yuan immediately realized Wu Yong's intention. Fang Yuan naturally did not want to interfere in Wu clan's matters. But recently many super forces had tacitly allied together to make trouble for Wu clan. Facing the storm, Wu Yong was somewhat tired from dealing with them. The giant dream realm was the same, Ba clan led some Goo immortals and made things difficult for Wu clan. Originally Wu Yong wanted to swap Fang Yuan over there, but with Ba clan's actions the Super Goo formation was facing huge pressure as well. To be safe, Wu Yong did not dare to change people at the last moment, causing Fang Yuan to be unable to move into the Super Goo formation. Thank you for your concern, elder brother. I also want to go to the treasury to gain some experience. Even though Fang Yuan had designed an Immortal Killer move for Vajra Thought Immortal Goo, he did not want to exchange it, but it was good to take a look at the Immortal Goo in the treasury. Last time he chose Immortal Goo from the clan's treasury, it was just the outer treasury. The Immortal Goo in the inner treasury were naturally of higher quality and value. Wu clan was the #1 force in southern border, Fang Yuan was looking forward to seeing what they had in the treasury. Chapter 13:13. Among them there was an Immortal Goo named Rain, it was a rare information path rank 7 Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan was quite moved. After all, he was weak in the information path aspect, it restricted his development to a large extent. Name Rain Immortal Goo also had a special effect. After activating it, it could turn into a rain that could bind any desolate beast, desolate plant, or even ancient desolate beast or desolate plant. That's right, even though it was an information path Immortal Goo, it had an enslavement path effect. It was very special and mystical. What moved Fang Yuan the most was that this name Rain Immortal Goo's power varied according to the Goo Immortal's reputation. This was very suitable for Fang Yuan. Be it Fang Yuan's real name or Lu Guanyi's fake identity, they were both famous across the 5 regions and spread far and wide. Who was the most famous during this period of time? Other than Fang Yuan, who else could it be? But, my information path attainment level is very ordinary, even if I exchange for this name Rain Immortal Goo, what use would it be? Enslaving ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants is not very useful to me. Unless I enslave immemorial desolate beasts. But with just a rank 7 name Rain Immortal Goo, it is impossible to enslave an immemorial desolate beast. The only possibility is to use it as the core to create an Immortal Killer move. If that is the case, it will be even more far-fetched. After all, my enslavement path and information path attainment levels are not at Grandmaster. As for immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants, Grandmaster attainment level is not enough. Fang Yuan thought about it, he did not exchange for it, he kept Vajra Thought Immortal Goo. This choice surprised Wu Yong. I made some gains after returning to Eastern Sea. From now on, Divination Tortoise Transformation will reflect Wisdom Path, it will be my main cultivation path. Fang Yuan explained. This was also a foreshadowing for him to continue using Divination Tortoise Transformation in the future. Wu Yong nodded. I called brother here. Other than this, I have another task. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. Please speak, brother. Wu Yong smiled bitterly. My tribe's Frosty Peak is being targeted by Xia clan. There were some historical reasons here, they were all in this information path Mortal Gu. I hope that brother can protect the Frosty Peak for our clan. I am willing to resolve brother's problems. Fang Yuan agreed and received this information path Mortal Gu, inspecting it carefully. Fang Yuan's attitude made Wu Yong very satisfied. Fang Yuan looked through the information path Gu Worm's contents and immediately understood this matter. So after Immortal Yan Huang defeated Wu Yu Bo, Xia clan obtained Moon Bowl Valley and became the biggest beneficiary. Following this, some superpowers also sought trouble with the Wu family. After the Xia clan tasted the sweetness and saw that the situation was like this, they wanted to continue to make a move and scheme against the Wu clan to obtain benefits for their own clan. This time they targeted the Frosty Peak. Frosty Peak was not Wu clan's property, it belonged to a lone cultivator Gu Immortal. A long time ago, this itinerant immortal had sought help from the Wu clan. The Wu clan had taken a fancy to his territory, but the itinerant immortal wasn't willing to give it up. After a difficult negotiation, the itinerant immortal lent this place to Wu clan for hundreds of years. 100 years later, this itinerant immortal died from his tribulation. This Frosty Peak became Wu clan's property. It was produced in large amounts every year. The reason why Xia clan could cause trouble was because they found this itinerant immortal's descendant. The itinerant immortal's descendant wanted Wu clan to return Frosty Peak. This was completely reasonable, there was also evidence of this. The Xia clan was supporting them from behind, waving flags and shouting war cries. Their intentions were clear, they were plotting against the Moon Peak. The itinerant immortal's descendant is a Gu master, he actually dares to challenge Wu clan. Xia clan has many wisdom path Gu immortals, they are indeed good at scheming. But this time I have to protect Frosty Peak. This is a good chance for me to display my strength. The reason why Wu Yong is not willing to send me to the Super Gu formation is because he is worried that I am not strong enough to suppress the situation there. Fang Yuan accepted the mission but was not in a hurry to leave. He thought to himself, even though he was strong, he had many methods that could not be exposed. Divination Tortoise transformation was good for defense but lacking in offense. Thankfully, he had Vajra Thought Immortal Gu, he needed to modify that Immortal Killer move first. Thus, for the next 10 days or so, Fang Yuan stayed in his mountain, deducing and modifying the Immortal Killer move. This half a month was not peaceful. Xia clan saw that Wu clan did not make a move, they urged and spread the news. Wu clan was facing huge pressure. Wu Yong also came to urge Fang Yuan but was stopped by Fang Yuan. No rush. If I do not show up, Xia clan cannot openly annex Frosty Peak. Xia clan is clamoring everywhere? It's nothing. No matter how much he changes, I will remain unmoved. Be steady. This is the principle of life that I comprehended when I was a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea. Be slow. Slow work produces fine results. Fang Yuan gave a lot of reasons, he rejected them clearly. Eventually, even Wu Yong became anxious. Wu Yihai did not have much pressure, but as the leader of Wu clan, his pressure was increasing day by day. The clan's matters are my matters. Since you've entrusted this matter to me, I will definitely do it well. I won't disappoint the trust and expectations that you have placed on me. Fang Yuan was still stubborn. Wu Yong could do nothing about this, he had no Gu immortals to send. Only when Fang Yuan completely modified the Immortal Killer move and tested it a few times, after he was sure of success, did he set off for Frosty Peak. Wu Yong let out a sigh of relief. Xia clan had been paying close attention to Wu clan. The moment Fang Yuan left, they received news. On Frosty Peak. Wu clan sent Wu Yihai this time. Rank 6 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xianxia Mo said. This Frosty Peak is comparable to Moon Bowl. Wu clan did not send Wu Yu Bo or Wu Zhen. This is a stupid move. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Xia Fei Kuai could not believe it. Xianxia Mo pondered, Wu clan has no one to send. Wu Yu Bo is a prideful person, he lost to Immortal Yan Huang. Unless he can kill Immortal Yan Huang and avenge himself, he will not leave. As for Wu Zhen, he is guarding Phoenix Peak, how can he leave so easily? During this period of time, all sorts of phoenix birds go to Phoenix Peak to breed and lay eggs. Wu Yong had no choice but to send Wu Yihai. What is his battle strength? Xia Fei Kuai asked. Xia Mo thought about it before replying. His battle strength is unknown, he had been cultivating in Eastern Sea before this, there is little information. But he was able to escape and return to Wu clan, he has the strength to protect himself. The most recent time he saved Wu Yubo. He used divination tortoise transformation. It was a lucky hit. Lord Xia Qingcang's scattered will killer move failed. Saying so, he smiled bitterly. Divination tortoises are naturally resistant to wisdom path methods. Against him, I might not be able to do much. I will have to rely on you, Lord. Xia Zhuemo was rank 6 wisdom path, while Xia Fei Kuai was rank 7 light path. The latter laughed heartily. This Wu Yihai took so long to move, it shows that he does not have much confidence. Don't worry, I will suppress this person this time and occupy Frosty Peak. We will expand our territory and gain merit for Xia clan. Chapter 13-14. The sky was gloomy, it was drizzling. Fang Yuan was flying in the sky, he was surrounded by clouds and mist. I'm here. He willed as he descended, the clouds and mist faded away, revealing a vast land. Southern border had many mountains, the land below Fang Yuan was also covered in mountains, they were lush and green. In this deep green sea Frosty Peak was unique, it was pure white and stood out from the rest, it was a stark contrast to the surroundings. At the peak of Frosty Peak there was a mortal Gu house. At the entrance of the Gu house, Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals, Xia Fei Kuai and Xia Zhuemo, had already sensed Fang Yuan's traces. Fang Yuan was here to negotiate, he naturally would not conceal himself. It was normal for Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals to find him immediately. He is finally here. This Wu Yihai is really something, a journey that should have taken 2 to 3 days has taken him half a month. Xia Fei Kuai frowned. It's good that he is here, let's welcome him. Xia Zhuemo smiled. The two sides met in the air. Both sides had smiles on their faces, they had elegant demeanors, after all, they were representing 2 super forces. Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals assessed Wu Yihai, thinking, he really looks like Wu Duxiu. Fang Yuan was also assessing these 2 Gu immortals. Xia Fei Kuai was rank 7, he was evidently the leader of Xia clan's side. According to Wu clan's information, Xia Fei Kuai was like his name, he was impatient, decisive and had strong battle strength. Xia Zhuemo was a wisdom path Gu immortal, he had many thoughts and liked to think. Xia Zhuemo's nature was related to his childhood experiences. Whenever he encountered an important matter, he would subconsciously think about opportunities and think about them repeatedly. Meanwhile, Xia Fei Kuai's nature was the aftereffect of cultivating a certain immortal killer move. This was the first time the two sides were meeting. As they conversed, Xia clan's Gu immortals led Fang Yuan to the peak of Frosty Peak. Please come in, please have some tea. These 2 Gu immortals acted like they were the masters, they seemed to be announcing the ownership of Frosty Peak. The battle had already begun, but Fang Yuan did not react, it was like he did not sense anything. He smiled as he sat down, sipping his tea. The tea is not bad, he praised after taking a sip. Xia Zhuemo smiled. This is my Xia clan's 4 seasons tea, personally made by my clan's grand elder. When he took a sip, there were 4 different tastes, making him feel as if he had arrived at the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter. That's why we call it 4 seasons tea. Xia clan's first supreme elder was a time path great expert. The 4 seasons tea she refined showed her deep attainments in time path. Xia clan's Gu immortals used this tea to establish their might, but after Fang Yuan drank it, he smiled brightly. What a great tea. I wonder if the 2 immortal friends from the Xia clan have any left over? I'll be thick-skinned and ask for a few portions, how about that? Fang Yuan said with a smile. The 2 Xia clan Gu immortals looked at each other. Xia Zhuemo thought, this Wu Yihai really knows how to speak. But even though they were enemies this time, the righteous path's demeanor was still important. Furthermore, the political situation was ever-changing. Today, everyone was making things difficult for the Wu clan, and it was possible that the Xia clan would cooperate with the Wu clan after tomorrow. Xia Zhuemo made up his mind and was about to speak when Xia Fei Kuai replied, Sigh. This is nothing, we have a lot of 4 seasons tea, since Wu Yihai wants it, take it. Saying so, he gave out more than 10 portions of 4 seasons tea. Then I shall accept it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, receiving the tea leaves. Xia Fei Kuai continued, let's talk about Frosty Peak. Fang Yuan slowly raised his cup and took a sip before putting it down, saying, Xia Fei Kuai, please speak. Xia Fei Kuai immediately spoke, his mouth opening and closing non-stop. It's a long story. Since everyone knows the reason, I will go straight to the point. Little Zhang, come out. The moment he said that, the door of the Gu house opened and a rank 5 Gu master walked out. Zhang Sanfeng's descendant, Zhang Kai Zue, greets the 3 immortals. This Gu master had white hair. He greeted the 3 Gu immortals in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. This little Zhang's bloodline is authentic, there's no doubt about it. Come, Wu Hai, please verify it. Xia Fei Kuai left his seat and walked to Zhang Kaizue, grabbing his arm and bringing him in front of Fang Yuan, showing an impatient expression. Zhang Sanfeng was that lone cultivator Gu Immortal from back then, the owner of Frosty Peak. Of course, Zhang Sanfeng was not his real name, it was a title. Because he had 3 mystical peaks, Frosty Peak was one of them. As for his real name, it could not be verified because ever since he started cultivating, he had never revealed his full name, only saying that his surname was Zhang. Thus people called him Zhang Sanfeng. Even his bloodline descendants did not know his full name and surname. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. Wu clan's intelligence was quite comprehensive. But now he waved his hand and pretended to be confused. Wait, who is this Gu master? Xia Fei Kuai was stunned. Zhang Kaizue was about to speak when Xia Fei Kuai spoke. Zhang Kaizue, we all heard him introducing himself. I know it is Zhang Kaizue. Fang Yuan nodded. Next, he paused and drank a mouthful of tea, continuing, but what does this mortal Gu master have to do with Frosty Peak? It is like this, his ancestor Zhang Sanfeng once. Xia Fei Kuai immediately answered. Wait. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Who is Zhang Sanfeng? Xia Fei Kuai was stunned again. Wu Hai, after all this time, you still don't know who Zhang Sanfeng is? Fang Yuan smiled embarrassedly. The clan asked me to negotiate and protect Frosty Peak, but I came in a hurry, I did not know the reason. Please don't take offense. Xia Fei Kuai thought, you came in a hurry, taking half a month to get here. This is called being in a hurry? Even though he thought so, he still spoke politely. Then I will tell you the reason. I'm all ears. Xia Fei Kuai's lips moved quickly again, almost leaving afterimages as he spoke at an extremely fast speed, explaining the entire history. Fang Yuan drank a mouthful of tea and nodded. Xia Fei Kuai, do you know the truth now? Fang Yuan put down his cup and stood up from his seat, greeting Xia Fei Kuai. Xia Fei Kuai did not understand why Fang Yuan was greeting him, he felt it was strange. But as a Righteous Path member, he had to maintain his composure, no matter what, he returned the greeting. Next, he saw Fang Yuan smile embarrassedly. Fang Yuan said, thank you for explaining, but you spoke too quickly, I only heard the gist of it, I did not hear the rest. Please repeat yourself, fellow immortal. Repeat yourself? Xia Zhuemo, who was at the side, frowned. Xia Fei Kuai sighed but did not repeat himself. He said, Wu Hai, what part of it did not sound good, let me explain. Chapter 13-15. Fang Yuan acted as if he didn't notice, smiling as he said, first of all, I didn't hear the first sentence clearly. Xia Fei Kuai repeated it again. Fang Yuan nodded. Then the second sentence? Xia Fei Kuai raised his eyebrows. Fang Yuan continued, I didn't hear it clearly either. Xia Fei Kuai repeated it again, his tone very unhappy. Is there anything else that you didn't hear clearly? The third sentence. Fang Yuan said. Xia Fei Kuai's eyes instantly widened. He directly said, forgive me for being blunt, but you didn't hear the third sentence clearly? Are you trying to make fun of me? You've really misunderstood. Fang Yuan hurriedly waved his hand. The third sentence. I did hear it clearly. Xia Zhuomo's expression darkened. Xia Fei Kuai raised his eyebrows high, his eyes widened, his face showing anger. Then what else do you have to say, Celestial? Fang Yuan said again, really, the fourth sentence? Xia Fei Kuai waved his hand. Then I'll say it again, listen carefully, listen clearly. So he really repeated it. This time he spoke very slowly, word by word, very clearly. Fang Yuan stood up and bowed to Xia Fei Kuai. Xia Fei Kuai was confused, he had a bad feeling, so he hurriedly bowed back. His tone softened. Celestial friend should be clear about this, right? Clear. I'll have to trouble Celestial friend to repeat it, I can't be clearer. Oh, so it's like this? Fang Yuan patted his forehead, then sat down again. So, it's a reasonable request for your side to return Moon Peak. My Xia clan also came to uphold justice. This Zhang Kaizui is the bloodline descendant of Zhang Sanfeng, without a doubt, please verify it. Xia Fei Kuai made another request. But Fang Yuan only glanced at Zhang Kaizui, smiling as he waved his hand. No hurry, no hurry. Is there something that Celestial friend doesn't understand? Xia Fei Kuai's expression darkened, his tone unfriendly. I've troubled fellow immortal to explain so much, but is the actual situation like this? I'm not sure yet, Fang Yuan said. Xia Fei was so angry that he almost laughed. Everything I said is true. Fellow immortal, feel free to verify it. Haha. Fang Yuan also smiled and clapped his hands. Fellow immortal, you are a straightforward person. Then I will first seek confirmation from my clan. Saying so, he closed his eyes, his consciousness seemed to sink into his immortal aperture, using information path methods. The other three waited for a long time, but Fang Yuan did not open his eyes. Xia Fei Kuai could not help but urge, "Immortal friend Wu Yihai, have you verified it yet?" Fang Yuan opened his eyes and smiled embarrassedly. "My elder brother is very busy and doesn't have time. Let's wait for a while." Regarding a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Xia Fei Kuai could not say anything. Xia Zhuemo interrupted, "Lord Wu Yong has been very busy recently, he has no choice but to be busy. Wu Yihai, you can seek confirmation from other Wu clan Gu Immortals." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, giving Xia Zhuemo a thumbs up. As expected of a wisdom path Gu Immortal, good idea. This praise made Xia Zhuemo's expression freeze. Next, Fang Yuan said, "But I am not familiar with other Gu Immortals. Does fellow Immortal have any recommendations?" "Recommend your sister." Xia Fei Kuai, who was at the side, heard this and was instantly enraged as he blurted out, "My sister? I only have an elder brother but no younger sister. You must have remembered wrongly, right?" Fang Yuan smiled with squinted eyes. Xia Fei Kuai was speechless. He and Xia Zhuemo looked at each other, they communicated secretly, they could tell that Fang Yuan was joking. To think that Wu clan sent such a person here. This is simply shameful. Xia Fei Kuai was filled with anger. He wanted to discuss things properly but Fang Yuan did not. But because of his righteous path status, Xia Fei Kuai could not do anything out of line. Now that he looked at Fang Yuan's smiling face, he really wanted to punch him and beat Fang Yuan up. Don't be anxious, don't be angry, once you are angry you will fall into his trap. It seems that this person is an experienced negotiator, he is purposely provoking us and making us expose our flaws. Xia Zhuemo quickly persuaded. Xia Fei Kuai could only huff and puff a few times. Fang Yuan spoke, looking at Xia Fei Kuai with a serious expression. "Do I really have a sister? Immortal friend Xia, please tell me." Xia Fei Kuai. He took a few deep breaths and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down before he said, "It was a slip of the tongue, please forgive me." "Is that so?" Fang Yuan nodded, saying in concern, "I see that your mouth is dry and your chest is heaving up and down, it seems to be a sign of internal heat. Please drink some tea, it will help to lower your internal heat. Speaking of which, this Four Seasons tea is really good, please drink some more." "Xia Zhuemo," Xia Fei Kuai shouted, "what are you drinking? We are talking about proper matters." Fang Yuan had a serious expression. "Immortal friend's words are biased, what is proper matters? It concerns the health of the body and mind, isn't it proper matters? The so-called Frosty Peak is just an external object, a resource. Immortal friend, you cannot get angry because of this external object, you will hurt yourself." His earnest and well-intentioned words of consolation were like adding oil to the fire. Xia Fei Kuai fiercely slammed his palm on the table. "Wu Yihai!" he shouted angrily, "don't think that you can bluff your way out of this and keep Frosty Peak in your Wu clan." Fang Yuan's expression changed, he said with sincerity, "Immortal friend Xia Fei Kuai, what are you saying? You are really wronging me. The ownership of Frosty Peak, we have to follow the rules. This belongs to Zhang Sanfeng's wandering immortal. If this Zhang Kaizue is his descendant, it naturally has to be returned. I am representing Wu clan this time, I will handle this impartially, I will not be corrupt and break the rules of the righteous path for personal gains." "You are an understanding person." Xia Zhuemo smiled reluctantly, his words were filled with deep meaning. Xia Fei Kuai frowned, he stopped shouting and said, "That's why, quickly verify that Zhang Kaizue is Zhang Sanfeng's descendant, he is the real deal." "No hurry, no hurry." Fang Yuan smiled as he started to drink his tea. "Let me verify it from the clan first, it is not that I do not trust you, but I have a huge responsibility, I do not dare to make a rash decision." "Then quickly verify it." Xia Fei Kuai shouted. "Brother Wu Yong, there is no reply yet." Fang Yuan said with difficulty. "Then someone else." Xia Fei Kuai shouted. Fang Yuan slapped his thigh, "That's right. But I have just arrived, I am not familiar with the other Gu Immortals in the clan. I do not know who to verify it with. Earlier, I asked you to recommend someone but you refused to do so. I am also in a difficult position." Once he said this, the two Xia clan Gu Immortals were dumbfounded, they looked at each other. After all this time and all sorts of excuses, it turned out to be our Xia clan's problem instead. On the other side, the rank 5 Gu Master Zhang Kaizue looked at Fang Yuan with wide-opened eyes. This was the demeanor of a Gu Immortal? He was simply shameless to the extreme. Zhang Kaizue had a feeling of amazement. His good impression of Gu Immortals was completely shattered. Alright, I can see it now. This person is clearly stalling for time. Xia Zhuemo transmitted. Why is he stalling for time? Xia Fei Kuai asked. Evidently Wu clan is not in the right, they are in a passive situation. Wu Yihai is pestering them endlessly, stalling for time. When Wu clan gets over this crisis and comes to deal with us, we will be in trouble. Let alone anything else, after the phoenixes reproduce, Wu Zhen will have time to come here to negotiate. If he comes, the situation will be different. Xia Zhuemo analyzed. You are right. But what should we do? Wu Yihai is clearly stalling for time, but he is speaking in a righteous manner. We cannot find any reason to do so. If he wants to stall for time, he has many reasons. For example, he needs time to verify it, and after that, there is also a process to verify his identity. What happens after he verifies Zhang Kaizue's identity? Would he bring up whether or not he was Zhang Sanfeng's only descendant? Xia Fei quickly realized the severity of the problem. There's really no end to these questions. Xia Fei quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. I have a plan. Xia Zhuemo said. What plan? Xia Fei quite quickly asked him. Chapter 13:16. Spar. The word sounded grand, but it was just a small disagreement and they would fight. But this fight was different from demonic path battles. Demonic path battles were life and death battles. Righteous path Gu Immortals often had huge businesses and clans. Why would they fight to the death for no reason? It was enough to decide who was superior. This was also because Fang Yuan was purposely stalling. He did not want the matter of Frosty Peak to be decided. Thus, Xia clan's two Gu Immortals decided to use their fists to resolve the situation. Actually, even on Earth, if negotiations failed, powerful countries would send their armies over. The essence was the same. Xia Fei Kuai's words were quite interesting. He represented Xia clan and made Wu Yihai the glory of Wu clan. He was saying that this spar was not just a fight between the two of them, it was also a fight between Xia clan and Wu clan. One sentence forced Fang Yuan into a dead end. If Fang Yuan avoided the battle, it would damage Wu clan's reputation in the righteous path. He would be looked down upon. What Xia clan's two Gu Immortals did not know was that Fang Yuan was not Wu Yihai. He did not care about Wu clan's reputation. But then again, he was currently acting as Wu Yihai. He wanted to sneak into the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan could not reject this challenge. He was silent for a while before saying, if it is a spar, with both of you working together against me, I will definitely lose in numbers. Xia Fei Kuai's expression changed. He could not say that. Actually, he was the one who suggested the spar. He was already in a passive position. If he lost this spar, he would be asking to be humiliated. If both Xia clan Gu Immortals fought and won, they would be bullying him with numbers. They would lose face and it would not be good to spread the news. Actually, Xia Fei Kuai had never thought of working together with Xia Zhuemo. He said, I will fight alone, Wu Yihai, you don't have to worry. Fang Yuan's expression was very forced as he said, since your side wants to spar so urgently, it would not be good if I don't agree. But since it is a spar, there has to be a time limit. We can't fight until the end of the day, right? What rules do you have? Xia Fei Kuai asked. Sparring naturally had rules. It was different from a life and death battle. Fang Yuan said, you attack and I defend. As long as you can break my defense within 10 moves, I lose. Xia Fei Kuai's eyelids twitched. He said solemnly, okay. Xia Zhuemo frowned. He felt something was amiss. But since Xia Fei Kuai agreed, there was no harm. He had confidence in Xia Zhuo and Gu. Naturally, the Frosty Peak was not a place for the two sides to fight. It would not be good if it was damaged. Both parties flew out and chose a desolate valley. Fang Yuan and Xia Fei Kuai stood facing each other. Let's begin. Xia Fei Kuai could not wait. He wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson. Among the rank 7 Gu Immortals of southern border, he was a famous expert. In Wu clan, Wu Yong was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Wu clan's strongest rank 7 Gu Immortal, Wu Yubo, was only slightly stronger than him. Immortal Yan Huang defeated Wu Yubo. Xianxia played it beautifully. In a real fight, Immortal Yan Huang was not Wu Yubo's match, but Xia clan broke Wu Yubo's signature killer move. Wu Yubo was targeted, his immortal killer move was forced back, he suffered a huge backlash. Immortal Yan Huang won. Wait. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Xia Fei Kuai was about to attack, but Fang Yuan stopped him. He felt uncomfortable. He shouted, Wu Yihai, what do you want? I almost forgot, since it is a spar we can't just spar like this, right? Fang Yuan smiled. Xia Fei Kuai thought, how can it be so casual? Teaching you a lesson is the most important part of this battle. He thought, but he could not say it out loud. Gu Immortals had all sorts of methods to record the current situation. Like earlier, when Immortal Yan Huang challenged Wu Yu Bo, it was recorded by Xia Clan Xia Qing Tsang. It was widely spread in southern borders Gu Immortal world. Xia Fei Kuai controlled his anger. What do you want? It's very simple. If fellow Immortal loses, this Frosty Peak will belong to us. If I win by luck, then the matter of Frosty Peak will remain the same. Fang Yuan said. How can that be? Xia Zhuemo, who was watching from afar, was anxious. He finally shouted before Xia Fei Kuai could. This time, Xia Clan was in control of Zhang Sanfeng's bloodline descendants. They had a huge advantage. Wu Clan was in a passive position. If they agreed to this, they would lose their advantage. It was not a wise move. Xia Fei Kuai pouted, thinking, I am not an idiot. At the same time he rejected, this cannot be done. In that case, forgive me for not fighting. Let's forget about this spar. Fang Yuan waved his hand, turning around to leave. Xia Fei Kuai saw this and almost cursed it out loud. We left the Moon Peak and came here. After a lot of hard work, we carefully selected a valley where we could spar with each other. But with just one sentence from you we stopped fighting? Are you playing with us? His expression turned dark. Wu Yihai retreated without a fight. Is this the glory and bravery of Wu Clan? Fang Yuan's footsteps stopped. Xia Fei Kuai smiled coldly. Fang Yuan turned around and faced Xia Fei Kuai, but his expression was solemn and serious without any shame. You are wrong. I have never avoided sparring, it is just that you did not agree to my small request. We cannot come to an agreement, but that does not mean I want to avoid sparring. Look, I have already chosen the location for the spar. Oh my damn it. These words made Xia Zhuemo, who was watching, furious. Xia Fei Kuai stared with furious eyes, his hair was about to stand on end. He stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. How did Wu Clan produce such a shameless person? Didn't Wu Clan's Gu Immortals fight each other whenever they had a disagreement? Where is your Wu Clan's bravery? Where is your Wu Clan's spirit? Where did it go? But soon Xia Fei Kuai thought of Fang Yuan's birth. That's right, Wu Yihai was not a true Wu Clan Gu Immortal, he was a secluded cultivator from Eastern Sea. This damned secluded cultivator. Fang Yuan smiled even more brightly. Since we cannot spar, we can chat and drink some tea. I have to say, your Four Seasons tea is really good, it leaves me with endless aftertaste. What tea? What chat? Xia Fei Kuai suddenly had an intense urge to strangle Fang Yuan to death. The anger in his chest was burning fiercely. Xia Zhuemo looked at Xia Fei Kuai with some resentment, thinking, it is all because Lord gave them a lot of tea when we met. Fang Yuan pondered, how about this, if I win we will maintain the status quo for 5 years, and you will not harass Frosty Peak anymore, how about that? This. Xia Zhuemo started to ponder. Fang Yuan suddenly raised this condition. Compared to before, it was many times more relaxed, it did not seem so hard to accept. But Wu Yihai suddenly threw out this condition, he might have planned it. Xia Zhuemo was still thinking. Xia Fei Kuai spoke, alright, I agree. Xia Zhuemo was stunned, transmitting, Lord Xia Fei Kuai, are you going to let this son of a bitch stall for time again? I will bear the consequences of this, it has nothing to do with you. I cannot afford to waste my time for this stupid matter, the less time I have to spend with this guy, the better. Xia Fei Kuai immediately rejected with a firm attitude. Xia Zhuemo smiled bitterly. If this spar fails, even if you, Xia Fei Kuai, bear the consequences, will I be able to escape responsibility? The clan sent me to assist you, wasn't it to persuade you? Sigh. He heaved a deep sigh in his heart and helplessly transmitted his voice over, then I wish you victory in this battle, sir. Are you sure? Fang Yuan asked again. His condition to Wu Clan was only delaying the problem, it did not solve it. But once 5 years passed, Fang Yuan should have finished what he needed to do. At that time who would serve Wu Clan? I'm sure. This time, Xia Fei Kuai did not speak, Xia Zhuemo spoke. Good. Fang Yuan slowly flew back, his tone was very annoying. Actually, I do not want to spar no matter what, it will hurt our relationship. But since Lord Xia Fei Kuai insists, then on account of the 4 Seasons tea that you gave me, I will agree to this spar. Don't mention the tea, let's fight. Xia Fei Kuai shouted, his eyes were bloodshot. Before he finished, Fang Yuan's body glowed, he turned into a divination tortoise. Xia Fei Kuai was stunned, Fang Yuan was hesitant before, but now he was very straightforward. This surprised him for a moment. It's the divination tortoise again. Xia Zhuemo frowned. The divination tortoise was huge, its 4 legs were like pillars, it stood firmly in the valley, filling up the entire valley. The whole divination tortoise was dark and eerie, there were countless markings on its shell, it was very eye-catching. Xiaozhuemo stared at it for a while before feeling dazzled, he quickly retracted his gaze. Xia Fei Kuai did not expect Fang Yuan to use an immortal killer move at once. Normally speaking, when Gu immortals spar there was a process of probing. Fang Yuan skipped that and used his trump card. Looking at the sturdy tortoise's shell, one can imagine the divination tortoise's defensive strength. No wonder he suggested this spar. Thinking of this, Xiaozhuemo's frown deepened. What should I do? Xia Fei Kuai hesitated. He did not know what Wu Yihai was good at, but Fang Yuan knew. Xia Fei Kuai's hesitation was short, he attacked almost immediately. First move. He raised his hand and clenched his fist, he punched towards the divination tortoise in the valley. His fist shined with dazzling light. The pure white light left Xia Fei Kuai's fist in an instant, turning into a ball of light that was the size of steel wine, and smashed downwards. Immortal Gu auras and mortal Gu auras intertwined. Chapter 13-17. Xia Fei Kuai saw that Fang Yuan had used an immortal killer move, he could only use an immortal killer move to deal with it. The pure white ball of light was not fast, it did not have the advantage of agility of light path. But when it flew in the air, it pushed against the air, emitting a buzzing sound. Bam! The wine steel-sized ball of light smashed on the divination tortoise's back. It had the weight of a mountain. Fang Yuan's divination tortoise form was smashed into the ground. The huge divination tortoise's body sunk a foot into the ground. Xia Fei Kuai's move was indeed powerful. Light path was known for its speed, but Xia Fei Kuai's sky essence attack was the complete opposite. It was like a heavy punch. As long as it hit, the huge force would catch the enemy off guard. However, Fang Yuan's divination tortoise shell was completely undamaged. After the attack, Xia Fei Kuai inspected the result. His eyes widened. Not to mention a deep hole, the divination tortoise shell was completely undamaged, there was not even a dent. Of course it was like that. Xia Fei Kuai's move used light path to imitate strength path, it was a unique move. And Fang Yuan's divination tortoise transformation was a rank 7 immortal killer move, it used change form immortal Gu and divination tortoise shell immortal Gu as the cores. Especially the latter, Fang Yuan could activate it to create a shell that was not weaker than the ancient desolate beast divination tortoise shell. Now that it was an immortal killer move, with so many supplementary Gu worms, the defense of the tortoise shell was not weaker than a true ancient desolate beast divination tortoise. Ancient desolate beasts had thick skin and strong vitality, and among all species, tortoises were one of the toughest life forms. It was not strange that Xia Fei Kuai's sky essence attack had no effect. But to the person involved, it was a bit exaggerated. Sky essence attack has no effect, such a tough shell. Xiaozhuemo was shocked. Xia Fei Kuai immediately stopped. He felt an emotion that he had not felt for a long time, and that was a headache. Looking at such a thick shell, he felt a headache he could not attack. Actually, he could have attacked other parts of Fang Yuan's body, but he chose the toughest tortoise shell. Of course, this was also because he wanted to test the depth of Fang Yuan's strength. What should I do? Xia Fei quickly thought. Although he was impatient, he was able to calm down during the sparring. But at this time, Fang Yuan used a second immortal killer move. The aura of all sorts of Gu worms spread out, there were immortal Gu and mortal Gu. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and spat out countless small turtle shells. The small turtle shell was very similar to the back of the divination turtle. If the divination tortoise's head, tail and limbs were removed, and the tortoise was shrunk countless times, it would look like a small tortoise shell. A large number of small turtle shells floated in the air, spinning at high speed. What is this thing? Xia Fei quickly stopped thinking. Just to be cautious, he flew backward, putting some distance between him and Fang Yuan. Boom. He brandished his fist and punched out. It was still the first strike of the sky element. But this time, the heavy light ball the size of a wine jar didn't touch the divination tortoise. Those fist-sized turtle shells were like flies that had smelled blood, or like a swarm of bees. With a flurry of buzzing sounds, they aimed at Fang Yuan and directly surrounded him. Bam bam bam, the small turtle shells seemed to be very hard. In the collision hundreds of them were destroyed. But Fang Yuan's attack was also expended, it turned into fragments of light and dissipated in the air. Immortal killer move, Vajra Shell. This was an immortal killer move that Fang Yuan modified from his previous one, he combined it with his own divination tortoise transformation, making its first appearance in southern border, or even in the 5 regions. The core of this immortal killer move was rank 6 immortal Gu Vajra Thought. However, rank 7 perseverance immortal Gu and a large number of supplementary mortal Gu were added. Its power naturally rose by a lot. Fang Yuan's effort were not wasted. This looks like a turtle shell, but it is actually a thought. Xia Zhuomo's eyes shined with a strange light as he exposed the secret. He was a wisdom path Gu immortal. He was very sensitive to all kinds of thoughts. This was what he excelled in. As for Xia Fei Kuai, he cultivated light path and not wisdom path. Even though he had rank 7 cultivation level, he only realized it after Xia Zhuomo's reminder. Immortal Xia Zhuomo is very knowledgeable. You are very cooperative. The divination tortoise spoke in human language. Its tone was filled with sarcasm. Actually, Fang Yuan did not want to hide it. It was just that after combining with the divination tortoise transformation, those golden thoughts turned into small black turtle shells. Little Mo, keep quiet. I will definitely break his turtle shell in this battle. Xia Fei Kuai spoke. Xia Zhuomo grunted, not saying anything else. Being mocked by Fang Yuan, his expression turned ugly. Xia Fei Kuai closed his eyes. He started to gather. The aura of all kinds of goo worms continued to rise, rising one after another and quickly spreading out. Red date immortal essence was expended rapidly. At the same time, he stretched out his arms, slowly raising them before putting his palms together above his head. The light on his body flowed like flowing water, converging into the center of his palms. It was still gathering. The light was restrained, but the intense aura continued to expand, becoming more and more dangerous. Fang Yuan lowered his tortoise head. His limbs were firmly planted on the ground. He was like a silent black mountain. But at the same time, all kinds of small turtle shells flew out from his body, increasing rapidly in number. There were close to 10,000 at first, but soon, it broke through 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. The growth was extremely rapid. Rank 6 Vajra Thought Immortal Gu could produce tens of thousands of Vajra Thoughts when activated alone. Now that it was an immortal killer move, the effect was even greater. And most importantly, the wisdom path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body. Actually, Fang Yuan did not have many wisdom path Dao marks, but he had transformation path Dao marks. He had a lot of transformation path Dao marks. Because he had killed many transformation path Gu immortals, he had accumulated all of their Dao marks. The most important gain was killing 3 Gu immortals in the regional wall, including Wu Yihai. Just from the battle alone, Fang Yuan obtained close to 50,000 transformation path Dao marks. 1,000 Dao marks was twice the amplification. 10,000 Dao marks was 10 times the amplification. 50,000 Dao marks was 50 times the amplification. What did that mean? Ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals only had 10 to 30,000 main path Dao marks. Xia Fei Kuai was a rank 7 expert. He had more than 30,000 light path Dao marks. But how could he compare to Fang Yuan? Thereupon, Xia Fei Kuai and Xia Zhuomo, these 2 Gu immortals, stared dumbfoundedly as a large number of small tortoise shells spread rapidly, soon filling the whole valley and spreading out. The dense black mass resembled a swarm of locusts or ants. Xia Fei Kuai had a grim expression. There were so many of these small turtle shells at once, it was a huge psychological pressure on the bystanders. But Xia Fei Kuai used the environment of the spar ingeniously. According to the rules of the spar, Fang Yuan could only defend, he could not attack. Thus, Fang Yuan could not control the small turtle shells to attack Xia Fei Kuai. Xia Fei Kuai calmed his emotions and activated this immortal killer move. Light path immortal killer move, saw wheel light. His palms that were raised above his head slashed down. A dazzling wheel of light flew out of Xia Fei Kuai's palms. The wheel of light expanded with the wind, rapidly expanding to the size of a boat. The wheel of light continued to rotate, its edges were covered in sawteeth. Good. Xia Zhuomo saw this and cheered inwardly. Even though the turtle shell is thick, this move can cut through even the thickest turtle shell. However, at the next moment, swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless small turtle shells flew up. Crack 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 crack. Under the suicidal encirclement of countless small turtle shells, the wheel of light only managed to fly for a short distance before it completely shattered. Xia Zhuomo, Xia Fei Kuai, Fang Yuan praised, such a powerful killer move. This move is no small matter, it actually destroyed over 6,000 of my thoughts. These words were like a slap to Xia Zhuomo and Xia Fei Kuai's faces. Xia Fei Kuai needed a lot of time to activate this immortal killer move. Normally speaking, the shorter the activation time the better because it was very dangerous and could be easily interrupted. Once interrupted, the activation of the killer move would fail and the Gu immortal would suffer heavy injuries from the backlash. Xia Fei Kuai used the rules of the spar to safely activate this immortal killer move. But, while he was activating it, Fang Yuan was also activating the killer move. Xia Fei Kuai activated a saw wheel light. Fang Yuan could activate 30 to 40,000 small turtle shell thoughts at the same time. Then, the saw wheel light was surrounded by more than 6,000 little tortoiseshell intents and shattered. Even an idiot could calculate this clearly. The method that Xia Fei Kuai had high hopes for actually ended up like this. Chapter 13:18. Damn it. Xia Fei Kuai gritted his teeth. He had spent so much effort to activate the saw light wheel, but now it seemed like a joke. The small tortoise shell-like thoughts were still growing at this moment. 50,000, 60,000. The numbers kept increasing. Not only did they overflow the valley, they were also expanding outwards. There were countless small tortoise shells, some were floating in the air, some were rotating, and in the middle was the divination tortoise that Fang Yuan had transformed into. Its huge body was like an iron hill. This cannot go on. Xia Fei Kuai's sense of urgency was becoming stronger. The speed of growth is so fast. No wonder Wu Yihai set such a rule. But Lord Xia Fei Kuai has not used his methods yet. The outcome of this battle is not decided yet. Xia Zhuemo thought, looking at Xia Fei Kuai with anticipation. Xia Fei Kuai was already preparing his killer move. Endless auras of goo worms surged out, surging to the extreme. Pride flashed on his face as he looked down at the divination tortoise. No matter how many there are, they are only thoughts, so what? Take this move, 33 heavenly lights. I want to see how many layers of heavenly lights your thoughts can last. Immortal killer move, 33 heavenly lights. One of Xia Fei Kuai's signature methods, famous in southern border. Is it going to appear? Lord Xia Fei Kuai's group attack method. Xia Zhuemo was inwardly excited. This killer move had its own meaning. Once activated, with Xia Fei Kuai as the wick, it would shine with intense light. Under the illumination of the light, anything would suffer light path damage. The intense light flickered 33 times, the range of the light was huge, it was like it was descending from the sky, thus it was called 33 heavenly lights. The first flash did not do much damage to living things. At most, it could only kill some insects. But the second flash increased the damage by a level, it could destroy plants and flowers. The third flash, birds and beasts died under the heavenly light. The fourth flash, the trees disintegrated and the rocks crumbled. The fifth flash, the sixth flash. So on and so forth, the intense light's damage would increase until it could threaten desolate beasts or even ancient desolate beasts. The small tortoise shell-like thoughts were tough, but they could not compare to desolate beasts. They would definitely be destroyed by the 33 heavenly lights. This was an undeniable fact. Xia Fei Kuai used this move, but it was also a coincidence. 33 heavenly lights were not very practical because once it was activated, one had to stop moving. Once one moved, this killer move would stop. Xia Fei Kuai even had to suffer from the backlash. Of course there were differences. If the killer move was stopped before the 10th flash, Xia Fei Kuai would suffer light injuries. Between the 10th flash and the 23rd flash, his injuries would be moderate, and after the 23rd flash he would be heavily injured. If the killer move was forced to stop after 30 times, then the backlash would be even stronger, causing Xia Fei Kuai to be on the verge of death. The stronger the immortal killer move, the greater the backlash if the activation failed. Soon there was an explosion of light. The first time it flashed, Fang Yuan's tortoiseshell thought did not budge. The second time it flashed, the thoughts were still growing but there was no impression. After the third flash of intense light, their thoughts began to waver. The fourth time the individual thoughts collapsed on their own. For the fifth time, the hundreds of thoughts dissipated into nothingness. Xia Zhuemo, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. This was only the fifth time. The entire immortal killer move had a total of 33 consecutive flashes. However, why do I have a feeling that something is amiss? Xia Zhuemo thought. The sixth flash, over 1,000 thoughts were destroyed, the tortoiseshell thoughts outside were shaking, showing signs of not being able to endure it. The seventh time I will get rid of you. Xia Fei Kuai sneered in his heart. But at this moment, swoosh, 70 to 80,000 small tortoiseshell thoughts suddenly entered Fang Yuan's body like a tide. To be more precise, it had shrunk into his mind. He had turned into a divination tortoise. This ancient wisdom path desolate beast had a very wide mind. It was extremely easy for it to bear 70 to 80,000 thoughts. What? Xia Fei Kuai was dumbfounded. Xia Zhuemo patted his head, feeling hatred in his heart. I finally know what is wrong. These small tortoiseshell are thoughts in essence. Since they are thoughts, they can be stored in the Gu Immortal's mind. Thereupon, in the whole valley, 70 to 80,000 thoughts disappeared, entering Fang Yuan's mind. Only the giant divination tortoise was left. it was still lying on the ground. In the air, Xia Fei Kuai's immortal killer move was still going on. 7th flash. 8th flash. 9th flash. But without thoughts, what was the point of these intense lights? And the immortal killer move was still in the process of activating, it could not be casually stopped. Thus, Xia Fei Kuai could only continue to activate the killer move. 10th flash, 11th, 12th, the scene was very awkward. After 33 flashes, Xia Fei Kuai expended a large amount of immortal essence, while the divination tortoise that Fang Yuan had turned into was only left with a giant tortoise shell. It was as stable as Mount Tai, unmoving. And the small valley that he had been residing in had turned into a flat land. 33 heavenly lights were indeed powerful. It forcefully turned the surrounding 1,000 li of land into a flat land. The mountains and hills were all gone. This killer move is truly amazing. Fang Yuan did not stint on his praise. Saying so, he stretched out his head, tail and limbs from the tortoise shell. His limbs and head were not as tough as the tortoise shell, thus in the following flashes Fang Yuan retracted his shell, he was not injured at all. Hearing Fang Yuan praising him again, Xia Fei Kuai felt extremely gloomy. Too shameless. Xia Zhuemo gritted his teeth, looking at the shameless Fang Yuan with hatred. Especially when he saw the 100,000 tiny tortoiseshell thoughts crawl out of Fang Yuan's mind and spread, surrounding the divination tortoise, the hatred in his eyes deepened. How can we break this? Xia Clan's 2 Gu immortals were thinking about this problem. 3 moves have passed already. Fang Yuan reminded plainly. Xia Fei Kuai shouted, then take a few more moves. Saying so, he pounced down, turning into a rainbow of light as he surrounded the divination tortoise and attacked. Countless tortoiseshell thoughts encircled and defended. But Xia Fei Kuai displayed the demeanor of an expert, he traversed the thoughts unhindered. Fang Yuan saw that he was truly enraged and attacked fiercely. He retracted his head, tail and limbs back into his shell. Xia Fei Kuai was filled with hatred. This Wu Yihai was too wretched, he only left his tortoiseshell for him to hit. There was a huge tortoiseshell on the ground and countless tiny tortoiseshells flying in the sky. Xia Fei Kuai's hatred towards the tortoiseshell rose rapidly. After 10 moves, Xia Fei Kuai's efforts were in vain, there were only some light wounds on Fang Yuan's tortoiseshell. You've won this round. Xia Fei Kuai said this, then turned around and left, flying into the clouds. Xia Zhuemo was left groaning, he had to clean up this mess, or at least bring the Zhang master away. 5 years. 5 years later, I will disturb your clan again. Xia Zhuemo also left with some unwillingness. Chapter 13-19. After a spar, Xia Clan's Gu immortals lost and retreated. Fang Yuan stopped his transformation and returned to his human form, returning to Frosty Peak. The mortal Gu house on Frosty Peak was also taken away, only an icy mountain was left, emitting frost energy. Fang Yuan sighed softly. His mental state was like an ancient well without any ripples. These victories were not worth boasting about. The so-called sense of honor had already left him. Speaking of which, this easy victory was also because I had an advantage. Know thyself, know thy enemy and win 100 battles. The 2 Xia Clan Gu immortals did not know Fang Yuan's strength, they only estimated it. On the contrary, Fang Yuan knew a lot about them. Be it killer moves or personalities, he had a thorough understanding of them with Wu Clan's help. This showed how important information was in Gu immortal battles. Actually, in the spar between Fang Yuan and the 2 Xia Clan Gu immortals, it was like Wu Yubo losing to immortal Yan Huang. This was an advantage in terms of information. Wu Yubo was very strong, but his signature killer move was seen through, he lost the entire battle due to a moment of carelessness. Fang Yuan knew more, he advanced step by step, he made many plans and made the Xia Clan Gu immortals retreat in the end. Immortal killer move Vajra thought is quite effective. But after using it this time, it will not be easy to have such an effect in the future. The 2 Xia Clan Gu immortals returned in defeat, they would definitely learn from their experience and think of ways to counter or even break the immortal killer move Vajra thought. Breaking it was very difficult, but finding a way to counter it was often easier. Wu Yihai's identity is starting to become famous. Only divination tortoise transformation and immortal killer move Vajra thought can be used. But the more I use it, the more I will be targeted by others or even broken. Actually, reverse flow protection seal is the same. After the Battle of Northern Plains, Celestial Court, the 10 great ancient sects, Longevity Heaven, Old Ancestor Xuehu, and others will analyze it. I need to pay attention to it the next time I use it. Especially in front of these people. Fang Yuan became vigilant. Wu Yubo's fate was right in front of them. It was not easy to create an immortal killer move, but a powerful immortal killer move could not remain unchanged for a long time, It needed to advance and improve with time. This way, others could counter or even break your killer move, only then would you be able to face them effectively. Modifying and upgrading immortal killer moves was naturally a difficult matter. Other than sudden inspiration, the true test was the Gu Immortal's attainment level. And the best place to raise my attainment level in this world is definitely Dream Realms. Fang Yuan's thoughts involuntarily drifted to that giant dream realm again. It was precisely because of the widespread appearance of dream realms that during the 5 regions chaotic war in Fang Yuan's previous life, all sorts of characters appeared one after another. Together they formed a magnificent era of war and chaos. It is a pity that I am Wu Yihai now. I have just joined Wu clan. If I forcefully request to go to the Super Gu formation, it would be very suspicious. Although this matter has come to an end, I don't know when I will be able to regain the giant dream. I should focus on what is in front of me and let nature take its course. Fang Yuan thought of this as he landed on Frosty Peak. He had yet to properly search this mountain peak that was rich in ice path resources. After chasing away Xia clan's Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan had a rare opportunity. He would not let it go. On Frosty Peak, cold air pressed down, snow covered the ground. In the depths of the snow, there were large numbers of insects, including many wild Gu worms as well as many cold-resistant plants and animals. They formed a balanced ecological landscape. Frost jade. Soon Fang Yuan found something. A large amount of frost jade appeared in his investigative senses. These frost jade were at the bottom of the snow, hidden in the mountain rocks. Frost jade is only a rank 5 Gu material, but there is some frost jade essence inside. It can be considered a rank 6 immortal material. Fang Yuan did not say anything. He started to mine. Rumble. The snow flew, exposing the exposed mountain rocks. Soon these rocks also flew, exposing the frost jade inside the mountain. These frost jade were mainly white in color, but there were traces of green in the jade. They emitted intense frost energy, but it did not affect Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took out all the frost jade in this area. He did not let go of the frost jade essence, but he did not extract it. It was still in the center of this huge frost jade. Next, Fang Yuan's footprints covered the whole of Frosty Peak. Huge pieces of frost jade were dug out by him. The smallest frost jade was the size of an elephant, while the largest was the size of a ship. Almost every piece of frost jade had frost jade essence. Some of the larger frost jade essence were even 1000-year frost jade essence. These were rank 7 Gu materials. These frost jades were not undiscovered. Wu clan had purposely left them here, not wanting to weaken Frosty Peak's foundation. These frost jades formed the foundation of Frosty Peak. Without them, Frosty Peak would not have such a unique and outstanding resource point. Fang Yuan stored most of the frost jades into his pouch. Not just that, he also collected many wild Gu worms. There was no need to think about wild immortal Gu. Normally speaking, Frosty Peak could only produce a rank 6 wild immortal Gu after hundreds or even thousands of years. If there were wild immortal Gu, Xia clan's Gu Immortals would not admit defeat so easily. Most of these Gu worms were ice path wild Gu, but there were also some earth path and water path Gu worms. Among the ice path wild Gu, the most common was a type of frost wave Gu. These Gu worms moved in groups, and would often roam around Frosty Peak for a period of time. Thus, they would create an intense frost wave that spread towards the surrounding mountain ranges of Frosty Peak. This was also the reason for Frosty Peak's name. After plundering, Fang Yuan flew into the air and took a final look at this Frosty Peak. The Frosty Peak, which was originally covered in snow and had a picturesque scenery, had now become a place full of potholes, uneven peaks and trifling rocks all over the mountains and fields. Not only did it spoil the scenery, but the entire Frosty Peak's assets had been reduced by more than half, and because of the large amount of frost jade, its foundation had also been greatly reduced. If I use pulling mountain immortal Gu, I might be able to pull up this mountain and move it to my sovereign blessed land. Unfortunately, this method won't work. My identity on the surface is Wu Yihai, a member of Wu clan. This time, I was greedy and embezzled the resources. I have already reached the limit of the righteous path's unwritten rules. I cannot continue. If I really pull up the mountain, not mentioning the possibility of exposing my true identity, Wu clan will definitely not be able to explain it. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. He did not linger here any longer. He flew into the sky like lightning. Soon, his figure vanished into the clouds. Several days later, Fang Yuan returned to Wu clan's headquarters and saw Wu Yong again. This time it was all thanks to my brother's help. You protected Frosty Peak for the clan, and even deterred those rascals. Wu Yong nodded towards Fang Yuan, showing an expression of praise. Brother is overpraising me. I was just lucky. Fang Yuan said humbly. Elder Wu Fa, have you calculated it yet? My brother's contribution this time is not a simple matter, we need to consider the big picture. Wu Yong turned around and said to another Wu Clan Gu Immortal. This Wu Clan Gu Immortal had an ordinary appearance, but his authority was not ordinary. He was Wu Yong's trusted aide, he calculated the rewards and punishments of the clan's Gu Immortals. Wu Fa frowned slightly. We have already witnessed Lord Wu Yihai's bravery. After this battle, Lord's name will definitely spread in southern borders Gu Immortal world. But if we want to reward them according to their contributions, firstly, Lord Wu Yihai did not resolve this matter completely, he set a 5-year agreement. Secondly, Frosty Peak has been exploited viciously, its foundation is greatly damaged, its value is greatly reduced. Oh? Frosty Peak actually had a problem? Wu Yong was surprised. He turned to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed, I did not expect Xia Clan's 2 Gu Immortals to be such people. Wu Yong raised his brows slightly. Brother, did you personally see Xia Clan's Gu Immortals excavate Frosty Peak? I did not, it was only my guess. Maybe there were other lone cultivator Gu Immortals? Fang Yuan's reply was flawless. Wu Yong nodded, he was silent for a while. In that case, Elder Wu Fa, please make the decision. Elder Wu Fa continued to calculate, before handing a list to Fang Yuan. Chapter 1320. Fang Yuan took a look. There were many Gu materials on the list, most of them were mortal Gu materials. There were immortal materials but they were few. Fang Yuan knew that if he handed over the frost jades and jade essences, the rewards would not be this much. Wu Yong and Wu Fa were actually putting on an act. They were not plotting against Fang Yuan, but to give Fang Yuan a way out. Fang Yuan excavated Frosty Peak. Even though it did not cross the bottom line, Wu Clan would rather have the original Frosty Peak. But Fang Yuan did not hand it over. He was silent for a while before saying, I wonder if we can exchange these rewards for immortal Gu material, dragon scale soil? Wu Yong was slightly stunned. He looked at Wu Fa. The latter thought about it and nodded. After returning to his residence, Fang Yuan continued to cultivate. This time he obtained a lot of frost jades and jade essences. Fang Yuan could almost create a miniature Frosty Peak in mini southern border in the sovereign immortal aperture. But this was not the main point. The main point was the dragon scale soil. This special soil was only an ordinary Gu material, it was hard and formed into granules. If a layer of dragon scale soil was on the ground, it would look like layers of dragon scales. Dragon scale soil was the soil of dragon desolate beasts, ancient desolate dragons, and even immemorial desolate dragons. Because it was contaminated with dragon chi, it gradually formed. Fang Yuan had purchased this soil in his early years. The reason was that with this soil, the dragonfish would have more urge to reproduce. Right now, he did not want other rewards, he only wanted this Gu material. It was for the same reason. The sovereign immortal aperture's time has slowed down by many times. This has caused the immortal aperture's resource production to decrease by a lot. Right now, I do not have enough immortal essence and immortal yuan stone. As long as I expand the scale of resource production, this pressure can be alleviated. After Fang Yuan's consideration, he set the first resource point to expand as dragonfish. Desolate beast dragonfish and ordinary dragonfish had always been the main transactions in jewel yellow skies. The dragonfish seemed to be a creation of food path, it could replace a portion of many Gu worms and feed them. Not every Gu immortal had an immortal Gu. However, every superpower would purchase a large number of dragonfish from time to time. This was the largest flow of arowana sales in the jewel yellow skies market. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan mainly focused on the construction of the sea. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture's mini eastern sea was no longer a shallow pool of water. Because Fang Yuan annexed a large number of water path immortal apertures, mini eastern sea was already filled with waves. Even though it was not deep, it looked like an ocean on the surface. There were almost no islands and the sea itself was no different. Fang Yuan's plan was to build a dragon-scale sea. Man-made seas. This was not Fang Yuan's creation, nor was it his own. In fact, in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world, many Gu Immortals had already created artificial sea areas. Right now, on the ranking board of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world, many of the famous sea areas were man-made sea areas. They were constructed step by step. Of course, naturally formed sea areas still occupied most of the positions on the ranking board. Man-made sea areas were not easy to construct. Fang Yuan spent a lot of time and effort to lay down the dragon-scale soil. He then set up a mortal Gu formation, using the power of the Gu formation to isolate this sea area into a special sea area. Next, he lured the original dragonfish group into the sea area. The dragonfish group entered this sea area, They were much more relaxed than before, their mating behavior also increased by a lot. However, this was not enough. Next, Fang Yuan began to prepare Immortal Killer Move, Bountiful Year. This Immortal Killer Move came from He Fan's true inheritance. But in fact, it was not created by He Fan, it was created by a Gu Immortal great expert known as Pill Immortal. He was the one who created this Immortal Killer Move. He Fan used other resources to exchange for it. This was a very rare Immortal Killer Move that was used to manage the Immortal Aperture. It did not have any offensive power. But it was very practical. Even He Fan had left a comment in the True Inheritance. He praised this Immortal Killer Move greatly. Gu worms flew into the sky one after another. The mystical aura continued to expand and become denser. The bountiful year that Fang Yuan was activating had already been modified by him. The original bountiful year had Year Gu as the core immortal Gu, with tens of thousands of supplementary Gu worms. But now, Fang Yuan had obtained a new rank 7 immortal Gu, Perseverance. Fang Yuan ingeniously added Perseverance immortal Gu as the first supplementary Gu worm. More than 10 days later, bountiful year's preparation was completed, it was activated. The mystical power covered the whole of Dragon Scale Sea area, but the effect could not be seen in such a short period of time. The original bountiful year killer move, even He Fan, needed 2 to 3 days to activate. This was already long enough. After I modified it and added Perseverance Immortal Gu, the time became even longer, it took almost half a month. Fortunately, the activation succeeded and I did not suffer any backlash. Fang Yuan continued to ponder and comprehend. My time path attainment level is still very ordinary, I could only barely add Perseverance Immortal Gu in after the modification. This is the main reason for the huge increase in time. The shorter the activation time of an immortal killer move, the simpler the process, the higher the possibility of the killer move's activation, and the safer the Gu Immortal would be. But Fang Yuan's actions had more advantages than disadvantages. With Perseverance Immortal Gu's help, the duration of Bountiful Year would be doubled. The original Bountiful Year could only affect 1 year in the Immortal Aperture. But now Fang Yuan could only activate it once, but it could affect 2 years. This was also indirectly saving a portion of Red Date Immortal Essence for Fang Yuan. Bountiful Year still has a lot of room for modification. Fusing Perseverance Immortal Gu into it, or even fusing Immortal Level Day Gu into it can raise the effect of Bountiful Year. But with my current attainment level, I have already reached the limit of time path. Forget it. The matter was settled. This Immortal Aperture construction was Fang Yuan's first big move. Right now, in Mini Eastern Sea, the first special sea area, Dragon Scale Sea area, had completely formed. Large numbers of dragonfish lived here, and among the dragonfish groups, 1 or 2 desolate beast dragonfish were very conspicuous. Bountiful Year's power not only enveloped the whole of Dragon Scale Sea, but also the vast area around this sea area. According to He Fan's True Inheritance, once Bountiful Year is activated, although it consumes a lot of immortal essence, it can greatly increase the production of all kinds of resources in the Immortal Aperture for the next year. But the truth was not so. The Bountiful Year killer move that Fang Yuan activated only covered a portion of Mini Eastern Sea. On one hand, this was because Fang Yuan had added Perseverance Immortal Gu, which reduced the area of effect of the killer move. On the other hand, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was too huge. It was no different from a fantasy for Bountiful Year to cover the whole Sovereign Immortal Aperture. From Dragon Scale Lake to Dragon Scale Sea, this was a huge leap with profound significance. But after this matter, Fang Yuan's Immortal Yuan Stone and Immortal Essence reserves were almost depleted. To be safe, Fang Yuan started to sell all the resources that he did not need. For example, the Frost Jades and Jade Essences that he plundered from Frosty Peak, as well as large numbers of Ice Path Mortal Gu. There were gains and losses, his current focus was on the dragonfish. After selling some of the resources on hand, Fang Yuan used all his strength to search for a portion of his gains, and bought a lot of dragonfish from Jewel Yellow Skies. He released these dragonfish into Dragon Scale Sea area. It could be said that he was betting heavily on this project. There was no doubt that this was somewhat risky. But if he did not do it well, the efficiency would be even lower. Comparatively speaking, in the current stable environment, Fang Yuan chose to be more aggressive and take bigger steps. But this way, because his Immortal Essence reserves were too little, Fang Yuan's hands and feet were tied. He could not casually cultivate, comprehend, or practice immortal killer moves. The days were somewhat difficult. Half a month later, the first batch of dragonfish was sold. The situation started to turn for the better. Over a month later, the second batch of dragonfish was sold by Fang Yuan to Wu clan. To think that brother is so good at managing dragonfish. Even Wu Yong was a little surprised. Wu clan originally wanted to buy dragonfish, but they bought them from outside. Now they were selling them internally. Other than Wu clan, there were also Qiao clan and some other super clans that had close relationships with Wu clan. Fang Yuan's third batch of dragonfish was sold. Using Wu Yihai's identity and the low price, Fang Yuan's dragonfish successfully entered the market of Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. Chapter 1321. Southern Border Wu Clan. In a secret cultivation room, Fang Yuan was floating in the air with a solemn expression. His long hair was fluttering in the wind, the auras of Gu worms on his body were rising and mixing together. The crucial step. Fang Yuan thought to himself, his gaze turning sharp. He carefully activated a mortal Gu. This was a metal path mortal Gu. It was only rank 1. There was no risk in activating this Gu alone. But the situation now was different. Bam! A muffled sound came from Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan felt like he was struck by lightning, his body shook intensely, his face was pale and a trace of blood flowed out of his mouth. I failed again. He sighed in his heart. He landed on the ground with his hand on his chest, inspecting his injuries. Thankfully, I only used a rank 1 mortal Gu. This injury is not serious. I do not need to use mana as before a mortal Gu to heal. With the Sovereign Immortal Body's strong recovery ability, I can recover in 2 to 3 days. Fang Yuan was trying to modify the killer move Vajra Back. Immortal killer move Vajra Back used rank 6 Immortal Gu Vajra Thought as the core. Fang Yuan used this killer move and his intelligence to defeat Xia clan's Gu Immortal Xia Fei Kuai. After that, Fang Yuan felt that this killer move was not done yet, there was still room for improvement. Fang Yuan attached great importance to this feeling. He knew that he had Wisdom Path and Transformation Path Grandmaster attainment level. This feeling was not groundless, it was very meaningful. It is a pity that even though I have made some progress in my deductions these days, there is little effect. It seems that my attainment level is still insufficient. I will give up for now. Fang Yuan sighed. Actually, his speed of improvement was already very impressive for other Gu Immortals. Back then, Vicious Lightning Fiend spent several years to deduce an immortal killer move Lightning Deity. His speed of improvement was often less than 10% of Fang Yuan's current speed. But Fang Yuan giving up was a wise move. Because he had a method to raise his attainment level. As long as he raised his attainment level, he could modify the killer move Steel Back in one go. As Fang Yuan continued to sell his dragonfish, his financial situation improved to a certain extent. Only then did he have the time to modify the immortal killer move. Deducing immortal killer moves expended a lot of resources. For example, if the practice failed, the Gu Immortal would suffer a backlash. They would need to heal their injuries. The Gu worms were also damaged and needed to be constantly replenished. If the immortal Gu were damaged, it would be even more troublesome. However, if one's realm was high enough, they would be able to improve it immediately, saving a lot of energy, time, and resources. Fang Yuan was barely able to improve it in terms of realm. Although he could improve it, the price he had to pay was a relatively large sum. After thinking about it, he decisively gave up this small plan in his cultivation. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan activated his Gu worm and poured his mind into Jewel Yellow Skies. In Jewel Yellow Skies, his mind was very familiar. He arrived in front of a Gu Immortal's will and conversed. I will pay 1,300 Immortal Yuan Stone for these divine deer fruits. Sell them to me. Fang Yuan said. This Gu Immortals will shook his head, saying helplessly, I said this price is too low. Fellow Immortal, you've come here 3 times already. If you really want to buy them, pay another 200 Immortal Yuan Stone and you can take them away. This divine deer fruit was a rank 6 immortal material. It was not a rare Gu material, but there were few people selling it. There was no other reason, there was little demand for it. But Fang Yuan needed it to feed Vajra Thought Immortal Gu. He obtained Vajra Thought Immortal Gu. He needed to solve the problem of feeding it. He could not let this immortal Gu starve to death. Fang Yuan did not speak, he sized it up. This stall's divine deer fruits were of good quality. Fang Yuan had already shopped in Jewel Yellow Skies several times. He found that the divine deer fruits here were of top quality. The price was also reasonable. Thus he had come here several times. Divine deer fruits were not fruits that grew on trees or flowers. They were shaped like a baby's fist. They grew on the antlers of a type of desolate beast, the elk. Fruit-bearing elk. Fang Yuan had already inquired about the name of this desolate beast. Jewel Yellow Skies also sold them. But even if he bought a batch, how many divine deer fruits could he produce? That was a question worth investigating. The production of any resource had its own method of cultivation. Fang Yuan could produce dragonfish. It was not the result of random experiments, he had the experience of Dongfang tribe. This was the foundation of a super tribe. Thus, Fang Yuan's dragonfish were of good quality, they were produced smoothly, the cost was low, and the profits were high. Now, I need to gather a portion of divine deer fruits for the first feeding of Vajra thought Immortal Gu. In the future, when I have more funds, I will consider how to raise the fruit-bearing elk, to be self-sufficient and feed Vajra thought Immortal Gu independently. As for whether I can mass-produce this divine deer fruit and turn it into another source of profit, that will depend on my future fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan thought as he communicated with the Gu Immortal's will, then I will take a look. But at this time the Gu Immortal's will in front of Fang Yuan suddenly paused, he changed his words. My main body's consciousness has entered, he said we can discuss the price. You guys can discuss it yourselves. Saying so, the Gu Immortals will retreated. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He was waiting for this situation. This Gu Immortal who sold the divine deer fruits left the divine deer fruits in jewel yellow skies, he also left a will to look after them. But even though this will could think and communicate, it abided by the Gu Immortal's bottom line. This made Fang Yuan unable to negotiate. Now that the Gu Immortal's will entered, Fang Yuan could communicate with him, there was a high chance of success. There was a lot of content that could be discussed. I need the divine deer fruits to feed the Immortal Gu. So, if we can reach a deal, it will not be just this once. How about it? I will pay 1,300 Immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan persuaded. That Gu Immortal hesitated. This is the first time we have met, there is no proof should I believe you or not. Forget it, 1,400 Immortal Yuan stones, we can make a deal. After making 3 such deals, the price will be 1,300 Immortal Yuan stones. What do you think? Evidently this Gu Immortal was not an idiot, he was shrewd. Fang Yuan however refused. If I had enough money I would not bargain with you like this. 1,250 Immortal Yuan stones. That Gu Immortal smiled bitterly, alright. If not for the fact that I am in a rush and the divine deer fruits are selling slowly, I would not agree to such a price. Money was exchanged, goods were exchanged. After the deal was done, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The problem of Vajra thought Immortal Gu's feeding was resolved for now. Next it was divination tortoise shell Immortal Gu's turn. This Immortal Gu devoured seaweed. Of course it was not ordinary seaweed, it was ancient ink seaweed, a rank 6 immortal material. This seaweed was pitch black like a demon, once its skin broke, it would turn the surrounding seawater into black ink. Fang Yuan was tight on money now, he planned to purchase some ancient ink seaweed to feed divination tortoise shell Immortal Gu. He would make further plans in the future. In this aspect Immortal level Day Gu was much better. Because it also devoured the water of the river of time, Gu Immortals did not need to worry about feeding it. In jewel yellow skies, there were more Gu Immortals selling ancient ink seaweed than divine deer fruits. But Fang Yuan did not reach a deal after contacting them. They did not agree on the price. But he was not anxious, there was still some time before the next feeding of divination tortoise shell Immortal Gu. Thankfully, Dragon Scale Sea area has been constructed. As long as this continues, I will have more money in the future. Next, I will construct coiling thread caves and raise regretful spiders on a large scale. Fang Yuan considered it, the market for regretful spiders was huge, especially in Western Desert. Although it was not as widespread as the dragonfish, it was still in high demand. But now, Fang Yuan was short on funds, he needed time to accumulate them. After accumulating a sum of funds, he could start construction. At this rate, I estimate that I will have the first sum of funds in a month and can construct the coiling thread caves. I hope that by then Wu clan will have calmed down and I will be able to return to the giant dream realm. Wu Yihai's identity restricted Fang Yuan's freedom. Especially in Wu clan's situation he could not express his stance. Over this month, Wu Yong led Wu clan to resist the difficulties of the super forces. There were gains and losses, Wu clan's reputation was tarnished, but there were very few losses in terms of benefits. Thus this situation had to continue. Wu Yong wanted to regain his reputation, but the other super forces and clans were not resigned to this, they wanted to obtain some substantial benefits. The battles between Righteous Path were different from Demonic Path. Demonic Path Gu Immortals often fought fiercely and suddenly, while Righteous Path Gu Immortals were soft and gentle, often lasting for a long time, it was just right. This was especially true for superpowers. Both superpowers had huge businesses. It would be very difficult for two superpowers to ignore everything else and fight each other to the death. Fang Yuan's cultivation life did not last for long. A few days later he received another mission from Wu Yong. Mountain snail? Mountain moving old monster? Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. It was not that he had no confidence in completing this mission, but the current situation was not good. Last time, when Fang Yuan resolved the matter of Frosty Peak, he actually held back his strength and methods. The result was barely satisfactory. It was only a 5-year agreement, and he even embezzled the resources of Frosty Peak. Although this was an unwritten rule of the righteous path, he had touched the bottom line. This was naturally Fang Yuan's intention, to leave a bad impression on Wu Yong. Leaders naturally did not like to use such people, so sending Fang Yuan to that Super Gu formation earlier was in line with Fang Yuan's wish. But Wu clan was indeed lacking in manpower now. Their territory was too big. Mountain Snail's matter was sudden. Wu Yong had no choice but to use Fang Yuan to resolve this problem. Chapter 1322. Southern Border. It was drizzling. The green mountains stretched endlessly. Fang Yuan was dressed in blue clothes. He stood on a rock and looked at this beautiful river and mountains. His gaze finally focused on one of the mountains. This mountain was very special. The surrounding mountains were either tall or short, dangerous or flat. As for this mountain, it was round and had form. This was Mount Snail. Or rather, Mountain Snail. It was an immemorial desolate beast. A giant snail, its shell was as tall as a tower, it spiraled up layer by layer and was covered in green moss. When it was motionless, its soft limbs were all retracted into the shell, as if it was a mountain, standing tall and erect. But now it had already awakened and was moving slowly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When it moved, the ground within a radius of 100 miles would tremble slightly. Wherever it went, birds and beasts would scurry away. Fang Yuan stood on another mountain peak, looking at this immemorial desolate beast Mountain Snail's migration with a calm expression. Its speed was very slow. Although Mountain Snail was an immemorial desolate beast, it had a gentle nature. It was hard to anger it. It could be said to be harmless. Not only harmless, it was also beneficial. Because Mountain Snail's body contained rich enslavement path and earth path Dao marks, it formed a special environment around it that nurtured a vast amount of enslavement path and earth path resources. The ownership of Mountain Snail had always been an unresolved topic. Few Gu Immortals could control Mountain Snail. Even rank 8 enslavement path Gu Immortals would have difficulty controlling it. Because Mountain Snail itself had extremely rich enslavement path Dao marks. In Southern Border there were 7 known mountain snails. Long ago, Southern Border's super forces made an agreement. As long as these mountain snails were not controlled by others, they would be wild mountain snails. Whoever's territory it was in would be the property of that clan. This mountain snail was originally in Wu clan's territory. It naturally belonged to Wu clan. There was no doubt about this. But now, when Mountain Snail was migrating, it was moving away from Wu clan's territory. Mountain Snail's original location was at the border of Wu clan's territory. In fact, this was during Wu Duxiu's era. Wu clan specially expanded their territory and included Mountain Snail. Now the Mountain Snail was migrating, leaving the Wu family's territory, but there were no other righteous super forces in the place it was heading to. This also meant that this Mountain Snail would become a wild and ownerless object. Wu Yong naturally did not want to see such a situation happen, but he did not have enough manpower, so he could only give this task to his younger brother, Wu Yihai. Is it Wu Yihai? I am Qin Jingsheng. I have the nickname of Mountain Moving Old Monster. A Gu Immortal flew over from another mountain peak. Fang Yuan looked at the newcomer. This old Gu Immortal was wearing a green-gray stone armor. His hair was both black and white. It was messy like a pile of straw. The corners of his clothes were also tattered and unkempt. But his rank 7 aura was overflowing. His aura was oppressive, especially his eyes. They flickered with sharp light as he sized up Fang Yuan like a senior looking at a junior. Yes, I am Wu Yihai. Greetings to Senior Mountain Moving Old Monster. Fang Yuan bowed slightly, showing the demeanor of a righteous path expert. This Mountain Moving Old Monster had the word old in his title. It naturally meant that he was an old veteran, over 2,000 years old. He had lifespan Gu and unique methods to extend his life. His battle strength was also extremely high. He was a famous expert among lone immortals, on the same level as old Treeman Bada and Wu clan's Wu Yubo. A rank 7 Gu immortal like Xia Fei Kuai could not compare to Mountain Moving Old Monster. Thus, when Mountain Moving Old Monster sized up Fang Yuan, his attitude was not polite. He called himself an old senior, even though Fang Yuan came from Wu clan. Looking at the time, your Wu clan should have sent someone over already. Let's sit down and talk. Mountain Moving Old Monster smiled. He landed on a rock and sat down. Fang Yuan also sat down with a smile. Mountain Moving Old Monster saw that Fang Yuan did not look down on him, nor did he maintain the demeanor of an immortal. he had a good impression of him. I almost forgot, Wu Hai, you are a lone cultivator. Even though you joined Wu clan, you do not have the hypocritical demeanor of those righteous path members. Fang Yuan shook his head. The righteous path has its own demeanor. As for me, I spend most of my time cultivating in seclusion in Eastern Sea. This foundation cannot be changed. Ah. Mountain-moving old monster laughed heartily. I heard that even though you chased away the two Xia clan Gu immortals, you still looted Frosty Peak. Fang Yuan showed a surprised expression. Senior, this is groundless gossip. I have never admitted it. Mountain-moving old monster laughed heartily again. After laughing, he sighed deeply. Righteous path Gu immortals do not understand you, but I do. How difficult is it for us lone cultivators to become immortals? Every cultivation resource was earned with his own two hands. If we miss this opportunity, there will not be another one, so we need to grasp the benefits we have now. Who knows what we will encounter in the future? As for those righteous path Gu immortals, even if they stay at home, they will have a lot of resources. How can they understand the suffering and difficulties of us lone cultivators? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent. He did not agree, nor did he refute. He knew that mountain-moving old monster's words were not just to get close to him, but also to express his determination. He, mountain-moving old monster, was a lone cultivator, and the benefits he could obtain were Mount Snail. His determination could not be shaken. Wu Hai, who was once a lone cultivator, should be clear about this. I naturally understand Senior's intentions, but I hope Senior can understand me. I have my own difficulties in coming here. Fang Yuan said. Mountain-moving old monster chuckled. Everyone has their own difficulties. When one was old, their words carried deep meaning. Everyone had their own difficulties. Not only did he agree with Fang Yuan's words, he also expressed that he had his own difficulties, and most importantly, Wu clan was currently in a difficult situation. Fang Yuan did not speak. In a battle of words, sometimes silence was a method. Sure enough, mountain-moving old monster could not restrain himself. He handed an information path mortal goo to Fang Yuan. Take a look. Fang Yuan took a look. This mortal goo's contents were very valuable. If Fang Yuan obtained it, he could directly construct a coiling thread cave. Let's cooperate. I will obtain Mount Snail and you will obtain these. How about it? Mountain-moving old monster smiled. He was actually thinking of bribing Fang Yuan. But this was not strange at all. On the contrary, it was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Mountain-moving old monster was a lone cultivator, and from his perspective, he naturally did not want to offend the number one righteous path force, Wu clan. Even though the Wu clan was currently in a difficult situation, such a colossus was not something that he, mountain-moving old monster, could deal with alone. More importantly, if mountain-moving old monster obtained this Mount Snail, he would no longer be someone who could freely advance and retreat. Mount Snail could not be stored in an immortal aperture, unless it was completely controlled. Mountain-moving old monster was an Earth Path Gu immortal. He clearly did not have such attainment. This way he would become the owner of this Mount Snail, and if enemies attacked in the future, he would have to defend the mountain. If he offended Wu clan's Gu immortals would attack one after another. How could he resist them alone? Even if he could resist once, what about the second or third time? Even if he could resist them all, he would have to expend some energy in battle, right? Mountain-moving old monster was harassed repeatedly. Would he still have time to cultivate? Thus, there was only one path in front of mountain-moving old monster. That was to negotiate with Wu clan peacefully. Wu clan was not willing to let go of this Mount Snail, but the huge Wu clan was also made up of clan members. As long as it was an organization, it would not be an airtight fortress. There would definitely be a gap that could be monopolized. Wu Hai's appearance gave mountain-moving old monster even greater hope. Old senior, do you want to use these to exchange for an immemorial desolate beast? Fang Yuan held the information path mortal Gu with a faint smile. These are already of extraordinary value. Although this Mount Snail is an immemorial desolate beast, who can control it? If I become the owner of this mountain, I will only be able to plunder the resources produced here. Of course, if you have any conditions, we can discuss them. Mountain-moving old monster's eyes shined. His attitude also became much more enthusiastic. Since Fang Yuan did not directly reject him, mountain-moving old monster felt that there was a way, and his hope doubled. The contents of this list need to be doubled at least. This was Fang Yuan's first sentence. Mountain-moving old monster immediately frowned. Mount Snail cannot be yours in name, it will still belong to Wu clan. This was Fang Yuan's second sentence. Mountain-moving old monster stared with wide eyes, his expression changing into anger. But in reality, Senior is the owner of this mountain, most of the profits will belong to you, but you still need to hand over a portion to our Wu clan every year. This was Fang Yuan's third sentence. Mountain-moving old monster started to sneer, his expression was dark as water. Wu Yihai, are you making fun of me? Of course not. Fang Yuan had a serious expression. He stood up and fearlessly looked at mountain-moving old monster. Dare I ask Senior 3 questions? Mountain-moving old monster suppressed the anger in his heart. Speak. First, Senior is alone and does not belong to any super faction. How can my Wu clan leave Mount Snail in your hands? It is fine if it is a super faction, but letting a lone cultivator benefit is related to the reputation of my Wu clan. Second, even if Senior temporarily occupies this Mount Snail, how long can you guard it for? Even if my Wu clan does not touch you, what about the other super factions? Third, Senior thinks that just by bribing me, you can make the entire Wu clan sit back and do nothing? Mountain-moving old monster was silent. After a long while, he sighed and said with a hoarse voice, Then according to your method, won't this old man become the mountain watchman of your Wu clan? Fang Yuan smiled faintly, it is just an empty reputation. How can everything be perfect? What I've mentioned isn't too much. I'm only doing it because we're all rogue cultivators. Do you want face or do you want substance? Senior, please think about it. Mountain-moving old monster was silent again. Chapter 1323. Several days later. Looking at Mount Snail moving away with mountain-moving old monster standing at the peak with the attitude of a master, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and started to walk back. The matter of Mount Snail came to an end. With Fang Yuan as the representative, Wu clan reached an agreement with mountain-moving old monster. Mountain-moving old monster obtained most of the profits of Mount Snail, but this immemorial desolate beast still belonged to Wu clan in name. The mission that Wu Yong gave to Fang Yuan was to protect Mount Snail. Fang Yuan had already protected it, just a portion, but it could be said that he had completed this mission. Mountain-moving old monster agreed to my conditions because I was relying on Wu clan's power. As for Wu Yong, he is in a terrible situation right now, he is busy dealing with the difficulties of the other super forces. He can only reluctantly approve of my handling of Mount Snail. Wu clan is currently in a precarious situation. As Wu Yong's brother, I should not loiter outside, I should return as soon as possible. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with the result of this matter. He had an explanation to the Wu clan, and most importantly, he had obtained plenty of benefits from this mission. The coiling thread caves had already started construction. Because of this amount of resources, Fang Yuan had the spare energy to build a second large-scale resource cave. According to the previous speed of development, he would need to wait for at least half a year. During this period he could not allow any accidents to happen. For example, intense battles would consume a lot of red date immortal essence. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture's time was slowed. The production of red date immortal essence was not as good as before. Fang Yuan had to use immortal yuan stones to convert them into red date immortal essence. Right now he was no longer green grape immortal essence. 100 immortal yuan stones could be converted into 1 bead of red date immortal essence. To construct the coiling thread caves, I need to set up a Gu formation. I also need the rank 6 immortal material, Softine Silk, and rank 7 immortal material, Hate Water Stone. With this amount of resources, these can be completed, it is only a matter of time. The crucial thing is, when can I return to the dream realm? Wu Yong's attitude is the key. Fang Yuan pondered as he hurried along. On his way back in Wu clan's headquarters, 2 Gu immortals were talking about Wu Yihai. One was Wu clan's rank 8 Gu immortal, First Supreme Elder Wu Yong. The other was Wu Yong's trusted aide, Wu Fa. I didn't expect my younger brother to solve the problem of Mount Snail so quickly this time. Elder Wu Fa, according to the family rules, how should he be rewarded? Wu Yong asked. Wu Fa pondered for a moment. He knew that the meaning behind Wu Yong's question was not just the surface content, but his attitude towards Wu Yihai. This was a test of martial punishment. Because Wu Yihai's identity was special, he and Wu Yong were brothers from the same mother but different fathers. Wu Fa quickly thought and answered, Lord Wu Yihai is ultimately a lone cultivator. Just one sentence. But Wu Yong laughed heartily, not bad, your evaluation is good. This Wu Yihai is a lone cultivator after all. Even after returning to the clan he has not changed, he is still trying to make a fortune and is greedy for small gains. Wu Fa however said, Frosty Peak and Mount Snail, these two are not small gains. Wu Yong's laughter stopped, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he nodded. It is not good if everyone is like this, how can Wu clan continue to exist? But his methods are quite appropriate, He did not leave behind any evidence that could be used against him. Saying so, Wu Yong sighed and evaluated. He is quite capable. How could Wu Fa not understand Wu Yong's intentions? Wu Yong naturally did not like Fang Yuan's way of making profits. But the situation was pressing, he lacked manpower, sometimes he had to mobilize Wu Yihai to deal with some matters. Fang Yuan had also displayed his abilities in these two incidents. This ability obtained Wu Yong's recognition, so Wu Yong would still use Fang Yuan next. But when the time came and Wu clan's situation eased, Fang Yuan would be placed aside by Wu Yong. In fact, if Fang Yuan left behind any evidence, Wu Yong would use it to teach Fang Yuan a lesson. After all, Fang Yuan was seeking personal benefits like this. Any person in power would feel uncomfortable. Fang Yuan smoothly returned to Wu clan. He met with Wu Yong, and simply explained the entire situation. He received another reward from Wu clan. Fang Yuan exchanged for Immortal Yuan Stone. Of course, this Immortal Yuan Stone could not compare to what he obtained from Mountain Moving Old Monster. It was much less. In the following days, Fang Yuan focused on cultivation. The construction of Coiling Thread Cave was slowly carried out. This was the focus of his current cultivation. Every once in a while, Fang Yuan would place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth qi to stabilize the sovereign blessed land. After all, Reverse Flow River was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The burden on the immortal aperture was not light. This was slightly troublesome. Fang Yuan could not directly absorb heaven and earth qi because each time he did so, the amount was huge and the time interval between each absorption was short. This forced Fang Yuan to search for some immortal materials from the jewel yellow skies, then break them down into heaven and earth qi and infuse them into his body. This undoubtedly consumed a lot of Fang Yuan's energy and financial resources, but Fang Yuan would rather do so to complete the details. Only like this would he be able to persist for a long time, and not expose his identity in a short period of time. As the days passed, Fang Yuan started to feel impatient. Over at the giant dream realm, the twists and turns have already calmed down. But Wu Yong does not seem to have any signs of transferring me back. It seems that what I was worried about still happened. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed. In this world one had no choice. Wu Yong was busy dealing with all sorts of problems. He had to be stable. If he transferred Fang Yuan back and something happened to the Super Gu formation, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? And now Wu Yong found that Fang Yuan was quite capable. He wanted him to continue dealing with some problems. As for Fang Yuan's corruption, Wu Yong turned a blind eye to it. He did not pursue it. But Fang Yuan was thinking. Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and joined Wu clan, wasn't it for the dream realm? It seems that I need to take action. On this day, Fang Yuan took the initiative to leave his residence. There were policies from above and countermeasures from below. Fang Yuan was an astute person. How could he not have a way to deal with this? More than 10 days later, in a pavilion on Yuhua Mountain, several Gu immortals sat around a stone table. The moonlight was like water, gently sprinkling down. Verdant green mountains, birds chirped in the night. A light breeze caressed their faces. It was a beautiful sight. Today is my Southern Border's annual moon festival. It is my honor to admire the moon with all of you tonight. It is an elegant occasion. Xiao Silu smiled. Her voice was very beautiful, like the babbling of a mountain spring. It gave people a clear and pure feeling. She was even more beautiful. Her dress tonight was as white as snow. Together with her beautiful appearance, she was like a fairy in the mortal world. It is my honor to be invited by Fairy Si Lu to admire the moon together, Luo Mu Zi. A young-looking Gu immortal spoke first. His smile was overflowing with passion, especially when he looked at Xiao Si Lu. There was a burning passion in his gaze. Xiao Si Lu was publicly recognized as one of the 3 great beauties in Southern Border's Gu immortal world, and even more eye-catching was her clan background. Xiao clan, although it was a vassal of Wu clan, was also a righteous path super force. There were 6 Gu immortals present, 2 women and 4 men, besides a pair of Dao companions. Luo Mu Zi and Luan Fei were both pursuers of Xiao Si Lu. Xiao Si Lu had many pursuers, but to be invited by her to admire the moon, these 2 were naturally not ordinary. Luo Mu Zi and Luan Fei were naturally happy. The moment they received Xiao Si Lu's invitation, they immediately rushed over. But at this time, Xiao Si Lu said to another male Gu immortal, Hi, you said you want to integrate into Southern Border faster. Admiring the moon tonight is our Southern Border's custom. Our Southern Border has many mountains and villages isolated from each other, but the moon festival is a common festival. Every year at this time, we usually admire the moon. When she said this, her eyes shone, her voice was soft and her red lips carried a smile. it was extraordinary. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei immediately frowned, staring at Fang Yuan with gazes that seemed to be spewing fire. Xiao Silu's different attitude could be sensed by anyone with discerning eyes, and today's seating arrangement had already made Luo Muzi and Luan Fei extremely unhappy. Because Xiao Silu was sitting on the main seat, on her right was Fang Yuan, and on her left was her best friend Fairy Tianlu. As for the other male Gu immortals, they were separated at a distance. Moon Festival? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he sat on the main seat, asking despite knowing the answer. Interesting, but besides admiring the moon, what else do we do? Drink tea, recite poems, and dissect rocks. Xiao Silu explained with a smile. Dissect rocks? Fang Yuan showed a puzzled expression. Xiao Silu did not reply, instead holding a cup of fragrant tea and handing it to Fang Yuan. Hai, please have a taste of the tea I personally made. Seeing this, Luo Muzi almost stood up. Luan Fei's eyelids twitched, he wished he could replace Fang Yuan's position. Fang Yuan took a sip and evaluated, this tea seems pretty good. Not just pretty, this is Fairy Silu's famous willow spiral tea. Luo Muzi almost shouted. What is so special about this? Fang Yuan looked at Xiao Silu. Xiao Silu first glanced at Fang Yuan, then her brows moved and her laughter was filled with a sense of gentleness. Luan Fei's heart beat wildly when he saw the fairy's charming smile. At this moment, Fairy Tianlu very appropriately interrupted. For this willow spiral tea, as long as you gently shake it, a willow leaf-like whirlpool will form on the surface of the tea. Drinking it now is truly tasting the tea. The taste will not be ordinary. Is that so? Fang Yuan followed the instructions and shook the cup in his hand. Instantly, the surface of the tea changed. When he drank it again, he felt the fragrance overflowing and lingering in his mouth, making him reminisce and enjoy it. Good tea. Fang Yuan praised. Of course it's good tea. Fairy Silu's personally brewed tea is not something ordinary people can drink. Luo Muzi said sourly. To be praised by Hai, my Silu's efforts were not in vain. You should know that to make this tea, it takes 6 hours, and there must be no negligence during the entire process. Fairy Tianlu said. Luan Fei was extremely moved. To be able to taste the willow spiral tea personally brewed by Fairy, it is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Fairy Tianlu instantly raised her eyebrows. Who said you can drink willow spiral tea? Silu took time out of her busy schedule to make one. Chapter 1324. Xiao Silu only made a portion of willow spiral tea and gave it to Fang Yuan. This method immediately changed the meaning of this willow spiral tea. Fang Yuan's expression slightly changed, revealing a flattered and overjoyed expression, but his mind was clear and calm. What a pity. No matter how beautiful you are, without eternal life, you will only be a pile of bones. Beauty is only bones, but people often forget about it. But this Fairy Tianlu is really Xiao Silu's best friend. Their cooperation is outstanding. The only tea she made was given to Fang Yuan by Fairy Silu in public. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were still thinking of tasting it, but this was the answer. It was easy to imagine how stiff their expressions were at this moment. Xiao Silu smiled lightly. Willow spiral tea is my original creation. It is just a token of my appreciation. This time I have brought bewitching tea for everyone, please enjoy. She waved her long sleeves and 5 cups of tea appeared on the stone table. This tea was different from the willow spiral tea. It was not a cup, but a small porcelain plate. At the center of this plate, there was a fist-sized dewdrop. This dewdrop was clear and smooth like jade. When the night wind blew, the surface trembled slightly as if it could be broken. Bewitching tea is Qiao clan's famous tea in southern border. To think I could taste it today. Luo Muzi tried to smooth things over, but in fact, his gaze was still fixed on the cup of tea in front of Fang Yuan. Luan Fei's hands, which were placed under the stone table, were already clenched into fists. He gritted his teeth and took a sip of the small porcelain plate, immediately drinking the bewitching tea. Good tea. He opened his mouth, but his expression was still somewhat stiff. In fact, bewitching tea was indeed several grades higher than willow spiral tea. The latter was only created by Xiao Silu herself, while the former was Qiao clan's signature tea. The signature tea of a superforce was naturally much better than the original creation of a Gu immortal like Xiao Silu. However, in Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's hearts, they would rather give up 100 cups of bewitching tea and drink a mouthful of willow spiral tea. Bewitching tea is still so refreshing, it gives people endless aftertaste. Silu, with this tea, how can my flowing colored tea be presentable? Fairy Heavenly Dew said with a smile. However, Xiao Silu was not polite to her best friend. Then don't take it out. To be honest, I'm tired of drinking your flowing color tea. I'm looking forward to Immortal Shenglu's Drunken Flowers. I heard that this tea was created when he fell in love with you at first sight and was inspired to create it. I wonder if we're fated to have a taste today? I'm ashamed. Shenglu rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. The Drunken Flowers is just a small doodle. It's not very elegant. Fairy Tianlu also covered her mouth and chuckled. See Lu, you want to embarrass my Lu Lang, that won't do. Only I can drink Drunken Flowers, outsiders can forget about it. As she said this, her brows were filled with pride and charm. The Gu Immortal beside her, Shenglu, was looking at Fairy Tianlu with deep emotions. The two were already holding hands under the stone table. Xiao Si Lu sighed faintly. Sigh, I wonder when will I meet someone who can create a unique tea for me? She softly muttered, feeling perplexed and confused. At this moment, the moonlight was like water, shining into the pavilion. The beauty under the moonlight sighed softly. It was truly a pitiful sight. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei immediately felt warmth in their hearts. Luo Muzi immediately stood up. Fairy Si Lu, I have a cup of tea called 9 Recollections Fragrance. It is my original creation. On such a beautiful occasion, I will offer it to you. Luan Fei was not willing to fall behind. He also said, I also have preparations. This is yin yang tea. Yin and yang are clearly separated. Please have a taste, Fairy. These two Gu Immortals only offered tea to Xiao Si Lu, just like how Xiao Si Lu offered tea to Fang Yuan earlier. Xiao Si Lu took a sip and smiled. 9 Recollections Fragrance's name is appropriate. When the tea enters the throat, the fragrance lingers on the tongue. Carefully tasting it, there are actually 9 times when the fragrance is concentrated. It is very peculiar. I don't deserve your praise. Luo Muzi laughed heartily. He swept away his previous dejection and laughed very happily. Xiao Si Lu then said to Luan Fei, Yin Yang tea, although it is not an original creation, but Si Lu heard that there are 3 levels to this tea. The first layer was a mass of chaos, where yin and yang were mixed up. The second level was the distinction between yin and yang. On the third level there was yang within yin and yin within yang. Yin and yang circulated. Luan Fei was able to refine this tea to the second layer. It can be seen that there are less than 10 people who can do this in the whole of southern border, worthy of a food path Gu Immortal. The tea, wine, and delicacies in this world were naturally not ordinary. There were all kinds of strange ways to make tea. Making tea was not as simple and shallow as pouring boiling water into a cup filled with tea leaves. Like the tea that the Immortals were talking about, willow spiral tea, bewitching tea, intoxicated flowers, 9 return fragrance, yin yang tea, they could all be seen as incomplete Gu recipes. And after this Gu recipe is completed, when the Gu Immortal makes tea, they can refine food path Gu worms. Food path was one of the many paths in the present age, but it had never been popular. Although it was very important and needed to be the foundation of prosperity, unfortunately because of historical reasons, the inheritances left in the world were very few. This Luan Fei is actually a Gu Immortal who cultivates food path? Fang Yuan sized up Luan Fei with a glance, feeling somewhat surprised. What is this Luan Fei's origin? I have many immortal Gu on me. If I can obtain his food path inheritance, it might be of great help to me. Fang Yuan immediately had malicious intentions. The tiger harms the human heart, and the tiger harms the human heart. Fang Yuan was a little moved. His current strength had already reached one of the top below rank 8. After he activated the countercurrent protection seal, although his offensive power was still slightly weaker, he was already able to keep pace with Feng Jiugu. I will first investigate Luan Fei's background and see if I can make a move. If I really make a move, Wu Yihai's identity cannot be implicated. With Wu Yihai's identity, Fang Yuan could not openly kill Luan Fei. Because he was a righteous path Gu Immortal, he could not do demonic things. The strength of a superpower was much stronger than that of a loose immortal. But these forces usually would not easily offend any Gu Immortal. Wu Clan was the same. A superforce had a lot of assets. If a Gu Immortal could not be killed and could roam around destroying the superforce's resources, it would be a huge headache for the superforce. In the matter of Mount Snail, Wu Yong had accepted Fang Yuan's suggestion and made some concessions to mountain-moving old monster. This was also because of this consideration. I should first inquire about the value of Luan Fei's inheritance. If the value is not high, then forget it. If the value is high, I have to be careful and not let his soul self-destruct when I make a move. There was no need to think about immortal Gu, it was absolutely impossible to obtain. But Fang Yuan could assassinate Luan Fei and capture his soul, then obtain the food path inheritance through soul-searching methods. Fang Yuan had always been looking forward to the food path inheritance. Unfortunately, he did not have enough fortuitous encounters. There was nothing he could do. Since there was no fortuitous encounter, then he had to do it himself and snatch others' inheritance. Fang Yuan did not feel any guilt. Many Gu immortals paid particular attention to not offending others if they did not offend them. Fang Yuan was a human. Even if he did not offend him, he would still want criminals. I have made this cup of tea for 7 days and 7 nights. It is all worth it to be able to obtain fairy's praise. Luan Fei's tone was slightly trembling, his face showing excitement. Next, his gaze drifted towards Fang Yuan and said with a provocative tone, "I wonder what tea Lord Wu Yihai has to show me?" He did not know that Fang Yuan was already planning to murder him. Eastern Sea is the richest in the 5 regions. Wu Yihai has lived in Eastern Sea for many years. If you take out 1 or 2 cups of tea, you will definitely surpass others and obtain first place. Luo Muzi sat down again, brimming with enthusiasm. Fang Yuan smiled. These two were Xiao Si Lu's pursuers. After realizing Fang Yuan's strength, they had already tacitly allied to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. Their words of praise were elevating Fang Yuan's status, making it hard for him to deal with them. Xiao Si Lu frowned slightly. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's intentions were somewhat sinister. If Wu Yihai could not take it out, it would be awkward. If he could, his reputation would not be good. Why? Because this moon appreciation gathering was hosted by Xiao Si Lu. Xiao Clan's bewitching tea was the host. The tea of other Gu immortals was the guest. The guest should not oppress the host. This was the unwritten rule of the moon appreciation gathering. Xiao Clan might not care if the guest bullied the host, but Wu Yihai's reputation would be damaged. Those in the righteous path cared about their reputation. Fang Yuan, however, did not hesitate. He took out 5 cups of tea and gestured, "Everyone please drink." Fairy Tianlu's eyes brightened. She was the first to raise her cup. "I am very curious, what is Lord Wu Yihai's tea like?" But the first person to drink the tea was not her, but Luan Fei. He was somewhat eager. This was the best chance to strike down his love rival. As a food path Gu immortal, how could he not make use of this opportunity? But after drinking a mouthful, he immediately frowned and spat it out. Pa, what kind of lousy tea is this? Disgusting, too disgusting." Luo Muzi also drank a mouthful, directly putting down the cup. "This is the most disgusting tea I have ever drunk in my life. It might even be worse than mortal tea." He spoke very impolitely. He could not be polite to a love rival. The two tightly grasped the opportunity to greatly embarrass Fang Yuan. Fairy Tianlu wanted to help, but after drinking it, she smiled helplessly at the tea. "This tea is salty like seawater." Fang Yuan smiled lightly, actually admitting, "This is seawater." "What? You actually took out seawater? What do you think of Fairy Si Lu?" Luo Muzi and Luan Fei made things difficult for him. The smile on Fang Yuan's face disappeared, becoming solemn. "I do not like drinking tea. If we count it, then this seawater is my tea." "You are not clear." "I was cultivating in seclusion in Eastern Sea, all alone. The pressure of calamities and tribulations shrouded my heart at all times. To guard against laziness, I would drink a bowl of salty seawater every morning to warn myself, to persevere and not slack off in the slightest." The pavilion was immediately silent. Xiao Si Lu slowly raised her cup in silence, drinking a mouthful before putting it down again. She smiled, revealing her red lips and white teeth. For a moment, even the beautiful moonlight paled in comparison. "This is the most special tea I have ever drunk in my life. Thank you, Yihai. This tea is very good. It makes my heart move." Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were speechless at their sweetheart's attitude. Chapter 1325. "What the hell, are you kidding me? My 9 recollection fragrance can't even compare to a cup of seawater?" Luo Muzi roared in his heart, but maintained his elegance on the surface. "Damn it. This Wu Yihai is so cunning. We are offering tea, but he is offering seawater? His skin is really thick. But Fairy Si Lu actually approves of him. This is too infuriating, too infuriating." Luan Fei's fists under the table were clenched so tightly his veins were bulging. Fairy Tianlu quickly mediated, "The moon is high in the sky, the tea has already been drunk, but there is no poem, it is not beautiful." Fang Yuan pretended to be puzzled. "Are we really going to recite a poem?" He was completely unprepared, as if he was hearing it for the first time. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's eyes immediately brightened. This was another chance. Another great chance to strike down their rival in love. "Last time I was fooled by you and got away with it. This time I will definitely knock your limelight down, and then ruthlessly step on it a few times." Luo Muzi's mind was filled with this thought, but on the surface he was smiling and elegant. Lun Fei was the same, having similar thoughts. But they did not know who Fang Yuan was? Competing in poems? Heavens! This was worse than showing off in front of an expert. Fang Yuan came from Earth, he had a lot of ancient poems, there was no lack of excellent works that were recorded in history, and there were even great works that shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. He could casually toss out a copy and the two of them would have no face left. We are indeed going to recite a poem, there is a reason behind it. Xiao Silu replied to Fang Yuan. Oh, I would like to hear the details. Fang Yuan followed up. This is a story that has been passed down in southern border, and is also the origin of the Moon Festival. Xiao Silu started to speak. A long time ago in a certain village in southern border, a mortal lad fell in love with a Gu master's daughter, and this Gu master's daughter similarly fell in love with this mortal lad. The lad mustered his courage to propose, but was rejected by the Gu master. You are only a mortal, while my daughter is a Gu master with a bright future, how can you be worthy of my daughter? Get lost. The young man begged, but the old Gu master sneered, You want my daughter to marry you, you are dreaming. A mere mortal like you can't even brew a cup of tea? What use do you have? The young man replied, Isn't it just a cup of tea? What's so difficult about it? If I do it, will you marry your daughter to me? The old Gu master felt a headache. He knew that his daughter loved the young man in front of him very much. If he forcefully separated them, his daughter would hate him as her father. The old Gu master said, If you can make a cup of tea that satisfies me, I will give you a chance. The young man was overjoyed and quickly agreed, Sir, I can definitely do it. The Gu master daughter heard this and was very worried. My family has been famous for tea for generations, but you want to make a tea that satisfies my father? You are only a mortal without the abilities of a Gu master, how can you make a good cup of tea? The young man said, Don't worry. Who said mortals couldn't make tea? Let me tell you 3 things. First, big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. Thus, the young man came to the stream and caught a big fish. He cut open the fish's stomach and took out the small fish. He then cut open the small fish's stomach and took out the small shrimps. Second, humans need to eat and also shit. Thus, the young man ate the small shrimps and took out a pile of feces. Third, feces can make flowers and plants flourish. Thus, the young man buried the feces in the soil and sure enough, the flowers and plants flourished and grew taller. The young man picked out a type of flower and soaked it in the stream, turning the entire stream into tea. The old Gu master drank a mouthful of this tea and was speechless for a long time. His daughter called out, Father, you aren't going back on your word, are you? The old Gu master reluctantly nodded, Young man, you passed the first round. But you are a mortal, it is impossible for you to marry my daughter. You are too crude and have no talent, you cannot recite poems. The young man scratched his head, troubled, Although I have never recited poems before, I can try. The old Gu master scoffed, With just you? The young man retorted, Why can't I? The old Gu master said, Young man, you are not just casually saying a few sentences and reciting poems. Us Gu masters recite poems that can change the color of heaven and earth and make people dance. Can you do it? The young man said in a muffled voice, How will I know if I don't try? All right then try, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you fail, get lost and never see my daughter again. The old Gu master said. The young man had no choice but to agree. He started to walk around wanting to recite poems. But he had never recited poems before, so he had no clue. At this time he saw the ants on the ground and the birds and the setting sun outside the window, and suddenly patted his head. He called out, Swallows fly low and snakes cross the path, ants move house and the rain arrives. Southern border had a lot of rain and it was currently spring. The young man had just finished speaking when rain started to fall from the sky. The old Gu master's expression changed. The young man continued, A drop of spring rain is a drop of oil, we will be worried if it rains a few more times. The rain outside the house got heavier, and the sky became gloomy, no longer as bright as before. The old Gu master's expression turned ugly. The young man scratched his head and cheeks. When the elm money turns yellow, I'm busy farming. When the willow hair falls off, I'm randomly sowing rice. At this point the young man was stuck, he only lacked the last sentence but he couldn't say it no matter what. I'll give you one last bit of time. The old Gu master sneered. The young man's eyes immediately brightened, and he pointed at the old Gu master saying, Old master, you collected 10,000 buckets of grain, but we are still suffering from famine. The old Gu master immediately jumped in anger, standing up and knocking the teacup in his hand away. Then he pointed at the young man and shouted, "You are just a mortal, you have such guts." But his daughter laughed and clapped, "Great, this poem changed the color of heaven and earth and made you dance in joy." The old Gu master saw his daughter standing on her lover's side, and was furious, but he couldn't retort. "Good, good, good, you passed the second round, there is still the last round. You want to marry my daughter? Where is the betrothal gift? Can you give me a satisfactory betrothal gift?" The young man lowered his head dejectedly. He lived in a thatched hut, slept in straw sandals and only had a set of patched clothes. "I am willing to use all my assets as the betrothal gift." The young man was very serious. "Take it out for me to see," the old Gu master said. The young man led the old Gu master to his residence, that old and broken thatched hut. The young man said to the old Gu master, "These are all my assets." "With this broken hut full of holes?" The old Gu master pointed, showing disdain. "With this yellow straw mat that is about to break in half?" The old Gu master threw the straw mat away. "With these broken stones that were used as stools?" The old Gu master fiercely kicked the stone, breaking it. The young man lowered his head. With every sentence the old Gu master said, the young man lowered his head even more. By the time the old Gu master finished his 3 sentences, the young man's head was almost touching his chest. But right at this time, from the rock that was kicked by the old Gu master, a Gu worm that looked like a moon flew out shakily, shining brightly and extremely beautiful. The old Gu master was stupefied. The young man was also stupefied. This stone was randomly picked up from the foot of the mountain. The old Gu master's daughter shouted happily, "This Gu worm is definitely enough, it will be the betrothal gift." The old Gu master could not retort, he could not say anything. In the end he could only pinch his nose and marry his daughter to this mortal young man. Fang Yuan had heard of this story long ago, but it was indeed interesting. The whole story described a battle between a mortal and a Gu master, and it ended with the mortal's victory. The young man charged through 3 obstacles and finally won the beauty, a female Gu master. The old Gu master actually did not use any martial strength from start to finish. This was not logical, but it showed the mortal's yearning for a better life, and the pursuit of happiness. The young man's image was worth investigating and analyzing. Regardless of whether it was the 3 principles or the poem he recited, they were all easy to understand, very simple and even crude. But these were the summaries of the mortal's daily labor experience. Especially that poem, although the rhyme was not harmonious, it indirectly revealed the truth of the Gu master's exploitation of mortals. Old master collected 10,000 buckets of grain, but we are still suffering from famine. Gu masters were high above while mortals worked like cows and horses. So in the hearts of mortals, they had the desire to fight with Gu masters. But Gu masters were too strong, how could mortals defeat Gu masters? So in the story, in the final 3rd obstacle, the mortal young man's key to victory was actually a broken stone. A Gu worm appeared in the stone. This was rock dissection. Rock dissection was a popular activity in the southern border. More accurately speaking, among the 5 regions, southern border was number 1 in rock dissection, because there were many mountains in the southern border, and it had abundant natural resources. The mortal young man used rock dissection to defeat the old Gu master. Although this stone was picked up by him, he relied more on luck. This also showed the weakness and helplessness of mortals. From their point of view, Gu masters were too strong, they could not defeat Gu masters. If they could win, it would definitely be due to great luck. This folk tale had mortals as the main characters, and was very likely created by mortals. Because of this, it received strong resonance from mortals, and was widely spread in the relatively isolated southern border, not inferior to the legends of Rinzhu. But in the other 4 regions, its spread was limited and few people knew about it. Because of this story, the Moon Festival was gradually formed in the southern border. On this day, be it mortals, Gu masters or even Gu immortals, they would come to admire the moon, taste tea, recite poems and dissect rocks, to celebrate this festival together. Note, wow, this chapter took a long time to write and expended a lot of brain cells. I am in a good mood tonight. I am quite satisfied with this chapter because I have been working hard to create a different and complete world. What do you think? Chapter 1326. Good poem, good poem. Fairy Tianlu smiled tenderly, especially the last line, under the moonlight flowers dream of a beautiful woman, truly beautiful. I think it must be referring to me, hee hee. She purposely jested, and the atmosphere in the pavilion suddenly eased up. Luan Fei helplessly smiled bitterly and sat back down. Everyone, please don't laugh at me, it's just a little clumsy work, it's hard to enter the grand hall. Taoist Luan Fei is too humble. I also have a poem. Luo Muzi said. We are all ears. Xiao Si Lu smiled and looked at Luo Muzi expectantly. Luo Muzi was silent for a moment before he spoke. A place to ascend the mountain in search of immortality. Every step was dangerous. The floating dust is like a stream of light. Dark goo was hidden in the heart groove. The golden jade was like a dream. 10,000 years of regret and loneliness. 5 regions 9 heavens technique. All in one breath. Once this 5-word poem was spoken, the atmosphere and concept made all of the Gu immortals present slightly moved. He savored it carefully. Ascending the mountain to seek immortals, it referred to Gu immortals' cultivation. Gu immortals cultivated and had to deal with calamities and tribulations. They needed to develop their immortal aperture. It was like climbing a mountain. Every step was filled with difficulties and obstacles. The floating dust was like a stream of light, which meant that the river of time flowed by. He was in the mortal world and there was floating dust on his body, and his body was like floating dust. Dark goo hides in the heart groove. This was referring to Gu immortals storing immortal goo and mortal goo in their immortal aperture. But the Gu immortals present all had a deep foundation in literature. They could tell that this sentence had a deeper meaning. Dark goo meant darkness, frustration, failure, compromise, disappointment, and all sorts of other emotions. Mortals all say that immortals are good, but they don't know that immortals suffer. Look at the lives of all living things in the world. Who can truly be free and unfettered? When Gu immortals cultivate, they are under huge pressure. It is unavoidable for them to have all sorts of negative emotions. Even immortal venerables and demon venerables are the same. The path of ascending the mountain to seek immortality is fraught with danger. The floating dust is like a stream of light. The dark goo is hidden in the heart groove. These 2 sentences were simple but had deep meaning. They resonated strongly with the Gu immortals. After that, gold and jade are like a dream. 10,000 years of regret and loneliness referred to gold and jade, but they were nothingness. All kinds of wealth were like a dream. After a long time, love and hate had all dissipated. It revealed the transcendent state of mind of a poet who looked indifferently at the wind and clouds, untainted by the mortal world. The last sentence, the 5 regions and 9 heavens technique all in one breath, was very imposing. It swept away the gloominess of the previous words, and the atmosphere was majestic. There were also a few other layers of meaning. As long as a person lived in this world, they would only have one breath left. Once he breathed his last, he would die. Humans lived to fight for their honor. If a Gu immortal's cultivation could compare to heaven and earth, to become an outstanding talent in the 5 regions and 9 heavens, it was all because of their hard work. The whole poem was first restrained and then uplifted. It was a magnificent scene that made one's heart tremble. For a moment, the immortals in the pavilion were silent, silently savoring the poem. Xiao Si Lu thought to herself, this is strange. Based on my understanding of Luo Muzi, how could he compose such poems with his temperament? Perhaps it was someone else's masterpiece that had been appropriated by him. He didn't say he did it himself. She looked at Luo Muzi. On the surface, Luo Muzi looked as stable as a pine tree. He sat upright and drank his tea quietly, but the smile on his face betrayed his inner feelings. Xiao Si Lu smiled to herself but did not expose him. She turned around and looked at Fang Yuan who was beside her. Fang Yuan's expression was a little strange. This is the 5 words Qiju poem? How can this be? Isn't demon immortal Qiju's grotto heaven supposed to appear after the 5 regions chaotic war, when dream realms appear everywhere? Strange, strange, strange. Demon immortal Qiju was a great expert of the olden antiquity era. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal with extremely strong battle strength. He had once fought with limitless demon venerable 3 times. He won 1, drew 1, and lost 1. Of course, in the first 2 battles, limitless demon venerable did not advance to rank 9. But in the last battle, limitless demon venerable surpassed demon immortal Qiju with rank 9 power. But both sides still fought for 9 days and 9 nights before the latter lost. Limitless demon venerable did not kill demon immortal Qiju, he let him go. Limitless demon venerable said this, "You are my greatest enemy, but without you, I would not have fought so hard. For me to have my current cultivation, you have also contributed to it." To be able to gain such recognition from a demon venerable, demon immortal Qiju's name would go down in history. After he died, he left behind a grotto heaven that had existed until now. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, the 5 regions' chaotic war caused dream realms to appear, regional walls melted and the 5 regions became one. Such a huge change caused the heaven and earth qi to surge violently, Many blessed lands and grotto heavens that were hidden everywhere in the world were shaken to the point of showing themselves. They could be seen by everyone. Demon Immortal Qiju's Qiju grotto heaven was revealed to the world under such circumstances. Undeniably, its appearance caused a huge commotion in the 5 regions. That shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, this 5 words Qiju poem should be carved on the Qi Death obelisk in Qiju grotto heaven. How did this Luo Muzi know about it in advance? Don't tell me he has already entered Qiju grotto heaven? At once, Fang Yuan's mind was in a mess. Qiju grotto heaven contained a demonic immortal's true inheritance. What level was this demonic immortal at? He was clearly on the same level as Sword Immortal Bo Qin, even Heifan was weaker than him. If I can obtain this true inheritance, kill this Luo Muzi and obtain Qiju's true inheritance? Thick killing intent rose in Fang Yuan's mind again. Luo Muzi did not know Fang Yuan's thoughts. He looked at Fang Yuan with a provocative gaze. I wonder what works friend Wu Yihai has. We are all looking forward to it. That is a must. Luan Fei immediately spoke. Lord Wu Yihai has an extraordinary background. He has rich experiences. Eastern Sea is even richer in resources. I cannot compare to Wu Yihai's knowledge. These two praised Fang Yuan highly. Their words were beautiful, but their thoughts were filled with malicious intent. Xiao Silu was well aware of this. She did not defend Fang Yuan at this moment. She stared at Fang Yuan without blinking, encouraging him. I also want to hear your poem, Yihai. I believe it will be extraordinary. That's right, that's right. Fairy Tianlu quickly followed. At once, Fang Yuan was mocked. He rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. You all think too highly of me. I don't have any poems. I don't even know how to compose them. Wu Yihai is too humble. Too humble. Luo Muzi laughed loudly. Fang Yuan shrugged. I am speaking the truth. The truth is, I did not know there was a need to compose poems while admiring the moon. Even so, Lord Wu Yihai, why don't you compose a poem now? I am sure it will be a profound one. It doesn't matter if it takes a long time, we are all willing to wait. Luan Fei said, not giving Fang Yuan any chance to back down. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. He naturally had many poems in his mind. Many of the poems on earth had been passed down for thousands of years. Those famous sayings could be casually copied to fit the scene. It was enough to resolve the difficulties of these Gu immortals. But so what? Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the surroundings. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were in love with Xiao Silu. They naturally disliked Fang Yuan. They had a tacit understanding and worked together to push him away. What was there to compete with these ordinary people? Fairy Tianlu was Xiao Silu's best friend. She was a good helper. She did her best to help Xiao Silu. As for her Dao companion, he did not speak much. He was silent most of the time, quietly drinking tea at the side. This was his wisdom. As for Xiao Silu, this fairy had both beauty and family background. She was known as one of the 3 great fairies of southern border. She naturally had her own pride. Although Qiao clan had ordered her to get close to Fang Yuan, she had her own methods. She had put in a lot of effort in hosting this moon-admiring gathering today. Not only did she consider details like seating, she even brought her best friend to help, and even more ingeniously she invited Luan Fei and Luo Muzi to participate. When 2 men competed against each other, even a sow would feel good. Only when one of them won and the other was completely eliminated, the victorious man would look at the sow and realize, oh, so this is a sow. These words were a bit exaggerated, but the logic was the same. When a competitor appeared, it would make the girl being pursued seem more precious, more worthy to be cherished. Xiao Silu was well aware of this. With such a setup, she wanted to draw out Fang Yuan's thoughts, turning from passive to active. As long as Fang Yuan took the initiative to pursue, Xiao Silu would be able to deal with him and draw out Fang Yuan. If it was the real Wu Yihai, he might have already fallen into this beautiful fairy's trap. Unfortunately, she was facing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had not been moved, because he knew the relationship between Wu clan and Xiao clan, and the schemes of Xiao clan's higher-ups. Occupying this point, Fang Yuan was in a commanding position, stable as a mountain. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were just 2 clowns. When Fang Yuan sized up the Gu immortals in the pavilion, the Gu immortals' gazes were also focused on him. The pavilion was silent. This silence was undoubtedly a form of pressure. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei want to deal with me and make things difficult for me. Xiao Silu also wants to force me to accept the challenge. Maybe she also feels some anger and humiliation. After all, the seawater tea from before was a form of disrespect towards such a beauty. As for Fairy Tianlu, she is completely on Xiao Silu's side. There is nothing to worry about. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved. He laughed inwardly and said, Then I will play a song, don't laugh at me. I am all ears to listen to friend's masterpiece. We are all looking forward to it. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were full of smiles. But at the next moment the immortals heard Fang Yuan recite, "O great sea, you are full of water. O steed, you have 4 legs. O beauty, you have big eyes and a mouth." The poem ended. The whole place was silent. The other Gu immortals' expressions froze. Even Xiao Si Lu and Fairy Tian Lu were no exception. This, what the hell? Is this a poem? This is simply nonsense. Boorish man, this Wu Hai is a complete boorish man. What is this? Admiring the moon and reciting poems, such an elegant scene, the atmosphere has been completely destroyed. The Gu immortals' thoughts seemed to be connected, they were all roaring in their minds. Fang Yuan smiled and looked at Xiao Si Lu. I wonder if Fairy Qiao is satisfied? Satisfied my ass. You still have the nerve to ask such a question? Your skin is really thick. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei roared in their hearts, but due to their demeanor they did not show it on the surface. The pavilion was still silent. Ha ha ha. Xiao Si Lu laughed, it sounded very forced. This poem is really special, to speak the truth. I have never heard such a poem. As expected of Hai's creation, now that I think about it carefully, it has a special sense of humor, I can't stop thinking about it. Luo Muzi, Luan Fei. Chapter 1327. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were speechless. They really wanted to criticize Fang Yuan, but Xiao Si Lu gave such an evaluation. If they criticized him again, wouldn't that make Xiao Si Lu look bad? Luo Muzi and Luan Fei felt like they had swallowed a fly, it was very uncomfortable, but they had no way to vent. Fang Yuan looked around and laughed in his heart. Xiao Si Lu forced a smile. Fairy Tian Lu looked at Xiao Si Lu with concern, her gaze seemed to be filled with sympathy. How could Fairy Tian Lu not know Xiao Si Lu's plan as her best friend? But Fang Yuan didn't fall for it, making her gnash her teeth in hatred, but there was nothing she could do. As for Luo Muzi and Luan Fei, their expressions were stiff, it was simply laughable. Fang Yuan looked at the two. How is it? My poem is not bad, right? Not bad. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's eyes widened as they looked at Fang Yuan, as if wanting to see how shameless this person was. But immediately after, the two heard Fang Yuan say, although it was just a flash of inspiration for things like essays and poems, they seem to be created like this. Si Lu really approves of my poem, but I still want to hear your appreciation of it. Appreciation? Can this thing of yours even be called a poem? What appreciation? Si Lu, why are you calling her so intimately? You bastard, hey. Who told you to call her so intimately? Luo Muzi and Luan Fei screamed and roared in their hearts. But on the surface they couldn't do anything. They had to evaluate and say good things, following Xiao Si Lu's words, only then would they not embarrass Fairy Si Lu. This was even more uncomfortable than eating a fly. They were clearly rivals in love, and it was a lousy poem that couldn't even be considered a poem. But Luo Muzi and Luan Fei still had to think of ways to appreciate it and say good things about it. This poem, is easy to understand and catchy. Luo Muzi stuttered. His expression became uglier and uglier, he felt like he was about to vomit. Fang Yuan smiled and nodded, then asked Luan Fei, what do you think, Immortal Luan Fei? Luan Fei stared straight at Fang Yuan, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile, but it seemed to be twitching. Then he said dryly, this is a good poem. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. How could he let this person go so easily? He continued to ask, what's good about it? Luan Fei was enraged, his face flushed red with anger as he roared in his heart. How would I know what's good about it? Which part of it was good? You wrote your own poem, yet you still want to praise yourself. You bastard. Seeing Fang Yuan's smiling face, a strong impulse rose in Luan Fei's heart. He picked up the cup in his hand and smashed it fiercely on Fang Yuan's face. This was the best way to vent one's anger. But he couldn't. Xiao Si Lu was sitting right in front of him. If Luan Fei were to do this, what would happen to Fairy Si Lu? Wasn't this directly humiliating the fairy? Moreover, Luan Fei was not Luo Muzi, he was a lone immortal. In contrast, Wu Hai had a noble status, he was the younger brother of Wu clan's Wu Yong. Luan Fei could only suppress the anger in his heart. He racked his brains and tried to think of some words to appreciate Fang Yuan's poem. Today's moon viewing is really a joyous occasion. I didn't think I had the talent to compose poems. Fang Yuan smiled at Xiao Si Lu with a profound gaze. Xiao Si Lu's heart shook slightly, then she smiled. Next is to open the stones, Hai, you might have a great harvest. Yes. I'm also looking forward to this segment the most. Let's open the stones. Fairy Tianlu quickly helped to change the topic. I have prepared a large portion of stones for everyone to choose from. Everyone please. Xiao Lu naturally came prepared. She had Xiao clan behind her. With this super force, it was naturally not a difficult matter to collect some stones. The atmosphere in the pavilion eased up by a lot. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei also let out a sigh of relief. At least they did not have to praise Fang Yuan's lousy poem against their will. The stones Xiao Lu prepared were of different sizes. Goo Immortals chose them in order and opened them on the spot to see if there were goo worms inside. Mortal goo were very easy to obtain for Goo Immortals. Thus, the atmosphere was relaxed, unlike goo masters who treated rock opening seriously. Of course, this was only mortal goo. If immortal goo were involved, then rock opening would also attract the attention of Goo Immortals. Goo Immortals had many methods to check if there were mortal goo inside the stones. But in today's round, everyone naturally would not use any methods to cheat, they would only rely on their own insight and luck. As for the stones with immortal goo inside, they could only be found by chance. Goo Immortals had very few investigative methods and were helpless. Wanting to open an immortal goo in tonight's rock was a fantasy, it was unrealistic. Nobody had such extravagant hopes, it was really just entertainment. But this entertainment, to Luo Muzi and Luan Fei, had a different meaning than usual. They were secretly competing with Fang Yuan, but the result almost made them vomit blood. Fang Yuan's rock opening result was at the top of the list, maintaining it from the start until the end. Rock opening was a test of a goo master's insight. Fang Yuan was not lacking in this aspect, he had even opened a rock gambling shop in his previous life. As for luck, could Fang Yuan's luck be bad? Not to mention sharing his luck with other people with strong luck, he even had luck immortal goo to help him. But although Fang Yuan won, the process was rather thrilling. Although he maintained his advantage, it was not obvious at times. The one who gave him a strong impact was Luo Muzi. This person was not a lone immortal, but came from one of the super forces of southern border, Luo clan. His insight was very sharp and most importantly, his luck was also good. The result was only slightly inferior to Fang Yuan. It seems his luck is really good. Otherwise he would not know about the 5 words Qiju poem, right? Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. It was not difficult for him to move Luan Fei, but he had some misgivings about Luo Muzi because of Luo clan behind him. Of course, no matter how he killed him, Wu Yihai's identity could not be implicated. By the time the moon appreciation banquet ended, it was already late at night. Everyone said their goodbyes and the scene was lively and cheerful. I'll send you off. Xiao Lu took the initiative to send Fang Yuan off. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's eyes turned red. Let's go. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were originally competitors and did not like each other, but after this matter, they instead reached a tacit understanding. The 4 Goo Immortals left the pavilion one after another, leaving behind Fairy Tianlu and her immortal companion. Sigh. Fairy Tianlu sighed, this moon appreciation banquet is really tiring. It can't be helped. Her immortal companion also sighed, his gaze clear. The two held hands and looked at each other, smiling as they stepped on the clouds and left. This Wu Yihai is a complete boorish fellow. What did he make? That thing can also be called a poem? Luo Muzi was flustered and exasperated. But Fairy Lu actually treats him favorably. Luan Fei gritted his teeth. What favorably? His greatest value is his identity. Luo Muzi's tone was somewhat sour. Luan Fei's expression was malevolent. I can't swallow this, no, I can't let Wu Yihai live so carefreely like this. Along the way, Luo Muzi and Luan Fei conversed intensely. Do you have any good ideas? Although Wu clan is facing difficulties from all sides, Wu Yong might not be aggressive enough, but he still has the ability to defend himself. If you want to make a move against Wu Yihai, you have to consider Wu clan. Be it public or private, Wu Yong will stand behind Wu Yihai. You have to control the scale of this. Luo Muzi reminded. He was a righteous path Goo immortal, he understood the difficulty of this. If the scale was too low, it would be hard to harm Wu Yihai. But if the scale was too high, it would cause Wu clan to retaliate. Who could bear that? Luan Fei inwardly curled his lips, thinking. Righteous path Goo immortals are troublesome, they have to worry about this and that. In contrast, demonic path Goo immortals act straightforwardly. But Luan Fei was not a demonic path Goo immortal. He was a lone cultivator, he was more inclined towards the righteous path. Luan Fei chuckled, a sinister light flashing in his eyes. We don't need to act personally. Fairy Lu has many pursuers, how can there be only the 2 of us? When we told that person, he was very angry because Fairy Si Lu did not invite him this time. You are talking about that person from Ba clan? Luo Muzi's expression became somewhat complex. This Gu Immortal from Qi clan was Xiao Si Lu's greatest pursuer. Before tonight, Luo Muzi was extremely disgusted with him. But now he wanted to borrow his strength to teach Wu Yihai a lesson. Although Wu Yihai defeated Xia Fei Kuai, it was only because he knew his enemy well. If his battle strength was strong, why would he need to negotiate with that mountain-moving old monster? Wouldn't it be better if he directly took back Mount Snail? That person from Qi clan's battle strength definitely surpasses Wu Yihai. Moreover, he can't bear to see others having any designs on Fairy Si Lu. Luan Fei continued. Luo Muzi's gaze became resolute. All right, let's inform Qi Shang about today's matters. Xiao Si Lu sent Fang Yuan off for over 10 li before she reluctantly parted with Fang Yuan. But she did not directly return to Qiao clan's headquarters, instead returning to the pavilion. In the pavilion, there was already a Gu Immortal sitting on a stone bench, quietly tasting bewitchment tea. This person was Qiao clan's first supreme elder. He was the crucial person who had helped Fang Yuan return to Wu clan. Qiao clan's first supreme elder slowly put down his cup. Although Wu Yihai grew up in Eastern Sea, he is Wu Duxiu's son after all. What do you think? Xiao Si Lu's gaze dimmed slightly as she said softly, yes. Fang Yuan deliberately made things difficult for Luo Muzi and Luan Fei, forcing them to praise his poem, but his intention was actually to suppress Xiao Si Lu from afar. Xiao Si Lu was well aware that this was a confrontation of the righteous path. They were chatting and laughing on the surface, but undercurrents were surging underneath. Qiao clan's first supreme elder sighed. All along, although our Qiao clan has been attached to Wu clan, we have never come into contact with the core. Wu Yihai is an opportunity for the whole of Qiao clan, do you understand? Chapter 1328. The moon festival passed, but Fang Yuan was still roaming around outside. He took the initiative to get close to Xiao Si Lu, although the latter was angry at his disrespect during the moon festival. Due to the clan's orders, she could not reject Fang Yuan. Gradually rumors started to spread. Wu clan's Wu Yihai and Qiao clan's Xiao Si Lu were very close. They often went sightseeing. Be it Wu Yang's brother Wu Yihai or Xiao Si Lu, one of the three great fairies of southern border, they were undeniably famous people in southern border's Gu Immortal world. Their behavior soon formed some rumors and slanders. Xiao Si Lu's pursuers were indignant, but they had to admit that Wu Yihai was a very strong competitor. Ignoring everything else, just looking at the relationship between Wu clan and Xiao clan, Wu Yihai had a huge advantage. This made Fang Yuan feel somewhat helpless. He did not want to be famous. Wu Yihai's identity should be as low profile as possible. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. This time, with the help of Xiao Si Lu, Fang Yuan once again became famous in southern border's Gu Immortal world. This situation soon affected Fang Yuan. The number of times he was deduced by others was decreasing earlier, but now it was increasing again and very frequently. Just relying on dark limit immortal Gu was very difficult to deal with this situation. Fang Yuan often placed his aperture and hid in sovereign blessed land. The immortal aperture was a world of its own, isolated from the outside world. As long as Fang Yuan did not leak any crucial clues and was grasped by others, deductions would be very difficult. Unless one had a clue like, connect luck, it would be very difficult to deduce his exact location or other information. Thankfully, Fang Yuan himself had to place his aperture and absorb heaven and earth qi from time to time. With the addition of reverse flow river, the expenditure of heaven and earth qi was huge. Other than placing his aperture, Fang Yuan dealt with Xiao Si Lu while using Wu clan's channels to obtain information about Luo Muzi and Luan Fei. Now was not the time to make a move. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. Gu Immortals had countless methods. They were extremely mysterious. Sometimes, a little carelessness could lead to unexpected failure. For example, Fang Yuan could resist the attack of a rank 8 Gu Immortal using reverse flow river. Before the battle of the Great Snow Mountain, who could have imagined such an outcome? Fang Yuan had a cautious temperament. Even if he wanted to harm Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's lives, he still had to fully understand their information before starting to formulate a targeted plan. Once there was a good opportunity, he would suddenly attack and kill in one strike. This way the risk would be minimal and it would be most in line with his interests. Even a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit. Not to mention that Luan Fei and Luo Muzi were able to enter Xiao Si Lu's eyes. Their own strengths were not bad. Another half a month passed. On this day Wu Yong summoned Fang Yuan. Little brother, I have a few missions here. You can choose one of them. Wu Yong went straight to the point. Elder brother, please speak. It is my duty to contribute to the family. Fang Yuan calmly replied. An information path mortal goo flew out of Wu Yong's sleeve. Fang Yuan took a look and saw that this goo had 3 contents. The first item was related to Xianming Mountain. Recently, someone had discovered that there seemed to be the aura of a wild immortal goo in the depths of Xianming Mountain. This news had already attracted many lone cultivator goo immortals. More importantly, a super force Yang clan had also sent their men. If the situation was true, obtaining an immortal goo was a joyous matter that could increase the foundation of any super force. Wu clan naturally did not want to miss this opportunity. Right now, Wu clan's situation was neither good nor bad. Under Wu Yong's leadership, they had already stabilized their footing. More importantly, Xianming Mountain was near Wu clan's territory. Although it was not Wu clan's territory, it was bordering Wu clan. If Wu clan did not send goo immortals this time, other super forces might feel that Wu clan was weak. Thus, in this mission Wu Yong had specially instructed. Even if they could not seize the wild immortal goo, they had to destroy it and not leave it to Yang clan. The second matter was that Red Dragon River's water level had been rising sharply recently. If it was not controlled, there was a high possibility of a flood disaster. Once the flood spread, it would pose a huge threat to all living beings along the way. It would cause a decrease in resources and even change the surrounding environment. The super forces along Red Dragon River paid great attention to it. Qiao clan and Wu clan's territories also bordered Red Dragon River. Thus, they had to send goo immortals to monitor and try to control it to prevent a huge flood disaster. The third matter was Yi clan's second Supreme Elder's 1200th birthday. They were holding a birthday banquet. Wu clan needed to send a goo immortal to represent Wu clan to attend the banquet and deliver Wu clan's gift. Yi clan had immense strength. This clan's headquarters was Ling Yi Mountain. This mountain was located in the northeast of southern border. It was closest to Eastern Sea. As a matter of fact, the Yi family and East Ocean were closely connected. As for Wu clan, it was located in the southwest region of southern border. Although it was not at the southwest corner, it was the southernmost of all the super forces. Yi clan and Wu clan had such a relationship, it ensured that the two clans maintained a good relationship. Befriending the distant and attacking the nearby, this was one of the most basic principles of the political diplomacy of super forces. Even when many clans made things difficult for Wu clan, Yi clan had never participated. To maintain this relationship, Wu clan had to send a goo immortal to attend Yi clan's Supreme Elder's birthday banquet. How is it, have you made up your mind? After a while Wu Yong asked. Fang Yuan nodded. I have thought about it, I will choose the second matter. My battle strength is not high. If I choose Xianming Mountain, I might have to fight with Yang clan's goo immortals. Yang clan specializes in soul path. I am not proficient in dealing with this path. Then why not choose the third matter? Wu Yong smiled. Actually, your identity is most suitable for this task, because you are Wu Yong's younger brother. You will definitely receive a warm welcome at Yi clan. Fang Yuan shook his head, smiling bitterly. Brother, please spare me. Even though it is a birthday banquet, there will definitely be representatives of other super forces. With Wu clan's current situation, if I attend the banquet, I will definitely be troubled by the goo immortals of other forces. By then, I will be outnumbered. It is fine if I am embarrassed, but the problem is that I will lose the clan's face. That would be a huge crime. Wu Yong laughed heartily. Brother, you have thought of this, it is your fault. Let's do this then. If brother has nothing else, I will take my leave. Go, go. Wu Yong waved his hand. Fang Yuan turned around. When he was about to walk out of the hall, Wu Yong asked, Oh, right, when are you leaving? Fang Yuan turned around and stood near the door. If Red Dragon River floods, countless lives will be lost. This is a huge matter, I cannot be careless. I will go back and pack up, I will set off later. Good, I am relieved that you know this. I will leave this matter to you, you will definitely handle it well. Wu Yong seemed to trust Fang Yuan a lot. I will do my best. Fang Yuan promised solemnly before turning around and leaving. But he did not see that after he left, the smile and trust on Wu Yong's face disappeared. What replaced it was a gloomy look on his face. The matter is about to succeed. Fang Yuan was overjoyed internally, but he did not show it on the surface. Just like what he said to Wu Yong, after packing his things, he would leave for the north. He flew rapidly, but just as he flew past Yellow Dragon River, Goo Immortal Wu Fa called out, Lord Wu Yi, wait, I have a new task from First Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan laughed internally. He came after all. On the surface, he had a surprised expression. He stopped in the air and asked Wu Fa, who was flying over, Elder Wu Fa, why did you call me? Sigh. Wu Fa sighed deeply, his old face was full of worry. When it rains it pours. Something happened to the Super Gu formation. Ba clan and my clan are in trouble. Elder Wu Bei who is guarding there is already injured. He cannot continue to control the situation. Lord, didn't you want to transfer him back? The chance is here. Because of this, the first Supreme Elder has decided to swap you with Elder Wu Bei, so that Elder Wu Bei can come back to recuperate from his injuries. Lord Wu Yihai, you will be guarding the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan frowned deeply, he was caught off guard. How can this be? Still. He said as he subconsciously looked towards the northwest, saying hesitantly, but Red Dragon River's problem is also very serious, it needs to be resolved urgently. First Supreme Elder has already made arrangements for this matter, Lord Wu Yihai does not need to worry about it. My lord, you'd better hurry up and leave. You're needed there urgently. This is a letter Gu from Lord Wu Yong, you can go to Etian Mountain directly, there is no need to return to Wu clan. Wu Fa said as he stuffed an information path Mortal Gu into Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan received the letter Gu and checked it with his consciousness. The content of this letter Gu was naturally in Wu Yong's tone. He said how serious the situation in the giant dream realm was and Fang Yuan needed to leave immediately, he could not waste any time. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh, in that case I can only go. Go quickly Lord Wu Yihai. Elder Wu Fa had an anxious expression. Fang Yuan shook his head, looking towards the northwest before changing his direction and flying towards the northeast. Elder Wu Fa sent Fang Yuan off with his gaze until he disappeared into the horizon. Elder Wu Fa sneered, also looking towards the northwest. Although they knew there was a mountain in the northwest, Great Peng Mountain, it was Qiao clan's headquarters. Elder Wu Fa returned to Wu clan's Wu Yi Mountain and reported to Wu Yong. First Supreme Elder, the matter has been settled, Lord Wu Yihai has already gone to the Super Gu formation. Wu Yong was in the study room, he stood up and waved his ink, writing on a piece of white paper. Hearing Wu Fa's words, he nodded slightly. What a great deal. On the white paper there were 5 words, can be borrowed, unreliable. A long time ago when I was still a youngster. Mother asked me what I thought about the Qiao family, and I replied with those 5 words. I remember it very clearly and mother smiled on the spot. At this point Wu Yong sighed. It's a pity that my brother doesn't quite understand this.